Green Gold by Jesselyn Michelle. Chapter 1, Am I Moving? Maybe. June 1st, 2003. I'm moving, Harry moaned, burying his head in his hands at the Weasley kitchen table. I can't take it anymore. The next reporter to shove a camera in my face is going to land me in Azkaban, I swear. The assembled Weasleys, along with Hermione, who was practically an honorary Weasley, exchanged sympathetic looks. Molly slid a plate of what Harry assumed were sympathy bacon and eggs toward him. It can't be that bad, Ron said, his voice trailing off as he shrank under the weight of Harry's exhausted glare. Or maybe it is, he mumbled. Ron, the one from which Weasley tried to vanish my shirt, Harry replied darkly. And they always ask the same stupid questions. Where's that devastatingly gorgeous girlfriend of yours? Ginny giggled, imitating a reporter. I heard you broke up, are you single? Charlie chimed in, grinning as he played along with his sister. Is it true you're gay? George added, a glimmer of his former merriment returning as he joined in the mockery of Harry's misery. Are the rumors surrounding you and Draco Malfoy true? Ron chuckled. Harry scowled at them. They were all far too accustomed to the questions he faced, but everyone burst into laughter when Hermione uncharacteristically joined in. I heard you harbored sexual attraction to Severus Snape, care to comment? She asked primly, holding out her wand to Harry like a microphone. Leave Harry alone, Molly scolded her children, though her laughter betrayed her. He shouldn't be harassed in his own home. I'd be happy to set up some new wards for you, Bill offered. Unless you really want to run away. I might, Harry grumbled. You could go see my sister in France. Fleur suggested with a bright smile. She would be happy to boast you. Harry's stomach twisted uncomfortably at the thought of spending time with Fleur's overly adoring younger sister. I don't speak French, he said, offering a lame excuse. Go to Africa with Luna, Ginny suggested, giving him a sympathetic look. She's working on a book about magical creatures. You might enjoy helping her with that. Harry hummed noncommittally. Luna was great, but he didn't feel up to forcing his company on anyone right now. Molly, however, wouldn't let him wallow in peaceful isolation. She kept dragging him to her house, conspiring with Creature to ensure he was surrounded by company almost constantly. Harry suspected she regretted it sometimes, like the time she popped over to Grimmauld and found him drunk, hurling curses at the walls, his alcohol-soaked brain convincing him he was once again in a battle for his life. Or the countless nights she'd made him stay at the Burrow, only to be jolted awake by Harry's never-ending night terrors. Once, she had quietly held him as he sobbed and screamed, and then he had thrown up as the booze tore through his system. But Molly made sure he stayed away from the dreamless sleep vials stored in her medicine cabinet. She had placed more locks and wards on it than he could ever hope to break, and he'd be damned if he ventured out in public to fetch a potion himself. Or you could plan on going to Hogwarts with us, Hermione said, interrupting his thoughts and bringing up the same disagreement they'd had multiple times over the past 2 weeks. Hermione didn't understand. How could she? Why didn't she? Harry could never go back to Hogwarts. It would never be home for him again, not the way it used to be. As he briefly thought of Hogwarts, a jolt of fear and misery shot through him. Tonks. Remus. Fred. Snape. Colin. All struck down. All dead, except for Harry. Harry, who had followed Albus Dumbledore's quest and reunited the Deathly Hallows, saving his world but losing so much in the process. Harry felt a heavy weight in his chest as he thought about his life and the choices that had sealed his fate for eternity. He never wanted to see Hogwarts again. Australia was wicked, Ron said suddenly, his mouth full of eggs. You could go there and just start fresh, eh? Yeah, maybe, Harry replied absently, stifling a yawn as he slumped down in his seat. You need to sleep, dear, Molly said gently, placing her hand on Harry's shoulder. He flinched at the contact, but everyone politely ignored it. "Why don't you eat your breakfast, and then you can take a kip in Ron's room?" "I'm fine," Harry lied. "I think I even got 2 whole hours last night." He tried to inject humor into his words, but with everyone so concerned about his well-being, both physical and mental, his attempt fell flat. "And I've got to meet the goblins today anyway," he added hastily, eager to divert their worried gazes. Harry was tired of people caring about him. The more people who cared, the more likely they were to face some tragic fate. That was just how it worked in his life. "Yeah, the goblins are pretty pissed with you, mate," Bill said cheerfully, wagging a finger at Harry in mock admonishment. "Thief." Harry snorted as Ron and Hermione chuckled. "They can bite me," he muttered. "Harry did them a favor by freeing that dragon," Charlie said, a hint of indignation in his voice as he addressed his older brother. "Poor thing was miserable there. She was terrified of us and so skittish by the time my team found her." Harry exchanged silent glances with Ron and Hermione at Charlie's description, all three of them biting their lips to suppress a reaction. That dragon would have happily bitten their heads off. Poor baby, indeed. "Will the goblins try to hurt Harry?" Molly asked Bill, concern etched in her brown eyes as she looked at her all-but-adopted son. "Nah," Bill waved off his mother's worries. "They won't kill him or anything. The worst they'll do is make him switch." "Banks," Harry muttered under his breath, wishing they could just kill him. Death, he imagined, must be peaceful. As quick and easy as falling asleep, Sirius had once told him. Harry wondered if Sirius understood just how difficult it was becoming for him to find sleep. He also questioned whether he would ever see his godfather again. "But there aren't any other wizarding banks in the United Kingdom?" Hermione pointed out, pulling Harry out of his spiraling thoughts. "Exactly," Bill replied with a sharp grin. Harry let out a short, joyless laugh. He couldn't care less about which bank he used, he just wanted the howlers from the goblins to stop. "I'm going to head out then," Harry said, pushing himself to his feet. "Thanks for breakfast, Molly." Molly shot him a worried glance at his untouched plate, noting that the only thing he had consumed was his heavily caffeinated coffee. But she held her tongue, opting instead to wrap him in a warm hug. "We love you, dear. Come by for dinner?" Harry evaded the question, remaining still beneath her arms. "I'll walk you out, Harry," Ginny offered brightly. "I'm heading to Angie's anyway." "Bye, Mum, Dad." Harry waited impatiently for Ginny as she dutifully hugged her family and followed him to the front door. Whatever she wanted to say, she held off until they were outside alone. "How bad is it?" Ginny asked softly, her hand resting on Harry's arm, her face tilted up toward his. Harry sighed, looking into her deep brown eyes, the color of the chocolate Remus loved. His mind unhelpfully reminded him, and felt a pang of guilt for the worry he was causing her. For the worry he was causing them all. "I'm fine," he said, forcing a smile. "You guys don't need to worry about me." Ginny snorted, her response beautifully scathing. Harry found himself wishing for the 100th time that Ginny was meant to be his. He imagined the life they could have had together, Ginny playing Quidditch, him fighting dark forces. Harry envisioned a life as an Auror, married in the Burrows Gardens just like Bill and Fleur, eventually raising a family with 3 kids, a white picket fence, and all the joys of a happy life. It felt like a dream, an impossible future. He was too broken, and deep down, Ginny knew it too. They had taken a break the day of Dumbledore's funeral, and then they ended things on the day of Fred's. Lying flat on their backs in the grim old garden, they watched the sun set over the London skyline. "You love me, but not in the right way," Ginny said sadly, tears silently streaming down her face, mourning everything they had lost in the war. "We're trying to force something that just isn't there, Harry." Harry didn't argue. He couldn't. What could he possibly offer her when he felt so empty? So broken? Just a shell of a man? "I'll always love you," she said, and for Harry, who had only heard those words from the ghostly echoes of his parents, it struck a profound chord. A tear slipped down his cheek. "Really, Jin, I've been enough of a burden to you guys." "I'll be fine," he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'm going to go. Tell Angie I said hi." He operated away quickly, leaving Ginny standing there, gazing sadly at the spot where he had been. She thought to herself, the problem with Harry was that he would never understand he wasn't a burden to them, he was family. "You're joking," Harry said flatly, blinking in disbelief at the goblin named Nettles before him. "I think not, Mr. Potter," Nettles replied, baring his teeth in a feral snarl. "You are banned from our premises. You should consider yourself lucky that your use of an unforgivable on my brothers didn't spark a war." "What the hell do I do with all of that?" Harry demanded, gesturing angrily at the stacks of wooden crates that supposedly contained all his gold and artifacts from the Potter and Black vaults. "Not my problem," Nettles sneered. "You have 1 minute to move it before I burn it." 59:58. Harry didn't waste time staring at the unfriendly goblin. He knew Nettles would follow through on his threats. Instead, he moved to the crates, hesitating for a moment as he cast an uneasy glance at Nettles. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent them all to Grimmauld Place. "You are a powerful wizard, Harry Potter," Nettles sneered. "It's a shame to mark you as an enemy of Goblin Nation." "Oh, piss off," Harry sighed, then turned on the spot and followed his belongings home. "Master." "You're home," Creature exclaimed as Harry entered the dimly lit house they shared. There were boxes. Many boxes. Creature is not touching them. "I know," Harry replied, tossing his jumper aside as he made a beeline for the liquor cabinet. "I'm banned from Gringotts. That's all the stuff from my vaults. The nasty goblins would dare ban my honorable master?" Creature demanded, trailing behind him. "How dare they? My master is a good man. A great man. I imperioused 3 goblins, destroyed the bank, and stole their dragon," Harry interrupted flatly, taking a deep swig from the bourbon bottle. No need for glasses when he would finish the bottle that day. "Oh." Creature paused his praise at that revelation. "Well, maybe my master earned the nasty goblin's punishment." "Maybe," Harry agreed with a snort. "I'm going to the library." "Wouldn't master rather have a tasty lunch that Creature will prepare?" Creature suggested quickly, fully aware that Harry would likely end up drunk and either screaming or crying once he retreated to the library. "Master needs to eat." "I'm fine," Harry said, already heading toward the dark, comforting room where he had spent countless hours since the war ended. "But, master." "What does master want Creature to do with the boxes?" Creature called after him. "Air." Harry hesitated as he contemplated the situation. "Just leave the gold in the crates and put anything else in my room, okay?" Creature twisted his hands anxiously, watching Harry slip behind the library doors. He wouldn't interfere, good elves didn't argue with their masters. Yet, Creature often found himself discontent with being a good elf. He hated seeing his master diminish while the burdens he carried only grew heavier. But Creature wouldn't, argue with Harry, his master, his friend. So, he moved to the crates and began unpacking, following Harry's orders. 2 hours later, with daylight still streaming through the windows, Creature heard Harry's anguished screams echoing from the library. Heartbreaking wails were followed by the sounds of spells wreaking havoc within the room. Harry's heart raced as he fled from the Death Eaters pursuing him. "Time to die, itty-bitty Potter," Bellatrix cackled behind him. "Time to join your family." Harry felt a chill, he knew something was wrong with what she was saying. He couldn't join his family, he just didn't know if it was for now or forever. "Stupefy," he shouted, casting his spell at the approaching witch. "Leave me alone." "Are you sure you wish for us to leave you alone?" Lucius Malfoy taunted, skillfully dodging Harry's bone-breaking curse. "I suppose we'll simply..." Hermione. Help. She screamed, struggling against Malfoy's grip. Harry, help us. Do something, mate. Ron shouted, bound by ropes on the forest floor. Why won't you help us? Desperation surged through Harry as he unleashed every spell he could muster, dark, light, gray, even illegal. But nothing mattered, he couldn't save them. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry gasped and spun around. There stood Voldemort, his soulless eyes gleaming with delight as Bellatrix brutally slashed Ron's throat. Harry felt rather than saw the burst of green light as it struck Hermione. He knew that if he turned around, he would see the accusing eyes of his best friends as life faded from their bodies. But he couldn't turn back now, this was it. This was his chance to die, to save everyone. All he had to do was die. Come to die. Harry. He fell to the ground, disoriented, as sweat dripped from his body onto the floor. No, not sweat. Water? What? He croaked, staring at his soaked shirt in confusion. Why am I wet? Honestly. Harry looked up from the floor and blinked at a familiar face. Bushy brown hair pulled back in a messy bun, soft and sad eyes. Mione? He gasped. You're alive? Yes, Harry, Hermione said softly. And so is Ron. Everyone's alive. Come on, let me help you get to bed. No, Harry moaned, the thought of lying alone in Sirius' old room haunting him with memories of all he'd lost. Everyone's dead. I killed them. I killed them all. Hermione didn't argue, she simply reached down and lifted him to his stumbling feet. It was an act that shouldn't have been as easy as it was, considering Harry was a 17-year-old boy. Bed, Hermione said firmly. And tomorrow we're having a long discussion about everything. Harry leaned on her, needing her steadiness to keep himself upright. Don't want to talk, he slurred, letting Hermione guide him to the room he didn't want to be in either. Don't want to sleep. Or think. Or breathe. Hermione's hand shook as she opened the bedroom door, but her body remained stable for Harry to lean on. Don't ever say that, she said. You will keep breathing. More than that, you will keep living. Do you understand me, Harry James Potter? Can't die anyway, Harry muttered. Harry crawled beneath his blankets after Hermione had gently pushed him onto the bed. Can't die forever. I'm never going to see James. Just. He yawned, feeling that familiar spin of drunkenness he had grown accustomed to. Just gonna live forever, Mione. Oh, Harry. Hermione sat on the edge of the bed, brushing the sweat-drenched curls from his forehead. You're going to work through this, I know it, she promised softly. Maybe you should go somewhere new, get away from all these memories. I don't want to leave you, Harry whispered. Don't leave me either, Mione. Hermione smiled down at him, seeing the vulnerable side he usually kept hidden. I'll stay here until you wake up. Then we can call Ron and all go out for dinner, okay, Harry? Harry sighed, feeling the blissful peace of a blackout approaching as he focused on Hermione's calming tone rather than her words. Sleep, Harry. We'll be here when you wake up, she said softly. As he lay in his bed, her soothing touch in his hair, he had one last thought before surrendering to the comforting unconsciousness that the liquor always brought him, maybe I should move. Oh. Over 4,000 miles away from where Harry Potter lay in his bed, Alice Cullen gasped as a vision filled her mind. A boy. No, a man. A young man. He was too skinny and too short, with piercing green eyes, messy black hair, and pale skin marked with scars. Round black glasses couldn't hide the dark smudges beneath his eyes, clear evidence of too many sleepless nights. He wore a dark green knitted sweater, torn blue jeans, and red sneakers. His casual clothing couldn't conceal the defensive posture he held, his arms stiff and his eyes wary. He wasn't a child, she didn't think he had ever truly been one, He looked like a soldier. Recently returned from a war that shattered him, Harry extended his hand to Alice within the vision. "Harry Potter," he said. When Alice shook his hand, she noticed his temperature wasn't the warm one typical of humans, it felt more subdued. Yet, beneath his touch, she sensed an undercurrent of something dark and powerful. "Alice Cullen," she replied, her voice melodic. "Let me introduce you to my siblings." The vision ended there, with Harry and Alice shaking hands in the Forks High School parking lot. "Who was that?" Edward asked, his curiosity piqued as the soft piano music he had been composing faded away, his attention fixed on Alice's vision. "I have no idea," Alice admitted, her voice still gentle as she replayed the vision in her mind. "But I think he's going to be very important to us." Chapter 2, The Blacks. August 1st, 2003. "Are you sure this is what you want?" Hermione asked for what felt like the millionth time. Harry turned around to take in his new place. His house. A house with fresh paint, new furniture, and a location that held no memories of his past. It was a house that Hermione and Ron had helped him purchase, almost legally. He had paid for it in cash, but no Muggle realtor would sell a house to a 17-year-old, and that's where Hermione had come to his rescue. Now, he was going to pay for that rescue by hosting her and Ron for a few days while they helped him settle in, or, as he thought of it, babysitting because they were concerned. "Where do you want that bike?" Ron asked, his ears turning red as he nearly stumbled into a Harry taboo. "Garage," Harry replied, feeling his excitement about being in a new place dim as he thought about how much Sirius would have loved to be there with him. Living near the last of the Blacks, aside from Narcissa, who he didn't count, was a reminder of the family Sirius never spoke about, a branch of his family that Harry might not even know about. Back in June, Harry had been organizing paperwork from Sirius's vault after Gringotts had banned him. Well, technically, Hermione had been organizing the paperwork while Harry watched and offered rude comments over his drink. Regardless, Hermione had found a letter in a box of personal mementos and had insisted that Harry read it. "Dear Alfred, you are cordially invited to the wedding of Ephraim Black and Martha Young. Their vows will be taken on April 15th at 3 o'clock on La Push Beach, WA. Please write to let us know if you can make it. The future Mr. Mrs. Black. P.S. Come be my best man, brother." "Cool," Harry muttered with annoyance. "I'm so happy for Ephraim and Martha. Just lovely to be in love, isn't it?" "You idiot," Hermione rolled her eyes at Harry's obviously jealous pout. I wasn't rubbing their wedding in your face. I'm just saying there are more Blacks in the States. You could take a trip there and meet them." "Why would he want to do that?" Ron asked from his chair beside Harry. "Why would Harry want to visit his extended family?" Hermione echoed incredulously. "You're not that dim, Ronald." Harry listened as his friends bickered back and forth for a few minutes, his thoughts focused on the faded yellow cardstock in his hands. "Is it warm in the States?" he abruptly asked Hermione. "I believe Washington is rather north in the United States," she replied, crinkling her nose as she thought about it. "So I imagine it would be much warmer down south, like in Florida. But Washington shouldn't be any colder than London." "I'm going," Harry stated resolutely. "It's always cold here, isn't it?" "No," Hermione and Ron said simultaneously. "Perhaps if you ate instead of just drinking all your calories, you wouldn't be so cold," Hermione shot back, casting a disapproving glance at the bottle beside Harry's chair. "I ate today," Harry insisted. "Ask Creature." "Master ate a slice of treacle tart and then cried because he says he doesn't deserve tasty treats," Creature murmured absently, eagerly digging through crates of Black history. "Thanks, Creature," Harry scowled. "Traitor." "Creature is not going to drag Master off the roof anymore," Creature said. "Masters Weasley and Meone will keep him safe while Creature cannot." "The roof?" Hermione hissed. And that's how Harry found himself here, buying a house just 20 minutes from where Sirius relatives lived, stuck with babysitters to keep him off the roof. As if a single jump from a roof would kill him. He wished it could be that simple. Harry longed for the peaceful slumber of death. He dreamed of it during the day. The resurrection stone showed him what he was missing, and he craved it like an addict craves their drug. His hands shook at the thought, and his mind kept circling around the idea endlessly. Deep down, he suspected it was something meant for others, never for him. "How long are you planning on staying?" Hermione asked, her gaze sharp as Harry tossed his clothes into his bag with a careless wave. "Dunno," Harry shrugged. He didn't really have a plan, he just wanted a break from everything, Grimmauld, London, all of it. This seemed like a good place to take a step back. Percy Weasley had declared that renting is a barbaric concept that perpetuates a cycle of poverty, so Harry decided to buy a house in Washington. If he ever returned to England, he could keep this place as a vacation home or something. Not that the little town he had chosen was much of a traditional vacation spot, but Harry liked it. Forks, a name that Ron found hilarious, was a small town surrounded by a green forest, filled with trees that were so different from those he'd navigated in the Forbidden Forest. "I open at the close." "You're almost done, Harry." The memories didn't claw at him here. He enjoyed the smell of rain, it was soothing. Sure, it made flying a challenge, but he'd figure that out if he ever decided to fly again. Malfoy clinging to him, the smell of ashes, the heat on his skin. Dead. Crabbe was dead. Did he deserve it? When do we get to go see the Native Americans? Ron asked, trying to pull Harry from the dark thoughts that seemed to be pulling him under. The distraction worked, as Hermione immediately began scolding Ron. Harry could hardly have a panic attack during one of her lectures. Ronald Bilious. Hermione smacked Ron's arm sharply. "You can't just call them Indians." "Good Lord, do you have any idea how terrible that sounds?" Ron shot a confused look at Harry, but Harry, safely hidden behind Hermione's back, couldn't help but crack a small smile. Harry mouthed at Ron, "Your girlfriend, mate." But you said they're Indians?" Ron protested. "Didn't she, Harry? She called them Native Americans, Indians. How's that terrible?" Harry didn't back up Ron, even though he was right. Hermione had indeed used that term. He was a Gryffindor, but he wasn't brave enough to step between Hermione and her soapbox, especially not with her hands planted firmly on her hips like they were now. "Because you can't just refer to a group of people by their heritage," Hermione replied, her tone huffy. "It's like Muggleborn and pureblood all over again." Oh, Ron and Harry both nodded, still not quite understanding why those terms could cause more trouble than they already did. "Yeah, all right then," Ron said, looking sheepish. "They're expecting me at 5, Harry said, double-checking the letter he received from Billy Black. "Suppose it would give away the whole magic thing if we operate in their front yard?" Hermione explained that Billy descended from a squid branch of the Black family, which was why he wasn't included on the tapestry at Grimmauld Place, and none of them knew if he was aware of magic or not. "Well, we can't all fit on your bike," Ron chuckled. "How do you reckon we get there then? Walk?" "Oh my God." Harry and Ron exchanged curious glances as a manic energy lit up Hermione's face. "I've got a great idea." And it was a great idea, a bloody brilliant idea. Hermione operated them to Seattle, a bustling city with far more shopping options than tiny Forks could offer, and led them straight to a car dealership. "Pick a car, any car," Hermione laughed. Harry found himself having the most fun he'd had in the past year, picking out a car with his best friends. Ron, who had never really understood all the differences among Muggle cars, eagerly joined in the comparisons. "This one says 35 miles per gallon. Is that really fast?" he asked Hermione, running his hands over the sleek vehicle. Harry and Ron admired a small silver car, their excitement palpable. The Muggle salespeople cast disapproving glances at their childlike enthusiasm, but Hermione couldn't help but smile at how much fun Harry was having. With a subtle flick of her wand, she redirected the salespeople's attention elsewhere. If it meant keeping Harry happy, she was willing to bend the rules a little. After all, she had done much worse for him in the past. "This is the one," Harry exclaimed, practically drooling over his choice. "Mione, can I afford it?" Hermione rolled her eyes, mentally calculating Harry's vault contents and the stack of cash they had exchanged at the American Bank for Wixen. "Yes, Harry," she replied patiently. "If you want it, it's yours." And that's how Harry became the incredibly proud owner of a brand new 2003 Dodge Charger, despite having no idea how to drive it. "Slow down," Ron shouted as Hermione sped toward La Push, the town where Billy lived and where he had invited them for dinner. "Merlin's teeth, Mione, are you trying to kill us?" Harry, on the other hand, ignored Ron's protests, letting out a loud whoop of joy as he leaned out of the passenger window, reveling in the thrill of the ride. "Go faster," he encouraged. He glanced at the dashboard and saw the needle pointing to 60. "Can you make it go faster?" "Only if you want me to wrap your new car around a tree," Hermione replied dryly. But as she caught sight of Harry's exhilarated expression, she pressed the gas a little harder, enjoying the rush of adrenaline that came without any past trauma attached. When they finally pulled up to Billy's small house, Ron staggered out of the back seat, his legs shaky. "I don't think I want a car anymore." That was terrifying. Harry was about to remind Ron that he had once flown a car across the United Kingdom when he was just 12, but before he could speak, a boy burst out of Billy's house, whistling in appreciation as he eyed Harry's car. "Damn," he said. "If you're lost, feel free to leave this baby here while you get directions. I probably won't steal it." Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged confused glances as they studied the boy, who seemed more interested in the car than in them. He was tall, about Ron's height, and carried himself with the awkwardness of someone who had recently grown into it. His smooth russet skin and long black hair were pulled back into a low ponytail with a leather band. Although his face had a youthful roundness, Harry could see the beginnings of sharp cheekbones starting to emerge. You're not Billy, are you?" Harry asked hesitantly. He didn't think Billy Black, the grandson of Sirius' estranged great-uncle Ephraim, could be this young, but he had learned not to assume anything when it came to magic and magical families. "Me?" The boy looked up, finally noticing the three of them. "Oh. You must be Harry. I'm Jacob, Billy's my dad." He extended his hand to Harry, who shook it briefly. Was every Muggle this warm to the touch? He didn't think so, his relatives hadn't been, but he hadn't felt their hands in over a year. "This is Ron and Hermione," Harry introduced his friends as they blinked at one another. Jacob gave Hermione a frank look of appreciation, causing Ron to bristle and wrap an arm around her waist. Hermione rolled her eyes, but Harry thought she looked pleased, too. "Dad's inside," Jacob said, holding out a welcoming arm and smiling at them. It was a smile reminiscent of Sirius, straight white teeth and eyes sparkling with joy. "Come on in." Ron patted Harry on the arm, having recognized Jacob's easy smile just as quickly as Harry had. "If it's bad, we'll just leave," Ron whispered as they followed Jacob up the wooden ramp and into the red-paneled house. "It's fine," Harry replied. Ron and Hermione exchanged eye rolls. They'd both had enough of Harry's insistence that everything was fine. As Harry took in the surroundings, he couldn't help but compare Billy's house to the burrow. It was small and felt a bit cramped with all of them inside, but it exuded warmth and charm that made it feel like home. Harry would give anything for a real home like this. Lately, he felt like he would give anything for just about anything. "You must be Harry." Billy Black wheeled himself into the room from the kitchen. Hermione quickly stepped on Ron's foot, trying to stop him from making a comment about the peculiar metal chair with wheels that Billy sat on. "Welcome," Billy said, and Harry felt an instant connection. Despite the chair, Billy had a presence that reminded him of Sirius: strong nose, dark eyes filled with joy, and an even white smile. There was a confidence about him that Harry envied. He looked a lot like Jacob, sharing the same skin tone and silky black hair, but Billy's face showed the wear of life experiences that Jacob had yet to encounter. "Thank you," Harry said politely. "This is Ron Weasley." Ron jumped in, extending his hand to Billy, which looked almost comically pale next to Billy's evenly toned brown one. And Hermione Granger," Harry added, feeling a flush of embarrassment as Ron claimed him as his brother. He had always longed for siblings. "It's wonderful to meet you all," Billy said sincerely after shaking Hermione's hand. "Come sit down. Let me get to know my..." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering Harry. "My nephew," he finally declared. So, apparently, Harry now had a brother and an uncle. "Does that make us cousins?" Jacob asked eagerly. "A cousin." Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the Blacks out to their backyard, where a table was set up. Sit," Billy urged, gesturing to the wooden chairs as he wheeled himself to an open spot at the head of the table. "Tell me all about yourself, Harry." Harry hesitated, unsure of where to start or what to share. Luckily, Hermione stepped in. "Harry just moved into a house in Forks," she said. "Up until now, he was living in London." "London?" Jacob furrowed his thick black eyebrows, suddenly understanding their odd accents. "Dang. What brought you to the US?" Harry glanced at Hermione, not wanting to admit he was essentially fleeing the United Kingdom. "He's always been curious about American culture," Hermione interjected quickly, leaving Harry to wonder if she had already prepared excuses on his behalf. She probably had. "Well, we're happy to meet you," Billy beamed across the table at Harry. "Did you guys come here alone?" "It's a long journey for 3 teenagers." "We're all 18, Harry just had his birthday yesterday," Hermione replied truthfully. "And my and Ron's parents were quite pleased with our opportunity to see the States." That was a lie, of course. Molly had exploded into a fit of worry when Hermione and Ron mentioned traveling to the United States with Harry. Hermione's parents hadn't been thrilled either, considering the last time their daughter disappeared, she had altered their memories and nearly died in a war. Multiple times. Always Harry's fault. "And your parents, Harry? Did they come with you?" "They're dead," Harry said bluntly. "Sirius was the last of my family." He had written to Billy, well, technically to Billy's grandfather Ephraim, but the much older man had passed away years ago, and shared the news of Sirius's death and how they were the last remaining members of the Black family. He mentioned that he was Sirius's godson. His grandmother had been a Black before she became a Potter. That letter had sparked the correspondence that ultimately brought Harry to Washington. Billy's expression softened as he considered Harry's orphaned state. It was clear to him that the red-headed boy wasn't his real brother, but he couldn't help but feel that Harry needed a family more than anyone he had ever met. "Well, we're family," Billy said gruffly. "And I'd like to hear more about London. I've never made it out of Washington myself." As Harry picked at the meal Jacob had prepared, fried fish and French fries, Hermione took the lead, describing London to Billy, since Harry hadn't seen much of it himself. "And you're all seniors?" Billy asked. "Yes, sir," Hermione replied with a polite smile. "We're heading back to our boarding school on September 1st. Harry scoffed lightly. He definitely wasn't returning to that school. Hermione shot him a disapproving look, and Billy's gaze was more thoughtful than irritated. "Forks has a decent school," he said. "Or you could graduate at La Push High. It's usually just for La Push kids, but the council would make an exception for family. Jake's going to be a freshman there this year." "Yes." Jacob beamed at Harry, and Harry couldn't help but smile back, even if it was reluctant. It was hard not to feel uplifted around Jacob. He radiated happiness and energy, much like Sirius had. Harry remembered Sirius laughing one last time before he fell through the veil, away from life, and away from Harry, a place he couldn't follow. "You should come to La Push. You can pick me up, and we'll take your car," Jacob said eagerly. Harry chuckled at Jacob's enthusiasm for his car and shrugged sheepishly. "You'd have to drive," he said, unaware that Jacob wasn't old enough to do so legally. You bought that car and don't know how to drive?" Jacob looked taken aback. "Drive it?" When Harry, Ron, and Hermione left a couple of hours later, Jacob made a firm promise to teach Harry how to drive. Apparently, no cousin of his was going to own a Hemi-engine RT Special and not know how to drive it. Whatever that meant. For the next couple of weeks, Harry enjoyed what Ron called a bloody well-earned vacation. Hermione bought maps of the United States and used apparition to take them to various points set up by American witches and wizards. They visited a beach in Florida, where Harry adamantly refused to swim, knowing his silver scars would disgust any muggle who saw them, especially the lightning bolt scar that stretched across his chest, a reminder of how he had faced death twice and still walked the earth. They made a quick stop in Las Vegas, but left as soon as Hermione noticed how Harry got paler with every loud noise. Ron was eager to visit Disneyland, so they traveled to California, enduring the heat and the crowds. It was almost worth it when Harry experienced his first ever roller coaster ride, though Ron ended up losing his lunch. They spent most days traveling, cramming a lifetime's worth of normal adventures into just 2 weeks. But they also made a point to visit the Blacks for dinner at least twice a week. Harry even invited them to his house, as Hermione insisted it was just polite to do so. Jacob did his best to teach Harry how to drive, although he hadn't anticipated Harry's reckless approach behind the wheel. "You live a block away from a cop, try to follow the speed limit," he advised. But Harry wasn't worried about Chief Swan. He relished the feeling of rolling down the windows and speeding through the streets. At night, while Hermione studied frantically, panicking about her upcoming Newt year, "We missed so much this past year." Ron became engrossed in Muggle television, flipping through the colorful channels with an enthusiasm that rivaled his dad's. Harry drank quickly, hoping to escape into sleep and evade the nightmares that often jolted Hermione and Ron awake. But it never worked. All it did was keep him from waking up himself and drive his friends to the brink of concern. As mid-August approached, Hermione decided it was time for Harry to make a plan. "Really, Hermione?" Harry replied, sipping his coffee and shrugging. "You know I've always done my best work without a plan." "You can't just sit inside your house alone, Harry," she said gently one morning over breakfast. "It's not healthy, mate," Ron chimed in. "Talk to Kingsley. I'm sure he could get you a position in the DMLE without your newts. Or maybe he could even get you a spot with the Makusa." "No," Harry said, crossing his arms stubbornly. "I'm not joining the ministry." "Then come back to school with us," Hermione pleaded. "Please, Harry. I don't like the idea of you being alone with nothing to do all day." "I'll be fine. I'm just not ready to go back yet," Harry said evasively, searching for a reason Hermione would accept. "I'll find something to do here, I'm sure." But deep down, he knew he wouldn't. He would just drink and spiral. And he could do that in London too. "You could go to high school," Ron suggested with a snicker. "You know, around all those nomads." He wiggled his eyebrows mockingly at the term the Americans used for muggles. Harry chuckled, though not with any real amusement at Ron's idea. "That's brilliant, Ron." Hermione smiled at him, her praise making his ears turn red as they always did. "You should go to school, Harry. Experience the culture, make new friends." "What does he need new friends for?" Ron demanded. "He's got us." "Because Harry isn't coming home with us," Hermione explained patiently. "He needs friends here and something to fill his time." "It's perfect." Harry raised his eyebrows at Hermione in surprise. I don't think I want to go to high school. Harry wasn't even sure he could use a muggle pencil with any real skill, having grown accustomed to quills over the past 7 years. Either you go enroll in school, or I'm dropping out of Hogwarts and staying here, Hermione said, her determination evident. Harry noticed the glint in her eyes, knowing that if he was the reason she didn't get her newts, he'd be in for a guilt trip. He let out a heavy sigh. Yay, he said flatly. High school, here I come. After thinking it over carefully, Harry realized that as much as he reluctantly liked Jacob, he didn't want to spend all his time around someone so determined to force him to smile. Definitely not around someone whose personality shone as brightly as Sirius once had. That's how Harry found himself grimacing on August 20th, staring up at the blue and yellow sign that proudly proclaimed, Forks High School. Chapter 3, First Day of School. You're sulking again, Rosalie Hale murmured to her twin, Jasper Hale, in the back of their first period English class. Quit it. I am not sulking, Jasper replied, his voice too low and his tempo too quick for anyone but Rosalie to catch. They're all just so. He shuddered lightly. Exuberant. And they were. The other students radiated waves of glee, happiness, awe, and amusement. It was the same every time the first day of school rolled around. While Jasper dragged himself through this never-ending purgatory, the humans embraced it with joy, forcing their emotions onto him. It was almost enough to make him snap and send some of his own emotions their way, just to see how they liked being abruptly ripped from their bliss by waves of fear and sadness. That's your sulking face again, Rosalie interrupted, pulling him from his vengeful thoughts. Whatever. Jasper idly doodled in his notebook, his pencil sketching a snow-covered landscape as he focused on blocking out the intrusive emotions. He really, really hated humans. As he moved through his morning classes, he was mostly ignored by everyone except his siblings. He wondered why he had even signed up for high school. Carlisle could have told everyone that Jasper was the oldest, a freshman in college, and he could have spent his time doing literally anything else. But no. This was the best way to blend in. Not that the Cullens or Hales succeeded much at that. They were too cold, too unnaturally attractive, too odd to truly fit in with humans. It made sense, considering they were as different from humans as any predator could be. Jasper didn't mind being overlooked by the students around him. The less attention they paid him, the easier it was to block out their warm scents. The smell of blood flowing beneath their easily pierced skin made the venom pool in his mouth. Jasper didn't want to be a monster, never again. But denying his very nature required an immense amount of self-control. It was a little easier when he spent less time around the soft and easily broken humans, especially today, when their emotions were driving him to the brink. They don't have to be so excited all the time, he complained to his siblings as they gathered at their usual lunch table, eating in their own way. He doubted any of the humans would want to join him for a meal, and the thought made his eyes flash while Edward scowled. There's a new student, he's making them more excited than usual, Edward said, trying to steer Jasper away from thoughts of humans and food. Jasper quickly scanned the cafeteria and frowned slightly at all the familiar faces. I don't see a new student. His name's Harry. He's a junior, Alice chimed in quietly. The students think he's weird. I thought Edward was the mind reader, Emmett teased. Or have you made new human best friends? Jasper chuckled under his breath, finding Emmett's massive size and the use of teenage girls slang amusing. Emmett must be spending too much time with Rosalie. I've heard them, you can too if you'd pay attention, Alice shot back, sticking her tongue out at them. Ignoring his siblings, Jasper did something he usually avoided. He focused on the mundane chatter of the humans around him. Just so weird. Did you see his eyes? His accent? Was held back. Foreign exchange student? So cute though. Did you see his scars? He sounds nearly as popular as we are, Rosalie said with an eye roll, clearly tuned into the same snippets of conversation Jasper had overheard. Lucky guy. Jasper scoffed at that. Lucky was one thing he and Rosalie would agree they were not. Would never be. Lucky. Has anyone tried telling him? Have you heard any stories about the scary Cullens yet? Emmett asked Edward, his tone casual, but everyone knew there was more to it. They needed Edward's insight in moments like this. Jasper, despite his dislike for boredom, felt the weight of safety in the mundane. Anything, or anyone, new could expose them, forcing a hasty retreat to a new location. I haven't seen him yet, Edward murmured. I'll let you know this afternoon. I'm sure we'll share at least one class. Jasper nodded, his curiosity about the new student waning as he imagined yet another ordinary human who would bombard him with overwhelming emotions. Time for PE, Emmett announced as the bell rang, prompting the five of them to rise. Ready to get your butt kicked in basketball, Rose? Only if you're ready for a real match when we get home, Rosalie replied, studying her perfectly manicured nails. Jasper could sense the soft waves of smugness emanating from her. Even though they had to tone it down around humans, always playing a part he never quite fit into, Rosalie and Emmett would have plenty of time to truly enjoy the sport once they were safely at home. Bet, Emmett laughed, throwing a muscular arm around Rosalie's shoulder. Who's going to win, Alice? Alice scrunched her nose as they moved carefully to their lockers. You will, she finally said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Jasper could sense her playful spirit. Alice loved to stir the pot. Awesome. Emmett cheered, but Jasper didn't share his brother's enthusiasm. While it was certainly more tolerable than human excitement, it still felt out of place. He dutifully followed Emmett and Rosalie to PE class, where they would endure the rigors of basketball. Jasper might have enjoyed the class, relishing the chance to use his tightly coiled muscles, if only he could. Instead, he moved as slowly as, humanly possible, dribbling and passing the orange ball back and forth with his teammates. After PE, Jasper and Emmett walked into calculus, Emmett grumbling under his breath about their team's defeat. If I could really play, they wouldn't all look so smug, he muttered. Jasper understood his brother's frustration, but he couldn't muster much sympathy. Emmett hated to lose, and Jasper silently planned a hunting trip for that night, especially if Rosalie managed to best Emmett in their rematch. He would have happily skipped his final class, Spanish 2, if Edward hadn't whispered a puzzling message during the passing period. The new student isn't in any of my classes, but I know he's here somewhere. Everyone keeps thinking about him. Edward looked frustrated. It was his responsibility to keep an eye out for any threats to their family, and it was hard to do that if he couldn't locate the new student and assess their intentions. Resigned, Jasper took his seat in the back of the Spanish classroom. The new student could be there, after all. The class included grades 10 through 12. He scanned the room vigilantly, but it was filled with familiar faces from the previous year. Wherever the new kid was, they weren't in Spanish class. As Mrs. Goff droned on in her butchered accent, Jasper let his mind wander. Maria would have laughed at the human's attempt to mimic the language of her homeland, then probably ripped out her throat for a snack. He tried to focus on anything but that during the last 50 minutes of pretending. He wondered if Alice would join him on a hunt that night, or maybe Edward would. He knew Rosalie and Emmett would be too distracted after their game. Unlike them, Alice, Jasper, and Edward remained romantically unattached, free to explore the wilderness. A reluctant smile curled on Jasper's lips as he recalled the decade he and Alice had spent trying to force a relationship. Jasper felt a wave of emotions crashing over him, feelings that just weren't there. It should have been obvious to him how much affection Alice felt toward him, but they had tried before and ultimately accepted defeat. Alice was simply his sister, his charming, annoying little sister. Jasper wasn't even sure she was his type. But despite that, Alice was perhaps his best friend. As he left Spanish class at the final bell of the day, he found her waiting beside his locker. "We're hunting tonight?" she asked brightly. Apparently, Jasper replied, his tone a bit drawn out. It was hard to make plans that included Alice without her sensing it right away. That was one of the many reasons they never tried to surprise her. "I'll join you guys," Edward volunteered as they all made their way to the parking lot. "I could use, Alice, why are you singing rap?" Jasper was startled by Edward's sudden shift to suspicion, and Rosalie couldn't help but laugh at the accusation. "It's a good song," Alice said defensively. "And it keeps me out of your head?" She flashed their brother an innocent smile. "Now why would I do that?" Edward and Jasper exchanged a knowing look. If Alice was keeping Edward out of her head, it meant she had a vision of something she thought one of them would find fabulous, and didn't want Edward to spoil it. Jasper desperately hoped it didn't involve him. "You're a sneaky little devil," Edward teased Alice, his tone light but inquisitive. "You're hiding something, oh." Jasper would have asked Edward what caused him to stop in the middle of the parking lot, but he was struck silent himself. Fear. Pain. Anger. Despair. Fear. Panic. Self-hatred. Fear. Agony. "Is someone dead?" Jasper whispered, his voice barely audible. His siblings were almost to Edward's car, but a crowd of students surrounded another vehicle between them and their destination. Jasper couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. A crowd of students surrounded Edward's car, blocking their view. The intensity of the emotions radiating from the crowd suggested something dark was at play. "It's the new kid," Jasper murmured, his gaze shifting to the mass of bodies. As they edged closer, he caught a glimpse of the car. It was a flashy red sports car, exactly the kind of vehicle that Rosalie adored. But Jasper couldn't fathom why such a thing would elicit such a storm of broken emotions from one person. "He wants them all to go away," Edward said quietly, his brow furrowed. "He hates the attention. It's making him panic," Jasper finished, honing in on his own gift. It wasn't a group of people struggling with these feelings, it was just one. The rest of the crowd buzzed with excitement, envy, and awe, while the new kid's emotions were a chaotic whirl. "Harry's about to yell," Alice chimed in cheerfully. "In 3, 2, 1. Piss off." Rosalie covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, leaning casually against Edward's car. "He's got a mouth, doesn't he?" "And an accent too," Emmett added. "Where's he from?" "London," Edward replied automatically, his expression darkening as he processed whatever was happening in Harry's mind. "I'm going to go say hello," Alice declared, ignoring her siblings' surprised gasps as she danced her way between the retreating male students. Jasper couldn't help but wonder what Harry's face looked like, whether it mirrored the anger in his emotions. It made sense that the other students were fleeing. But he couldn't understand why Alice felt the need to approach him. "Harry," Alice called out. Jasper heard a soft, heavily accented voice say, "Harry Potter." "Alice Cullen," Alice responded, still out of Jasper's sight. "Let me introduce you to my siblings." "No. No. No." Why would Alice do this? Why bring him closer? Harry Potter's emotions were overwhelming, a powerful wave of agony that Jasper couldn't shake off. He thinks her skin is cold, but he likes it. She reminds him of someone, and I think he likes whoever it is, Edward whispered urgently. "You think?" Rosalie raised a blonde brow at Edward's vague response. "His mind is clouded? Blocked, maybe?" Edward sounded frustrated, as if he were gritting his teeth at the challenge of breaching someone's thoughts. But the mystery of Harry Potter's mind slipped to the back of Jasper's thoughts as Alice began leading Harry toward them. Jasper had never seen a human like Harry Potter. While his emotions and mind were intriguing, they paled in comparison to his appearance. The fire in Harry's eyes screamed of an inner turmoil. He was thin, frail in a way that made Jasper think of all the human ailments that could cause such fragility. His skin was pale, with a slight flush darkening his cheeks, and he stood barely taller than Alice. Jasper could see his wrist bones protruding through his skin, and his cheekbones were hardly concealed. He wore clothes that Jasper knew Alice must find repulsive, a knitted sweater with loose stitches in dark green yarn, and jeans that had clearly seen better days. His hair was as messy as his clothing, black locks too long and too tangled to be the intentional style that humans often found charming. Perched on his nose were perfectly round glasses, as black as his hair, resting on a nose that was charmingly curved. Jasper couldn't help but wonder if he had really just thought that. The boy's lips twisted into a scowl that Jasper imagined was almost permanent, a startling red against his pale skin, which was heavily chapped. The human seemed wary, his defensive posture putting Jasper's war-honed instincts on high alert. The visible skin on his small hands and fragile face was marred by scars. This boy was clearly a fighter, a survivor of some sort. Heavy bags rested beneath his eyes, dark as a hungry vampire's, revealing a weight of grief, loss, anger, and agony. Jasper had never seen eyes so vividly green before. He noticed all of this in the brief moment it took for Harry and Alice to take a single step toward the waiting Cullen and Hale siblings. Jasper was so focused on this intriguing new person that he missed Edward's surprised glance as he picked up on his brother's thoughts. "Don't eat him," Rosalie hissed sharply at Jasper. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind of the new student as he processed the emotions Rosalie was projecting: protection, possession, loss, wistfulness. What was going on? Jasper rolled his eyes at his sister, determined to uncover the source of those feelings later, as Alice and Harry joined them. "Harry, this is my sister Rosalie." Jasper was taken aback by the warm smile Rosalie offered Harry. Since when did Rosalie smile like that at humans, especially at tiny, frail ones whose emotions were driving Jasper to distraction? "And these are my brothers, Edward, Emmett, and Jasper." "Hello," Harry said quietly, nodding at each of them as Alice pointed them out. He tucked his hands into his pockets, trying to appear casual, but Jasper could sense the stress radiating from him. "My name's Harry Potter." "Hello, Harry," Edward replied politely, his voice clear and measured, the tone he reserved for humans. "You must be new here." Harry shrugged, scuffing one of his sneakers against the pavement as he avoided Edward's gaze. The grief was palpable. Loss. Self-hatred. Why were these emotions surfacing within him, all triggered by Edward? If Jasper were human, he imagined he would be gasping for breath, his mind spinning from the overwhelming feelings swirling around him. There were too many emotions to process. Alice radiated excitement, Edward felt confused, Rosalie exuded protectiveness, Emmett seemed bored, and Harry was steeped in agony. Jasper chose to focus on Emmett's boredom, wrapping himself in it like a shield, and subtly directed a wave of calm toward Harry. "Yeah," Harry replied, his tense posture relaxing slightly under Jasper's influence. "I just moved to Forks this summer." "You're a junior?" Rosalie asked, her curiosity piqued. Jasper shared that curiosity. Harry hardly looked like a 16-year-old junior, he appeared more like a man, someone who had experienced as many battles in life as Jasper had. It was absurd, really, considering Jasper had witnessed wars that Harry could never even imagine. "Kind of," Harry shrugged, a hint of color rising in his cheeks, cold blood, with an icy scent that was not appetizing, yet oddly intoxicating. "I'm supposed to be a senior, but I bombed the placement tests." He shrugged again. "So, Tata, they held me back and put me in remedial classes." "Tata," Jasper echoed softly, intrigued by Harry's heavy English accent. "Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm sure you'll catch up quickly." Alice beamed at Harry, and Jasper was surprised to see him smile back, albeit softly. In the brief time he had known Harry, he sensed that smiling didn't come easily to him. "Thanks," Harry said, turning to glance back at his car. He offered the rest of them a tight, forced grin. "I should get going. I guess I'll see you all tomorrow." "You will," Alice assured him. "Drive safe." If Jasper weren't immortal with an impeccable sense of awareness, he might have missed the flicker of vulnerability behind Harry's eyes as he walked away. Jasper would have stumbled at Harry's sudden shift in emotions if he hadn't been so focused on maintaining his balance. His initial caution about meeting them melted into amusement at Alice's words. Sure. Jasper climbed into Edward's car alongside his siblings, all of them subtly watching as Harry got behind the wheel of the glossy sports car and sped out of the parking lot. Damn. Kid drives like he's invincible, Emmett chuckled. Rosalie gasped as Harry made a sharp turn at the last second to avoid a blue minivan parked in the teacher's lot. I like him, Alice said simply, leaning back against the passenger seat as Edward drove them home. I think he's interesting. I couldn't grasp his actual thoughts, just the general ideas floating around in his mind, Edward replied, furrowing his brows in frustration. I don't know why it was so hard to access. Maybe he's an idiot, Emmett suggested. He did say he was in remedial classes. Jasper wasn't convinced that Harry's mind was difficult for Edward to read due to a lack of intelligence, and Rosalie seemed to agree. He is not an idiot, she snapped. I think he seems sweet. I think he looks like he could use a few hot meals and some sleep, Emmett laughed, unfazed by Rosalie's sharp tone. Kid looks like he could break in half. Jasper hummed in agreement with the first part of Emmett's statement, but he felt his brother was missing the mark with the second. He didn't believe Harry was someone who would snap easily, certainly not without a fight. What do you think, Jasper? Jasper snapped back to the conversation as Alice turned in her seat to look at him. About Harry, of course, she said, blinking with an innocence that didn't quite suit her. Jasper gazed out the window at the trees blurring by and considered her question. I think you're right, he finally replied, his voice thoughtful. Softly and thoughtfully, I find him interesting. Chapter 4, Friends. Hey, Hermione and Ron. I miss you guys. Billy and Jake say they miss you too, but honestly, I think Jake's relieved he doesn't have to fight over snacks with Ron anymore. I hope Hogwarts is going well for you. I'm doing fine here. High school is strange, but it keeps me busy. Please say hi to your family for me. And tell Ginny I'm really happy she made captain. I hope she has better luck than I did. Harry signed the letter, his head aching and his hands shaking as he carefully penned his reply to Hermione's initial letter. Pencils and notebooks felt so foreign to him. He remembered how awkward quills had been during his first year at Hogwarts, but he had eventually gotten used to them. He figured he would adapt to pencils too, though he cast a guilty glance at the unfinished stack of homework on the dining table. He might never get used to being so undeniably bad at school. Sure, he'd never been the top student like Hermione, but he had never been in remedial classes either. Now, he could transfigure a pebble into a pig with a lazy flick of his hand, but biology? He had never had the chance, or the motivation, to learn it. As a result, even in a grade behind where he should be, he found himself at the bottom of the class, stuck in courses meant for students who were struggling. Not that he cared too much. Certainly not enough to sacrifice his other activities for studying. Activities like driving, wandering through the forest in Forks, visiting the Blacks, and, of course, drinking. Sometimes, those habits wreaked havoc on his life. Like now, when he realized he had less than 10 minutes before his first class, basic mathematics. He leaped to his feet, snagged a black hooded jumper from the hall closet, shoved his school supplies into his bag, and quickly jogged to his classroom. Harry raced down the road in his car, heart pounding. His first-hour teacher had warned him that another tardy arrival would land him a detention, and today felt like the day that warning would come true. He needed to cover the 10 miles to school and sprint to class in just 8 minutes. It was a tall order, but Harry pressed the gas pedal down as far as it would go, his hair whipping in the wind from the open windows. He told himself he was driving fast just to make it to school on time, but deep down, he relished the thrill of speed. As he sped past a stop sign, completely ignoring it, he felt a rush of adrenaline, quickly followed by a sinking feeling in his stomach when he noticed flashing red and blue lights in his rearview mirror. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. He pressed the button to roll down his window just as the police officer approached. "License, registration, and proof of insurance," the officer said curtly. Harry nodded, silently thanking his lucky stars that Hermione, raised by muggles, had helped him gather the necessary documents. "Do you have any idea why I pulled you over?" Harry bit his lip, nodding. "I didn't stop at the stop sign, sir." "I'm sorry." The officer removed his dark sunglasses, narrowing his brown eyes at Harry. "You're that Potter kid, the new one, right?" He glanced down at Harry's license and confirmed his suspicion. "I thought so." He extended his hand through the window. "Chief Swan. We're neighbors." "Nice to meet you," Harry said quickly, shaking the officer's hand. It would have been a pleasant encounter if it weren't for the fact that this meeting was costing him precious minutes. "Shouldn't you be in school?" Chief Swan asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, sir," Harry replied, feeling his face flush as he checked the time. 3 minutes left. "I woke up late," he said evasively. The truth was that he had been up all night. Choosing coffee over nightmares, Harry had been in a daze when his alarm finally went off. After a quick shower, he opted to write back to his friends rather than head to school on time. He couldn't let them think he didn't prioritize them. "I'll let you off with a warning this time," Chief Swan said, his tone firm but not unkind. "But I've received more than one call about a red Charger speeding through town. You need to slow down, son." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, unsure of what came after a warning. Hermione had never fully explained traffic laws to him, but he promised himself to ask Jacob the next time he saw him. He needed to know if the thrill of speeding was worth any potential punishment. "Just remember, any ticket you get will raise your parents' insurance premiums," Chief Swan added, handing Harry back his documents. Harry didn't fully grasp what most of that meant. Tickets? Premiums? He vaguely recalled Uncle Vernon shouting about rising insurance rates, which made him think of the fake insurance card he had stashed in the car. Pushing thoughts of Uncle Vernon out of his mind, he reminded himself, ungrateful freak. "I live alone," Harry said, trying to sound more confident. "But I'll keep that in mind, sir." Chief Swan raised an eyebrow at that. Apparently, the gossip around Forks didn't have all its facts straight. "Well, see that you do," he replied, his voice warming slightly. "Who do you have for first hour?" "Mr. Lee," Harry answered. Jeffrey," Chief Swan said, clearly familiar with everyone in town. "Just tell him Charlie Swan made you late. He'll understand." With a joking wink, the police chief walked away, leaving Harry feeling confused and very late. When he finally arrived in class, Mr. Lee was already scolding him in front of his classmates. Embarrassed, Harry stammered, "Charlie Swan told me to tell you that he made me late." Harry hated being scolded in front of his classmates for something so trivial. "Charlie said that?" Mr. Lee squinted suspiciously at Harry for a moment before accepting it with a curt nod. "Fine. Last warning, though, Harry." Harry let out a relieved huff and quickly made his way to his desk, ducking his head to avoid the curious glances from his classmates. He had always felt like the odd man out, everywhere he went. The freak in the cupboard beneath the stairs. The boy who lived. The man who conquered. The weird English kid. He focused on Mr. Lee as the teacher began the day's lecture. Another Monday in hell, joy. Harry dragged himself through his morning classes, his body protesting as much as his mind. He wasn't even sure why he was still here. Hermione would probably never find out if he dropped out. Probably. But her rants and worries might be worth it if it meant he didn't have to keep showing up. Initially, the students had been overly friendly, but in the last couple of weeks, they had realized that Harry wasn't as interested in them as they were in him. He had no desire to engage with their boring muggle lives, their simple problems, and their theatrical responses to the most trivial things. As he made no effort to befriend them, they had written him off. He was just that new kid with the weird accent who sat alone in class and hid in his car during lunch. Deep down, Harry wished he could fit in with these people. But that thought felt foolish. They were young, happy, and eager to live their lives, nothing like him. He felt like he had lived 7 lifetimes in his 18 years and had no desire to plan for a future he didn't want. So instead, he isolated himself, making sure nobody got too close. Everyone who got close to him ended up dead. Lily, James, Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, Snape, Tonks, Remus, Fred, Colin, all gone. And it was fine. Really. Once again, Harry found himself hiding in his car, choosing to drink a. Harry opted for a can of an energy drink instead of forcing down pizza that tasted vaguely like cardboard. The energy drink wasn't much better, but he enjoyed the buzz it sent through his system. He also loved music, unbearably loud music that drowned out all his thoughts. Hermione had been holding back on him about how great Muggle music was. With the car radio blaring at maximum volume, Harry closed his eyes, letting the caffeine surge through him. He hummed along to the chorus of a heavy rock song when a sudden tap on his window made his heart race and his hand instinctively reach for his wand, the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the unbeatable wand, now buried in Dumbledore's tomb. He could almost picture Dumbledore's body decaying as he replaced the wand in the bones that once held it. Harry? Startled, Harry rolled down the window, his gaze darting around the empty parking lot, empty except for Alice Cullen. "Hey, Alice." He turned down the radio, trying to sound calm, though inside, his palms were sweating and his heart was racing. "What's up? Aren't you hungry?" Alice asked, her musical voice both soothing and concerned. "I'm fine." He lifted his silver can in a mock toast before draining the rest of it. "It's loud in there," he added, offering it as an excuse, not entirely a lie. Alice studied him closely, and once again, Harry was struck by her clear golden eyes and flawless skin. He had liked Alice from the moment they met. Her petite size, airy personality, and the way her large eyes seemed to see beyond the surface reminded him of Luna. He felt a twinge of disappointment that he didn't share any classes with her or her siblings. The Cullens and the Hales seemed to be as universally overlooked as he was at Forks High School, and he felt a kindred connection to them. "You should sit with me at lunch tomorrow," Alice suggested. "Pretty please." Harry grimaced at Alice's pink-lipped pout. How could he possibly turn down her invitation when she looked so eager for him to join her? Especially since he had already thought that interacting with the Cullens would be a tolerable place to start among the Muggles. "Yeah, all right," he shrugged. "Yay." Alice bounced on the balls of her feet, her smile brightening the room. For a moment, Harry wondered if she and her siblings were distantly related to Avila, given how unnaturally attractive they all were. "Come on then, the bell's about to ring. Get up, and I'll walk you to class." Harry was about to tell her it was still lunch break when the bell rang right as he opened his mouth. "Fine," he huffed. "I can find my way to class by myself, though." "Don't friends walk each other to class?" Alice asked innocently, just as Harry slammed his car door shut behind him. He raised his brows at her. "Are we friends?" The mysterious smile she gave him reminded him of Luna, and he felt a strange connection growing between them. "We will be," she said confidently. And despite himself, Harry found himself believing her. "Give me Harry Potter and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter and I shall leave the school untouched. Give me Harry Potter and you will be rewarded." Why didn't he just give in? Why did he try to fight fate? He had let those people die for him. So many people. Dead. Because of Harry. "I didn't want you to die." Any of you. The boy who lived, come to die. Stay close to me. Until the end. Avada Kedavra. Harry woke with a gasp, the weight of his thoughts crashing down on him. He had to kill the snake. Kill Voldemort. Save the others. He wasn't done yet. It wasn't until he jerked out of bed, desperate to be on his feet and alert, that the soft carpet underfoot confused his mind enough to help him recognize his surroundings. His dresser. A pile of dirty clothes. Harry surveyed his surroundings, the pile of unread books, his disheveled room, and the house that felt more like a burden than a home. It's done, he told himself firmly. You won. Yet, he didn't feel much like a winner. He glanced at the clock and scoffed at the 2 short hours of sleep he had managed. He'd forced himself to lie down at 2, and now it was barely 4. A drink, he thought. That's what he needed. But as he stood in the kitchen with his arm reaching for the bottle, he hesitated. Was it a good idea to get drunk just 4 hours before school started? Probably not. But when had Harry ever had good ideas? Never, he muttered to himself, taking a deep swig of the brown liquor. He never had good ideas, and that's why he felt like he had lost. Lost more than anyone could imagine. Friends, classmates, the last link to his family, and ultimately, his own mortality. And he knew he would lose the rest of his friends again one day, unless he found a way to beat them to the afterlife. He toyed with that thought, considering it carefully as he had for months. As easy and painless as falling asleep. He should have taken the damn train. Damn you, Albus Dumbledore, Harry grumbled, slumped in his chair, well past sobriety as thoughts of his former headmaster filled his mind. Hallows, not Horcruxes, he snorted. What a brilliant idea. If he was cursed to live forever, what did it matter? He hadn't intended to cause anyone's death on his unintentional quest for immortality, but that didn't change the fact that people had died because of him, good people. Oi. Angelina. Want to go to the ball with me? He recalled, laughter mingled with regret. They're very clean, these muggles. It's unnatural. He remembered Colin, just 16 when he snuck back to the castle, eager to fight alongside his idol. But Harry didn't see himself as anyone's idol. He was just a boy burdened with far too much. Harry felt like a nobody. As he hurled an empty glass bottle at the wall, his eyes caught the clock he had hung up. It hit him, he was either going to school drunk or skipping altogether. He paused for a moment, contemplating the idea of showing up completely plastered. It would certainly give the muggles something new to gossip about. But then again, he wasn't keen on facing Chief Swan 2 days in a row, and he knew that kind of behavior could draw the police's attention. With a heavy sigh, he slumped back into his comfortable navy chair, one that Ron had picked out for him. Summoning another bottle, he raised it high. To skipping. Outside, twilight settled over the landscape of fir trees, igniting them with a warm orange glow. Just as Harry's miserable, hungover thoughts began to spiral, a loud knock interrupted him. Go away, he called, cradling his head in his hands. He knew he needed to quit drinking, rationally, he understood that. But whenever he tried, his mind would spiral with reminders of everything he had lost, everything he had done, and who he had become. So, he sought the only comfort he knew, liquor. It's Jake. Did I stutter? Harry grumbled as he reluctantly opened the door to Jacob, his friend or cousin, he wasn't quite sure. You look like shit, Jacob said with a grin as the door swung open. Harry couldn't argue, it was barely dinner time, and he was already nursing a hangover after a day of drinking and wrecking his belongings. Still, he could almost hear Molly Weasley's voice scolding Jacob for his comment, and he shot a glare in her imaginary direction. Gee, thanks, Harry rolled his eyes, which only made his head throb more. He shifted his body slightly, trying to block Jacob from getting a glimpse inside his house. What do you want? You're in a lovely mood, Jacob said, attempting to mimic Harry's accent but failing miserably. A faint grin tugged at the corners of Harry's mouth despite himself. "I'm sick," he replied. "What's up?" "Dad sent me with this." Jacob held up a styrofoam container, the warm, homemade aroma wafting from it. "He thinks you're starving to death in this house." "I'm fine," Harry replied, waving it off. "Tell him we can't all eat like hippos." He caught himself just in time. As different as England was from the States, even Jacob would surely find a hippogriff to be an odd name for an animal. "I'm a growing boy," Jacob laughed, defending his appetite. "Come on then, aren't you going to politely invite me in so I can give you this food, just so you can throw it away after I leave?" "The place is a mess," Harry warned, but he stepped aside anyway, allowing Jacob to come inside. "Jesus, Harry, did you get robbed?" Jacob's eyes widened as he took in the aftermath of what Hermione tactfully referred to as Harry's episodes. Harry scrambled for an excuse to explain the chaos in his sitting room. "I lost a book," he said, sounding a bit pathetic. Jacob shot a pointed look at the couch cushions, clearly suspecting they had been victims of a Death Eater attack. "Right," he said slowly. "Well, I actually had ulterior motives for coming here, besides feeding you." He shook the styrofoam container enticingly, and Harry grabbed it with an eye roll. He was a bit hungry, though Billy couldn't have known that when he sent Jacob over. "What motives are those?" Harry asked, sitting down at the bar top in the kitchen as he peeked inside the container. "Fried chicken and mashed potatoes." The greasy scent made his mouth water, though it churned his stomach too, an odd combination he could overlook for a few small bites. "My friends and I are having a bonfire this weekend," Jacob said, settling down next to Harry and watching with satisfaction as he ate something other than the alcohol lingering on his breath. "Do you want to come?" "Really?" Harry looked over at Jacob, surprised. "Why? Why are we having a bonfire, or why am I inviting you? Why do you want me to come?" Harry clarified. "If it's just for you and your friends." "Harry," Jacob said, shaking his head at him with mock disapproval. "You're my friend too." "Dear Harry, school just isn't the same without you. Even though I'm incredibly busy with my classes, Ron misses you. I won't play chess to avoid homework like you will. I'm so proud of you for going to school. How are your classes? Tell me everything. Can we flu call this weekend? Headmaster McGonagall lets the students use the flus as much as they want now. She said it's to keep us connected with our loved ones. Ginny asked me to tell you that the Slytherin game is the second weekend in October, and she wants you to come cheer her on. I understand if you can't make it, though. We all miss you. Write to me soon, at least let me know when I can flu you. All my love. Hermione. Chapter 5, A Clan of Concerned Vampires. Wednesday, September 5, 2003. Jasper felt a jolt of excitement as he and his siblings parked at their high school and spotted a familiar glossy red car. "Harry's back." Alice squealed with delight. "He's going to eat lunch with us, so everyone be on your best behavior." Jasper shook his head, exasperated by Alice's enthusiasm. She had abruptly walked out of lunch on Monday, her golden eyes unblinking, murmuring something about checking on her friend. Then she informed them that Harry, apparently, he was Harry to Alice, would be joining them for lunch on Tuesday. But when Tuesday morning rolled around, Alice had been moping spectacularly since around 4 o'clock, announcing that Harry wouldn't be coming to school that day and would miss their lunch date. "Are you sure it's a good idea?" Emmett grimaced, considering the performance they'd have to put on during lunch. "Won't he be curious about why we aren't eating?" Alice scrunched her forehead as she pondered the upcoming lunch. "Nope," she finally declared. "He won't eat either, no matter how much Rosalie nags him." "Why is Rosalie nagging the new kid?" Edward asked, glancing sideways at her. "Clearly, Rosalie hadn't explained to Edward the strange thoughts and emotions that Harry Potter stirred within her. Not that she had shared with Jasper why she reacted so strongly either. Mind your own business, Jasper, but for Alice to see her nagging the new kid? That was unusual. Probably because the kid looks like he can't afford to miss any meals, Emmett said, winking at Rosalie. This made her emotions shift from wistful speculation to something more sensual, which made Jasper cringe. He really didn't want to know about the feelings shared between the two of them. Perhaps, like the Grinch, my heart has grown 3 sizes, Rosalie smirked as gracefully, she stepped out of the car. Or maybe I just want Alice's new friend to live long enough to race me. Alice and Emmett burst into laughter, and even Jasper couldn't help but smile. Rosalie was fiercely competitive and lived for the thrill of fast cars. Come on then, Alice. Let's go see what exciting new things we can learn about in sociology, Edward said, ruffling their sister's spiky hair as they headed off to class together. Jasper and Rosalie trudged toward English with far less enthusiasm. What are you drawing today? Rosalie asked quietly as they settled into their seats among their noisy and always cheerful classmates. It was a running joke between them. Jasper always sketched something new in every class they shared. It was a welcome distraction from the overwhelming sense surrounding him. Probably trees again, Jasper replied smoothly, lying just a bit. If you'd like a piece of paper to draw on too, you're welcome to it. Rosalie turned her nose up at the suggestion, just as Jasper had expected. She excelled at many things, but art was not one of them. Jasper shifted slightly, positioning himself so Rosalie couldn't easily see what he focused on today, the same subject he had drawn multiple times since the first day of school, Harry Potter. As he sketched, he took his time, concentrating on the details that his perfect recall brought to mind. He noticed the way his hands trembled as he drew, the outline of a faded scar on Harry's neck, and how his black curls clung to his forehead. He carefully depicted the silver lightning bolt scar in the center of Harry's forehead, yet no matter how many times he tried, he could never quite capture the agony in his eyes. Jasper observed how Harry held himself, as if bracing for a blow, and how his hand instinctively flew to his pocket at loud noises, only to fall limply by his side instead of reaching for anything. It was only when Harry soared in and out of the school parking lot that he truly appeared to be his age. Jasper's cheeks flushed with adrenaline, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he couldn't capture Harry perfectly in his drawings, he'd keep trying until he did. Lunch is going to be weird, Emmett murmured to him and Rosalie at their shared table during third hour AP history. Another joke of a subject, history books rarely portrayed events accurately. Why? Jasper asked, already knowing the reason it would be strange for him. Having Harry Potter sitting at his table would likely send him into an emotional tailspin. But he couldn't understand why Emmett wouldn't be pleased. After all, he was always complaining about not having any friends. That kid's weird, Emmett said, his lips moving quickly enough that their teacher never noticed the conversations they shared. I saw a kid accidentally push him in the hall last week. He turned even whiter than us and bolted to the bathroom, thought he might be sick. Jasper frowned at that, noting another instance of Harry's overly active fight-or-flight response. Who had scared him? Rosalie must have been pondering the same thing, as she leaned closer to the boys, an unnecessary precaution since no human could hope to hear or understand them. You don't think his parents are, well, Rosalie began, raising an eyebrow while her eyes flashed with anger. I mean, he's the kind of kid that Carlisle would report to the police if he showed up at the hospital looking and acting like he does. Jasper felt a tightening in his chest, probably just residual emotions from Rosalie, and he agreed with her assessment. You think his parents are beating him? Emmett asked quietly. Damn, Rose. I bet you're right. There's definitely something wrong in that kid's life. What do we do? Jasper asked his siblings, knowing what he'd like to do. He wanted to sneak over to the Potter house and take care of the humans who were causing Harry so much pain. Jasper felt a surge of anger as he imagined someone beating their child. He questioned why this thought stirred such a vengeful mood within him. What was it about this human that drew out these intense emotions in Jasper and his siblings? Who was Harry to make Jasper envision murder for revenge rather than greed? We find out for sure, and if Carlisle doesn't handle it, we will, Rosalie declared, flipping her long blonde hair over her shoulder, her jaw set in determination. Jasper nodded in agreement, and even Emmett cracked his knuckles in a threatening manner. How do we find out for sure? Jasper asked Rosalie, genuinely puzzled. He had no idea how to tackle a problem like this. He had never considered becoming so involved in a human's life before. We talked to him, Rosalie replied with a sigh, exasperated by the boy's confused expressions. Get to know him. Ask him about himself and see how he reacts. Duh. Good idea, babe, Emmett grinned at Rosalie, easily satisfied with the simple plan. Jasper would have smiled too, but he doubted it would be as easy to unravel the mystery of Harry Potter as Rosalie thought. And it wasn't. Lunch only left Jasper with more questions than answers about the enigmatic human. Harry, you remember my siblings, Alice said cheerfully as she led Harry to their table. Hello, Harry nodded politely, his eyes tight as he perched on the edge of the seat Alice indicated. Hello, Harry, Rosalie greeted him with a warm smile. Aren't you eating? Aren't you? Harry shot back, his tone a mix of annoyance and amusement. Touché, Rosalie laughed, her warmth infectious. Ooh, we're causing a commotion, Alice declared happily, glancing around the cafeteria. They had drawn attention, with curious eyes fixed on them. The new kid with the peculiar and unfriendly Cullens? What a scandal. They can piss off, Harry muttered, casting a dark look across the room. In the cafeteria, Jasper fearlessly met the curious gazes of the other students, who quickly looked away in embarrassment. It wasn't bravery that drove him to make eye contact, rather, he sensed Harry's anxiety at the attention but admired how he faced it head-on. They don't care for us much, Edward said with an apologetic smile directed at Harry. They probably don't understand why you'd want to eat with us. Then they've never been pestered by your sister, Harry replied, casting a fond look toward Alice. She's bloody persistent. The group chuckled, clearly impressed by Harry's keen instincts, even if he didn't realize he was sitting with 5 vampires. Since we've all agreed that school lunch is unhealthy and disgusting, why don't you tell us about yourself? Rosalie suggested. You're from England, right? Yeah, Harry replied, his emotions shifting to wariness, fear, and sadness. What did you want to know? Why did you move here? Edward asked, curiosity evident in his tone. It was a good thing Harry seemed to avoid looking directly at Edward, whose frustrated squint was far from polite human behavior. To experience American culture, Harry answered, his voice stiff and automatic. It felt like a lie. Does your family enjoy it here so far? Rosalie inquired, her tone gentle. Sadness, grief, agony, pain, and self-hatred radiated from Harry as he responded bluntly, they're dead, so not much, I suspect. Jasper and his siblings exchanged sympathetic glances with the human, understanding the weight of his words. All of them likely considered how they had lost their own human parents. I'm sorry for your loss, Jasper said gently, sending a subtle wave of peace toward Harry, unable to bear his emotional pain any longer. I lost my parents as well. Harry looked at Jasper in surprise, his emotions beginning to fade slightly as the calming energy washed over him. I thought you said your dad works at a hospital. Do we look like we're all biologically related? Emmett chuckled. Carlisle adopted us. Carlisle is my uncle by marriage, along with Emmett and Alice. He and our aunt, Esme, took us in after our parents passed, Edward explained smoothly, weaving a comforting narrative. Rosalie and Jasper are twins. The agony was so strong that Jasper felt he might choke on it. And they lost their parents young and were adopted by them as well. Oh. Harry's voice was filled with sadness and sympathy. I'm sorry. That's rough. It happened a long time ago, Jasper said, desperate to reassure him, even if he wasn't entirely sure why. We're very lucky to have Esme and Carlisle in our lives. Harry nodded slowly, overwhelmed by grief. That's nice then. He began tapping the table in an erratic rhythm, his hand trembling slightly. Jasper and his siblings exchanged quick, confused glances. This wasn't typical human behavior, was it? How are your classes going, Harry? Rosalie asked, shifting the conversation. She had intended to ask who Harry lived with, but the pain in his eyes prompted her to find a more cheerful topic. Brilliant, Harry snorted, a hint of amusement breaking through his earlier emotions. He was irritated, embarrassed, and frustrated. Have they gotten easier? Alice asked, smiling at her new human friend. A bit, Harry shrugged, another lie slipping from his lips. Which classes are you having problems with? Edward inquired. We're in the same grade, Alice and I, maybe I could help you with your studies? Harry ruffled his hair, a self-conscious gesture. All of them. But I'm fine. Classes were a lot different at my old school. Amusement mingled with grief in the air. Boo. I know. Alice exclaimed, her hands clasped on the table in excitement. Jasper noticed Edward's lips twitching in anticipation of whatever Alice was about to suggest. Harry, you should come over this weekend. We can study together. I bet Carlisle and Esme would love to meet you. Harry blinked at Alice, his large green eyes wide with surprise. You want to help me study? Why? Because you're my friend, and that's what friends do, Alice replied firmly. No excuses. You'll give in anyway. Come over Saturday, no, she paused for a brief moment, her gaze unfocused. Sunday, she corrected herself. Bring your books, and we'll study. It'll be fun. Harry exchanged a nervous glance with the others, his eyes lingering on Edward and Emmett. Pain. Anger. Grief. All right then, he finally nodded, a slow smile forming for Alice. Thanks, that'd be great. Alice beamed at her new human friend, clearly pleased with his acceptance. With some of the tension lifted, the six of them shifted to lighter topics. Rosalie looked scandalized when she realized Harry knew next to nothing about cars. Horsepower? He asked, blinking rapidly at her. I thought it used an engine. The week continued in a similar fashion. Harry joined them for lunch, while Jasper found himself constantly thinking about him. Edward struggled to get a clear read on Harry's mind, only catching general thoughts. Alice evasively denied having seen Harry in any significant visions. Rosalie searched for him in the hallways, smiling warmly every time their eyes met. Emmett growled at anyone who mentioned that weird new kid too loudly. As they passed in the school, Jasper tried to help Harry with subtle pushes of peace and tranquility, especially when Harry's emotions surged and burned through Jasper like a plunge into ice-cold water would feel to humans. During lunch, Harry remained silent about the group's lack of appetite, just as they never mentioned his. But when he returned on Thursday, Rosalie rolled an orange across the table toward him. They're good for you, especially since you don't get much vitamin D in Forks, she said. Confused and a bit nervous, Harry accepted the orange with a shy smile of gratitude. I like the weather here, he replied. My friends and I went to Florida this summer, and it was miserable. I don't know how people live like that. Rosalie beamed with satisfaction as Harry slowly ate half of the orange. The others jumped in with questions about his travels. Apparently, Florida had been too bright, California too hot, and Las Vegas too noisy, sentiments that Jasper eagerly agreed with. You would like Tennessee, Jasper told him. The mountains are beautiful. Harry felt a brief pang of longing before it was quickly overshadowed by his usual feelings of bitterness and agony. Still, Jasper liked to think that those emotions were a little more muted when Harry was having lunch with them. On Friday, Rosalie brought Harry another orange, and Alice handed him a silver can of energy drink. Extra caffeine, Alice grinned. Jasper thought Harry didn't need more caffeine, especially with how shaky his hands constantly were, but Harry quietly thanked the girls and enjoyed both offerings while they all chatted. Alice, Emmett, and Edward eagerly grilled Harry on his likes and dislikes. Favorite sport? Emmett asked. Football? Harry answered hesitantly. Or soccer, I guess. My roommate called it football. You know, the one with the black and white ball and the big nets? Jasper suspected Harry didn't really know what a soccer game was, as he seemed embarrassed and confused when Emmett enthusiastically began discussing the current teams. What kind of music do you listen to? Edward asked. The group groaned in genuine distress when Harry admitted he'd been listening to Nickelback on his car radio. We'll introduce you to real American rock music this weekend, Jasper laughed, startling his siblings. Except for Alice, who puffed up with a superior grin. During the second half of their lunch on Friday, Harry decided to turn the tables and began asking them questions. How long have you lived in Forks? Alice replied truthfully, we moved to Forks in the summer of 2002. She and Jasper had, at least. The rest of their family had lived there before, but that wasn't something they could share with a human. What do you guys do for fun? Harry asked, and it was an easy question to answer. Edward plays instruments, Alice designs clothes, Emmett plays sports, and Rosalie works on cars. I draw a bit, Jasper added. And I write. What kind of stuff do you write? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Mostly historical fiction. Jasper's siblings grinned at the genre he mentioned. If the Southern Vampire Wars counted as fiction, then it was technically true. But they had been real, and Jasper had the scars and memories to prove it. Still, he smiled slightly at Harry as he declared Jasper's hobbies to be wicked. Despite Harry's mild relaxation around the Cullen and Hale family, the older three still held on to their initial concerns about his home life. They shared these worries with Carlisle and Esme after school on Friday. Something isn't right, Rosalie exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. I'm telling you, Carlisle, something terrible happened to him, and nobody's doing anything. Carlisle frowned, and the rest of his children nodded in agreement with Rosalie. Who does Harry live with? He asked. Nobody knows, Emmett replied. The kid's a mystery. And you can't read him at all? Carlisle turned to Edward. Not really, Edward said, closing his eyes in thought. Sometimes I'll get a brief thought, random stuff, but then it's gone before I'm even sure he was thinking it. When I focus, I can sometimes get a general idea of what he's feeling, but nothing specific. And you, Jasper? Carlisle asked, turning his puzzled yet calm gaze toward him. Jasper said, what are his emotions like? Horrible, he replied bluntly. Most of the time, it feels like I'm being stabbed in the chest by them. He's just. Jasper hesitated, suddenly unsure if he wanted to betray this human's trust by sharing his private emotions with his family. He's just not happy, he finally said. Carlisle rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering the situation. Would you all allow me to observe his behavior for myself on Sunday before we proceed? He asked. If I believe there's a basis for abuse, I can speak with Chief Swan and the on-site counselors at the hospital. I won't allow a child to suffer, I swear. There was no doubting the sincerity in Carlisle's voice, and they all readily agreed. Emmett and Rosalie felt a wave of relief wash over them as Carlisle stepped into the picture. Yet, Jasper couldn't shake a nagging worry as he settled into his room that night. It wasn't until Alice knocked on his door that he realized he had already made up his mind. He's home, Alice said. I can't tell if you're going to speak with him or not, but I can see that you're not going to hurt him. Jasper nodded gratefully. The subconscious idea he had been toying with solidified, and he nimbly jumped out of his bedroom window, choosing this path over explaining himself to the rest of the household. He ran swiftly through the forest that separated their home from the town of Forks, his eyes cataloging every animal he crossed paths with, despite the darkness of the late hour. As he reached the edge of town, Jasper slowed down and slipped into hunting mode. But this time, he wasn't hunting for a scent to harm or kill, he was hunting for something else. To protect? The last thing this human needed was a vampire protector. Yet, it was with worry for the green-eyed human that Jasper stealthily made his way through town, starting at the high school. Jasper followed Harry sent down the familiar roads, noting how Harry seemed to take the same path to and from school every day. This made it easy for him to trace it back to Harry's house. He stayed close to the tree line behind the block, observing the small home. It was a charming red brick house, adorned with freshly painted dark golden shutters. The strength of Harry's cold scent confirmed he was near, and the car parked in the driveway provided additional assurance. Jasper wrestled with himself over what to do next. Should he satisfy his curiosity or act rationally? He realized he had lost that internal battle when his thoughts shifted from satisfy his curiosity to check on Harry's safety. Silently, he moved closer to the house, grateful that it was a single story, and peeked through the window by the back door. Creep, he chastised himself. It felt intrusive, but he reassured himself that this was for Harry's safety, and to get a glimpse of the humans he harbored dark suspicions about. His keen eyes, perfectly suited for spying in the dark, adjusted effortlessly as he peered into what was clearly Harry's living room. Two navy recliners caught his attention, one of which bore an indentation that suggested someone sat there often. A matching sofa, however, was in disarray, its cushions scattered across the floor. What drew Jasper in even more were the framed photos lining the walls. In one, Harry beamed on a train platform, flanked by a bushy-haired girl and a tall, gangly boy. They had their arms draped around Harry's shoulders, and he appeared young, perhaps 12 years old. Another photo showed Harry with a girl who had long, dark red hair. They were seated in front of a fire, both smiling happily at the camera. Jasper quickly shifted his focus to another image, a man with long black hair, his eyes sparkling with laughter as he sat beside Harry in a dimly lit kitchen. Harry was looking over. Jasper gazed at the photos with a mix of joy and admiration. The last one caught his eye, a baby, likely Harry, being cradled by a man who could only be his father, and a woman with eyes just like Harry's. Yet, Jasper thought Harry's eyes were more intriguing, more compelling. Since neither Harry nor his mysterious guardians were in the living room, Jasper quietly moved to the next window. It revealed a kitchen filled with empty bottles, each sporting various alcohol labels. A knot formed in his stomach. Did Harry live with abusive alcoholics? Gritting his teeth, Jasper continued to the next window, which led to an empty bedroom. The bed was made with a fluffy yellow comforter, a light layer of dust indicating it hadn't been used in a while. The next room was a bathroom. Finally, he reached Harry's bedroom. His heart sank with guilt over invading Harry's privacy. The realization hit him, was Harry living alone? He pushed aside the mystery of Harry's guardians, focusing instead on the emotions that washed over him, just as intense in sleep as they were during the day. Harry kicked out, his dark green blanket falling to the floor. Jasper struggled to suppress the dread that enveloped him. Did Harry suffer from some mental illness? Perhaps depression? Or was this constant anguish a part of his normal existence? Jasper had never spent so much time trying to unravel anyone's emotions, especially not a human's. Suddenly, Harry shouted, "Run!" Jasper, despite his unnatural balance, stumbled back from the window. He ducked down, not wanting to be seen, and peered back inside, ready to defend Harry from whatever was threatening him. But there was nothing. Harry remained asleep, his eyes tightly shut, sweat glistening on his face. His black curls clung to his forehead, and Jasper could feel his anguish, as torturous as if it were his own. Jasper felt a surge of concern for Harry as he realized the depth of the night terror that had gripped him. He did the only thing he could think of to bring some comfort. He sent a wave of peace toward Harry, hoping to inspire joy and encourage a better dream. Almost immediately, Harry's expression softened, as if Jasper's emotional support had reached him. Harry turned onto his side, stretching his legs out, and Jasper couldn't help but wonder what dream had replaced the nightmare, especially when he heard the soft sigh that escaped Harry's lips. As the sun began to rise, Jasper remained vigilant, ensuring that Harry's sleep wouldn't be disturbed. After one last check of the windows, he finally headed home, his mind swirling with questions about Harry Potter. Yet, tonight's unsettling experience had taught him three important things. First, Harry truly lived alone. There were no humans in his life causing him harm. Jasper suspected that hadn't always been the case. Second, the bottles scattered around the kitchen, Harry's persistent hand tremors, and the absence of anyone else in the house pointed to a troubling truth: Harry was an alcoholic. And third, it was clear that Harry had endured profound suffering in his life, so much so that even in sleep, he couldn't escape the anguish that haunted him. Chapter 6, La Push Bonfire Night. Saturday, September 8, 2003. Harry. You made it. Harry waved awkwardly as he spotted Jacob on the beach, just as he had said he would be. Finding the place hadn't been hard, he parked at Billy's and followed the sounds of laughter and the curling smoke that drifted into the darkening sky. It wasn't that he regretted coming exactly, well, maybe he did. Around the large fire, about a dozen curious faces turned toward him, all eyes on Harry, and he only recognized one of them. But he had promised Jacob he would come, and here he was. Come on, Jacob called, waving Harry over impatiently. Harry hesitated, feeling the weight of his friend's stares. I'll introduce you. He stood next to the log Jacob used as a seat while Jacob rattled off names too quickly for Harry to catch. The others offered only silent nods as their names were mentioned, none eager to engage him in conversation. Harry noticed Embry and Quill, Jacob's best friends, and a girl named Leah, who sat with a slumped posture next to a younger boy, Seth. Thanks for inviting me, Harry said, desperate to break the awkward tension that hung in the air. I've never been to a party on a beach before. Apparently, that was the right thing to say. The group erupted in incredulous disbelief, finally starting to engage with him. Are there no beaches in England? Quill, the shorter and stockier of Jacob's friends, demanded. In the back of his mind, Harry noted Quill's solid build and muscular arms, thinking he'd make an excellent beater if he ever played Quidditch. Not where I was, Harry admitted. God, your accent is weird, said an older student, perhaps Harry's age, rather than Jacob's. 15 years, Leah scoffed, her long black braids swaying as she glared at Paul. That's real nice, Paul. Make fun of the pale-faced kid. Harry shifted nervously from foot to foot, acutely aware that he was the odd man out in more ways than one. Fortunately, Jacob, ever the loyal cousin, jumped in to defend him. Paul, you're just jealous because I bet Harry's accent pulls more babes than your donkey voice ever could, Jacob said with a teasing grin. And his name is Harry, my cousin, so knock it off, guys. Oh, Paul wiggled his fingers in mockery but then flashed Harry a friendly smile that gave him the courage to sit with the others. How do you like forks? Embry asked, while most of the other students drifted into their own conversations. It's fine, Harry shrugged. Then, remembering a question he had for Jacob, he decided to bring it up. What does it mean if a cop says he's giving you a ticket? What's it a ticket to? Jacob, Embry, and the nearby students erupted in laughter at Harry's earnest question. He might have felt offended, but their laughter seemed to stem from genuine amusement rather than mockery of his ignorance about Muggle matters. Did you finally get pulled over? Jacob asked, still chuckling. His dark brown eyes sparkled with mirth as he shook his head in mock disapproval. Charlie caught you doing 65 in a 30, didn't he? Harry ran a hand through his messy hair and offered Jacob a sheepish smile. I actually ran a stop sign right in front of him. Oh my God. This time, Harry joined in the laughter, his mood feeling more steady and calm than it had in months. Perhaps it was the presence of a dozen kids with outgoing personalities, dark enough skin, and different enough looks that reminded him of no one he had lost. Whether it was the lack of sleep, having been up from 1 in the morning until 7, or something else entirely, Harry wasn't sure. After Jacob explained that a ticket wasn't an invitation to jail, as Harry had thought, but rather a bill that needed to be paid, he launched into stories about teaching Harry to drive. Leaning back in his chosen spot, Harry enjoyed the way the soft, grainy sand felt as he squished it between his fingers. Jacob had everyone in stitches with tales of Harry's driving mishaps when an older boy jogged up to the group, his arms loaded with brown paper grocery sacks. "I've got food," he declared triumphantly. Cheers erupted from Jacob and the others as they greeted the newcomer, giving him friendly pats on the back while helping him with the bags. "No es mores, Jared?" Paul asked, pouting dramatically at the boy, who was evidently named Jared. "Feel free to go spend another $50 on food yourself," Jared replied, rolling his eyes and tossing brightly colored plastic bags to the kids in the group. "Harry, have you ever had hot dogs?" asked Seth, the youngest boy, as he scooted closer. "Don't be stupid, Seth," Quill scoffed. "He's from England, not Mars." Actually, no," Harry admitted. "Are they really made from dogs?" This sparked another wave of laughter, as the group assured him that no, they were not made from dogs. Leah sighed, pretending to be exasperated, but she patiently showed Harry how to put the meat on a stick to cook it over the fire. "You just let it cook until it's burnt?" Harry asked incredulously, watching Quill do just that. "You don't have to," Leah replied, her tone only slightly impatient. "Some people are just animals." Harry snorted, earning a small grin from Leah as he carefully rotated his hot dog in the fire until it was dark brown, similar to hers. "Do you like it?" she asked. Jacob watched as Harry took his first bite of the hot dog, complete with a thick bun and a generous squirt of ketchup. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, mirroring the astonishment in his voice. Jacob grinned, clearly enjoying the moment as Harry munched on a single hot dog and a handful of chips, what Harry referred to as crisps, out of a bag someone had passed him. Harry couldn't help but wonder why Jacob was so pleased with him. He had just seen Jacob and the others devour at least 4 hot dogs each and engage in playful wrestling matches over the bags of crisps. The sun hung low over the ocean, casting violet and orange hues across the sky, which mirrored the calming dark waters below. Leaning back on the warm sand, Harry felt a profound sense of peace as he gazed out at the sea. "Pretty, isn't it?" Embry said as he flopped down on the sand beside Harry, joining him in admiring the view. "It's peaceful," Harry admitted, though his mind drifted to darker thoughts. The memory of Dobby surfaced, unbidden, as he recalled the weight of loss. "You must not hurt Harry Potter." A voice echoed in his mind, alongside images of the ocean crashing against the cliffside. Dobby, his brave friend, forever buried near the sea, a headstone marked by the scent of salt in the air. Stupid though. Harry shook his head, trying to shake off the grief that threatened to engulf him. "I'm sorry," he said to Embry, who was looking at him with curiosity. "What's stupid?" "Cliff diving," Embry replied, effortlessly brushing aside Harry's distraction. He pointed to a towering cliff, its summit crowned with fir trees, looming over the endlessly deep water below. "A lot of kids jump from those cliffs, but it's stupid." "They jump off that?" Harry exclaimed, incredulous. He had fought a dragon, but this seemed like the craziest thing he had ever heard. "That's insane." "Some of the guys, like Jared and Paul, jump from the very top," Quill said, joining in on the conversation between the 2 quieter boys. He elbowed Paul playfully with a grin. "The rest of us normal folks jump from down there." Harry followed Quill's gesture to a much safer spot, a lower cliff where a trail led up only halfway to the height of the crazy people jump. But his gaze kept drifting back up to the top cliff. He imagined that jumping from there would feel just as exhilarating as flying. It reminded him of his Quidditch match in his 3rd year, except this time he'd be choosing to fall 50 feet instead of being knocked off his broom by Dementors. "Not Harry," he murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. "That's bloody crazy." He turned to Paul, who now seemed like he would fit right in as a Gryffindor alongside him. "Can I try?" Paul laughed, and soon the other Quillud kids joined in, their amusement infectious. He reached over and clapped Harry on the shoulder, flashing a bright, white smile. "You're all right, kid." The light-hearted teasing Harry received for the rest of the night, what Jacob had called friendly razzying, felt like the group's way of welcoming him. It was a little strange, but he found himself enjoying it just as much. Instead of causing anyone to feel upset or defensive, their jokes only seemed to strengthen their bond, filling the air with laughter. By the time Harry headed home, the sky was completely dark, save for the twinkling stars and the glowing moon. He left with promises of cliff diving, future bonfires, and Jacob assuring him that the next time the Quillud tribe had a get-together, he'd make sure the nephew of Billy Black received an invite. He was worn out, his car swerving dangerously from side to side as he drove, but surprisingly pleased. It had been refreshing to pretend to be someone else for a while, a person who made friends who wouldn't just disappear. Harry found himself reflecting on the ease of spending time with someone who could joke around and share light-hearted laughter. It felt refreshing to be with a normal person. Yet, as he drove further away from the reservation, he felt the familiar weight returning to his chest. Still, a small part of him held on to the hope that he might sleep well tonight, just as he had the night before. Sleep, after all, had a way of improving his overall outlook. As he entered his house, he checked the bowl above the fireplace to ensure he still had flu powder for the morning. He thought about how his friends would be pleased to hear about his day. He had slept, socialized, and eaten. He had also indulged a bit too much from one of the dwindling bottles in his liquor cabinet, but he figured Hermione didn't need to know about that. Lying in bed, he hoped to dream of clear skies, the laughter of friends, and topaz-colored eyes. But fate had other plans. By 1 o'clock, he drifted off into a restless, alcohol-induced sleep. At 2:30, he was jolted awake by the haunting image of cold red eyes, flashing green lights, and chilling laughter. By 7, he was nursing a hangover alongside a caffeine buzz, anxiously waiting for his flu to flare up. "Harry." He jumped from his chair, his heart racing with excitement rather than fear, as Hermione's face appeared in the flames at precisely 8 o'clock. "Mione," he said, kneeling beside the fire, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "How are you? How's Ron?" "Busy," Hermione replied with a laugh, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm even through the flickering flames. "Hold on, let me, Ron. It's your mum." Harry raised an eyebrow at that. He certainly was not Ron's mother, but Hermione quickly clarified in a hushed whisper, "I'm not going to scream your name across the common room. I'd just get stunned so people could shove me out of the way to gawk at you." "Oh," Harry shuddered at the thought. "Thanks, Mione," Harry said, appreciating the support. "Of course," Hermione replied with a smile, studying Harry's face intently. "How are you?" "Really?" "I went to a party last night," Harry said, hesitant to delve too deeply into his own life. "And I'm heading to a friend's house to study today." "Oh, Harry." Hermione beamed, her excitement evident. "That's wonderful. What was the party like? Who's your new friend? What are you studying? When?" "Breathe," Harry laughed as Hermione fired off her questions. "It was a bonfire party with Jake and his friends. They had it on the beach and taught me how to cook hot dogs in the fire. And her name is Alice, she's helping me catch up in my classes." Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was good to know Harry wasn't just spending all his time drinking alone, stuck in a shell of bitterness. I'm not happy that you're behind your classmates, of course, but I'm glad someone's helping you get caught up, she said. I'm sorry, Harry. I should have realized you'd have such a large gap in your Muggle education. Is it very frustrating? Harry narrowed his eyes, replaying her words in his mind. Don't you have a gap in your Muggle studies? Hermione looked surprised, even a bit insulted, by his question. Of course not, she said with a hint of haughtiness reminiscent of Percy Weasley. I spent my summers with my parents studying Muggle courses as well as magical ones. Oh. Harry felt a pang of realization. While she had been learning, he had spent his summers either locked away without books or meals, or working himself to exhaustion outside, also without food. But here's Ron. Hermione exclaimed, hastily making space in the large fireplace for Ron to pop his head in. Her heart ached as she recalled the way Harry had downplayed his summers in Surrey. Hey, mate. Ron greeted Harry with a grin. Harry flashed a lopsided grin as he studied the bags under his eyes and the heavy way he blinked. How's the good old United States? It's fine, he replied, noticing his friends internally scowling at the word. How are you? How's your family? They're good, just trying to get back to normal, you know? Ron's expression turned momentarily solemn before he grinned mischievously and shook his head at Harry. I've got a message for you from Mum, and one from Ginny. Let's hear them then, Harry sighed. He knew the women in the Weasley family were probably worrying about him. They didn't need to, Harry was fine. As easy and painless as falling asleep. Ahem, Ron cleared his throat to catch Harry's attention and then adopted a good impersonation of his mum's voice. And you tell Harry that I've been worried sick about him. No letters. No Flo calls. I'm half a mind to go to his house myself and let him know that's not how you treat your family. Maybe I'll do just that. Is treacle tart still his favorite? Harry's lips twitched despite his exasperation at Molly's ceaseless concern. And Ginny? He asked. Ooh, I'll do this one, Hermione offered brightly. You tell Harry that I don't care if he shows up drunk as Mundungus, but I already got permission from Minnie, and she said Harry can sit in the teacher's section under his damn cloak as long as he shows up to our first match. Oh, and tell him I love him, will you? Hermione flipped her hair over her shoulder, mimicking Ginny's signature move, which sent Harry and Ron into loud peals of laughter. Never do that again, Ron told her. Merlin, you sound just like her. Who's Minnie? Harry asked, assuming it was the new potions professor. Mr. Potter, our newest celebrity. Look at me. But it could also be the defense instructor. Harry hadn't expected it to be this way. Headmistress McGonagall, Hermione giggled. Ginny keeps calling her Minnie and high-fiving her in the halls. Wow, Harry said, unintentionally using a bit of slang he had picked up from Jacob. Ginny's she's got guts, doesn't she? He knew Ginny was one of the bravest people he'd ever met, but calling McGonagall Minnie to her face? Merlin. McGonagall acts like she's annoyed by it, but she never docks points, so I reckon she secretly likes it, Ron laughed. What do you think, though? Will you come? It's October 7th, at 2 like usual, but you could come earlier if you wanted to grab lunch. We don't have to eat here, he added quickly, noticing Harry's pained expression. We could go see Rosmerta or Aberforth instead. Well, Harry was trying to think of an excuse to avoid the potential misery of attending when Hermione jumped in. You could float to the Burrow and we'd meet you there. Have lunch with the Weasleys? It would ease Molly's mind and show her that you're fine. I'll even bring Polyjuice. You could come to the match as Percy or Arthur or someone. Nobody would bother you. Please, Harry. We all miss you terribly. Fine. Harry threw his hands up in frustration, feeling unfairly ganged up on by his best friends. What time should I be at the Burrow? It took Hermione a few minutes to work out the time difference. Apparently, if Harry wanted to be at the burrow by noon, he'd need to flow there at 4 a.m. his time, hardly a hardship, given his poor sleeping habits. After chatting for a bit longer, Harry describing the Law Push kids and the Cullen and Hale siblings he had befriended, while Hermione and Ron discussed their new course load and the schedules for the 8th years who returned, they finally disconnected with promises to call again soon. Harry stared at the fireplace, his expression darkening as he contemplated the upcoming weekend and his plans for the first weekend in October. After a few moments of scowling, he made a firm decision. From now on, he would speak to his friends one at a time. That way, they couldn't team up against him or force him into promises he didn't want to make. Nodding with resolve, he glanced at the clock. They had chatted for nearly 2 hours, leaving him with 3 hours until he was supposed to be at Alice's. Dragging himself to his room, Harry felt uncertain about how to fill the time. Drinking was out of the question. He didn't need to do homework since Alice would help him, and he was pretty sure he'd just mess it up anyway. His place was a mess, but the thought of cleaning didn't appeal to him at all. Instead, he flopped back onto his bed, lost in thought. He tried to focus on the warm, friendly memories of the Law Push kids to fend off the darker thoughts lurking just at the edge of his mind. But it was an almost impossible task. Eventually, he resigned himself to letting whatever thoughts surfaced wash over him until his alarm signaled it was time to leave. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks," he mused. "I think that if you decided not to go back, you would be able to, let's say, board a train," a voice echoed in his mind. "I wanted you to possess them safely. You are the true master of death, because the true master does not seek to run away from death. He accepts that he must die." Harry sighed, wishing life were that simple. Dumbledore had always been optimistic, but sometimes it felt more like foolishness. Chapter 7, Study Session. Sunday, September 9th, 2003. "He's late," Rosalie pouted, crossing her arms and narrowing her freshly golden eyes at Alice. "Where is he?" Alice, twirling around their large living room while arranging study materials, books, notebooks, pencils, and a radio, paused long enough to blink heavily and frown. "He'll be walking up the driveway in 74 seconds. Walking? Why is he walking?" Alice hummed at her sister's question and shrugged one petite shoulder. "I can't see the past, Rose," she sang playfully. Carlyle chuckled and leaned against the piano as the rest of the family settled into their version of human behavior. For Emmett, this meant cranking the TV volume to absurd levels while quickly flipping through channels for a game he wanted to watch. Jasper remained seated on the sofa between Esme and Edward, with Rosalie leaning against the back, keeping a watchful eye on the doorway. "If you even hiss in his direction, I will rip you apart," Rosalie whispered menacingly in Jasper's ear. It was both unfair and terribly insulting, considering Jasper had hunted all night with the family, preparing for their first ever human guest. As if Jasper would eat him, Emmett snorted, clearly able to hear Rosalie across the room despite the loud TV. "The kid smells weird as hell." "Does he?" Esme sounded genuinely concerned, as only Esme would be about a human she had never met. "What does he smell like?" "Ice." "Power." Jasper and Alice exchanged curious glances. "He smells like ice?" Alice asked, her voice high and inquisitive. "Ice isn't a scent." "And power is?" Jasper raised his brows in disbelief. "It's a unique scent," Edward explained to their mother. "You'll have to see for yourself." In 3, 2, 1. Knock, knock. Alice darted past Carlyle, eager to be the first to greet her human friend. "Harry. You're here." They all inhaled deeply, trying to identify Harry's uniquely scented, yet undeniably warm and alive blood. Edward thought he detected a hint of snow, fresh and clean, but unappealing in its coldness. Rosalie likened the scent of Harry's blood to freshly burst fireworks, smoky and dark. Jasper stood by his conviction that the sharp, cold scent he sensed from Harry was like ice cubes straight from the freezer. Alice remained steadfast in her belief that Harry's blood carried a powerful aroma. It was rich and dark, leaving a slight sizzle in her nose, as if it were infused with sparks of magic. The others were uncertain about how to interpret this human's distinctive smell. They could hear his very human heart thumping in rhythm and feel the warmth radiating from his body, but his blood was truly one of a kind. "Sorry I'm late," Harry said, flashing Alice a grin as she held the door open for him. Oh. He paused, taking in the rest of the family, his eyes lingering on those he hadn't met before. "Hello. You must be Harry." "Welcome," Carlyle said, extending his hand. Harry took it, squeezing once before quickly letting go. "My name is Carlyle. This is my wife, Esme." Esme greeted him with a warm smile, her heart swelling at the sight of the boy's sweet face and sad eyes. "And I believe you know my children." "Yeah," Harry said, shoving his hands into the pockets of his hoodie and nodding at the rest of them. "Thanks for having me over." "Of course," Esme beamed at him. Harry's expression softened from cautious wariness to a more sentimental wistfulness. Jasper wondered if Esme's nurturing demeanor reminded him of his own mother. "Where's your car?" Alice asked, peeking out at the empty driveway as she closed the door behind them. "You didn't walk this whole way, did you?" Edward inquired. I walked a bit, from the highway." "I wrecked," Harry admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. Harry paused, reflecting on the peculiar scent of his own blood. "I tried to fix it, but there were so many other cars driving by and—" His voice trailed off as he shrugged. "It's fine, though. I'll just, what do you do with a wrecked car?" He blinked at Rosalie, aware of her passion for automobiles. "You bring it to me," Rosalie replied, her smile soft and genuine, a rare sight for Jasper. "I'll take Emmett and his Jeep to tow it here, if you'd like." "Will your guardians mind?" "I might be able to fix it." "Really?" Harry's admiration was evident, prompting a smirk from Rosalie and sighs from the others. "I can pay you," he added eagerly. "And, I'm 18, so—" "I don't have guardians, so nobody will mind." Esme let out a soft sound of sympathy at Harry's revelation, though it was too quiet for human ears to catch. Rosalie, however, took his confession in stride and smiled reassuringly. "You don't need to pay me. It'll be a great project for me." "Where did you leave it?" Harry described the area where he had abandoned his car, mentioning that he had left the keys inside because, after all, who would steal a wrecked car? Rosalie shook her head, feeling a fondness for Harry, before she and Emmett took off in his Jeep. Once they left, Carlyle and Esme excused themselves, moving to the far side of the sitting room. They pretended to watch television but were actually eavesdropping on their children as they hosted the human. "Homework or snacks first?" Alice asked Harry as the group dwindled down to just him, Alice, Edward, and Jasper. "Homework," Harry replied, disappointing Alice, who had gone all-out grocery shopping for his visit. "We have to keep up appearances," she had declared, filling the kitchen with enough food to feed a small army. "Fine," Alice pouted but then gracefully folded herself onto the floor. In the center of the living room. "What homework do you have?" Harry sighed, revealing that he had quite a bit. Jasper was curious about what Harry Potter did in his free time, but it was clear that studying wasn't high on the list. "I used to drive my friend Hermione mad," Harry chuckled, reworking part of an essay that Edward had volunteered to proofread. "She's a genius, you know. Top of our year." As he spoke, Harry felt a mix of pride, affection, and a touch of sadness for his friend. Jasper wondered if Hermione was the girl with red hair or the brunette, but he held back his questions. Alice and Edward asked Harry a few more about his old friends, and Jasper eagerly soaked up every detail. Despite his reluctance to share his own feelings, Harry had no trouble talking about his friends. Apparently, Hermione was a prodigy at his old school, positively mad about studying, and she planned to join a branch of law once she graduated in May. Harry also mentioned Ron, who came from a large family and was the best chess player in the entire bloody country. Then he quietly brought up a girl named Luna, telling Alice that he thought she would like her very much. Ron's sister, Ginny, was described as a spitfire with more guts than grown men. And Neville? The bravest bloke I've ever met. Jasper tucked these details away, enjoying the way Harry spoke about his friends with such warmth in his accented voice. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy that these human kids knew Harry so well while he felt like a stranger in comparison. Edward caught that flicker of emotion and smiled, exchanging a private glance with Alice as Jasper continued to ask Harry about life at a boarding school. Alice patiently explained the quadratic formula to Harry, noting that England seemed terribly negligent in their focus on mathematics, while Jasper absorbed the scene around him. Returning siblings filled the air with a sense of confusion and concern. From the moment the Jeep tires crunched on the driveway, something felt off. Edward wore a puzzled frown, clearly grappling with whatever thoughts Rosalie or Emmett were broadcasting to him. Harry Potter. Rosalie burst through the front door, her annoyance stark against the worry she felt. Though Harry couldn't share Jasper's gift, he could sense the sharp shift in emotions around him: fear, worry, and concern. What? He asked, expertly masking his expression, though his powerful emotions and expressive green eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. You need to see a doctor. Rosalie exclaimed, not quite yelling, but certainly not speaking kindly to their guest. Carlisle. He totaled his car. It was wrapped around a damn tree at the bottom of a ditch. How many times did it roll, Harry? Jasper felt the collective worry in the room as the 7 vampires focused on Harry, who appeared entirely unconcerned. I dunno. Maybe 3 times. It happened kinda quick. Does totaled mean it can't be fixed? Harry replied, seemingly unfazed. Jasper couldn't smell any stronger trace of Harry's blood than usual, so he assumed Rosalie's anger was primarily on behalf of the injured car. Surely, if Harry was hiding cuts or major injuries, one of them would have noticed by now. You are not fine, Rosalie hissed. Carlisle, come see the car for yourself. He's probably got internal bleeding or something. Carlisle smiled politely at Harry as he stood up, and Jasper's curiosity got the better of him. He joined Rosalie, Carlisle, and Emmett as they headed outside. Oh my, Carlisle murmured softly upon seeing the wreck in the driveway. Oh might was quite an understatement, as was totaled. The car was mangled beyond recognition. Jasper couldn't fathom how a human could possibly walk away from such an accident. How did it happen? Carlisle asked, surveying the scene. Rosalie spoke quietly, I'm not sure, but my guess is he took that curve at least at 80. Her overwhelming worry was affecting Jasper, causing his own anxiety to rise. You have to check him over or make him go to a hospital, she insisted to Carlisle. Don't you dare let him die. Carlisle nodded in understanding, but Jasper struggled to grasp the fierce feelings of protection, possession, and affection that Rosalie was projecting. There was something about this human that had created an unusual bond for Rosalie. Jasper glanced at the car and noted how the tree had forced the steering wheel against the seat and the roof was smashed in, evidence of the many times it must have rolled. This incredibly sturdy human. If he's medically oriented, I can't force him to be seen, but I will heavily suggest it, Carlisle replied. At a minimum, I'll see if he'll consent to an examination. Oh, he's going to let you, Rosalie said sharply. I don't care if I have to hold him down myself. What is with her? Jasper murmured to Emmett as they followed Rosalie and Carlisle inside, where Rosalie strode in like a vampire on a mission. Shut your mouth, Em, Rosalie snapped over her shoulder. And mind your own damn business, Jasper. Emmett raised his hands defensively, not willing to spill Rosalie's secrets to satisfy Jasper's curiosity. That was fine. Jasper was immortal and couldn't sleep, he would figure it out eventually. For now, he focused on the frail human sitting on the floor with Alice and Edward. Despite Harry's carefully blank expression, he radiated waves of anxiety. "All set then?" Alice asked brightly. "No, not all set." Rosalie rolled her eyes at Alice. She lowered her voice, soft yet insistent. "Harry, are you hurt?" "Nope." Harry made direct eye contact with Rosalie as he spoke steadily. "I'm fine, really," Harry insisted. "Do you know what year it is?" Carlyle asked, slipping into his familiar role as a doctor. 2003. "And your birthday?" "July 31st, 1985. Rosalie nodded jerkily, confirming Harry's response. Jasper couldn't help but think that Rosalie had probably rifled through Harry's documents in his car. Not that he had room to criticize, he had peered through his own house windows. "And how many fingers am I holding up?" Carlyle asked, raising his hand. Harry squinted across the room. "4," he said confidently. "I certainly can't force you to be seen, but it would ease my concern greatly if you would allow Alice or one of us to escort you to the hospital," Carlyle said in a gentle, coaxing tone. "That was a nasty wreck, and even if you feel fine now, there could be many invisible injuries." "I'm fine," Harry insisted, his right hand twitching toward his pocket for a moment before he clenched it into a fist and then slowly relaxed it. "My children may have told you, but I am a doctor," Carlyle said with a dazzling smile that usually charmed his patients. "I could look you over here if you'd prefer to avoid the hospital." "No, thank you. I'm just gonna." Harry's eyes darted around the room. "I'm gonna go. Thanks for the help, Alice, Edward." "Don't rush off," Alice pouted. "Carlyle and Rosalie won't force you to be seen." "Definitely not," Carlyle assured him. "If you prefer not to be treated, I can't force you." Rosalie growled quietly. "I apologize if I was being pushy." "Occupational hazard, I'm afraid," Carlyle added. "It's fine," Harry said, shoving books and notepads into his backpack carelessly. "I've got stuff to do at my house anyway." "Stop being stubborn," Rosalie said, stamping her foot in a hypocritical show of defiance as she narrowed her eyes at him. "You could die." "Harry," Rosalie said, her voice tinged with amusement and a hint of derision. There was a trace of longing in her tone. "I'm not hurt," Harry replied coolly, his gaze directed away from her. "But if you don't want to work on the car anymore, I can figure out how to move it back to my place." Emmett chuckled softly, sensing that Rosalie had finally met her match in stubbornness. "Of course I'll still fix it if it's fixable," Rosalie huffed, flicking her hair back with impatience. "Harry, perhaps you'd like to borrow one of our cars while yours is being repaired?" Esme suggested. Harry frowned at Jasper's mother, confusion etched on his face. "No. If you think we're worried about you wrecking it, don't," Edward interjected. "We have excellent insurance and a talented mechanic." "That's really kind of you to offer, but I have another vehicle in my garage," Harry replied, giving Esme an uncertain smile, which she returned instantly. "At least let us drive you home, kid." "It's over 20 miles to town," Emmett said. "I'm sure Alice would be happy to drive you," Carlyle added, knowing Alice was the one Harry felt most comfortable with. "I've got plans, actually," Alice said, smiling apologetically at Harry before quickly adding, "Jasper doesn't, though." Edward's lips curled into a faint smile, clearly amused by whatever harebrained scheme Alice was concocting that involved Jasper driving Harry home. Rosalie let out a quiet snarl, just loud enough for the others to sense her frustration. She clearly didn't trust her beloved human with the sibling who struggled the most with self-control and dedication to preserving human life. It was incredibly rude, but no one acknowledged it. "Of course," Jasper said easily, a bit confused about why he had been volunteered but not willing to pass up the chance to learn more about this intriguing human. "It's no bother to me." Harry scrutinized Jasper from head to toe, a subtle look that human eyes might have missed but that none of the vampires did. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "All right then, thanks. And thanks again." "Guys," Harry said, giving Edward and Alice an appreciative look. They returned his gaze with smiles. "Of course. I'd be happy to help you again if you'd like," Edward replied. "We could hang out again next weekend." Alice chimed in enthusiastically. "We didn't even get to teach you about good music yet." "Yeah, all right," Harry laughed. "I could use the help getting caught up anyway, I reckon. Are you busy Sunday?" "Nope." Alice beamed at her new friend, delighted to see him fitting in with her family, even if he seemed unaware of it. "I'll see you at lunch tomorrow." "All right, it was nice to meet you." Harry nodded at Carlisle and Esme, his backpack slung over one shoulder and his hands tucked into his jean pockets. "It was lovely to meet you," Esme said sweetly, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid making him uncomfortable with their cold skin. "We will see you next week. Jasper will give you my cell. Call me if you start to feel sick tonight," Carlisle instructed firmly. "No matter the time, I'll answer." Harry shrugged, a mix of confusion and disbelief crossing his face. "Sure, thanks. I'll just see you guys later then." "I'll send someone to check on him later," Carlisle murmured to his concerned and frustrated children. He suspected that Harry was simply aware that something was different about his family and didn't want to overstep. It was a rational thought, easily resolved. "He'd better make it home in one piece, Jasper Whitlock Hale," Rosalie hissed. Fortunately, Harry, with his dull human senses, heard none of this. Jasper felt a brief flash of annoyance at Rosalie. Her possessive behavior was unnecessary. "Bite me," he whispered as he led Harry through the kitchen to the garage. "Whose car is that?" Harry breathed, his eyes wide with admiration as he stared at Rosalie's BMW convertible. "Rose's," Jasper replied, unable to hide a smile at his friend's awe. "Of course," Jasper chuckled lightly. He could sense Rosalie's smug satisfaction from her spot inside the house, and decided to have a little fun with her. "Are you sure you wouldn't like to borrow a car?" "Rosalie won't mind loaning you hers, she hardly drives it." A wave of annoyance came from Rosalie. "He'll wreck it before he even hits the highway with the way he drives," Emmett added, laughing. Harry smiled ruefully, running a gentle hand across the sleek hood of the car. "I'm not actually a great driver," he admitted, which was painfully obvious. "I'd hate to owe her a new car." "Don't take my car." "I want to be there the first time he sees how fast it can go," Rosalie called from inside the house, her voice a low whisper that only Jasper could distinguish. "Then we'll take Edward's," Jasper suggested, pointing toward Edward's silver Volvo. "I'll drive." Harry laughed, his cheeks flushing at Jasper's teasing tone. Was Jasper really teasing a human? "Sorry about all this," Harry said as they pulled out of the driveway a few moments later. "In my defense, Jacob and Hermione only taught me to drive a couple of months ago." "You didn't get your license at 16? Jasper asked, surprised. Even in London, he thought getting a driver's license was a significant milestone for teenagers, a first taste of freedom. He himself had enlisted in the military at 17, eager for that same experience. "No," Harry replied shortly, his voice tinged with tension and sorrow. "I was a bit busy at 16. "What were you doing?" Jasper probed. "What song is this?" Harry interjected. "It's good." Jasper recognized it as a clear attempt to change the subject, but he welcomed it if it helped settle Harry's emotions. They dove into a discussion about music as the forest scenery blurred by. It turned out that Harry had been incredibly sheltered. He had never heard of some of the most famous bands Jasper mentioned. Overall, Jasper was surprised at. Harry felt surprisingly relaxed in Jasper's company. Either his instincts were off, which Jasper doubted, or he somehow sensed that Jasper meant him no harm. "Tell me something about yourself," Jasper said abruptly, breaking the silence that had settled over Harry, who seemed lost in thought. Like what? Harry replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Anything, Jasper grinned, turning his head to look at Harry. I'll share a detail about myself in exchange. All right then. Harry scrunched up his nose as he pondered. Oh, I know. He chuckled, his expression brightening. If you think I'm a bad driver, you should have seen my mate Ron when we were 12. We stole his dad's car and drove it to school. He crashed it right into a tree. Nearly got expelled. Jasper laughed at Harry's animated storytelling. Were his parents angry? His mum was furious, Harry said, his eyes sparkling with nostalgia. She told him she had half a mind to yank him out of school. His dad never said a word, but I bet he thought it was brilliant. Harry's fondness for his friend's parents was evident, his eyes softening as he recalled their reactions. Your turn, Harry prompted. Tell me something about yourself. Jasper considered what to share, wanting to avoid revealing too much about his less-than-human nature. I used to live in Texas, he said. Before I moved in with the Cullens, of course. Yeah. Harry raised his eyebrows, giving Jasper an appraising look as they crossed into the city limits of Forks. Jasper found Harry's surprise amusing. Most humans noticed the slight southern accent he still carried, but he figured all American accents must sound similar to Harry. Did you like it? Harry asked. Jasper reflected on the dry heat, the endless green fields, and the way the sun seemed to set the landscape ablaze with its glow. He thought of the sweet scent of honeysuckle in summer and the majestic oak trees that dominated the winters. Very much, he replied. It's a beautiful part of the country. Harry hummed thoughtfully, his emotions evident as he listened. Jasper felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. You can turn here, Harry said, pointing to an upcoming turn towards his house. Jasper was grateful for the guidance. He had almost driven straight to his own place, which would have revealed his late-night outing from Friday. They fell into a comfortable silence, the only sounds coming from the radio and Harry's occasional directions as Jasper navigated towards his destination. When they pulled into Harry's driveway, Jasper felt a sudden reluctance to leave him alone. He was eager to see more of Harry's photographs, curious about the images he cherished enough to display in his home. May I use your restroom? Jasper asked politely. Of course, Harry replied easily, unaware of Jasper's underlying motives. Just a heads up, the house is a bit of a mess. I don't mind, Jasper reassured him with a friendly smile. He followed Harry inside, internally groaning at the sight of the unlocked door. A human who disregarded basic safety, reckless, yet oddly charming. Bathrooms in there, Harry said, pointing towards the restroom door. He did a quick shuffle, accidentally kicking a pair of sweatpants and an empty glass bottle under the sofa, his face turning red with embarrassment. Jasper pretended not to notice the awkward maneuver. As he ran the water and feigned using the bathroom, he also ignored the soft clinks that indicated Harry was hastily trying to hide the evidence of his lifestyle. But that was Harry's choice. He was a human with a life expectancy of around 80, and if he wanted to shorten that with alcohol, it was his business. Jasper pushed aside the pang of loss at the thought of Harry not being around one day. Thanks again for the ride, Harry said quickly when Jasper returned to the living room. I suppose I'll see you tomorrow then? Jasper held back a scoff, sensing that Harry was eager for him to leave. Do you have a pen? He asked instead. Jasper struggled to come up with a reasonable excuse to stall. I'll give you Carlyle's number. You can call him if anything happens tonight. Don't worry about it. I'm fine, Harry said, dismissively waving his hand. But his tense muscles and the grimace on his face told a different story. Maybe my number, then? Jasper felt a mix of confusion, uncertainty, and bashfulness. He wasn't sure why he wanted to offer his number to Rosalie and Alice's beloved human. Perhaps it was the same impulse that drove him to peek through Harry's windows like a curious voyeur. Harry Potter was somehow changing the behavior of immortal beings, an impossible feat for someone so fragile and tormented. I don't have a phone, Harry admitted, a deep blush creeping across his cheeks. You live alone without a telephone? Jasper exclaimed. Reckless didn't even begin to describe Harry. Even in the sleepy town of Forks, where the tame vampires were the worst threats for miles, it was foolish to be so utterly unprotected. Yeah, Harry shrugged, leaning against his fireplace. Maybe I'll go get one this week? Jasper shook his head, scanning the room as he did. In addition to the photos he had already seen, there were more. There was one of Harry with the red-headed boy, who Jasper now knew as Ron, surrounded by a group of redheads that included a girl he recognized from another photo. The girl must be Ron's sister, Ginny, that Spitfire everyone talked about. In the picture, Harry looked genuinely happy, smiling as he stood between two identical red-headed boys, their arms draped over his shoulders. There was another photo of Harry awkwardly holding a baby. He was smiling in that one too, but it was the same smile Jasper saw now, a smile that didn't match the sorrow lurking in his eyes, a smile that felt out of place compared to the genuine joy radiating from the younger Harry in the other photos. The house had its own peculiar atmosphere. It didn't smell bad, exactly, but there was a lingering smoky scent that clung to the walls. It was oddly inviting, though it was overshadowed by the more unpleasant odors of sweat and vomit. Jasper suspected that Harry spent a lot of time battling night terrors and hangovers. He scanned the kitchen with his sharp eyes, taking in the stovetop and counters, which were surprisingly free of crumbs. The clothes, shoes, books, and glasses scattered around suggested that Harry wasn't particularly tidy, so he probably didn't eat at home often. Perhaps he didn't know how to cook. Maybe you should, Jasper said lightly, agreeing with Harry's plan to get a phone this week. His observations had been quick, barely interrupting their conversation. Are you sure you wouldn't like us to pick you up tomorrow? Rosalie might make an exception and drive her car to school for you. It's fine, Harry waved him off, though Jasper noticed a flicker of longing in his eyes. I have a ride, but thanks. See you tomorrow. Unable to ignore Harry's blunt dismissal a second time, Jasper nodded and offered a goodbye before heading slowly to Edward's car in the driveway. He pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message to Carlisle. If Harry didn't have a phone, it would be wise for Carlisle to ensure that at least one of the many people he knew in Harry's neighborhood checked on him tonight. After all, internal injuries were a real possibility. It didn't take a PhD to know that, though Jasper held several degrees to his name. He reassured himself that any human tough enough, and lucky enough, to walk away from the wreck he had witnessed that morning could survive another night. He would simply see Harry tomorrow, and the thought excited him more than it probably should have. Chapter 8, Chief Swan. Harry was undoubtedly the most foolish person to walk the earth. The very fact that he had survived long enough to become unkillable was a testament to Hermione's intelligence and Ron's strategies, not anything he had done himself. What kind of half-wit wizard tells a group of muggles about wrecking a car and then denies any injuries? He had been genuinely shocked when he collided with the tree at the bottom of the deep ditch he had rolled his car down. Staring at what was left of the dashboard, he felt annoyance and adrenaline masking the pain that hit him only moments later. Apparently, being the master of death didn't come with immunity from physical pain and injuries, at least that was something. Finally, he remembered to pull out his invisibility cloak and heal himself beneath it. But the car? He had no idea what to do about that. It was yet another driving issue that Jacob and Hermione hadn't covered. The cloak was too small to hide the car while he tried to repair it, and he certainly didn't fancy the idea of being arrested by Makusa for obliviating any witnesses. So, he left the car where it was. After cleaning himself up, he made his way to the Cullen/Hale house, relying heavily on the Point Me spell because Alice's directions had been confusing. He nearly exposed magic to a house full of muggles. All in all, it was not his best plan. I'm going to save Sirius. We'll take the Thestrals, of course. The Dark Lord always knows. Sirius was falling. Yet, somehow, it wasn't his worst plan either. Leaving his car with Rosalie was a hassle. He thought a few reparos would fix it much quicker than a muggle could. But he wasn't even sure it was fixable. Harry could admit he didn't know anything about cars. Today's events had made that abundantly clear. He was certain they weren't meant to be so crumpled. As he absently tidied up his house, he couldn't shake the feeling that things were only going to get more complicated. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled Jasper seeing the mess scattered throughout his home. It seemed like the perfect excuse to tidy up, and he even started considering the idea of replacing his car. Maybe something like Rosalie's would be nice. A convertible would be thrilling, like flying without any reminders that might trigger an episode. Of course, in Forks, it would be cold and wet. But since his return from the dead, what a bizarre thought, he hardly noticed temperatures anymore. He was aware that Jacob felt warm to the touch, while Alice and her father felt cold, but the rain and wind outside didn't bother him at all. Once he managed to get his living room and bedroom in decent shape, Harry turned his attention to the kitchen. How did a room he never used get so dirty? As he struggled to pry open the windows, allowing the scent of rain and the warm glow of the sunset to fill the house, a firm knock echoed at the front door. Coming. Harry called out irritably, assuming it was Jasper returning. He liked Jasper. His thoughts drifted to the man's thick honey blonde hair, dark golden eyes, and softly spoken voice, perhaps a bit too much. But he really didn't want to spend the entire night repeating, "I'm fine. I'm F.O." Harry blinked in surprise at the man standing in front of him, clad in flannel and blue jeans. "You're not Jasper," he said, feeling a bit foolish. Charlie Swan, the police chief, introduced himself, his piercing gaze momentarily reminding Harry of Snape. "Thought maybe I'd do my civic duty and invite my neighbor to dinner." Harry blinked rapidly, taken aback by the gruff offer. Was this normal Muggle behavior in the States? It certainly hadn't been in Surrey. If one of the neighbors on Privet Drive had shown up at 6 in the evening inviting his aunt and uncle to dinner, they would have politely declined and then whispered about the neighbor's low class of manners, Harry thought. At some point, they would have compared him to others and found a way to insult and punish him. "No thanks," Harry said, trying to sound firm, wanting to be left alone by all these muggles. However, his confusion made it sound more like a question. "I'm not hungry," he added, this time with more conviction. "Thank you, though." Chief Swan's mustache twitched slightly above his lips, as if something Harry had said amused him. "You already had dinner then?" he asked. "Yes," Harry lied. This time, Chief Swan chuckled, which Harry found rather rude and a bit annoying. "You're a bad liar, son," he said. "Been to Patsy's yet?" Harry, who had no idea what Patsy's was and felt increasingly mystified by muggles, simply shook his head. "My treat then," Chief Swan offered. Harry almost said no again. He opened his mouth to protest, but something in Charlie's warm brown eyes, just a shade lighter than Ginny's, made him hesitate. Although he was smiling and seemed amused by Harry, there was a hint of loneliness in his expression. Harry could empathize with that, couldn't he? "What's a Patsy's?" he asked. Charlie, seeing Harry's question as a sign of surrender, shook his head. "Best chow in town," he said. "It's my favorite place to grab a bite. Of course, it's that or the place Jacobson owns, and he charges an arm and a leg for a steak." Harry desperately needed to talk to Hermione. Rosalie had aggressively offered to fix his car, insisting he shouldn't pay her. Carlisle had volunteered to give him a medical exam, probably thinking Harry was afraid of hospitals or something. Esme, with her sweet heart-shaped face and kind eyes, had suggested he could take one of their obviously expensive cars, despite the fact that he had just wrecked his own. And now, there was the chief of police, who seemed to take a genuine interest in him. Harry found himself being invited to dinner by Chief Swan, who seemed to be the local equivalent of a head orar. He couldn't help but wonder if this was typical American behavior. Hermione would definitely know. "You can ride up front," Chief Swan offered as Harry hesitantly followed him to the police car. Harry squinted at him, unsure if he was about to be arrested for something, but eventually slid into the front seat. If things went south, he could always apparate home and flew to Grimmauld Place. "So, what brought you to Forks?" Chief Swan asked. "I'm experiencing American culture," Harry replied, echoing an excuse Hermione had once used with Billy. Chief Swan let out a light snort, casting Harry a knowing glance that suggested he was more perceptive than Harry had initially thought. "American culture and Forks, huh? You just grab a map and pick a place at random?" "No," Harry said, a faint grin forming at the chief's dry tone. "I have relatives nearby." "Is that so? I didn't know there were any Potters in town." "They're not Potters," Harry admitted, the reminder of being the last Potter hitting him like a wave of grief. "They're Blacks. They live in..." "La Push," Chief Swan interjected. "You're related to Billy and Jacob?" It seemed Chief Swan not only knew everyone in Forks but also in the surrounding areas. "Yeah, Billy's kind of like my uncle, I guess." As they pulled into the parking lot of a quaint brick diner, Harry's mind flickered back to a memory of the last diner he had visited just over a year ago. He recalled Hermione and Ron nearly choking on their food when he had dared to use Voldemort's name. He had to prove he wasn't scared. "You getting out?" Chief Swan's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. He noticed that the chief was already outside the car, waiting for him. "Sorry," Harry said, climbing out and heading into the diner, Chief Swan following close behind. The woman by the cash register, a plump figure with gray curls and bright red lipstick, smiled warmly at Chief Swan. "Charlie. The usual then?" "He'll need a menu," Chief Swan replied, gesturing toward Harry with a nod. "Harry's never been here before." "Oh." The woman's eyes widened as she finally noticed Harry, who was ducking his head to avoid her curious gaze. "You must be Harry Potter. You just moved here, didn't you, dear?" Harry couldn't help but think that these locals must spend hours on the phone gossiping, given how much they seemed to know about one another. "Yes, ma'am," he said politely. "I moved in over the summer." "Well, aren't you the sweetest?" She beamed, revealing a missing front tooth in the bottom row. "Just go sit down, and I'll bring you boys a menu and some coffee." Harry awkwardly took a seat at the counter that Chief Swan led him to, wondering how he always seemed to find himself in the oddest situations. Classic Potter luck, he mused. Chief Swan didn't seem inclined to fill the silence. Instead, he exchanged smiles and waves with the other patrons, who were all watching them with keen interest. "Nosy bastards," Chief Swan chuckled. "You ever lived in a small town before?" "Kinda," Harry shrugged, lightly running his fingers over the marble countertop. "Little Whining's a bit bigger than Forks, I think." "Well, small towns are great," Chief Swan said. "Everyone's always willing to lend a helping hand, you know. But they're nosy as hell, son. Always clucking about to each other." Harry simply hummed in response, unsure of what to say. Thankfully, the waitress, Brenda, as her name tag read, came over, handing Harry a menu and leaving them a pot of coffee along with promises of fresh pie for dessert. "The steak's the best," Chief Swan said, nodding at the menu Harry was awkwardly studying. "But the chili's good too." "Sounds good then." Harry closed the menu and chewed his lower lip as Chief Swan watched him add sugar and milk to his coffee. "I heard you made friends with the Cullen kids," the chief said casually after they placed their orders. "Guess so." Harry wondered if Chief Swan was as guilty of gossiping with the townsfolk as he accused the diner patrons of being. Either that, or he was an excellent police chief. "Good," Chief Swan nodded, his tanned face showing approval. The Cullens are good folks. We're really lucky to have them here. Never had a bit of trouble from those kids. Not even a speeding ticket, he added with a crooked grin. I thought I might when they first moved in, with all those teenagers living together. Harry grinned reluctantly, imagining that he was probably the most problematic citizen in this town. Dr. Cullen's a good sort too, the chief continued. He took a real pay cut to come work here. They don't deserve all the gossip about them. They seem nice, Harry replied, agreeing. They are. Chief Swan's jaw set stubbornly as he cast furtive looks at the other patrons sitting in their booths. Unsure if he was expected to say more, Harry simply hummed, and they sat in silence while they waited for their meals. When Brenda finally returned, a heavy tray in her arms, she served Chief Swan his usual, a steak, potato, and green beans, and presented Harry with a giant bowl of chili. She also brought each of them a huge slice of apple pie on the house. Harry thought it was kind of her, even if her winking smiles were a bit too cheerful for his taste. I don't know how they do it in England, but we usually eat by putting food in our mouths. Chief Swan watched Harry push the food around in his bowl, stirring it more than actually eating. Harry would have reminded him that he had said Harry wasn't particularly hungry, but he knew Chief Swan wouldn't accept that as a valid excuse. So, he resigned himself to picking at the chili. The beans had a spiciness he hadn't experienced before, but it wasn't unpleasant. Chief Swan grunted in approval as he watched Harry eat, his expression filled with parental concern. The boy had big, sad eyes, no family, and a reckless disregard for traffic laws, consuming less than most kids his age. You remind me a bit of my daughter, Chief Swan said, patting his stomach in satisfaction after finishing his meal. Yeah? Harry replied, intrigued. How's that? Dunno. Chief Swan scratched the stubble on his chin as he pondered. You seem more mature than other kids your age. Isabella's like that too. Oh. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Isabella had also been born with the burden of saving the wizarding world from a madman, watching friends fall along the way, and ultimately facing a lifetime of solitude. Somehow, he doubted it. She'll be 16 in a few days. Lives in Phoenix with her mom. Chief Swan's voice took on a mournful tone, revealing how much he cared for his daughter. Harry guessed he must not see her often if he sounded so wistful. Is Phoenix very far away? Harry asked, pushing his bowl away and unintentionally startling a laugh from Chief Swan. Phoenix is in Arizona, son, Chief Swan chuckled, his eyes brightening at Harry's innocent question. The mournful expression on his face shifted to one of mirth. Geography not a strong suit for you, then? I'm starting to think I don't have a strong suit at all, Harry replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. I'm probably going to fail all my classes. Don't stress too much. High school was the best 4 years of my life. I met Isabella's mom when I was still in school. Grades aren't the most important part of high school, but I'm sure you'll get by. Thanks. Harry thought to himself that Hermione might lose her mind if she heard this muggle say that grades didn't matter. Grades aren't everything, Chief Swan mused, a hint of mischief in his voice. He nudged a slice of apple pie toward Harry, waiting patiently for him to take a bite before diving into his own piece. You do much fishing? He asked. No, Harry replied. I don't. Chief Swan narrowed his soft brown eyes, studying Harry intently for a moment. Then, his mustache twitched with amusement. Not high speed enough for you? Harry felt a flush creep across his cheeks at the reminder of the calls Chief Swan had received about his driving. He shook his head. Just never been. That seemed to strike Chief Swan as a serious oversight. When he dropped Harry off later that night, he handed him a scrap of paper. Here's my house number. Call me if you need anything. That's what neighbors are for. He added with a grin, I promise to take you fishing with some of the guys at some point. As Harry stepped inside his house, he shook his head. American Muggles were certainly a curious bunch. Chapter 9, Tumultuous Thoughts. Monday, September 10, 2003. Jasper and Rosalie waited patiently in the high school parking lot for Harry to arrive. Alice had informed them that morning that Harry would be late, and Rosalie refused to attend class until she was certain of her beloved human's well-being. Jasper was simply keeping his sister company, at least, that's what he kept telling himself. But he couldn't deny that at 8:27, the exact time Alice had predicted Harry would show up, he felt a flicker of excitement at having waited for him. Because, good grief, Jasper had encountered some of the most mesmerizing, beautiful, unnaturally attractive immortals in his life, thousands of them, in fact. Yet as Harry Potter pulled into the high school parking lot on a motorbike that looked entirely natural beneath him, Jasper realized that no vampire could compare to this single human's beauty. In Ms. Ramsey's sociology class, Alice Cullen closed her eyes and envisioned a future unfolding. She wasn't entirely sure how it would play out, only that it would. Beside her, Edward smiled with joy at the vision forming in his sister's mind, though he couldn't help but scoff in amusement. Trust Jasper to fall for a human, he thought. Is he even human? Jasper murmured. Harry didn't look human at all. Surely, real humans would be bothered by the rain soaking their hair. Their skin wouldn't glow under the steady downpour, and they wouldn't radiate their emotions, joy, pride, sorrow, so loudly as they rolled into the parking lot on a classic motorbike. They wouldn't look so powerful and effortlessly graceful as they swung a leg over the side of that bike and stretched their back. A mere human would never have eyes so flawlessly and purely green, so bright. Rosalie snorted and shot Jasper a scathing look. Of course he's human, idiot. But Jasper couldn't shake the feeling that Harry Potter was something more than just an ordinary mortal. Straight from a god, an offering of beautiful humanity meant for anyone except Jasper. Never Jasper. Maybe he was sent from hell, then. Oh, hey. Harry shook his head, sending droplets of clear water flying in every direction as he approached. Were you guys late too? We were waiting for you, Rosalie replied, quickly inspecting him from head to toe. She shook her head at what she saw and held out the umbrella she and Jasper were using, silently inviting him under it. Harry, are you trying to get sick? Riding a motorcycle in the rain? Honestly. Harry glanced down at his soaked clothes, a black hooded jacket over a crimson t-shirt, jeans, and black boots, and shrugged. You have a car with a convertible top, he quipped back. Don't you ever drive it in town? Jasper bit his cheek to suppress a chuckle. Rosalie felt a mix of affection and exasperation at Harry's question. Of course not, she sniffed, giving him a dazzling half-smile. A car like that? I'd never ruin the interior. Harry laughed, clearly unfazed by her haughty manner. Jasper couldn't help but smile, noting how musical his laugh was. We should probably get to class, Harry said, checking a small black wristwatch and grimacing. I'm pretty sure I've got detention waiting for me. There's only 25 minutes left of first hour, we could skip, Jasper suggested. Harry gave him a surprised look, which slowly morphed into a small, mischievous smile, one that Jasper thought suited him perfectly. Won't I still get detention? He asked. Not if you have a doctor's note, Jasper replied with perfect honesty. And you may not know this, but I happen to know a doctor whose handwriting I can easily mimic. The startled laugh he received from Harry, along with a wave of delight, would definitely be worth explaining to Carlisle later about how he had abused his signature. Jasper had spent a delightful 25 minutes in Edward's car, listening to Harry chat with Rosalie, but it wasn't enough. Harry rarely talked about himself, and Jasper was eager to learn more. He decided to make his move at lunch that very day. Patience had never been one of his strong suits. Where did you get your bike? He asked Harry as he settled down at their table with Alice. Jasper felt a wave of peace flowing from him, trying to soothe the underlying pain that his question had stirred in Harry. It was my godfather's, Harry replied quietly, his gaze drifting as he tapped the tabletop with his index finger. He loved that bike. It's a beautiful bike, Jasper said gently, his heart aching at the reminder of another loss in Harry's life. A Triumph 650 Bonneville? They don't make them like that anymore. It's a classic, worth a fortune. I can't believe it runs so smoothly considering how old it is, Rosalie chimed in, amusement in her voice. Yeah, it's magical, isn't it? Harry grinned at her, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Jasper felt as if Harry were sharing a private joke that he desperately wanted to be a part of. I think if you keep riding a motorcycle in the rain, you'll be too sick to hang out on Sunday, Alice warned Harry, though her concern was really aimed at ensuring her plans for shopping with her human wouldn't be affected by Harry's reckless behavior. I'll be fine, Harry rolled his eyes, and Jasper couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the lively exchange. Harry was more animated today than he had been since they first met. You worry too much, Alice, he said. And you don't worry enough, Rosalie sighed. I'm going to have to get car parts today if we don't want you to catch pneumonia. You can fix my car? Harry asked, intrigued. Harry gazed at Rosalie with such open admiration that it made Jasper bristle. He suddenly regretted his disdain for auto mechanics and wished he had spent even a few of the last 169 years learning how to rebuild cars. Edward looked down at his lap, taking a few deep breaths to keep from laughing at Jasper's thoughts. It's a giant pain in the ass, but yes, Rosalie said, giving Harry a smile that could bring any straight man to his knees. I think I can make her run again. Might put a cap on his speed though, Rose, Emmett chuckled. You'd make a killing in NASCAR, kid, he added. Harry squinted at Emmett, and suddenly the five vampires spent the rest of lunch explaining the concept of professional racing to him, how people really do get paid millions of dollars just to drive fast cars around a racetrack. Rosalie nearly ground her teeth when she had to clarify, no, Harry, you cannot join them because it is dangerous. If Jasper's thoughts had lingered on the human boy before that morning, they now consumed him entirely. Harry James Potter, Jasper had peeked at Harry's enrollment paperwork, desperate to learn more about him, occupied his every thought. Luckily for Jasper, Alice was terribly clingy and possessive of her friends, always finding excuses for Harry to visit their home. Don't you want to help Rosalie repaint your car? Earned Jasper a couple of hours of listening to Harry's charming accent as he happily painted the nearly finished vehicle. Truthfully, Rosalie was relieved Harry had no idea how long repairs usually took. She had rebuilt the car in 5 days, while a human mechanic would have taken months. Harry had even stroked Jasper's ego when he noticed his motorcycle in the garage, sending waves of delight through Jasper at the sight of the sleekly designed bike. Jasper told him they could ride together sometime, when it wasn't raining, and Jasper felt a rush of joy at Harry's shy agreement. I need someone to shop with, and you're my only friend. Alice added a perfectly timed pout that was hard to resist, prompting Harry to come over early one weekend morning. He looked a bit bleary-eyed and smelled faintly of alcohol, but he greeted Jasper with a friendly smile as he brandished a shiny silver cell phone. I thought you might want to know, I finally got a phone, he said, excitement lacing his voice. Took me a while to figure out how to set it up, though. A hint of embarrassment flushed Harry's cheeks, a shade of red that would have tempted venom if Jasper's blood weren't so unappealing to his vampire appetite. I was wondering if you'd want to add your number. Maybe if it ever stops raining, we could take our bikes out together. Jasper could have added his number to Harry's phone in a heartbeat, but he held back and took his time instead. I'd love to, he replied sincerely. Edward, ever the supportive brother, seamlessly followed Alice's carefully laid plan. I've always wanted to be a teacher once I finish college, he said smoothly, his tone convincing. You're really doing me a favor by allowing me to tutor you. Harry looked at Edward, suspicion flickering across his features, but he nodded anyway, squaring his shoulders. Think you can help me get out of remedial classes? He challenged. Oh, Harry, Edward smirked at the shorter boy. If you aren't out of those classes after Christmas break, I'll personally remove the cap on your car engine." Alice laughed, and soon Harry joined in, but the promise of tutoring brought him to the Cullen house 2 evenings a week for at least 2 hours each time, as he aimed to catch up to an average 11th grade education. Through their interactions, Jasper picked up little bits of information about Harry, who wasn't exactly an open book. His anxiety spiked whenever he was asked direct questions, but that only made each new piece of information feel like a small victory. Jasper found this revelation to be bittersweet. Harry had lost his parents when he was just a baby and never really knew them. He was raised by his aunt and uncle, but their relationship had soured since he moved out last year. Despite this, Harry was an adrenaline-seeking daredevil. One day at lunch, he excitedly shared stories about going cliff diving with Paul and the guys. Apparently, cliff diving was a popular activity at the La Push Reservation, where his uncle and cousin lived. Jasper had initially worried about Harry's connections to the Quileute tribe, fearing they might share stories about the vampires they had a treaty with. But Harry never mentioned it, and Jasper eventually set aside his concerns. He also tried to ignore the pang of jealousy that surfaced when Harry mentioned that some of Jacob Black's friends seemed to be warming up to him, saying they would call the next time they planned a trip back to the cliffs. Why wouldn't they want to spend time with Harry? Jasper certainly did. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were Harry's first and closest friends. They had all been in the same club during their 7 years at boarding school, and Jasper missed them fiercely. He smiled softly, feeling a mix of joy and envy as he imagined receiving a wedding invitation from them within the next 3 years. While Harry knew how to cook, he hated doing it. The Cullens had noticed that although he rarely ate substantial meals in their presence, he would snack on fruits if they were available, so they made sure to keep a variety stocked for him. Harry enjoyed reading but found his textbooks to be baffling. He admitted that Hermione had always helped him with his written assignments, as he performed much better with practical work. Jasper felt a twinge of guilt for this observation, but it had to be said, Harry was exceptionally unobservant. There had been one Saturday when he spent the entire day with Alice and never even questioned the fact that Esme had scolded her daughter for not eating, drinking, or even using the restroom. It was careless to act so inhuman in front of Harry, even if he either didn't seem to notice or simply didn't care. By the end of September, Jasper had to admit to himself that he was hopelessly infatuated with a human whose lifespan was just a blink in the eternity that Jasper faced. Even less than that when he considered Harry's struggles with alcoholism, recklessness, and a blatant disregard for basic safety. Harry's eyes were still intense, his emotions running deep and agonizing, but Jasper thought they seemed to soften a bit every time Harry was around. He convinced himself that if he was forming an attachment to Harry, perhaps Harry was feeling something for him in return. "You're blushing," Alice whispered in Jasper's ear one afternoon in early October as he watched Harry drive out of the parking lot in his newly restored car. "With my frozen heart?" Jasper raised an eyebrow at his sister. "I think not." "Ugh, don't spend all night moping," Alice groaned as they climbed into the back seat with Rosalie, apparently seeing a vision Jasper couldn't. "I wanted to run to Seattle tonight." "Dude, you're not serious." Emmett turned around from the front seat, glaring at his brother. "The World Series is on tonight. We're watching the game. You suck." Alice stuck her tongue out at Emmett and Jasper, pouting the whole way home, clearly unhappy that Jasper would indeed be watching the game. It was a foregone conclusion, really, especially with a fair amount of money riding on the Yankees. Just because he was from Texas didn't mean he was foolish. If the Yankees were due for a comeback, it was now. As much as he wanted to lose himself in the simplicity of watching a baseball game with his brother that night, his mind, with its endless space, wouldn't allow him to relax. Jasper was driving himself into a frenzy. Jasper was overwhelmed by his tumultuous thoughts, trapped in a cycle of the same questions replaying in his mind. Should he do what was right and suppress his feelings for Harry, allowing him to live free from the vampirism that haunted Jasper's existence? Or should he talk to Carlisle? Carlyle had transformed Esme because he saw beauty in her. He changed Emmett at Rosalie's request. Would he consider doing the same for Jasper? Could he even bring himself to ask such a thing? Would Harry want him the way Jasper was beginning to want him? Jasper felt like a monster, a true villain in any story. He had taken countless lives, barely remembering their faces or names. Harry deserved better than that. He deserved a life free from the constant thirst and the battles against his very nature. He deserved a life, period. But what about Jasper? Did he not deserve the same kind of happiness that his parents and siblings enjoyed? Didn't Harry, the human boy with an agonized soul, deserve a family that would accept him, friends who would stand by him for eternity, and a partner dedicated to his happiness? Jasper had never concerned himself with the notion of love before, content to drift through life without attachments. But now, he found himself questioning everything. Do you believe in soulmates? He asked Emmett quietly, the two of them alone in the living room. Emmett stood in front of the television, while Jasper leaned against the wall beside him. Emmett's easygoing nature was comforting, a welcome distraction from Jasper's inner turmoil. He knew their family, scattered around the property, would overhear his question no matter how softly he spoke, but they usually respected whispered conversations. Hell yeah, Emmett replied with a goofy grin as a commercial came on, turning to face Jasper. How could I not? Look at me and Rose. We're endgame, baby. Jasper felt the weight of the question he was burning to ask. Emmett hesitated, trying to find the right words to address the thought that had been haunting him. Are you happy, though? He asked. Is immortality worth being with Rosalie? Just then, with barely a whisper of wind, Rosalie was suddenly in Jasper's face. Her lips curled back in a vicious snarl, and her eyes blazed with fury. Leave him alone, she hissed, her gleaming white teeth glistening with venom as she leaned closer to Jasper. I've seen how you look at him, and I will kill you, Jasper Hale. I swear to God, I will burn your body to ash if you dare touch one hair on Harry's head. Harry, Jasper corrected her. Rosalie spun around, her neck twisting with a force that would have pulled a muscle if she were human. She shot a hard glare at her sister, who had just appeared. Excuse me? Harry, Alice repeated calmly, her voice steady. His name is Harry. Rosalie didn't flinch, she couldn't, but her eyes flickered with something that looked like grief, loss, and love. She took a step back from Jasper. That's what I said, she replied coolly. The rest of their family, who had rushed into the room after Rosalie, didn't correct her. They all understood the name she had said. Now, Jasper had to figure out who Henry was. Why do you think Jasper is going to harm Harry? Carlyle asked Rosalie, nodding gratefully at Jasper as he released a wave of tranquility into the tense atmosphere. Emmett moved to Rosalie's side, wrapping a comforting arm around her shoulders. Alice and Edward positioned themselves beside Jasper, ready to protect him in case Rosalie decided to attack. You heard him, Rosalie said, her tone still heated but noticeably calmer. He wants to turn him. He thinks that his love, she sneered at the word, is worth this life. Jasper, Esme said, giving her son a watery smile that reflected joy, love, and confusion. You love him? Truly? Jasper hesitated, feeling the weight of his entire family's gaze upon him. I didn't say that, he replied slowly. I was just discussing relationships with Emmett. Rosalie wouldn't let Jasper off that easily. Bullshit. We've all seen it, Jasper. The way you watch him, the way you talk to him. I won't stand by and let you damn that boy to this life. What if he wants it? Jasper challenged, frustration creeping into his voice. What else does he have? He's miserable, Rosalie. He doesn't have a family. He's alone. Did you ever think maybe he'd be happier with us? With me? Jazz, no. This time, the rebuke didn't come from Rosalie, but from Edward. He shook his bronze hair and frowned at Jasper, though sympathy radiated from him. You can't force this life on him. He's a human, he's young. He deserves better. Carlyle nodded in agreement, and Jasper's shoulders slumped. He knew that. He knew Harry deserved better than him. That's not what Jasper started, but Edward's unintentional apology, that Harry deserved better than this frozen immortality, was interrupted by Alice. It doesn't matter, she said with quiet confidence. I don't see any future now that doesn't include Harry and Jasper together. Together. Him and Harry. His. Jasper felt a surge of gratitude that Alice had found him and brought him into the Cullen family. Perhaps all his efforts to preserve human life were the reason behind Alice's vision. He hadn't sensed any romantic feelings from Harry, but maybe there was a part of Harry's subconscious that was interested if Alice could see them together. Esme was rejoicing. Rosalie was thrilled that her sensitive and empathetic son had found someone to connect with. But then, she let out a furious snarl. How could Jasper selfishly force Harry into this life? Carlyle maintained a calm expression, though internally, he wrestled with his thoughts. He believed that Jasper deserved happiness just as much as Harry deserved a normal life. Edward frowned, puzzled by the rapid flashes of visions racing through Alice's mind. You can't say that for sure, he said. Look at your own visions. Most of them are filled with gaps and white blanks. Alice furrowed her brow in confusion. Her visions had never done that before. But then she smoothed her expression and smiled serenely. It doesn't matter, she replied. Even with the white spots, I don't see Harry or Jasper apart in the future. They're going to be together. Carlyle. The family turned to Rosalie, who, despite Jasper's attempts to calm her, looked wild with fury and concern. You can't just stand there and let him do this. Harry is a human. He's young and healthy and has a whole life ahead of him. He's miserable and alone, Jasper snapped back, now fully committed to the idea. He's constantly depressed. He'll drink himself to death if something doesn't change. You've seen him. Do you think humans are meant to look so pale, so withdrawn, so frail? We could be his family. He'd be happier, I know it. Ignoring Jasper's self-righteous speech, Rosalie focused intently on Carlyle. Her eyes burned into his as he carefully considered the situation. Does Harry look happy in your visions with Jasper? He asked Alice calmly. This was the first question that needed resolution. Would Harry even be happy with his son? He does, Alice beamed at her brother, genuinely pleased that he had finally found someone to soothe his restless spirit. But he's still human in all these visions, Edward pointed out. Who knows if he'd still be? Would Harry truly be happy with Jasper if he were turned? Perhaps it's better for Jasper to stay by his side for the rest of Harry's human life. Losing him eventually would be painful, but Harry might resent Jasper for condemning him to eternity. Jasper's overwhelming joy and hope shattered at that thought. Is he human in all your visions? Carlyle asked Alice, curiosity piqued. Not really, Alice replied thoughtfully. It just means Jasper won't change him, and you haven't decided to yet. Is this what you want? Carlyle focused intently on Jasper, ignoring Rosalie and Emmett. Is this what you would ask me to do? I don't. Jasper's voice faltered as he met Carlyle's compassionate gaze. What would you do? He whispered desperately. Leave, Rosalie snapped, but her father and brother continued to concentrate on each other. I can't answer that, Carlyle said gently. You deserve happiness and love, just as Harry does. I have never regretted the choices I made to build our family, but I do regret that none of us were given a choice. If you ask me to turn him, I will. But I won't do it without his informed consent. Jasper felt the weight of Carlyle's words, understanding the depth of his father's emotions. Carlyle loved him like a son and wanted what was best for him, yet he wouldn't take away Harry's mortality lightly. not without ensuring Harry understood the risks. He needed to know that he would eventually outlive his cherished friends, as distant as they might seem now. He had to be aware of the dry burn that would haunt his throat for eternity, of being forever frozen at 18, outliving all but his fellow monsters. What if he says no? Emmett asked slowly. If Jasper tells him and he says no, he can't just walk around knowing about us. Damn. Trust Emmett to choose this exact moment to be so rational, Jasper thought, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. That does present a problem, Carlyle said, his tone serious. A dangerous one. Rosalie exclaimed, her voice rising with concern. We can't just go telling a human about us. It would force him to join us. Or risk exposing us, Esme interjected softly. I don't want my children to be in harm's way because of it. Harry wouldn't expose us, Jasper insisted. Harry would never, he added, sharing a moment of surprise with Rosalie as they both defended the human. Their expressions quickly shifted, and they turned away from each other, a scowl forming on their faces. Clearly, we have all grown fond of Harry, but maybe some space would be a good idea? Carlyle suggested gently. We have been monopolizing his time, and he's clearly in an emotionally vulnerable state. Let's give him some space to see if he feels as fondly about Jasper as Jasper does about him. Perhaps he'd be happier with human acquaintances filling his time. We could take a camping trip, Esme jumped in quickly, eager to diffuse the tension between her children. It's supposed to be cloudless for the next couple of days. Let's all head out to the Rockies together. We can hunt, run, relax, and then discuss everything when we get back. Jasper didn't like the idea. He didn't want to leave Harry alone, hoping that he would, or wouldn't, find humans to bond with in their absence. A wave of despair washed over him as he considered the many deserving, normal, and, in his mind, boring humans at school who would gladly divert Harry's attention away from him. Alice wasn't a mind reader or an empath, but she didn't need to be to recognize the flash of emotions in Jasper's eyes in response to Esme's suggestion. She cared deeply for him. He was her first friend, her first family member, the first person to show her genuine affection. She wouldn't let him spend his time in temporary exile, consumed by worry. So, she checked the future, Harry and Jasper. Jasper and Harry. Harry. Alice turned sideways, ensuring that only Jasper could see the wink and slight shake of her head. She was uncertain how, or even why, but her visions showed a future filled with Harry alongside Jasper. While the glimpses weren't very far ahead, Harry was still human and the same age in all of them. Each vision depicted them as devoted and desperately in love. Alice couldn't help but think they made an adorable couple. Deep down, she hoped Carlyle would eventually turn Harry, allowing her to plan incredible weddings for them every 50 years or so. Yet, she concealed her concern over the large white gaps in the visions involving Harry. There was no need to stir Edward and push him further onto Team Leave the Human Mortal. Jasper felt a wave of relief at Alice's reassuring shake of her head. She must have sensed his worries and was silently comforting him. That sounds great, he said, lying politely to his mother. A few days away certainly won't hurt anything. Esme beamed at him and kissed his cheek before rushing off to make arrangements. The rest of the family returned to their previous activities, except for Rosalie, who stubbornly remained beside Emmett on the couch, forcing Jasper to relocate to the recliner. Jasper didn't want to leave. He didn't want to gamble with fate by testing whether Harry would find someone new to spend time with. The thought of Harry sharing his past or his rare smiles with others unsettled him. But he also didn't want to argue with his family. He needed time to think about how to find out if Harry would ever consider joining their family, without putting them at risk from exposure or the Volturi. It was a delicate matter, one that would have given Jasper a headache if he were human. As it was, his emotions were tense and frustrated as he sat in the recliner, lost in thought. And to top it all off, the Yankees had lost the World Series. It felt like karma for a Confederate soldier. They placed their bets on their victory. Chapter 10, Quidditch vs. PTSD. Friday, October 6, 2003. Harry knew today was going to be a bad day. He sensed at the moment he woke up at 3 a.m. and saw a text message from Jasper on his phone. Harry, I'm afraid that we will not be at school today or most of next week. We will be out of town on an impromptu camping trip. I'll see you next week. That message from Jasper was quickly followed by another from an unknown number. Try not to do anything stupid, dangerous, or insane for a few days. M says you can't. Prove him wrong for me. XX, Rose. Harry scowled at the messages and shook his head. As much as he wished his friends, because despite his best efforts to remain detached, the Cullen and Hale siblings were his friends, were going to be at school, he understood that camping trips were a bonding experience for their family. Personally, he didn't see the thrill in camping. The memories came flooding back, the forest of Dean, Ron's upper arm, an entire chunk of flesh missing, a pale face beneath freckles. Your parents are safely out of the way. Hermione had sobbed, her voice filled with desperation. The feeling of starving, of clinging to hope in the bleakest of times haunted him. He had led his friends on a journey darker than any they had ever undertaken before. I open at the close. He never wanted to see another tent for the rest of his life. He also never wanted to step foot in a Muggle classroom again, but that wasn't a goal he could achieve today. On his way to school, he briefly considered skipping. It would be easy to spend the day holed up in his house, dreading the events he promised to attend the next day. Seeing his friends and the Weasleys would be great, even if it was wrapped in guilt. Harry loved and missed them. But returning to Hogwarts, the magical castle that had been stained with blood, bodies, and the thick scent of death, he had hoped to never see it again. As he slammed the door behind him, Harry knew he had to face it all once more. Harry slammed his car door and rushed toward the school entrance. There were a lot of places he never wanted to see again. But when had he ever gotten what he wanted? As he sat through his morning class, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was finally beginning to understand most of what the teachers were discussing. His mind wandered to lunch. He could skip it, sit in his car, and listen to music by himself. But over the last couple of months, he had grown accustomed to sharing lunch with Alice and her siblings. It was hard to admit, but he felt lonely without their company. Even though they didn't share any classes, he enjoyed seeing them in the halls. Lunchtime was especially relaxing when he sat next to Alice's brother, Jasper, with his thick, honey-colored hair. Jasper was interesting. The way Harry's mind kept drifting back to him was intriguing, almost like when he had first noticed Ginny, except this feeling was stronger, deeper, and more real. It was an absurd thought, one he quickly pushed away. If he liked Jasper, and to a lesser extent, Alice and the others, getting closer to them would be the worst way to repay their friendship. Harry knew plenty of people who regretted getting close to him, though they couldn't testify on behalf of the dead. In the end, his decision about lunch was made for him when a Muggle girl with dark brown curls piled high on her head approached him at his locker. "Hello," she called cheerfully. "You're Harry, right?" "I'm Jessica. Jessica Stanley." "Hello," Harry replied slowly, unsure why she was smiling at him and talking to him. None of the students, aside from the Cullen and Hale siblings, had shown any interest in him since his second week. "I saw that the Cullens were gone and thought maybe you'd want to eat lunch with me and my friends." She twirled a loose curl around her finger and flashed him a winning smile. All right," Harry managed to say. Jessica bounced on her feet eagerly and began talking at lightning speed as Harry listened. Harry followed her to the cafeteria. "Everyone said you were so weird, which is why I didn't talk to you before. But I knew they had to be wrong. I mean, someone who got the Cullens to actually speak and socialize can't be all that weird, right? I was totally going to talk to you sooner, but I just wasn't brave enough to do it in front of them. They're intimidating, aren't they? I don't know how you sit with them every day." Harry frowned in bemusement as he trailed behind the cheerful classmate to a table in the center of the crowded cafeteria. He didn't think the Cullens were intimidating at all. Maybe Emmett with his overly muscled arms or Jasper with his smoldering eyes, but Alice was the friendliest person he had ever met. And he had roomed with Neville Longbottom for 6 years. Jessica paused her rant about the Cullens long enough to introduce Harry to the other students at her table. "This is Mike," she said, gesturing to a blonde-haired boy with a baby face and bright blue eyes. "And that's Lauren," she continued, pointing to a pale-faced girl with sleek silvery blonde hair and a sneer that reminded Harry of Malfoy. "Then we have Angela," she added, indicating the girl with long dark hair, silver-framed glasses, and kind eyes. "And Eric," she finished, nodding towards the boy with shaggy black hair and troubled skin. "He speaks," Mike exclaimed dramatically after Harry greeted them. "I thought maybe you didn't." "Of course he does," Lauren said with a haughty look. "To the Cullens. Well, they speak to me as well. That's how a conversation works, you see." The other students blinked in surprise at Harry's snark. He hadn't meant to sound so rude, but honestly, everyone treated him and the Cullens as if they were invisible. He didn't think they had any room to complain about being ignored in return. Eric was the first to recover from Harry's cool response. He chuckled nervously but extended a fist toward Harry. "Got em," he said cheerfully. "You don't take any nonsense, do you, Potter?" Harry bumped his fist against his own, a strange muggle gesture he had seen other students use, and smirked. If the Dark Lord hadn't made him cower in a cemetery at 14, then a spiteful muggle girl wouldn't intimidate him either. "Nope," he said, "not really." After that, the group's tension seemed to ease, and Harry relaxed just a bit as their idle chatter washed over him. It wasn't quite as enjoyable as sitting with Jasper, Alice, and the others, but it was definitely better than being alone in his car with only his thoughts for company. Maybe. The rest of the day passed quickly. His 5th and 6th hour teachers both praised him for his improved classwork, and Harry even scored a goal in gym class during soccer. Mike gave him a high five, apparently deciding that Harry was now someone worth acknowledging. But when he returned home after school, any sense of relaxation evaporated instantly. In just 12 hours, he would be heading back to Hogwarts. Harry tried to ignore the countdown as he hurriedly completed his assignments, but a part of his mind kept reminding him of the time. As he nibbled on an apple and read the assigned book for English class at 6, he realized he had only 10 hours left. He took the longest, hottest shower he could manage at 8, which left him with 8 hours to go. By 9:30, he was in his pajamas, lying in bed, debating the pros and cons of having a drink to calm his nerves before leaving the next day. But when the clock showed just 6 hours until he had to leave, Harry concluded that the anxiety a drink would bring wasn't worth it. At midnight, with 4 hours remaining, he moved to the living room, letting the soft glow of the embers in the fireplace distract him. By 12:30, with just 3.5 hours left, he drifted off to sleep in his recliner. But at 1:15, with only 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, he was wide awake again. Sweating and trembling, Harry lay in the chair, struggling to clear his mind. "You're not trying," a voice echoed in his thoughts. "You're leaving your mind wide open for an attack. The perfect prey for the Dark Lord." He could almost hear Sirius's voice from the Hall of Prophecies, declaring, "You'll have to kill me." Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him at the thought that it had all been a trap, but that relief quickly morphed into fear as he remembered Sirius's fate. He found himself resigning to the fact that sleep would evade him, letting the shadows on his face deepen as the night wore on. Time passed swiftly, though not without pain, as it always does when dread looms. At exactly 4:01, Harry muttered to himself, "Don't be a coward," and stepped into the flue, calling out, "The burrow." He stumbled into the Weasley sitting room, dizzy and nauseous, immediately bombarded by cries of "Harry" and "Hey." He pushed his glasses back up his nose and grinned at the gathered family. Hermione and Ron stood together, their hands clasped in smiles bright. Bill and Fleur looked as ridiculously in love as they had on their wedding day. George, Ginny, Percy, Charlie, Arthur, and Molly were all there, but it was the sight of Teddy, giggling in Molly's arms, that made Harry's heart swell. He took a few steps toward the baby but hesitated, stumbling slightly as he caught sight of Remus. Remus looked years younger than Harry had ever seen him, beaming with pride. "You'll be his godfather?" Remus asked, his voice filled with hope. "He will know why I died, and I hope he will understand." To Teddy Remus Lupin. A great wizard in the making. Harry almost fell forward but was steadied by Ron's steady hand. "Easy, mate," Ron said. "You want to hear something wicked?" Harry nodded silently, grateful for his calm friend, as he kept his eyes on the blue-haired baby watching him. "Hey, Teddy," Ron crooned, "who's the best godfather in the world?" "The whole world?" Teddy reached his arms out for Harry, his eyes transforming into a miniature version of Harry's as he laughed and exclaimed, "Hawa." Harry swung Teddy out of Molly's arms the moment the first tear rolled down his cheek. "We tried to teach him, Harry, but ours are hard, aren't they, baby?" Ginny chimed in, tickling Teddy's belly as she spoke. "So arth wise," Hermione added, using her hair to shield Harry's face while she discreetly wiped away his tears. "We missed you," she whispered. "I missed you," Harry replied sincerely. "And I missed you, little Teddy." Teddy let out a gurgling sound and smiled up at Harry, the beginnings of two little top teeth peeking out from his gums. As Harry looked down at his godson, guilt and grief threatened to overwhelm him. Teddy wasn't even a year old yet, and his parents, so young and so full of life, were gone. Teddy would never know Remus' brilliant mind or Tonk's passionate loyalty. Because of Harry. Because he hadn't surrendered himself to Voldemort before they were taken. He remembered their hands clasped together, their bodies lying peacefully on the floor of the Great Hall, as if they were merely sleeping. As quick and easy as falling asleep. Best godfather in the world? Hardly. "I'm sorry," he whispered to Teddy. "Why don't I take Teddy and get lunch on the table while you catch up with everyone?" Molly suggested hastily. She had thought having Teddy there would be a wonderful surprise for Harry, not anticipating the wave of guilt he would still be battling. Harry handed Teddy over, squeezing the baby's chubby fingers one last time. Why had he come here? "Sit with us," Hermione said, pulling Harry onto the sofa between her and Ginny, while Ron settled down on the floor at their feet. The Weasley men and Fleur also gathered around the room, eager to hear what was happening. "Tell us everything you've been up to." "Your letters are terrible," Ginny teased. "They go something like, 'Hi, it's Harry. I haven't quit school.'" Ron chimed in, mimicking Harry's tone, "I made a few friends." Hermione rolled her eyes. "And I'm fine." Bill added with a smirk, "And I'm single-handedly keeping the American liquor stores in business." "I never wrote that," Harry scowled. "But is it true?" Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Did I tell you guys I met my neighbor?" "He's a muggle-orer," Harry said, trying to steer the conversation. "His name is also Charlie, and his daughter might be moving in soon." "Please, man?" Arthur leaned forward eagerly, captivated as Harry described life as a full muggle. Ron and Hermione exchanged a knowing look as Harry skillfully avoided talking about himself. They decided to indulge him for now, planning to interrogate him properly after the game. Still, they couldn't resist interrupting with questions here and there as his stories caught their interest. "Why were you repainting your car with Rosalie?" Hermione asked, her tone suspicious. "I wrecked it," Harry admitted, looking sheepish. Ron's curiosity was piqued as he caught a peculiar phrase. He narrowed his blue eyes at Harry. "Mate, explain exactly what cliff diving is, because it sounds like..." Apparently, it was exactly what it sounded like, prompting another sigh from Ron and Hermione. "And you do this with a bunch of shirtless and fit blokes?" Ginny wiggled her eyebrows, recalling how Hermione had stammered through a description of Jacob Black. I want to go. Never mind them, George waved off his sister. He couldn't believe no one was asking about the recurring topic Harry kept bringing up with that intriguing tone of voice. Let's hear more about this Jasper fellow. Everyone turned to Harry just in time to see his face turn a brilliant shade of red. Think it's time to eat? Harry said abruptly. I'm starving. It was an obvious deflection as he picked at his plate, trying to change the subject. Harry felt a wave of guilt wash over him after lunch as he experienced a sense of relief when he fled away from the burrow. He loved Teddy with all his heart, but looking at him only brought pain. Molly had mentioned that Teddy needed to return to Grandma Andy before the match ended, so Harry gave him a final hug, whispering a promise to find a way to make up for the loss of his parents, before he fled directly to Headmistress McGonagall's office. Harry stumbled out of the fireplace, feeling even more relieved to find himself in the Transfiguration office rather than Dumbledore's old office, which he had feared. Harry, Professor McGonagall said, rising from her desk chair with a warm smile for one of her favorite former students. How are you? Fine, Harry replied, offering her a distracted grin as he moved aside for Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, his gaze wandering around the office. How are you? Busy, McGonagall said. I heard you're not pursuing your newts. Harry was grateful that Ginny flood in first, immediately wiping the thin-lipped look of fond disapproval off McGonagall's face with her cheerful greeting. What's up, Minnie? Still chuckling at Ginny's boldness, Harry followed McGonagall as she led the way to the Quidditch stands. He carefully watched his feet, not wanting to confirm or deny whether Hogwarts still resembled the battlefield that had been the last time he visited. He was thankful for the cloak that shielded him from curious gazes. As McGonagall opened the front doors, someone small and soft slipped beneath the cloak. Harry instinctively reached for the wand in his pocket, only to realize who it was. Luna, he said, smiling at the blonde-haired witch. How do you know I was here? Invisibility cloaks don't work on Raxburts, Luna replied seriously. And you've got quite a few of them around you. Never had quite so many in your head before, Luna said, her voice trailing off as she walked beside Harry, following McGonagall's taller figure toward the Quidditch stands. Right. Harry shook his head, studying Luna closely. She looked so much better than the last time he'd seen her, her large eyes now bright and full of life, a stark contrast to the way they had appeared in the dark cellar of Malfoy Manor. Images flashed in his mind. Oh no, I didn't want you to get caught. Ron, please stay still. Hermione. Filthy mud blood. And then, the gravestone, here lies Dobby, a free elf. Flashbacks at all? Luna asked, pulling him from his thoughts. What? Harry realized he'd been lost in memories as they climbed the stairs to the teacher's box. I said I'm doing much better. She placed her small hand on his elbow. I hardly have any flashbacks to all the terrible things we saw anymore. Are you? No, Harry replied. I'm fine. You're a liar, Luna said gently. But you will be fine eventually. You know that, don't you, Harry? Harry gazed out across the Quidditch pitch, seeing it from the teacher's box for the first time. The view was different, skewed. He noticed the smaller-than-average class sizes, a lingering effect of the war and parental fears, which kept the stands from filling up. Joyful first years contrasted sharply with the more subdued expressions on some of the older students' faces. He spotted Hermione seated with Parvati Patil in the Gryffindor section, both wearing crimson scarves and wide smiles. His gaze drifted to Draco Malfoy, whose pale blonde hair was longer and looser than before, sitting alone in the Slytherin stands. Then he noticed a girl, perhaps a fifth year, dressed in yellow Hufflepuff robes. Her eyes were shadowed and hooded as she sat quietly, her shoulders slumped. Harry slumped in his seat, wondering who Luna had lost because of him. Sure, Lou, he replied softly. I'll be fine. Luna tugged him toward the open seat beside McGonagall just as the teams entered the field. Harry caught sight of Ginny's fiery hair, held proudly high. Her crimson robes displayed, capped, WASLEY, in gold lettering on the back. She effortlessly reached out to clasp hands with the Slytherin captain, a girl whose name Harry didn't know and didn't care to find out. Ron stood behind his sister, gripping his broom tightly, and Harry could almost taste his excitement for the match. It was a bittersweet moment, watching his friends prepare for the game. He knew he could have been down there with them if he hadn't felt so broken. Maybe it was better this way. He hadn't flown since. Thoughts of the past rushed back. It's that mud blood. Avada Kedavra. Like it hot, scum. If we die for them, I'll kill you. He could almost see Crabbe's body reduced to ashes, a sight he never wanted to witness. It would be a long time before he ever got on a broomstick again. Mount your brooms. Hooch's whistle cut through the air, and the crowd erupted in cheers as the match began. Harry turned to Luna when the announcer shouted that Slytherin had scored the first goal. "Aren't you announcing anymore?" he asked. "I thought you loved it." "Oh yes," Luna replied, her innocent smile brightening her face. "But I asked if Chloe would cover me today. She's a sweet girl, and this is her first real year at Hogwarts. She was happy to do it when I told her I'd much rather watch this match with my friend." Harry's heart swelled with both affection and grief at Luna's simple words. He didn't deserve her friendship. He had nearly gotten her father killed and, in turn, had caused her to be tortured and arrested, all just by existing. Harry often thought that if he had never entered Luna's life, or any of their lives, they would be better off. For the millionth time, he wished his mother hadn't died for him. No one had ever died for such a pointless cause as Lily Potter. "I think the Weasleys have this year in the bag, Potter," McGonagall murmured from her seat beside the hidden teens. "Just look at them." Harry looked up at the sky, a smile spreading across his face as he watched Ginny soar. She was brilliant, ducking, diving, spinning, and passing the quaffle with the ease and grace of a true professional. She radiated life, vibrant and full of energy, up there in the air. Ginny had never flown a man to safety from a raging inferno. She had never felt someone trembling with fear, smelling of ash and sweat, clinging to her on the back of her broom. She had never seen her friends flee from a fire that had been set with the intent to harm them. Yet, Ginny flew as if it were her ultimate freedom. Ron sat proudly on his broom, his position in the middle of the goalposts clear. He shone with enthusiasm, head held high and jaw set stubbornly. That night, Harry's first night of eternity, hadn't stolen the sport he loved from him. Ron was made of sturdier stuff than Harry, he never broke. He never ran away from his problems, and the one time he did, he came back and owned up to his mistakes. Harry, on the other hand, had too many mistakes to ever truly atone for. He would have given anything to make amends, even tried that night, but it wouldn't have mattered. "They're amazing," Harry agreed quietly. "Another cup for your office this year then, Professor." "Don't be ridiculous, Potter," McGonagall sniffed. "I don't keep the Gryffindor trophies in my office anymore. It would be unbefitting of my role as headmistress to play favorites." Harry shot her a skeptical look, knowing she couldn't see it, but she winked at the spot where he was seated and lowered her voice to a dramatic whisper. "I keep them displayed in the Great Hall. That way, I can see them every day." Harry could have lost himself in the thrill of the closely contested game before him. The unique view of the field, the occasional whispers between Luna and McGonagall, and the excitement of watching Ron and Ginny excel in the sport they loved should have calmed his anxiety and made this promise to his friends easier to bear. But then, a wayward comment from the announcer broke through. Ron catches the quaffle, blocking Sanders' attempt to score, and throws it to Ginny, who scores. "Merlin. Have you ever seen such a pair work together so seamlessly?" Harry replayed that comment over and over as the crowd erupted in cheers. Only the older students understood what Harry did. They, along with the now teary-eyed headmistress beside him, knew why that comment was so deeply wrong. Fred and George. George and Fred. They were not just a pair, they were two halves of a whole. So intertwined that even their mother had never imagined they could die apart. No one could have envisioned such a horrifying scenario. The twins were a singular unit, happy, friendly, brilliant, and beloved. A unit that Harry had torn in half. No. Fred. No. Fred's laughter forever frozen on his face, while Molly sobbed over the body of her son as Harry fled to sacrifice himself and save the rest of her children. A sacrifice that felt far too little, far too late. Give me Harry Potter and none shall be harmed. Potter's there. Someone grab him. Harry should have let them grab him. Should have walked to the forest sooner. Should have been smarter, quicker, better. Should have died. I gotta go, he croaked out in a choked whisper. Tell Ron and Ginny, tell them I'm sorry. With that, Harry fled from the stands, keeping his cloak pulled tightly around him. He moved too quickly for McGonagall or Luna to stop him. He couldn't breathe. He needed to get away. Away from the Quidditch field where he had spent hours listening to Fred make jokes, often just to make Harry laugh. Away from Hogwarts, where his unforgivable ignorance had cost 50 others their lives. Fred. Snape. Colin. Tonks. Remus. All his fault. After Harry stumbled out of the Flynn network, landing face first on the ground and breaking his glasses, he didn't hesitate. He ripped open his liquor cabinet and grabbed the first bottle his trembling hands could find. It took 3 desperate swigs before he remembered to ward the flow. He didn't want anyone searching for him instead of celebrating what seemed like a sure win. By the time he had 5 drinks, he could almost bear the memory of Fred's joyful smile without wanting to tear his own heart from his chest. But as soon as he finished his 6th drink, Harry screamed. The sound was endless and sharp, shattering his own eardrums, filled with the pain he felt deep inside. After 3 bottles were gone, his screams had faded, leaving him with dry tears on his face as he stared vacantly at the walls. His house was in disarray, his liquor cabinet empty, and his thoughts spiraled in chaos. All he wanted to do that night was escape. He could have saved them, Fred, Snape, Colin, Tonks, Remus, if he had just let himself die. Teddy could have his parents back, wouldn't have to be an orphan like Harry had been. But maybe it wasn't too late. Harry remembered how he had bled when he wrecked his car. That Muggle contraption had shown him that even the so-called Master of Death could still bleed. He raised his hand and silently summoned the knife from the kitchen. The sharp blade glimmered oddly in his blurred vision. He wouldn't wait around for someone else. Harry felt the weight of loss pressing down on him. Lily, James, Cedric, Sirius, Albus, Hedwig, Dobby, Fred, Snape, Colin, Tonks, Remus. Each name echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of those he loved who had died because of him. He couldn't shake the belief that it would happen again, that everyone he cared about would eventually meet the same fate. Determined to put an end to this cycle of pain, he resolved to test a theory that had lingered in his thoughts for months. He wouldn't let them die because of him. As he repeated the names, Lily, James, Cedric, Sirius, Albus, Hedwig, Dobby, Fred, Snape, Colin, Tonks, Remus, over and over, he pressed the sharp blade to his skin, consumed by a desperate need to take control of his fate. Chapter 11, Running Plotting. Harry crouched on the floor, cradling his head in his hands, screaming. The pain was sharp and overwhelming. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, but it was his eyes that caught Alice's attention, bloodshot, heavy with dark bags beneath them, filled with a depth of suffering that she felt she could never fully comprehend. Then, a flash of sparkling white. The scene shifted. Now, Harry held a knife, inspecting it with a desperate gaze, murmuring something under his breath. He looked as if he had nothing left to live for. Blood, dark and richly scented, poured from his wrists. A smile of relief crossed his face as he leaned against the wall. Alice gasped as her vision faded into the white void. "Tell Jasper to get here now," Edward said urgently on the phone, already 2 steps ahead of Alice. He had dialed Carlisle's number the moment he saw Harry with the knife. Edward recognized the look in Harry's eyes, a mix of agony and curiosity, as if he were questioning what might come next for him. Edward had worn that same expression before. He knew it was only thanks to his family that he hadn't explored every dark possibility of ending his own life, a family that Harry didn't have. But he could have Edward's brother. Edward didn't fully understand the connection between them or the force that drew them together, but there was no denying Alice's visions. He never had before, and he wouldn't now. She saw Harry as a human standing beside Jasper. That was what Edward hoped might keep Harry from diving into the unknown, if there was still time. "Can he be saved?" Edward asked Alice after snapping his phone closed. Carlisle had understood the urgency in his son's voice and promised to send Jasper back to the cabin immediately. "I don't know." "It's all white," Alice cursed. The family, but Alice was willing to face that if it meant saving Harry. The gaps in her vision were frustrating. What was the point of seeing Harry in trouble if she couldn't foresee the outcome? "Will they turn him?" Edward asked, his voice laced with concern. He believed Harry should remain human for the rest of his life. But if turning him was the only way to save him, he would accept his new brother without hesitation. "I don't know." Alice snapped, frustration bubbling over. "I can't see." "Can't see what?" Jasper interjected, joining them, his windswept hair a testament to the speed at which he had run from the mountain. Edward shot him a pitying look. "It's Harry," he replied. Before Alice could say anything further, Jasper was already off, sensing the urgency in their emotions. If Alice and Edward were this fearful and worried, then the situation must be dire. He could catch up with Alice later for more details. As soon as Jasper dashed from the house, Alice refocused on the future. Surely, Jasper's decision to save Harry would reveal something, anything. She envisioned Harry and Jasper racing their motorcycles down a flat stretch of highway. Harry's cheeks were pink and flushed from the wind, his eyes sparkling with joy. Jasper was watching his human instead of the road, a loving smile on his face. "Harry's going to make it," Alice sighed in relief. "He won't have to be turned yet. He's going to make it." But as soon as she spoke, she began mentally translating a vulgar American rap song into Vietnamese, trying to shield her thoughts from Edward. Deep down, she hoped someone would turn Harry soon. The sooner he could join them and find happiness, the better. If Carlisle stuck to his refusal without Harry's consent, something that wouldn't be easy to obtain without revealing the secret, then perhaps Alice would take matters into her own hands. She imagined a day when she, Harry, and Jasper would simply disappear, and when they returned, Harry would be a vampire. It would undoubtedly spark a fight with the rest of the family, but Alice was willing to face that if it meant saving Harry. Alice knew her family would eventually forgive her. By the time they did, Harry would already be one of them, irrevocably changed. She hummed a tune as she danced to the bedroom in the cabin she had claimed as her own, feeling a sense of comfort in that thought. She understood Jasper well enough to know he would feel the same way. Meanwhile, Jasper ran faster than he ever had in his existence. He darted between trees, throwing caution to the wind, hardly bothering to avoid the sunlight filtering through the woods. He knew he shouldn't have left. Harry was in agony. Alice's phone call had made that clear, explaining her vision and the urgency that drove Jasper to leave immediately. His human was simply too in pain to be left alone. "The person you are attempting to reach has a voice mailbox that has not been set up yet. Goodbye." The generic message played again, and Jasper nearly crumpled his phone in frustration. This was the 17th time he had tried to call Harry's cell. He urged himself to move faster. He knew he was nearly invisible to the human eye, but he needed to push himself even more. Alice had said her first vision began as the sun set, and it was already dipping low in the west, the very direction he was racing toward. An eerie feeling settled over him. He felt like he was racing against the sun, a force he had never known to lose. As he got closer to Forks, instead of relief, a heavy weight settled in his chest. The sun was almost gone now, barely visible over the treetops. That could only mean one thing: he was too late. He swore to himself that if it was too late to save Harry's mortal life, he would at least have the strength to give him an immortal one. Carlisle couldn't begrudge him that. It would be an emergency, just like with Edward, Rosalie, Esme, and Emmett. And then Harry would be immortal, and Jasper could share everything with him. He just needed to reach his house. Before his heart stopped beating, Jasper raced through town, barely skimming the treetops beneath a sky painted in deep purple. He wasn't sure what he hoped to find. Would it be better if Harry managed to survive his own attempts to end his life, whether as a human or a vampire? As he neared Harry's house, he halted, holding his breath. Although Harry's blood didn't register to him as food, it was still blood, warm and wet, a reminder of the days when the taste of animals had been his preference. He couldn't risk saving or turning Harry in a frenzy. Just before entering the little brick house, Jasper heard Harry's strong heartbeat, sending a jolt through him. He was alive. Despite his trust in Alice's visions, he had dreaded the worst as he ran. He wouldn't let Harry's beating heart slow him down. He was still injured and slipping closer to death with every passing second. Jasper kicked the door open. Subtlety wasn't an option now, and the sight that greeted him froze him in his tracks. Blood. So much blood. It formed a giant puddle, forever staining the hardwood, sliding beneath the wooden boards. And there was Harry, curled up on his side, arms drawn into his chest, resting in the blue recliner Jasper knew he favored. He could hear Harry's soft breaths, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and the faint moans that escaped him, revealing emotions of disappointment, defeat, and agony as they seeped into his dreams. Jasper rushed to his side and gently flipped him onto his back, startling Harry, who lurched forward in his seat and kicked Jasper in the stomach. Thanks to his enhanced vampire reflexes and years of anticipating attacks, Jasper dodged the kick just in time to prevent Harry from injuring himself. Jasper? Harry blinked groggily at him, confusion slowly replacing despair in his eyes. What? What are you doing here? Harry slurred, his words thick with the effects of alcohol. Jasper noticed the shattered bottle scattered around the room, clear evidence of Harry's drinking. The glass shards mixed with blood created a morbid sparkle in the dim light. Jasper felt a rush of concern. He knew Harry had a terrible temper, even if he hadn't witnessed it firsthand. "You're hurt." "Let me see," he said gently, his worry escalating to an all-time high. He couldn't just manhandle Harry, but he needed him to move his arms, which were buried beneath a thick red sweater emblazoned with a yellow H. "Please, Harry." "I'm not hurt," Harry replied, sinking back into his chair. "Bit drunk." "Harry." Jasper knelt down, looking directly into Harry's bloodshot, red-rimmed eyes. He tried to convey his sincerity, hoping to earn Harry's trust enough to allow him to help. Even if Harry was conscious now, he could faint at any moment. His wounds might still be bleeding, and it would be difficult to notice through the color of his sweater. Jasper didn't trust himself to breathe in the air for the scent of fresh blood, not this close to Harry. If he wanted to avoid draining Harry's small body entirely, it was best to keep his sense of smell in check. "You are," he insisted. "It's okay. I understand. I just need to see. I'll help you." "Damn it, Harry, let me see your arms." Jasper didn't mean to snarl. He prided himself on being a gentleman, but the urgency of the situation was getting to him. Jasper understood that Harry was skittish. He knew that someone or something had hurt him deeply, leaving both physical scars and festering emotional wounds. Harry was always on guard, ready to defend himself at the slightest provocation. But Jasper wasn't going to let a moment of fear lead to Harry's demise, not if he could help it. My arms? Harry flinched at Jasper's tone, opening his eyes and blinking heavily. Why? Jasper struggled to find words, caught off guard. They were standing in what looked like the aftermath of a terrible crime. The blood, Harry. Yours, I assume. He wished he could tell Harry that he already knew about his injuries, that there was no point in hiding them. But revealing that would risk exposing his family, and he wasn't ready for that yet. Oh. Harry turned his head to look at the blood that was darkening as it dried in a puddle on the floor. He blinked at it a few times, as if surprised to see it. Accident. Not my blood. I'm fine. Is there a dead body nearby then? Jasper asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Because if not, I insist on checking you for injuries. Unless you'd prefer I call Chief Swan and have him drag you to the hospital in an ambulance. Jasper knew he was clenching his jaw and speaking harshly. Threatening Harry wasn't the way to earn his trust, but even Rosalie couldn't compete with this level of stubbornness. Not his blood, it was ridiculous. Get out, Harry sighed. Or I'm calling Charlie and saying you broke in. Why? He trailed off, his anxious emotions twisting into a dull curiosity. Why are you here anyway? I thought you went camping, which is dumb. Camping sucks. You didn't answer my calls, Jasper replied, offering a smooth half-truth and deliberately ignoring Harry's request to leave. Harry was in no position to call the police chief, not with his house looking like the scene of a heinous crime. I was worried. Sweet, Harry muttered. Harry murmured, his head drooping forward as if he might pass out at any moment. Don't be, Jasper replied softly. He sent a wave of calming energy towards Harry, using his gift to help ease the turmoil swirling inside him and guide him towards sleep. Jasper knew he wouldn't dare grab Harry, even while he was unconscious. His upbringing and common sense wouldn't allow it. So, he opted for the next best thing. He straightened up, took a few steps away from Harry, tensed his muscles, and inhaled cautiously. Harry's house smelled dark and cold, there was no better way to describe it. The heavy, ominous odor clinging to the walls was reminiscent of death, yet it carried a chilling aftershock that felt alarmingly alive. Jasper had never encountered such a scent before. It was intoxicating, invigorating, and deeply unnatural. Beneath that uniquely terrifying aroma lay the unmistakable scent of blood, definitely Harry's oddly fragrant blood. Jasper estimated it was roughly 2 hours old now. Underneath that, he detected a combination of alcohol, sweat, and the salty residue of tears, a mix that made his stomach twist with grief at the thought of what had caused such a smell. But Jasper inhaled again, this time more deeply, reassured that Harry's unusual blood wouldn't provoke a frenzy. There was no fresh blood. He took a step closer and leaned in, moving quietly while Harry's eyes were shut once more. He carefully sniffed the human. There was a blend of ashes, sweat, alcohol, smoke, and a hint of clove from a meal Harry had hopefully enjoyed earlier in the day. But still, no fresh blood. Jasper scrutinized Harry more closely. His soft red sweater showed no signs of blood, nor did his gray sweatpants, aside from a smear on the ankles that he could match to a spot on the floor near the bathroom doorway. Alice's vision hadn't revealed Jasper saving Harry, it only showed that Harry had cut his wrists deeply before. Everything went white. Once Jasper left, Alice checked again and saw them together in the future. Had Harry realized the severity of what he had done and bandaged his own wounds, saving his life on his own? He didn't smell injured, but he didn't smell like cotton bandages either. Yet there was a lot of blood on the floor. Jasper estimated it to be roughly 1 liter. As Harry's soft snores filled the room, Jasper pulled out his phone and called Alice. Carlisle thinks it might have looked like Harry bled more because of the alcohol in his system thinning his blood. He needs fresh bandages in the morning to prevent infection. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and plenty of fluids will help replenish blood loss faster. If the bleeding has already stopped, he probably doesn't need stitches. And if you're not taking him to the hospital, you have to stay with him in case he tries again. We'll be home tomorrow unless you want us there sooner. Did I miss anything? I hate you, Jasper sighed into the phone. It was typical for Alice to answer without a simple hello. She always jumped straight into providing the answers he needed. You love me, Alice sang back. And hold on, yep, he'll be fine if you run to the store. He won't even wake up before you get back. I don't see any future without him. Don't forget he likes grapes. You're my favorite sibling, even if you are a tiny little pain, Jasper teased. Bye. Reluctantly, Jasper didn't want to leave Harry, haunted by the fear of making the same mistake twice. But a quick check of the bathroom and kitchen cabinets revealed a distinct lack of supplies. I'll be right back, he whispered to Harry's sleeping form. He sent one more strong wave of calm, peace, and joy to combat the night terrors he knew his friend suffered from before heading to the nearest store for the supplies Carlisle had recommended, bandage wraps. Jasper picked up bottled water, fresh fruits, vegetables, and even a few of those unpleasant-smelling canned drinks that Harry liked. He also remembered to grab a bottle of ibuprofen at the checkout. Harry might be sore from his injuries, and even if he wasn't, Jasper knew that headaches were a common after-effect of hangovers. When he returned, Jasper sent calming thoughts to Harry, who, in the mere 11 minutes and 46 seconds Jasper had been gone, had already slipped back into turmoil. Why are you like this? He murmured. He longed to reach out and smooth the dark locks that were obscuring part of Harry's forehead, but he knew he was already overstepping. He would keep his hands to himself. After easing Harry back into a peaceful sleep, Jasper set to work cleaning the living room. He mopped up the blood, swept up the glass shards, and carefully replaced Harry's books and trinkets on the shelf. He turned a small golden metal ball over in his hands, pondering what significance such an odd object might hold for Harry, especially since it sat beside a photo of what could only be his parents. Once he finished his self-imposed cleaning spree, he stretched his legs out on the couch, not for comfort, but in case Harry woke up soon. He thought about the peculiarities of this young man who had changed the unchangeable. Harry's blood was richly scented, yet entirely unappetizing. His past had shaped him into the traumatized and anguished teenager he was now, but it was a topic he avoided discussing. His parents and godfather were dead, his friends were an ocean away, and the chief of a tribe of werewolves was the only distant relation he claimed. Harry's emotions were intense, his mind nearly impenetrable, and his future seemed filled with blank spaces. Who are you? Jasper mused aloud. Harry Potter was a mystery, and even though Jasper was a soldier rather than a spy, he found himself drawn into the enigma. A good mystery could certainly keep him awake, even if only figuratively. Jasper masked his own emotions with the calm he was trying to instill in Harry as he pondered the situation. This couldn't happen again. He counted Harry's heartbeats, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude that Harry still had them at all. He watched as the air escaped his nose in small puffs and imagined a world where Harry no longer produced those little misty clouds, not as a lifeless body, which was a painfully stark image, but as something stronger. Something that even Harry's reckless, self-destructive behavior couldn't extinguish. The more he envisioned it, the more determined he became. He was surprised Alice hadn't yet called him with a vision of a talented raven-haired newborn, surely reborn with a powerful gift. He would miss Harry's green eyes, but he wouldn't miss the worry and anxiety that came with caring for such a fragile human. He wouldn't miss leaving Harry alone to drown in his sorrows while he hid who he truly was. And he was certain Harry wouldn't miss being plagued by nightmares during his sleep. Jasper could shield him from that torment forever. He didn't think Harry would miss being alone either. He could be one of them, a Cullen, a Hale. Heck, he could even take the name Whitlock if he liked the sound of it. There would be no need for secrets. Jasper could share his past with Harry, no matter how gory it might be, and Harry would accept him. Alice's visions assured him of that. Eventually, Harry would learn to trust Jasper with his own past, and his crushing despair would lighten as Jasper offered him a brighter future. He would give him a family, true friends, and himself. They could spend eternity together, as partners, as equals. As the sun rose over the sleepy town of Forks, Jasper lay perfectly still on Harry's couch, a fully formed plan taking shape in his mind. He would find a way to ask Harry. Jasper contemplated whether Harry would want to join his family, to become one of them. He knew he had to be cautious, but he was confident he could do it without revealing their secret. This would also ease Carlisle's worries about turning Harry himself. If Harry refused, Jasper would reassure him that eternity doesn't have to be something to fear. After all, he wouldn't have to bear the guilt that came from taking a life, as Jasper had. In fact, for Harry, an eternity could be a blessing. He could travel, explore, and immerse himself in a community so uniquely extraordinary that it felt almost magical. Jasper had never seen that magic in his life until now, until Harry. As he envisioned showing Harry the world, he began to see it clearly. Being immortal was a gift, a chance to spend time with someone who made his existence meaningful again. And if all else failed, Jasper considered the possibility of turning Harry himself. He had already absorbed a liter of Harry's blood without feeling the familiar hunger in his throat or the taste of venom pooling in his mouth. He was certain he could change him without causing harm. If Harry was upset with him for taking away his fragile humanity, Jasper would leave him with Alice and Carlisle, patiently waiting for a century or so for the stubborn boy to forgive him. After all, he had plenty of time. Chapter 12, Hurricane Ridge. Sunday, October 8, 2003. Ugh. Harry groaned weakly before even opening his eyes. Merlin, he was sore. Had he really consumed an entire liquor store last night? Why was his head pounding and his body so stiff? He stretched out, letting out another groan as he opened his eyes to bright, obnoxious sunlight. What time is it? He mumbled aloud. Nearly 7:30, came a voice. What the hell? Harry twisted in his chair, instinctively reaching for his wand as he realized someone had answered him. Thankfully, he didn't have his wand on him, which was something he never thought he would be grateful for. The last thing he needed was Jasper questioning why he was brandishing a piece of wood in his face. Or worse, Jasper being stunned and exposed to magic for the petty offense of startling him. Actually, Harry revised that thought as the sheer absurdity of the situation began to sink in. Jasper could very well be stunned and exposed to magic for the real crime of breaking into Harry's house. His vision was still blurred, but he was fairly certain that was indeed Jasper standing there. But that didn't make any sense, did it? He groped around for his glasses, found them wedged in the side of the chair, and put them on to see more clearly. Yep, that was Jasper, giving him an amused half-smile from the doorway. What? Harry had to clear his throat, thick with sleep, and push away the ache that started pounding in his head from his own startled shout. What are you doing here? He demanded. Catch. Jasper ignored his question and tossed something to Harry. A soft, white package that Harry easily caught. You broke into my house at 7:30 in the bloody morning to bring me bandages? Harry said incredulously. He knew that Hermione's defense of American Muggles was wrong. This was not normal behavior. These people were mad. No. I broke into your house at 8 o'clock. Last night was quite the experience, Jasper said calmly, as if that admission wasn't completely absurd. But you need to change your bandages. If you don't, you'll end up in the hospital with a terrible infection. Harry shook his head, wincing as a sharp pain shot through his body. What the hell is going on? He asked bluntly. Why are you here? And why am I at risk of getting an infection? Jasper looked confused, stepping slowly into the sitting room and tilting his head to examine Harry. Do you not remember anything from last night? Harry rubbed his tired eyes, trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. He recalled going to Hogwarts yesterday, which had been terrible. Then he'd come home and started drinking. And then... oh. Dang. He remembered having the reckless idea that perhaps the Hallows had left a loophole, and he could still die by Muggle methods. In a moment of despair, he had cut both of his wrists as deeply as he could. He recalled the sense of relief as his mind began to shut down, his breathing slowed, and his pulse dropped to a faint, uneven rate. But he felt a surge of disappointment and anger when he opened his eyes a few minutes later, fully functional again. The only evidence of his actions were the thick white scars now marking both wrists. He hadn't even been drunk anymore. After that, he'd taken a shower, apparently forgetting his wand in the dirty pockets of his trousers, much to Alastair Moody's likely dismay. He'd put on the most comfortable clothes he could find, drank the rest of the alcohol in the house, and then cried and cursed into his lap until he passed out in his recliner. None of those uncomfortable memories explained Jasper's presence, though. Not much, no, Harry said evasively. I definitely don't remember you showing up. I'd be happy to tell you about the exciting experience it was to witness you. Jasper began. Please go change your bandages first, Jasper said, a crooked smile playing on his lips, likely teasing. Bandages. Harry glanced down at the soft white wrapping. Right. Why? Why would you think I needed these? He asked slowly. Merlin. Did Jasper see him cut his arms? Harry couldn't remember if he had noticed him before everything went dark and then back to light. He had been a bit preoccupied at the time. Please, don't let me have exposed the wizarding world to a muggle, he silently pleaded. He was terrible at obliviation, and Hermione would never stop lecturing him about the dangers of exposure if he had to flew her for help. Well, she would eventually stop, probably when she was old and Harry was still a bloody, thrice-damned 18-year-old. 17. He hadn't even made it to 18. Merlin, that was depressing. I tried calling you yesterday, but I got worried when you didn't answer, Jasper said patiently, settling onto Harry's sofa. As Jasper spoke, Harry felt himself calming down, able to push aside the weight of his own thoughts. He wasn't sure if it was due to his own occlumency skills. He could practically hear Snape mocking him from the afterlife for even thinking that, the massive amount of sleep he apparently got last night, or simply Jasper's rich voice soothing him. I came to check on you, and there was blood everywhere, Jasper continued. You mumbled something about cutting your arm, so I brought fresh bandages to prevent an infection. I stayed the night just in case you needed a ride to the hospital at some point. You really do need to change those bandages, though. They're supposed to be changed every 8 hours, and it's already been at least 12. In that moment, Harry felt a deep ache for his friends. Despite his freakish, unable to die status, he would never have to pretend to be fine again. Maybe I wouldn't be injured if I were with other witches and wizards, Harry muttered to himself. I'll just, go do that then, he said, making his way toward the bathroom. But halfway there, a mortifying thought struck him. Did I mention how I cut my arm? He asked Jasper, trying to sound nonchalant, as if it didn't really matter. As he spoke, Harry glanced around his sitting room, taking in the freshly cleaned floors. A wave of relief washed over him. The evidence of his chaotic night was no longer on display. He certainly didn't want to see a puddle of his own blood. He had experienced enough of that in his life. It was still embarrassing that Jasper had obviously cleaned it up, but far less so than if he had blubbered about trying to die. You did not, Jasper replied. When I arrived, your house looked like a murder scene, and you were about to black out in your chair. And you cleaned it up? Harry asked, surprised. Bandages, Harry, Jasper drawled. I'll happily explain over breakfast afterward. Right, bandages to prevent infection. Harry scowled at himself as he slammed the bathroom door behind him. What a hell of a situation to find himself in, he thought, staring blankly at the white bandaging. He tentatively pinched the bandage and began wrapping it around both forearms, tying it off tightly. They felt unnecessary since magic had already healed him, but they did cover the scars from his reckless experiment, just in case anyone thought to check. Once he pulled his jumper sleeves back down to cover his arms, he headed back to get a better explanation from Jasper. Jasper was waiting for him at the kitchen countertop, looking unfairly perfect, almost like a male Vila as he sat casually on a high-top chair. Despite having apparently slept on Harry's couch, his clothes were unwrinkled and fit his tall, lithe body perfectly. The soft flow of the fabric only enhanced the image of grace he always exuded. His eyes were gentle, the color of liquid. Jasper scanned Harry's arms, a hint of approval in his expression as he noticed the bandage peeking from beneath Harry's left sleeve. "Would you like breakfast?" Jasper asked, his tone polite and patient. "I ate before you woke up. I hope you don't mind that I put some food in your fridge." "You're welcome to it." "I'm fine," Harry replied, slumping into the seat next to Jasper, making no effort to mimic his graceful posture. "But you could tell me exactly what you did last night if you wanted." Jasper smirked, pushing a bottle of water and a plastic tub of Muggle medicine toward him. "I'll trade you. I'm sure you're sore, and you should drink water to help replenish your blood." "For the love of..." "You're worse than Hermione," Harry shot back, glaring at Jasper. "And that's not a compliment." "I'll ask her if she thinks so when I meet her one day," Jasper chuckled. "Come on, humor me. 2 aspirin and 1 bottle of water, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Harry eyed the bottle of aspirin warily. He'd never taken Muggle medicine before, his aunt would never have wasted it on him, and at Hogwarts, he had potions that worked instantly. But it wasn't like it would kill him to try it. With that bitterly amusing thought, he popped the cap off the bottle, swallowed 2 of the tiny pills, and downed a generous amount of water. "Your turn," he said, looking at Jasper. "You cleaned my house." "Why? Why were you even calling me in the first place?" "I was calling to see how your day went Friday," Jasper replied evenly. "I was worried you might have had a long day without Alice there. As I said before, you didn't answer, and I was nearby, so I decided to check on you. You didn't answer the door, but I thought I heard you inside and became concerned that you were injured. So, I let myself in and found your place a mess in you. Drunk as a sailor. You said you cut your arm and then passed out. I cleaned up because that's what friends do." Harry couldn't argue with that. His friends had often found themselves cleaning up his messes. "Oh, they're going to be furious," he said, resting his forehead on the counter and groaning. He had left Hogwarts in a bit of a huff the day before and hadn't even told Hermione, Ron, or Ginny that he was leaving. Then he had warded his flu, which meant the only thing preventing a howler from arriving any moment was Hermione knowing he was trying to pass himself off as a Muggle. "Who?" Jasper asked. "Ginny, mostly," Harry replied, reluctantly sitting back up. "I was, supposed to call my friends last night and forgot." "Common side effect of drinking, I'm sure," Jasper said dryly. Harry rolled his eyes, then winced as a wave of pain shot through his head. At some point, he'd have to stop drowning his sorrows in alcohol. It really wasn't as effective as Sirius had made it seem. "Which one is Ginny again?" Jasper asked, pulling Harry back from his thoughts before guilt and grief could settle in. "Ron's sister, ex-girlfriend," Harry said. "The redhead who's going to smack me the next time I see her." "Ex-girlfriend?" Jasper raised an eyebrow, his posture stiffening. "Yeah," Harry said, a faint smile creeping onto his face as he remembered long nights by the Gryffindor fire with Ginny, talking, laughing, snogging, and feeling so ridiculously normal. "We didn't date long, but she's still one of my best friends." "What happened?" Harry shrugged and fidgeted with the sleeve of his jumper. "She said we were trying to force something that just wasn't there." He thought back to the only breakup he had ever had to console a friend through. Ron had been entirely too dramatic. Harry had been relieved to be rid of Lavender when it happened, but he was pretty sure that snorting wasn't the typical reaction one should have. "I'm sorry," Jasper chuckled, offering Harry an apologetic nod. It's just. Did Alice tell you I used to date a girl who said that exact thing when she broke up with me? Seriously? Harry let out a short laugh. What a bloody coincidence. Jasper's eyes glimmered, the golden hue looking almost liquid as he met Harry's gaze. Bloody coincidence indeed, he murmured. Harry found himself caught in that gaze for what felt like an inappropriate amount of time. He cleared his throat, hastily got to his feet, and moved toward the fridge. You said you put food in here? He asked, trying to distract himself from the heat rising in his face. A bit, Jasper replied, sounding entirely unaffected by Harry's odd behavior. Harry snagged a bag of grapes and made a show of rinsing them off, waiting for his face to cool down before he felt safe enough to sit back down. Do you have any plans for today? Jasper asked. Harry had kind of hoped to avoid today altogether, so he just shook his head. Might go see if Jacob's busy. He wanted to give my bike a try. If you didn't already make those plans, could I convince you to make some with me instead? Harry blinked at Jasper, starting to sense that today might end up even more peculiar than yesterday. And he was pretty sure he had died and come back to life last night, so. Aren't you camping with your family? He blurted out. No. Though at some point, you should tell me why you bloody hate camping. Jasper's mimicry of Harry's accent made him laugh just enough to keep from dredging up memories of what Ron had aptly called the camping trip from hell. Long story, Harry said, waving his hand with a forced air of nonchalance. But, why did you say you were camping if you're not? Harry asked. I went, but I had Carlisle bring me back yesterday, Jasper replied. Good thing too, because I doubt you'd remember to clean and bandage your arm without a reminder, right? I'm fine, Harry scowled. I don't need a babysitter. Jasper's voice was soft, almost soothing. How about spending time with a friend then? What do you have in mind? Harry asked cautiously. Jasper's eyes lit up as he leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. How do you feel about hiking? As it turned out, Harry didn't mind hiking. It was challenging, but his muscles ached in that familiar way, reminiscent of Quidditch practice. Being outside, in a place so different from his home, cleared his mind as he followed Jasper. Despite the clouds and drizzle, the heat was palpable. Harry didn't notice the rising temperature while hiking, but he certainly felt the sweat. Why don't you look like you're hiking a bloody mountain? He complained, eyeing Jasper. Jasper seemed entirely at ease, looking effortlessly good as they traversed the trails of Olympic National Park. He wore long cargo pants, a thick red flannel shirt, and carried a professional-looking backpack filled with supplies. Not a single drop of sweat marred his face, instead, he radiated enthusiasm. Harry couldn't help but admit that Jasper looked good. In contrast, he felt like a mess in his joggers, black hoodie, and the hiking boots Jasper had lent him. Because I spend most of my free time enjoying the outdoors, while you spend yours drinking and driving recklessly, Jasper laughed. Come on, Slowpoke. We want to reach the ridge before the sun gets too low. We shouldn't have wasted so much time packing a bloody picnic, Harry muttered darkly, though he quickened his pace to catch up with Jasper. When he'd agreed to go hiking to see something amazing, he hadn't realized it would involve a complete outfit change and Jasper bringing enough food to feed an entire army. Still, it was nice hiking with Jasper. He had a calming presence that Harry found comforting. Plus, on the drive to the park, Jasper played music, introducing Harry to all the classics, while driving his car at nearly 120 miles per hour. And he hadn't even put a single scratch on it. May I ask you a personal question? Jasper said after Harry caught up and they continued up the trail. Depends on what it is, Harry replied. I reserve the right to plead the fifth, though. So you have been paying attention in history class? Jasper exclaimed with a dramatic gasp. Edward is going to be so pleased. Harry rolled his eyes, his lips twitching at Jasper's theatrics. "What's your question, you prat?" Jasper fell silent for a moment, seemingly searching for the right way to ask. "Why were you drinking last night?" Harry hadn't expected that question, and he stumbled in surprise. A steady arm caught his elbow, then quickly released him once he was back on his feet. He glanced at Jasper out of the corner of his eye, wary and suspicious of his reasoning, but Jasper looked perfectly tranquil as he focused on the trail ahead. "Bad day," Harry replied shortly. "Sorry again about that. I was fine, though. You didn't need to check on me." "You seemed totally fine," Jasper drawled. "Drunk, with your living room covered in blood, and all your shelves destroyed. Your work, I assume." Harry hummed, neither confirming nor denying Jasper's guess. He had told Hermione he needed to ward his house against muggles, but she just said, "What if you want them to come over?" "You are the least talkative person I have ever met," Jasper said, rolling his eyes at Harry. "Most people enjoy talking about themselves." Harry shot back, "Oh yeah, I'm sure loads of people want to discuss knocking over a bookcase because they had a bad day." "That's not embarrassing at all, Jazz." He flashed an innocent smile, matching his overly enthusiastic tone, which made Jasper shake his head. But Harry caught a glimpse of Jasper's smile too. Hogwarts students definitely underestimated sarcasm, and Harry loved it. Even if it had landed him in detention back in England, "There's no need to call me sir, Professor," it seemed to win him friends in America. "What if we make it a game?" Jasper suggested. "I'll ask you a question, and you can ask me one. At least until we reach the lookout." Harry would have said no, but Jasper's soft smile made him sigh. Plus, Jasper hadn't specified that he had to answer honestly. Harry imagined he would need to concoct quite a few answers to avoid breaching the statute of secrecy. "I'm going first," Harry declared stubbornly. "Of course," Jasper replied. As they hiked around a curve and began ascending a steep part of the path, Harry came up with a question he had been curious about. "Edward mentioned that you were adopted by the Cullens after your parents died. Did you go to them straight away, or did you go to an orphanage first?" "An orphanage?" Jasper raised his dark blonde brows in surprise. "Harry, there hasn't been an orphanage in operation in the United States for years." "But no, I didn't go straight to Carlisle and Esme. I was on my own for a while." Harry sensed Jasper's reluctance to elaborate, but it was a personal question, so he just hummed and waited for Jasper to continue. "Why didn't your friends come with you when you moved to Forks?" Hermione sounds like she would have jumped at the chance to learn about a new culture. And Ron is an adult, surely Molly would have let him go. Couldn't have stopped him. Harry smiled, pleased that Jasper remembered details about his friends from their earlier conversations. It meant a lot to him that Jasper took the time to recall what he had shared, making Harry feel valued for who he was, not just for his many embarrassing nicknames. He pondered Jasper's question seriously. "They're happy in England," Harry replied. "I wasn't. They have family there, I only have them. They knew I wasn't happy, so they encouraged me to find something new. But they couldn't come with me. I wouldn't have asked them to, it would have made them unhappy. If I had asked, they would have come, and then all three of us would just be miserable together. That wouldn't have been fair." No one understood the loyalty of Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger better than he did. If he had asked them to join him, they would have. They would have sacrificed their families and futures for him, without a second thought, and never complained about it. "Are you?" Jasper asked. "Am I what?" "Happy," Jasper clarified. "You said they wanted you to leave England so you could be happy. So, are you?" "My turn, isn't it?" Harry deflected the question. "Do you have a favorite and least favorite sibling?" Jasper laughed, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "My favorite depends on what I'm doing. When I want quiet company, Edward is my favorite. If I'm in the mood to roughhouse or just hang out, Emmett's my guy." If I want to talk, I go to Alice. And when I need someone to knock some sense into me, Rosalie is my favorite. Harry had always wanted siblings. Ron used to complain about having so many brothers, but Harry would have given anything for just one brother or sister. Not that Ron complained anymore, he understood now how precious his siblings were. And my least favorite is almost always either Edward or Rosalie, Jasper continued. Rosalie? Why? Harry asked, genuinely curious. He liked all of Jasper's siblings. He thought they were all brilliant in their own ways, but Rosalie held a special place in his heart, ranking higher than Emmett or Edward. Harry, you're incredibly stubborn yourself, so you might have missed it, but Rosalie is the most stubborn person I've ever met. And loud, Lord have mercy, she is loud. Harry laughed at that. Rosalie was indeed stubborn and loud, but he liked that about her. She embodied everything he imagined an older sister would be. The two of them hiked the last few miles like that, tossing questions back and forth. Some were easy, like Harry's favorite color, while others were more personal. Did you love Ginny or were you in love with her? Harry chose to sidestep a couple of the trickier ones, particularly what do you dream about most frequently? He was pretty sure Jasper wouldn't understand if he mentioned Death Eaters and death, so he kept quiet until Jasper asked a different question. Despite the daunting task of a 5-mile hike, Harry found the time flew by as they talked. It was absolutely worth it when they finally reached the lookout that Jasper claimed was his favorite spot in the entire state. Whoa, Harry breathed. It was incredible. The lookout was nestled in the side of the mountain, little more than a rocky cave, but it provided a clear and dry spot to sit and soak in the view. And what a view it was, a brilliant panorama stretching across the tops of nearby mountains. Clouds of mist obscured their peaks, but Harry knew they were just beyond his line of sight. He loved it. As far as he could see, there were trees, mountains, and mist. In that moment, he felt blessedly inconsequential. What weight did his problems carry when the world was so vast and he was so small? I love it, he told Jasper. Jasper slowly took his hand and led him over to a part of the interior cave wall. The bench, a crude imitation carved from stone, stood against the breathtaking backdrop. I like to come here when it feels like I'm fighting against the world, Jasper said, his voice reflective. It makes me feel insignificant, Harry interjected, nodding wisely. Yeah, me too. Jasper released Harry's hand, but while Harry was captivated by the expansive view before him, Jasper was taken by the sight beside him. They spent the rest of the day in that serene spot, engaged in light conversation, breathing in the fresh mountainside air, and simply feeling at peace. Harry felt a wave of gratitude wash over him for having a day like this. He didn't desire immortality, he didn't want to lose the few people he had left. Instead, he longed to be reunited with his family one day, even if that meant connecting with them in whatever the afterlife held. But for now, he wouldn't mind having more days like this one. Hey, Harry. Can I ask you one more question? Sure. Harry perched on the edge of the cave mouth, his feet dangling over the cavernous drop below. He noticed Jasper's concern about him being so close to the edge, but Harry felt secure. He wasn't going to fall or jump, what would be the point? He'd already survived the night's ordeal, and he felt unbroken, healed by whatever force had kept him alive. He kicked his feet, sending little pebbles tumbling into the abyss below. If you could live forever, what would you do? Harry turned to meet Jasper's gaze, considering the weight of the question. He answered with complete honesty. I'd find a way to kill myself. Chapter 13, Plan B. Thursday, November 4th, 2003. We're going to see Nickelback? Alice scrunched her nose as she danced around Jasper's room, then flopped onto his bed. EW. Jasper turned from his computer, where he had just clicked the purchase button for the tickets, and raised an eyebrow at her. Everyone's gone, Alice said quickly. Carlisle and Esme are at the hospital for some charity event. Edward's out hunting, and Rose and Mr. Somewhere very far away, thank goodness. She shuddered at the thought. You and I are not going to the concert. We're taking Harry to see one of his favorite bands perform, Jasper clarified. Boo, Alice sat up, crossing her legs beneath her. So this is business, not pleasure. Got it. Jasper nodded, pleased that Alice had caught on to his plan so quickly. In fact, he was grateful to have her assistance at all, especially since she had volunteered without him asking. It had surprised him when she brought it up during a hunt just 2 days after Harry had firmly dismissed Jasper's carefully worded mention of immortality. I'd find a way to kill myself, was a sentiment that lingered heavily in the air. Yet, Jasper sensed Harry's wistfulness when he spoke about his siblings, the sense of loss when he mentioned friends, and the grief that surfaced when family was brought up. He suspected that Harry's issue with immortality wasn't about living forever, but rather living forever alone. But how could he ask that without sounding crazy, expecting a genuine answer? So when Alice took Jasper hunting just a couple of days later and bluntly said, I say we run away with Harry and turn him, it had come as a relief. Jasper hadn't agreed with that plan, not yet. He preferred to convince Harry to join their family willingly. But he told Alice that if they couldn't convince Harry that an eternity could be filled with. Jasper was determined to do things Alice's way, especially when it came to Harry's happiness. They had an unspoken agreement, if Harry ever attempted to take his own life again, they would turn him into a vampire without hesitation, consequences be damned. This understanding led Jasper to the rather unenviable task of planning Harry's first rock concert experience. Harry, what are you doing Saturday? Jasper texted. He and Alice waited patiently for a response. For a teenager, Harry was surprisingly slow at texting. Just as Alice let out a giggle, Jasper's phone dinged. She must have sensed his reply before he even saw it. Tell Alice I'm not jumping off a bridge again, the message read. Tell him he had fun, Alice said, chuckling. And remind him it's too cold for humans to go bungee jumping. Harry had indeed enjoyed himself. According to his emotions, he had a blast with every wild idea that Jasper and Alice had thrown at him. I'm not telling him that, Jasper murmured as he typed back. You loved it. But since it's cold, how about a concert instead? Might as well tell him, Alice replied. Turning him is just a matter of time. After sending off the text, Jasper looked up and studied his sister intently. Did your visions change? He asked. Alice furrowed her brow, closing her eyes and shaking her head briefly, which sank Jasper's hopes. No, but I still see him with us. It's clear as day, Jazz. He's definitely going to be a part of the family. Neither of them understood why Alice had yet to see Harry as a newborn, but they were both committed to this plan. Even if Jasper ever wavered, Alice had no intention of allowing Harry to remain human for much longer. They hoped it was just a fluke, the same fluke that had led to many of Alice's visions of Harry being filled with white gaps. Edward's coming back. Are you leaving? Alice asked quickly. Jasper nodded and hastily shoved his phone into his pocket. He gave Alice a quick kiss on the top of her head, then jumped out the window. As they made their way toward town, avoiding Edward proved to be the trickiest part of their plan. Alice had a lot of practice filling her mind with trivial thoughts about fashion or complex ideas, like translating popular songs into dead or fictional languages, to keep Edward from seeing her visions. So, maintaining this distraction was no trouble for her. Jasper, on the other hand, had never enjoyed having his thoughts read. He had never felt the need to practice keeping Edward out of his mind. They decided the best approach was for Jasper to avoid Edward whenever possible, and to think of something boring when he couldn't. So far, he had spent most of his time recalling the statistics of every major league player in the MLB since its founding in 1869. Other than that, Jasper felt their plan was going smoothly. Harry seemed happier lately, his eyes lit up with enthusiasm for whatever idea Jasper or Alice presented to him. Jasper was almost to his destination when his phone chimed. It was a message from Harry. Jasper shook his head at the reply. Did Harry really think he was talking about anyone else? He climbed the tree in the woods behind Harry's house and settled among the branches. Since he had started avoiding Edward at home, he took it upon himself to watch over Harry from a distance at night. He wouldn't peer through the windows again. He felt ashamed for having done it once, but from this vantage point, he could still sense Harry's emotions without invading his privacy. And it was for Harry's safety, he reminded himself firmly. Just me and you? Harry had texted. Jasper almost responded to clarify that he had also invited Alice, but she sent a message too, have fun. Apparently, she wasn't going. If you would like? Jasper replied, adding a quick thank you to Alice. Along with Harry's growing happiness, he was beginning to trust Jasper. Not completely, of course, especially not with the painful gaps in his past that caused anxiety to radiate from him whenever Jasper brought them up. Jasper imagined that Harry trusted him more than he trusted Alice. He felt a sense of pride in the bond they were forming, especially as Harry began to share softly spoken snippets of his past. Jasper cherished this hard-earned trust and hoped it wouldn't shatter once they made Harry one of them. Sometimes, when they were alone, Jasper caught brief flashes of longing and affection for Harry, but he noticed Harry often pushed those feelings away, quickly replaced by grief, fear, and a sense of agony that Jasper couldn't quite decipher. Still, he encouraged Harry's slowly growing affections, especially as Alice's visions of their future together became clearer. Jasper wasn't trying to manipulate Harry, he simply wanted to hasten what felt like an inevitable connection. His siblings couldn't understand his feelings for Harry. They adored him and treated him like family, but to fall for a human? That was a madness they couldn't grasp. Yet, every time he saw Harry animatedly suggest new ways to embrace the joy of life, Jasper couldn't help but fall deeper. Harry was truly magical. As he focused his gift on Harry's house, he tried to filter out the myriad emotions from the neighbors. It was challenging to concentrate on just one person, but he was getting the hang of it with Harry. Leaning back against the tree trunk, he closed his eyes, tuning out everything except the emotions radiating from the red brick house. Anxiety. Guilt. Ding. Jasper opened his phone, a smile spreading across his face at Harry's reply, "Yeah, that'd be cool. But what do I wear for a concert?" Was Harry anxious about the concert? Why did he feel guilty? Sometimes, Jasper felt like he might pull his hair out in frustration, trying to interpret the reasons behind Harry's emotions. Something warm, it's outdoors in Seattle. Is that too far of a trip for your bike? Excitement. Jasper closed his eyes again, congratulating himself for once again being able to shift Harry's emotions without any supernatural influence. It seemed like a small feat, but it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Jasper had never been one to worry about the cold, but he found it satisfying to help Harry navigate his feelings. He could sense the exact moment Harry started to slip into anguish, but pulling him out of it required real effort. "You won't be cold if we take the bikes?" Jasper chuckled at Harry's text. As if he had ever been bothered by chilly temperatures. He could swim in the Antarctic Ocean naked and dry off in the snow without a second thought. But he knew Harry's human side would feel differently. "I'll wear a coat, of course, as should you," he replied, amused. Harry always found it funny when Jasper's family urged him to take better care of himself. Rosalie was relentless, pushing food at him every chance she got. "You need to eat more." Alice insisted on dressing him in more fitted clothes, always saying, "When you look good, you feel good." Even Edward weighed in on his studies, reminding him, "Think of how impressed your friend will be when you're top of the class." Emmett showed concern in his own way, joking, "You have to quit with the stuntman moves, kid. Who am I going to pick on if you're dead?" It made Jasper cringe, but Harry found it hilarious. Harry had a morbid sense of humor that rivaled even Emmett's. He could find the most ridiculous things amusing. "'Kay, see you tomorrow." Harry texted. I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well. But beneath Jasper's reassurance lingered contempt, angst, and fear. He couldn't fix Harry's poor sleep habits just yet. The proof was etched on Harry's face every morning, and the sounds from his house at night were hard to ignore. Jasper reassured himself that Harry wouldn't suffer much longer. He had promised Alice they would help Harry during Christmas break. So, when he heard the unmistakable sound of a bottle of bourbon being opened in Harry's house, he counted down the days again, 45 more days. And when Harry shouted out in the ungodly hours of the night, it was a reminder of the struggle they faced together. To Jasper, the countdown echoed in his mind, 45 days. 45 days. 45 days. The next afternoon, however, tested his patience. At lunch, Harry picked at his sandwich while Rosalie pretended to eat, offering encouragement. He announced that he was heading to La Push that night with a group of students to meet up with his cousin for a bonfire. Harry turned to Jasper, asking if the Cullens wanted to join. Jasper had to decline on their behalf. Esme wants us home tonight for family night before Carlisle leaves for a medical conference this weekend, he explained. It was a mix of truth and a lie. They did have plans to go hunting since Carlisle was leaving in the morning, but Jasper would have cancelled for Harry if he could. If it were any other beach, any other group of teenagers, he might have considered it. But one night with Harry wasn't worth breaking a treaty with the Quillets. Jasper longed for the day when there would be no secrets between him and Harry. Just 44 days to go. Disappointment washed over him. I would absolutely cancel if I could, he quickly added, trying to ease Harry's letdown. But Esme would drain every drop of blood from his body if he did, Alice chimed in, a sweet smile on her face. I skipped family night once, and I swear she nearly ripped my head off. If Jasper could have, he would have choked at Alice's innocent innuendo. Rosalie hissed under her breath, and even Emmett looked taken aback by Alice's boldness. Edward rolled his eyes, something he had been doing a lot since Alice began her mission to keep him out of her thoughts. Yet Harry seemed to brighten at Alice's words. Well, maybe next time? He asked hopefully. Of course, Jasper replied, hating the lie. In just 44 days, Harry would also be unwelcome. On La Push Beach, Jasper wouldn't have to sit at home wondering if Harry was having a good time. God, you look so jealous, Emmett laughed, nudging Jasper during a college basketball game. While Emmett was absorbed in the action, Jasper was, well, not moping. And certainly not jealous. I'm concerned, he replied slowly. It's different. Concerned Harry'll find someone better? Emmett grinned, clearly thinking it was a ridiculous notion. And it was, mostly. After all, Alice would have warned Jasper if there were any real competition. But still, Harry was human, and humans could be unpredictable. Or that his uncle or cousin will share our secret, Jasper added quickly, slipping into a lie with ease. Right, and that helps you how? Emmett twisted in his chair until his legs dangled off one edge, his head hanging off the other. He looked up at Jasper, his upside-down face brimming with amusement. They tell him we're vampires, Carlisle has to change him, then we get a free pass to take out some dogs. I'm not seeing any downsides, bro. Harry is not being turned. Rosalie shouted from the garage. Since that statement was simply untrue, Jasper chose to ignore her. But Emmett wasn't entirely wrong either. It might actually be beneficial if Jacob or Billy Black exposed their secret. That would force Carlisle to comply with the Volturi's orders, join or die. And Jasper would burn before he let anything happen to Harry. Realizing where his annoyance was coming from, Jasper sighed. I am jealous, he admitted, disbelief washing over him as he understood what Emmett had already figured out. How did this become my life? It's Harry, Emmett chuckled. He's a weird kid. He's not weird, Jasper replied automatically. He's just different. He's weird, Emmett insisted bluntly. quit snarling at me. You know it's true. I like the kid, he's a real riot. But he's weird as hell. Sometimes I don't even think he's fully human. Jasper scoffed, though his heart wasn't really in it. There were moments when he questioned whether Harry was fully human. After all, humans could be boring, easily overlooked, and ridiculously fragile. But Harry was different. He was intriguing, exciting, and carried the hardened demeanor of a soldier. He wasn't weird as hell. In just 44 days, Harry wouldn't even be human anymore. You're such an ass, Jasper said to his brother. Don't you mean arse? Emmett shot back, grinning as if he hadn't heard the insult at all. Because if it's you and the kid forever, you'll have to get used to calling everyone arses and gits. And bloody prats. Edward called out from the back. Posh tossers. Alice chimed in, giggling from her room. My personal favorite so far is, he's barmy. Carlyle chuckled from his office. Jasper sank deeper into his seat inside. There were many advantages to having a large family like the Cullens, but the lack of privacy wasn't one of them. Ding! Emmett lunged for Jasper's phone, reaching for the silver device resting on the coffee table. He might have had a chance to grab it if Jasper weren't quicker. Jasper seized Emmett's wrist, twisting it behind his back and playfully flipping him across the living room, careful to avoid Edward's beloved piano. Before Emmett could do more than snap his teeth in mock aggression, Jasper was already outside, phone securely in hand. What are you doing? He typed, glancing at the screen. Spelling aside, he quickly added, I was watching a basketball game. Are you having fun in La Push? For someone who had been around for 169 years, Jasper marveled at how poor his patience could be. He gazed up at the moon, taking slow, deep breaths as he waited for Harry's response. He felt the air move needlessly through his lungs and pulled on the calm emotions radiating from the house. Jasper felt the familiar rush of excitement as he read the incoming texts. Ding. Yup, but I'm home now. A second message quickly followed, causing him to chuckle in surprise. What on earth? You have pretty eyes. Then came a third. Sorry. I'll be back in the morning, Jasper called towards his house as he began his journey to Harry's. Camping out in a tree hadn't been part of his plan for the night, but with Harry home and showering him with compliments, he was eager to immerse himself in those emotions. Once he settled into his usual spot, he focused on Harry's feelings before replying, Why, Harry, are you flirting with me? He sensed a mix of embarrassment, longing, and grief. While it was an unusual combination, it was hardly the strangest he had encountered from Harry. Jasper saw the longing as a sign of progress in their relationship, even if he wasn't entirely convinced he'd shown Harry that eternity didn't have to be filled with misery. He leaned back and waited. No. Yes. Probably shouldn't, though. Sorry. Jasper stared at his phone for a moment, debating whether a quick peek into Harry's thoughts would be too intrusive. He silenced his phone and quietly approached the house, careful to avoid being seen as he glanced through the living room window. Harry sat in his chair, staring down at his cell phone with a look of utter misery. Did he really think Jasper wouldn't appreciate his flirtations? Focusing intently on Harry, Jasper typed out a reply without taking his eyes off him. Why shouldn't you? I happen to think you have pretty eyes too. Although pretty doesn't quite capture them. He felt a wave of joy mixed with grief, longing, and a hint of despair. Harry threw his head back and let out a long sigh, finally revealing the reason behind his poor spelling and grammar tonight. Apparently, the party he attended had involved alcohol, which made sense for a gathering of human teenagers. Through his jumbled human memories, Jasper recalled countless nights spent with friends and fellow soldiers, passing a bottle around. He thought, I've got the same eyes as my mom. That must explain the grief. I've seen the photo of your mom, remember? She was a beautiful woman, but I think your eyes are even better, he said, trying to lighten the mood. Jasper observed the mix of amusement, bashful joy, grief, and confusion flickering across Harry's face as he slowly typed out a message. Watching Harry use his phone was almost painful for Jasper. Despite being nearly 2 centuries old, even he didn't type with just one finger. Jasper could almost read the text Harry was crafting from where he stood. If only Harry's phone had been turned just a quarter of an inch to the left, he could have formulated a response before the message even arrived. But he had enough slip-ups around Harry as it was. Accidentally replying to a text before receiving it would certainly reveal his less-than-human status. Instead, he entertained himself by watching Harry's expression as he typed. Harry's glasses slipped down his nose, another thing Jasper would miss when Harry no longer needed them. The tip of Harry's tongue was clenched between his teeth as he scrunched his forehead in concentration. "Are you flirting with me?" Harry finally typed. If Jasper hadn't been so acutely aware that he was right outside Harry's window, he would have laughed. Lord, Harry was oblivious. Here Jasper thought he had been obvious during their outings, casually placing a hand on Harry's shoulder to guide him through a crowd or brushing his hair out of his face when the wind blew it back. He wondered if someone would have to throw themselves directly at Harry to grab his attention. "And if I am?" Jasper read, but what seemed like an eternity later, the next message shocked him. "I'm going to miss you when you die." What? Jasper looked up from his screen just in time to see Harry's face crumple, emotions spilling out with wild force, grief, angst, anger. Jasper couldn't even begin to fathom what thoughts were racing through Harry's mind when he sent that text. But that was an opening if he ever saw one. What if neither of us ever died? We could ride our bikes across the world together, see awful concerts, and jump off the tallest bridges we could find. Harry froze as he read Jasper's text, his eyes skimming over the words again and again. Wistfulness, longing, and a hint of bitterness washed over him. Meanwhile, Jasper smiled serenely and returned to his tree. Harry felt a pang of nostalgia. If Jasper transformed him tomorrow and promised him a family for all eternity, he knew he wouldn't mind at all. His next text confirmed that thought. "Sounds nice. See you tomorrow." Jasper settled into the branch and watched as the lights in Harry's living room flickered off for the night. Just 44 more days. On December 3rd, with only 15 days left until Jasper and Alice planned to turn Harry, Alice dragged Jasper deep into the forest. They had run nearly 30 miles into the wilderness before she stopped and turned to him, wide-eyed. "It's gone," she said quietly. "The plane ride? It's gone. Damn it." Jasper snarled, frustration bubbling over as he struck a nearby fir tree. An old owl hooted at him in annoyance as the tree branch broke off and crashed into another one. "What happened now?" he exclaimed. They were already navigating their plan with a blindfold on. Alice couldn't see anything about Harry's transformation. They had theorized in private conversations that perhaps Harry possessed a particularly strong gift as a vampire, one that kept him hidden. Neither of them had ever encountered a gift that powerful before, but since Harry's future was shrouded in white gaps and his mind was difficult for Edward to read, it was their best guess. So far, all they had to guide them for the final stage of their plan was a plane ride to an unknown location with the three of them seated together. "I don't know," Alice cried, equally frustrated. "We were supposed to board a..." It was clear as day, even down to what we were wearing, and then, nothing. It just disappeared a few minutes ago. What could have changed? Jasper mused aloud. Maybe Harry made plans? Maybe, Alice agreed slowly. "I don't like this." "I don't either," Jasper admitted. Perhaps it was inexcusable, but having a seer for a sister had made them all dependent on her visions. Attempting to devise a plan without them now felt like stepping onto a battlefield without a weapon. "If you don't want to go with me, I'll understand," he said. Alice let out a tinkling laugh and placed a hand on Jasper's arm. "Oh, I'm going. I want to be there when he turns. He's going to be amazing, Jazz. I just know it. Jasper smiled softly, agreeing with her. He knew Harry would be incredible. Regardless of Alice's vision, he would witness Harry's rebirth in just 15 days. 31 days. 31 days. 31 days. Jasper kept the mantra flowing through his mind as he listened to the sounds of Harry obsessively cleaning his house. In 31 days, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley would be back in England, and Jasper and Alice could finally welcome Harry as a permanent member of their family. Harry had shown up to school earlier that morning, cheerfully explaining that his best mates were coming to stay with him over Christmas break. Jasper and Alice exchanged subtle, relieved glances. Alice's vision from the previous night finally made sense. Harry had made plans, contradictory to Jasper's own, but those plans would only last a couple of weeks. Jasper was pleased that Harry's friends would be spending the holiday break with him. Even if it pushed back his own agenda, Harry's consistent joy that day more than made up for it. And really, what were 31 more days in the grand scheme of things? Chapter 14, Christmas Break. Sunday, December 19, 2003. Harry. Hermione beamed as she stepped out of the fireplace in Washington and immediately threw herself into her best friend's arms. "Oh, we've missed you so much." To her surprise and delight, Harry hugged her back briefly. She pulled away to look at him, her smile growing even wider as she noticed the physical proof of what she had suspected from his letters. Harry looked happier. He was still too thin, and the dark circles under his eyes were still there, but his face had filled out a bit. There was color in his cheeks, and it seemed he'd even gotten a haircut recently. His hair was just as messy as ever, but it had transformed from a long, lank mop into a more clean and purposeful mess. Overall, he looked loads better than he had 2 months ago when she last saw him in person. He stood a little taller, held himself with more confidence, and didn't seem to be trying to disappear as much. There was a light in his eyes that she hadn't seen for what felt like ages. And thankfully, she couldn't detect a whiff of alcohol on his breath. Though, she planned to wait until her surprise visit to confirm if he had really quit drinking himself to sleep every night. "I've missed you guys." "Where's Ron?" Harry asked, peering over Hermione's shoulder at the fireplace, searching for the missing member of their trio. "He's coming," she assured him. "He was getting our bags. Come sit down. I want to hear everything." Harry laughed, a genuine laugh, and allowed Hermione to pull him toward the sofa. "Calm down, breathe," he teased. "Wait for Ron or he'll just make me repeat myself." "Fine." Hermione huffed as she sank down onto the sofa beside Harry. She looked around his sitting room carefully, searching for any changes when a familiar ding startled her. "Harry," Hermione began. Hermione's eyes widened as she noticed the device in Harry's hands. "Is that a cell phone?" Yes." Harry scratched the back of his neck, looking a bit sheepish. "I know you said they don't work." "You have a cell phone?" Hermione interrupted with a shriek, causing Harry to jump and drop the phone. "Do you have any idea how much I've always wanted one?" "Oh my goodness. How does it work with your magic?" "It doesn't," Harry frowned, nervously fiddling with the device. "I broke 5 of them in a row before I realized I can't have it in the same room when I do magic, and it definitely can't be in the same pocket as my wand. Burnt my arse doing that, didn't I?" "Why are we talking about Harry's arse?" Ron chimed in. "Ron." Harry leapt to his feet as Ron enthusiastically clapped him on the shoulder. "How are you?" The boys exchanged greetings while Hermione eagerly picked up Harry's phone, her curiosity piqued. She had wanted one ever since her mum first got a cell phone for work. Everything she had read suggested that Muggle electronics don't work in areas with high concentrations of magic. She had never thought to test it during her summer holidays with her parents. "Ooh, you've got a text," she exclaimed as the phone dinged again. "I want to send texts." "It's from." Before she could read more than the contact name and the first few words of the message, the phone was abruptly snatched from her hands. That's, oh. It's just Rose. Here, Harry said, thrusting the phone back to her, his face turning a bright shade of red. Sorry. Ron threw himself on the floor in front of the sofa, grinning up at Harry. Who do you think it was from? He asked, perceptibly picking up on the same conclusion Hermione had. No one, Harry said hastily, sitting back down beside Hermione and casting a shifty glance toward his friend. Phone. How's your family? Harry asked, deflecting the conversation in his classic style, but Hermione wasn't buying it. They're good, Ron replied. Mom sends her love and told me to tell you that if you're not there on Christmas Eve, she's coming here to drag you by the ear. The boys laughed, and Ron began to fill Harry in on the latest happenings in the Weasley family, at least the events that were safe to share. Before their visit, Hermione and Ron had a long discussion about how to approach Harry. They agreed to keep things light until they better understood his mental state. Harry had endured more than anyone else during the war, giving so much of himself in the process. Hermione had done her research and understood that he was grappling with what Muggles call PTSD and survivor's guilt. He had been deeply traumatized, and certain topics could trigger intense reactions that were sometimes unpredictable. So, for now, they decided to steer clear of sensitive subjects. No discussions about George reopening the shop after the school year, Teddy's new aches during the full moon, or Ginny dating one of the Slytherin Quidditch players. Hermione listened carefully to the boys' conversation, ready to intervene if Ron accidentally ventured into dangerous territory. Meanwhile, she happily explored Harry's phone. As she opened his photo gallery, she didn't expect to find much, but was surprised to discover a treasure trove of images. There was Harry with a much taller guy who had pale skin, golden eyes, and equally golden hair, both sitting on the edge of a mountain cliff. Then there was another picture of Harry with that same guy, along with a petite girl with spiky dark hair, all sitting on the hood of Harry's car in a parking lot. In another shot, Harry, the golden guy, and a muscular guy with curly brown hair were playing what looked like American football. The photos just kept coming, revealing a vibrant slice of Harry's life that she had never seen before. As Hermione scrolled through the photos on Harry's phone, she noticed that most of them featured a golden-haired guy who, upon closer inspection, looked more like a man now. A few images included Harry with Jacob Black and what appeared to be Jacob's friends, but the majority showcased Harry with a group of teens who had much paler skin. In almost every photo with the golden guy, Harry looked relaxed and happy. Seeing him so joyful struck a chord in Hermione, and she felt tears welling up behind her eyes. It was just so hard. One particular photo captured Harry sitting with the golden guy, a girl with spiky hair, a muscular guy, and a stunning blonde girl. Harry was beaming in that picture, a smile she hadn't seen on him in years. Who are they? She asked, swallowing the knot in her throat. Who? Harry glanced at the phone and then grinned. Oh, right. You told me to make friends, remember? So I did. That's Alice, he pointed to the spiky-haired girl. Rose, he continued, indicating the blonde. Emmett, he said, gesturing to the muscular guy. And that's Jasper. Jasper. The same Jasper Harry had mentioned in his letters. It felt significant, especially since he hadn't referred to anyone else by name. Hermione wasn't naive. Edward, their other brother, was taking the photo. Alice said we needed to make memories, so we've been snapping pictures whenever we hang out. Well, Harry chuckled, and Hermione exchanged a quick smile with Ron at the sound. Alice usually takes the photos, then sends them to me. And Harry saves them. When can we meet them? Hermione asked eagerly, handing Ron the phone while subtly raising an eyebrow to emphasize the importance of the photos on the screen. Ron twitched his pinky in response, then began flipping through the photos, mimicking Hermione's swiping motion. One of the many things Hermione loved about her relationship with Ron was their ability to communicate without words. Hermione marveled at how she could silently communicate with Harry. She couldn't think of anyone else, aside from him, though to a much lesser extent, who she could have an entire conversation with without uttering a single word. They wanted to meet you guys, but I wasn't sure if you'd want to meet them, Harry said, looking a bit surprised, which was so typical of him. As if she wouldn't want to meet his friends. And Jasper. Of course we do. Ron grinned at Harry while handing the cell phone back. Why wouldn't we? Well, they're muggles, Harry explained slowly. It can be tricky being around them because you have to watch everything you say and do. Harry, I literally spent my summers in the muggle world. We can handle it, Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't help laughing. All right, well, I'll see if there's a day in the next couple of weeks, ding, oh. Hermione leaned over Harry's shoulder. Yes, she knew she was being nosy, but this was Harry. She read the message aloud for Ron. Hey. Have R or H ever been skiing? Let's go tomorrow. XO, Alice. Ron chuckled and winked at Hermione. Guess we can finally see those ski skills you learned back in 5th year, eh? Hermione shushed him but nodded toward the bashful smile on Harry's face as he typed a response. She didn't care if she fell a million times and made a complete fool of herself. Meeting the guy who made Harry so obviously happy would be worth it. After a long night spent wrapped up together on Harry's couch, gossiping into the late hours, Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement as Harry pulled into the ski resort where they would meet his new friends. I thought you didn't like skiing? Harry asked as Hermione jumped from the car and began grabbing their winter gear from the trunk. I don't, she admitted. It's just a good day, isn't it? Harry sent a dubious look up at the cloud-filled sky, but Hermione hadn't noticed. It was about the weather, of course. Last night, after Hermione and Ron had caught Harry up on everything they'd been doing since their last meeting, Harry opened up about his life. He shared a bit about school and how his grades had improved, looking shyly pleased when he mentioned that his teachers were recommending he move up to the standard 11th grade classes after Christmas break. He recounted watching Jacob build a car, which he described as hard as hell. They all laughed when he talked about his neighbor dragging him on a fishing trip, only for him to fall out of the boat. But mostly, he spoke about Jasper, Alice and Jasper, Jasper and Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper, Jasper and Edward. It was all about Jasper. And Hermione couldn't wait to meet the guy who Harry called his best muggle friend, adding playfully, but don't be jealous, because it's different with him. Of course, it was different with Jasper. It didn't take a genius to see the flush in Harry's cheeks and the spark in his eyes whenever he mentioned him. He'd never looked that way when talking about Ron. So yes, Hermione was incredibly excited for today, and skiing had nothing to do with it. Come on then, Ron said, scooping up some supplies from Hermione's arms. He pulled a purple hat down over her ears and kissed her nose. Think we can get away with a warming charm? He whispered. Hermione, feeling cold despite the coat she just bought in Forks, nodded. She reached for the wand in her pocket and checked to make sure there were no muggles in the parking lot before pulling it out and casting 2 silent warming charms. You too, Harry? She asked. Harry shook his head and shrugged. I'm fine. That was absurd, considering the cloudy sky and snowy ground. There wasn't a single degree above 15. But Harry was a grown wizard, and she wasn't going to argue about it. If he wanted a charm, he certainly knew how to cast it himself. Let's go then. Ron cheered. The 3 of them linked arms and headed toward the lodge cabin to buy ski passes and meet Harry's friends. As soon as they opened the doors, they were greeted by a rush of warm air and the inviting scent of hot chocolate. Suddenly, Alice, a petite girl with a radiant smile, danced right up to Harry and threw her arms around him. You made it, she sang. Hermione felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. Alice was stunning, her skin smooth and flawlessly fair, her large golden eyes framed by long, dark lashes that only enhanced her beauty. Her smile was captivating, with perfectly straight white teeth that made Hermione feel a bit inadequate. Even her posture was graceful. Unlike Hermione, who looked like a marshmallow in her puffy coat and winter trousers, Alice resembled a model, despite her small stature. "And you must be Hermione Granger, the bloody smartest person in the world," Alice said, turning her bright smile toward Hermione. Hermione immediately blushed and gave Harry a playful nudge. "I don't know about that, but yes, I'm Hermione. This is Ron." Ron, meanwhile, was staring at Alice with a puzzled frown, clearly taken aback by her presence. Hermione elbowed him gently, but Alice didn't miss a beat. "And you're the best chess player in all of England, right? I've heard so much about you both," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. Nice to meet you," Ron stammered, his ears turning beet red, likely from Harry's earlier bragging. "Harry talks a lot about you." That was a bit of an exaggeration, as Harry wasn't much of a talker, but they had both heard Alice's name mentioned in many of the stories he did share. As Hermione was caught up in Alice's beauty and the way Harry spoke about her, she almost missed the tall, fit, graceful guy who approached them at a much slower pace than Alice had. Wow. Jasper. This was definitely the golden boy. In Harry's photos and stories, Jasper was stunning. He was tall, about an inch taller than Ron, and had an athletic build, thin but clearly muscular, much like Harry had been before the war. His face was flawlessly smooth, making Hermione itch to see if anyone's skin could truly feel that silken. If Ginny were here, she'd probably describe his cheekbones as to die for. But it was Jasper's golden eyes, a shade or two darker than Alice's, that captivated Hermione. No wonder Harry had so many photos with him, who wouldn't? "Hello," Jasper said, his voice soft with a hint of an accent Hermione didn't recognize. Suddenly, her knees felt a bit weak. "My name is Jasper Hale, pleased to meet you." It was Ron who nudged Hermione, bringing her focus back where it belonged. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." She offered Jasper her hand, barely suppressing a gasp at his cold touch. What was with him, Harry, and Alice not wearing gloves? It was freezing outside. "And I'm Harry's best mate, Ron," Ron added, sticking out his hand with a stubborn set to his jaw and a challenging look in his eyes. Hermione found it adorable, while Harry seemed a bit embarrassed by it. "Ron's never been skiing before," Harry said quickly. "Neither have I, so we might suck at it," Ron chimed in. But that turned out to be both untrue and unfair. Harry and Ron were naturals. Hermione huffed and puffed as they literally skied circles around her. Despite their bragging, both boys had pink flushes in their cheeks and constant smiles on their faces, so she tolerated it. She felt dismayed, though not surprised, to see that Alice and Jasper were just as naturally athletic as Harry and Ron. As they navigated the trails, Hermione followed along, trying to maneuver her way down the slopes carefully, determined not to fall flat on her face. She didn't mind sticking to the back of the group, waving the others ahead of her so she could take her time. The lively conversation didn't slow them down. Instead, it gave Hermione a chance to observe Harry and his friends. Harry maintained an almost constant flow of chatter, effortlessly drawing Ron into the discussion. They talked about music, cars, and various Muggle activities that left Ron looking utterly bewildered. Yet, despite the lively exchange among the four of them, Harry's gaze kept drifting back to Jasper, who, in turn, hardly looked away from Harry's face. "They're cute," Hermione whispered to Ron as they rode the ski lift together, with Harry and Jasper ahead of them and Alice behind. It was her first opportunity to gossip with Ron, and despite his tough guy image, Ronald Weasley was quite the gossip. Hermione often imagined he inherited that trait from his mother. "Bit unnaturally, though, aren't they?" Ron replied. "Ronald." Hermione smacked his arm as hard as she could and frowned at him. "Why would you say that?" She was appalled by his comment about their best friend. What? Ron looked taken aback by her sudden outburst. People aren't supposed to just look like that, Mione. It's not normal. Realizing the misunderstanding, Hermione flushed and grabbed his hand in apology. I'm sorry, love. I thought you meant Harry and Jasper together was unnatural. Harry and Jasper? Why would I think that was unnatural? Hermione brushed past his question, not wanting to delve into discrimination when there were more pressing matters to discuss. Never mind that, I'll explain later. But it's sweet, right? Harry looks so happy. He does. Ron glanced at the back of Harry and Jasper's heads, leaning conspiratorially together. The sight of Harry's black hair mingling with Jasper's dark blonde against the snow-covered landscape would have made an adorable photograph, if only Hermione had a cell phone to capture the moment. Hermione glanced at the photograph. I don't think I like it, though. What? She turned away from the charming scene in front of her to see Ron's thin-lipped frown. Why? Ron leaned closer, an unnecessary precaution since the wind was carrying their conversation away from the others. You don't think there's anything weird about him and Alice? He whispered. Hermione furrowed her brows and subtly turned in her seat to glance at Alice. I mean, I guess they're both very pretty, she said, turning back to Ron. But that's exactly it. Ron interrupted quickly. It's not normal, Mione. Girls aren't meant to look like that. Excuse me? Hermione's tone turned as frosty as the wind biting at her face. Maybe you should go see if Alice wants to put up with your insults, then. Hermione, Ron said, reclaiming the hand she had jerked away from him. He looked at her earnestly. That's not what I mean. I just think Alice and Jasper are different, don't you? You really don't notice a weird vibe? No, Hermione snapped, her feelings still hurt. I think they're both lovely. Ron shook his head but remained silent until they were preparing to drop off the peak of the slope. Just so you know, he said, I think you're the most naturally beautiful woman I've ever met. He flashed her a lopsided grin and a wink before jumping out of the lift and taking off down the slope. Hermione felt her cheeks warm as she jumped from the lift and happily followed behind him. Harry told me you guys have been friends since you were 11. Alice had left nearly an hour ago. After she departed, Hermione decided to call it quits and went inside the lodge to warm up and grab a drink. She had been perfectly content watching the three boys ski, but when Jasper mentioned he was cold, he came inside a few moments later and opted to sit beside her, both of them watching Harry and Ron playfully throw snow at each other outside the large bay window. Jasper watched Harry with a faint smile, noticing how much more youthful he seemed than usual. Finally, he turned to Hermione and asked about Harry, a question she'd been eagerly anticipating since he arrived. Is this the part where we both try to subtly get answers about Harry from each other while pretending we're not? She asked with a sly smirk, which widened as she caught the momentary flash of surprise in Jasper's eyes. I'm afraid I can't answer that, as it would reveal both my subtlety and my denial, ma'am, Jasper replied, his tone playful. But, hypothetically speaking, I can't imagine there's anything I know about Harry that you don't. Hermione took a sip of her drink. You might not have noticed, but Harry's rather reluctant to talk about himself. So, I'm afraid I don't know much about how he's been since he moved here. Jasper echoed her sound, and they both fell into a comfortable silence, neither willing to be the first to reveal anything about Harry. Would it endear me to you if I said my siblings and I have been tutoring Harry? Jasper finally asked. Hermione laughed, realizing that Harry had likely mentioned her love of academics to his friends. A bit, she admitted. Anyone who could get Harry to focus on his studies had to be at least somewhat endearing, and incredibly patient, she thought. Enough that maybe you tell me more about Harry's past before I share anything about his present? Jasper smiled charmingly at her, making Hermione blush and feel more relaxed in his company. Harry's been through a lot, she said carefully, He had a hard life, but he didn't let it change who he is, not like it might have changed others. He's not bitter or angry, he's just sad, Jasper finished softly. I think that's understandable. I know he lost his godfather a few years ago, and about him, and Harry is, well, he's Harry. He may not always see it, but he's exceptional in his own way. I just want you to understand how important they are to me. Jasper nodded, his gaze still fixed on Harry and Ron playing in the snow. I get it, Hermione. They mean the world to you. Hermione smiled, feeling a warmth in her chest. They really do. And I know you care about Harry, too. That means a lot to me. I do care, Jasper replied earnestly. And I want to make sure he knows he's valued. He deserves that after everything he's been through. Hermione turned back to watch the boys, who were now in a playful snowball fight. He really does. Sometimes, I wish he could see himself the way we see him. Jasper sighed softly. Maybe one day he will. With time and support, I believe he'll come to understand just how special he is. Hermione nodded, hopeful. I hope so. We all want him to be happy. Exactly, Jasper said, his eyes still on Harry. And I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen. With a shared smile, they turned their attention back to the joyful scene outside, the laughter of their friends echoing through the crisp winter air. Just a heads up about Harry, he's one of the most universally liked people in our community. So, if you ever hurt him, just know we will find you, and we won't hold back. Yes, ma'am. Hermione was up late, sneaking in some studying despite Ron's teasing. She wasn't about to ignore Harry or ruin her own holiday during their trip, but the Newts were incredibly important. They had been there for a few days already, and she hadn't studied once. There was no way she would let a boy like Corner beat her final grades. It didn't matter how many Death Eaters he claimed to have taken down in the Battle of Hogwarts, he was still incredibly rude. Ron was sound asleep in Harry's little guest bedroom, and Harry had excused himself to bed a couple of hours ago. Hermione seized the opportunity to pull out her stack of potions books, one from each year she had been a student, plus the ones assigned in the 5 years before that, and dove into her revision. Hermione? She jumped in her seat with a startled squeak, her wand brandished high until she realized who she was pointing it at. Harry. Don't do that. Slowly, she put her wand back on the countertop, willing her heart to slow down. Merlin. Sorry, Harry mumbled as he opened the fridge, casting a light across the counter. Want some water? Sure, thank you. As he handed her a bottle of water and sat beside her, Hermione noticed Harry's heavy eyelids and slumped posture. You've been putting silencing charms on your room, haven't you? She couldn't believe it had taken her nearly 4 nights to notice. Of course, he hadn't just magically started sleeping again. Harry shrugged, not denying it, and gazed down at the countertop, idly tracing patterns in the cool marble. Is it getting better? She asked him. During the day, sometimes, he answered softly. But at night, Harry looked up at her, and Hermione felt her heart ache at the torment in his eyes. I'm alone, aren't I? Hermione reached over and took one of his hands tightly in hers. You are never alone, Harry. Ron and I are always just a fluke call away. Thanks, Harry said, trying to force a grin, but he quickly dropped it. They sat together in comfortable silence for a couple of minutes, their hands clasped on the counter, until Hermione tentatively broke it. Harry, do you want to come back with us? I don't mean Hogwarts, she said hastily. But you could stay at the Burrow or Shell Cottage. I hate thinking you're so lonely here. No. Harry shook his head, looking much like Sirius did when he was shaking out his fur as Snuffles. I like it here. It's not so bad during the day, really. He stared blankly across the kitchen and blew out a heavy breath. I'm fine. Sorry, Mione. Don't apologize, Hermione said quickly. I want you to talk to me. I want to know what's going on with you. Not just the good parts with your friends, but the bad parts too. That's what I'm here for, Harry. I know. Thanks. Hermione figured that was about all she would get from Harry tonight, which was honestly much more than he usually shared. So, she tried to lighten the mood instead. Plus, how could you be alone here with Mr. Tall, blonde, and gorgeous? She teased. Harry turned a shade of red she usually associated with Ron and blinked innocently at her. Who? Jasper, of course. She laughed. Merlin, Harry. He's positively mad for you, isn't he? Jasper? No, he isn't, Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, Harry, Hermione shook her head at her friend. You can't be that oblivious. Do you like him? Hermione asked, her excitement bubbling over. It was just so wonderful. Ginny was her friend, and she'd never say this to her, but she never thought Ginny and Harry made a very good couple. They were too similar, both filled with fire and passion. Harry needed someone calmer to balance him out. He's my friend, Harry stammered. I mean, we hang out a lot. Well, tell me more about him, Hermione urged. Do you guys have a lot in common? A bit. Harry sounded reluctant, but a smile crept onto his face, which Hermione took as a good sign. Did I tell you that he was adopted? His parents died a long time ago, so Carlisle, his dad, adopted him and his sister. Oh. Hermione had meant to ask about hobbies, but it was strangely comforting to know that Jasper had also lost part of his family. He would understand Harry much better. Were they very young? They don't like to talk about it, Harry frowned. But Rose says it was a long time ago, so I guess so. Rose? Hermione frowned now. Wait, isn't Alice his sister? His adopted sister, Harry explained patiently. Rose is his twin sister. Hermione noticed Harry stammer over the word twin. She considered reminding him that Fred's death wasn't his fault and that George was slowly getting better, but something else was bothering her. Their eyes, she blurted out as the realization hit her. Jasper and Alice. They have the same color eyes. They aren't related? Nope. All of them were adopted, but they have the same color eyes. Edward said it's a common color. Gold, Hermione said flatly. Edward told you that gold is a common color for eyes? How many people with eyes that color do you know? Zabini? Harry replied slowly. I thought it was. Is that an American thing? Hermione chewed her lower lip, imagining the similarities between Jasper and his sister, who he apparently wasn't related to. Can I see a picture of the rest of them? All right then. Harry grabbed his phone and tossed it to her. Want something to eat? I've got loads of snacks. Rose thinks I'm too skinny and keeps sending food over here. You are too skinny, Hermione muttered absently. Whatever you're having is fine. She pulled up Harry's photos and scrolled through them more carefully. She had been distracted by Harry earlier and hadn't noticed how much Jasper's siblings all resembled each other. This one, she pointed to the picture of the gorgeous blonde, is Rosalie? Yeah. Harry slid a bowl of strawberries onto the counter and munched on one. You'd like her. She's always on me about being careful and eating more and all sorts of nonsense. Hermione made a noise of acknowledgement as she continued to flick through the photos. Jasper, Alice, Rosalie, Emmett, and Edward all shared strikingly similar features: smooth pale skin, perfectly straight white smiles, and golden eyes. But why would they lie to Harry about it? Do you want company while you study? If not, I might go lay back down. Hermione looked up from Harry's phone and shook her head with a small grin. You'd just distract me, she teased. I'll go to bed soon. I just want to get through my fifth-year book tonight. Harry gave her stack of books an exasperated look but wished her good night before wandering off to his room. Hermione felt relieved to see that he looked a bit more relaxed than he had earlier. Perhaps he'd be able to sleep now. She grabbed a few strawberries and turned her attention back to her textbooks. But just like every time there was a mystery surrounding Harry, she couldn't stay focused. Either Jasper's father had adopted 3 kids and a set of. The twins shared many similar physical characteristics, but Hermione didn't think Jasper and Rosalie resembled each other at all. Jasper had sharp cheekbones, a strong nose, and almond-shaped eyes, while Rosalie had softer cheeks, a dainty curved nose, plumper lips, and round eyes. But what if they were lying about not being related? Perhaps they were trying to make Harry, an orphan, feel better about not having a biological family. Yet, it didn't add up. How could Jasper, Rosalie, and Emmett all be siblings if they were in 12th grade, while Edward and Alice were in 11th with Harry? "There's something weird going on here," Hermione muttered, gritting her teeth in annoyance. Ron had been right, there was something off about Jasper and Alice. So, Hermione did what she did best, she researched. At least this time it wasn't a basilisk, she reassured herself. In fact, this was her first Muggle mystery to solve since she was 9, when someone kept stealing her books from her backpack. And now, she had a whole Muggle library at her fingertips. "I really need my own cell phone," she muttered as she opened Harry's internet browser. Where to start? Hermione typed in Jasper Hale Forks, Washington, and drummed her fingers impatiently on the counter while the webpage results loaded. She scrolled through the results and sighed at the lack of information. It couldn't be that simple. Searching Rosalie Hale Forks, Washington, yielded no relevant results either. Finally, when she searched Cullen Forks, Washington, she found something interesting, a link to a Forks General Hospital, Meet Our Staff, page. There, among the photos of the nurses and doctors who worked at the local Muggle hospital, was Dr. Carlisle Cullen. He supposedly adopted his kids but looked strikingly similar to them, and he appeared remarkably young. The page noted, Dr. Carlisle Cullen has been a general practitioner for 6 years. He joined our staff in the summer of 2002. A graduate of the Yale School of Medicine, class of 1996, Dr. Cullen spends his free time enjoying camping trips with his wife and their 5 children. Hermione squinted at the screen, focusing intently on the photo of Dr. Cullen. His light golden eyes and flawless pale skin were strikingly similar to those of his adopted children. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Maybe Cassidy Morgan stealing her library books back in grade school was the last Muggle mystery she'd ever encounter. The moment her feet touched the stone floor of the Burrows' sitting room, Hermione dashed off to Ron's room, where her trunk was. "Hermione? Dear? What's the rush?" Molly called after her. "She looks like she's going to study," Harry laughed as he came through the FLA network. "I just need a few books. I'll be back," Hermione shouted as she bounded up the stairs. She could multitask. She could enjoy Christmas Eve and Christmas with Ron's family while also doing her research. This was an emergency. With just over a week before she had to return to Hogwarts, she needed to ensure there wasn't anything troubling happening in Harry's life. Hermione rummaged through her expanded trunk until she found the book she wanted. By the time she made her way back downstairs, it seemed that the rest of the Weasleys, except for Ginny, who would be fleeing home that afternoon, had gathered in the sitting room. Ron was sprawled across the floor, and Harry was squeezed between Bill and Charlie on the sofa. Ugh, Ron wrinkled his nose when Hermione plopped down in the only open chair and he caught sight of the book in her hands. "Lockhart? Really? I thought you hated fiction." "It's not all fiction," Hermione replied defensively. Just Lockhart's part in it." The Weasleys all laughed, thankfully shifting their attention away from her. Unfortunately for Harry, they decided to focus on him instead. "Tell us about America," Charlie said, slinging an arm over Harry's shoulders. Harry nudged Hermione's shoulder and flashed her a conspiratorial grin. Are they all just falling over themselves for the man who conquered? Hermione tuned out their chatter as she began skimming through her book. According to Voyages with Vampires, Lockhart had been traveling in Italy when he encountered a roguish vampire. The vampire attacked him, preparing to curse him with deadly fire, when it begged for mercy. "I'll be a vegetarian. I swear." The vampire had cried. In a moment of unexpected generosity, Lockhart, a generous and loving soul, gave the vampire a second chance. He told the creature he would check on him later and keep an eye out for any potential victims in the meantime. The epilogue revealed that Lockhart did indeed follow up years later, fulfilling the promise he made both to the dark creature and himself. He claimed to see proof of the vampire's new lifestyle in its eyes, believing it was simply lettuce. Honestly, Hermione cringed at the memory of how excited she had been to read these books when she was younger. They were so filled with drivel. Even the true stories, recounted by actual witches and wizards who had lived through the events, had been romanticized to the point of being more fiction than reality. Except for Lockhart's description of the vampire when he encountered him again. The vampire stood firm in front of me, nearly as devastatingly attractive as I am. His shirt sleeves were short, the white silk blending with his pale skin. He could have dazzled anyone with the sparkles coming from his skin in the daylight, if he hadn't been such a dark creature. But it was his eyes. Those eyes showed me the proof of his fear. The proof that he had followed through on his promise. Those dastardly eyes were no longer a glowing red, the color of the blood of his victims, but had turned to a golden hue that matched the contents of my vault of hidden treasures. Hermione shook her head, bemused at how easily she had fallen for Lockhart's charm in her youth. "I've changed," the vampire pleaded. "Please, Lockhart, I'm a vegetarian now. Don't kill me." Lockhart replied that he was a man of his word, and as long as the vampire kept munching on lettuce instead of blood, he'd let him live. For now. A vegetarian vampire. Hermione beamed as she closed the book. She was eager to test her theory, but she was convinced she had found the answer. It explained why the Cullens and Hales all looked alike, why their eyes shared that uncommon golden hue. But her smile faded when she spotted Harry chatting with George. Vampires. How on earth had Harry gotten mixed up with a clan of vampires? And why was it that every time she left him alone, he seemed to stumble into some perilous situation? Hermione didn't believe vampires were inherently dark creatures any more than she thought werewolves were. Neither group had a say in what they were. They couldn't help it any more than she could help being Muggle-born. Still, that didn't mean they couldn't be dangerous. Except, they hadn't harmed Harry so far, had they? They'd been alone with him countless times without any issues. In fact, they seemed to care for him just as much as she and Ron did. They made sure he ate, encouraged him to participate in activities he enjoyed, and even tutored him in school. This left Hermione in quite a predicament, one she couldn't resolve just then, as the Weasleys' flu chime rang out just moments before Ginny stepped through. "Hey, guys," Ginny said, reaching down to grab Nolan's hand. "This is Nolan, my boyfriend." The room fell silent, everyone staring at Ginny with varying degrees of shock. Molly let out a small whimper, and all eyes shifted from Ginny to Nolan. The dark-haired Slytherin boy standing next to Ginny turned to Harry, who was smiling easily. "Hey, Nolan, you're on the Quidditch team, aren't you?" Nolan looked surprised that Harry was speaking to him. Whether it was due to Harry's celebrity status or because he was a well-known ex of Ginny's, Hermione wasn't sure. "Yeah," Nolan replied softly. "Seeker." "Yeah?" Harry raised an eyebrow at him. "Guess Gin's got a type, huh?" Nolan chuckled good-naturedly, and the tension that had accompanied their arrival faded. Ginny yanked Nolan down to the floor beside Ron, and soon everyone was happily chatting again. However, during dinner, George decided that teasing Harry and Nolan was the best way to lift the gloomy mood that had begun to settle over the Weasleys, who were celebrating their first holiday without Fred. "So, Harrikins, George leaned his chair back on two legs and smirked at Harry. Who does Nolan have to thank for today? What? Harry looked up from pushing some pudding around his plate, curiosity piquing his interest. What do you mean? George let his chair slam down and leaned across Charlie to get a better look at Harry. I mean, we all thought you were about to kill Nolan, didn't we? Nolan shot Harry a shifty look, and George grinned wickedly. I was getting ready to help you hide the body, you know. Nolan gulped lightly, and Ginny aimed a kick at George beneath the table. But then you're just as calm as can be. So, who is it? I'm not going to kill you, Harry assured Nolan, his voice steady. However, he looked more amused than truly reassuring, which didn't help poor Nolan's nerves. He turned back to George and cocked his head. And I don't know what you mean. You do have someone. Bill pointed an accusing finger at Harry, beaming. I knew it. Pay up, Ron. They aren't together, Ron said, his voice muffled from the mouthful of pie he was working on. What? Harry blinked around the table at the Weasleys, narrowing his eyes. What are you talking about? Bill bet Ron that you'd come back by the end of the school year in a relationship, Ginny explained. Hermione and Molly both scowled at the boys. Honestly, who bets on their friends' love lives, especially when Harry's been going through such a tough time? Well, I didn't, so I guess Ron wins, Harry shrugged, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Then why are you blushing? Charlie asked. Leave Harry alone, Arthur said firmly to his sons. Harry likes to be teased, it reminds him he's one of us, George waved his hand dismissively. Harry's eyes sparkled at that. Sometimes, in the very back of her mind, Hermione thought that if she didn't love Ron so fiercely, she might have accidentally fallen for George instead. He had such a natural talent for making others happy, it was quite charming. But... Bill looked at Harry expectantly. Harry shoved his plate away and sighed dramatically. But what? You are being coy, Fleur chimed in. Who is in your life that is making you happy? No one, Harry denied. Hermione giggled, imagining she could practically feel the heat radiating from his face. Cough, Jasper Hale, cough. Ron shared his brother's mischievous smile, easily throwing Harry under the bus. The Weasleys spent the rest of the meal alternating between teasing Harry about Jasper and playfully poking fun at Ginny and Nolan. Normally, Hermione would have tried to get them to stop, but Molly and Arthur looked a little less sad as they laughed along with their family. And if Harry, Ginny, and Nolan didn't mind, why should she? Still, there were moments when she had to bite her tongue to keep from blurting out her suspicions about Jasper, especially when Harry mentioned that he didn't even know Jasper's favorite food. His siblings thought Muggle school food was disgusting. From Hermione's memories of primary school, she had to agree. But she suspected that wasn't the only reason the Cullens and Hales skipped school lunches. Carefully, she probed deeper, using the Weasley boys' teasing to disguise her curiosity. She learned that Harry had never had dinner with the unusual family. He mentioned that the entire family often went camping on sunny days since those were so rare in Forks. By the time everyone retired to their rooms, Hermione and Harry crowded into Ron's small space. She was now completely convinced that Jasper Hale was a vampire. Everything pointed in that direction, his looks, his family, his behavior. Of course, Harry's new friends and crush would be vampires. He seemed to attract trouble like a magnet. But she wasn't sure what to do about it. The three of them lay in their beds, Harry on the cot that felt like his own, and Hermione and Ron sharing Ron's bed, whispering quietly. Your mom looked happy, Harry said softly. I think she's doing much better, Hermione replied. Holidays will be hard, but I think she was glad everyone would be together. We're a family, you know. Harry wore a wistful expression, while Ron tightened his arms around Hermione and chuckled softly. I'm surprised Mum didn't throttle Ginny, he said. I bet she stays up all night knitting a sweater for Nolan. Hermione and Harry laughed along, certain he was right. Sure enough, when everyone opened gifts the next morning, there was a bright green and gray sweater with Nolan's name on the tag. But the best surprise under the tree was an apron that Molly opened, proudly proclaiming, "World's best grandma." The room erupted in joyful shouts, teary eyes, and a flurry of conversation as everyone congratulated Bill and Fleur on their pregnancy. Hadn't been the best surprise at all. The room fell silent as everyone watched Hermione open a small square package from Ron, their eyes filled with knowing looks. She gasped when she saw the delicate princess-cut diamond set in a simple gold band. It was identical to the one her mother had once mentioned saving for Hermione's future wedding. Tearing her gaze from the ring, Hermione looked into Ron's warm eyes. Kneeling in front of her, Ron's face radiated love. "Hermione Jean Granger," he said, taking both of her small hands in his larger ones. "You are one of my best friends in the entire world. I've been mad about you since we were 13. I know we're young, and I don't have everything figured out yet, but I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I love you more than anything. Will you marry me?" Hermione could hardly respond, tears choking her voice. She simply nodded and threw her arms around Ron. No one congratulated them as joyously as Harry did. On their last night at Harry's, Hermione lay in the guest bed with Ron, twisting her new ring around her finger as she pondered a dilemma she needed to resolve before leaving. Harry was incredibly happy, practically a different person, and everyone could see it. Molly had mentioned it to Hermione in private, expressing her approval and wondering what had caused that poor boy to come out of his shell. Hermione didn't believe that the power of love cured Harry's problems or anything as simplistic as that, but she found it beautiful that he was falling in love despite those challenges. No one deserved true love more than Harry. It brought her immense joy to think that he had someone who meant as much to him as Ron did to her. And Jasper loved Harry. He had promised Hermione that in a way that made her heart swell with hope. She could now see that it was a carefully worded vow. Jasper was determined to spend the rest of his days ensuring Harry's happiness. And Jasper had plenty of days to do it, because he was a vampire. Harry, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware. He was a wonderful, amazing, positively oblivious idiot. Her idiot. One of the two most important people in her life. Hermione didn't want Harry to get hurt, but did that mean she should tell him about Jasper? She worried that revealing the truth might change Harry's feelings and plunge him back into the crippling depression that had haunted him since the war. The thought of that darkness was terrifying. She often feared it would consume him. Harry hadn't cared much about Professor Lupin once they realized he wasn't in league with someone trying to kill him, so would he really care about Jasper? She didn't think so, but was she willing to take that chance? After all, Jasper might be the only reason Harry hadn't succumbed to his despair yet, a thought that had plagued her throughout those first 6 months after the war ended. The dilemma nagged at her, so she did what she always did when faced with a problem that couldn't be solved with books. She gently nudged her other idiot, who was sleeping beside her. "Ron, I have a problem," she said softly once his snores quieted and he sat up with a bleary look of patience. "What is it, love?" Let's say that someone you know is hiding something from someone else you know. And you don't think it's going to hurt the other person, but that person has no idea at all. Should you tell them? Hermione twisted the blanket anxiously in her hands, choosing her words with care. If she mentioned Harry's name, Ron would demand to know the details. They didn't like keeping secrets from each other, and she was afraid he might do something rash. What she didn't expect was for Ron to snort and lay back down on his pillow. "You mean how Jasper and his sister are vampires and Harry has no idea? I say we stay out of it. They aren't hurting anyone, especially not Harry. He'll figure it out eventually when he stops being so wrapped up in misery or whatever. Love you." Hermione stared down at the back of Ron's head, frozen in shock. She started to come to her senses when his snores filled the room once more. Trust Ron to say something so incredibly surprising and then fall right asleep. Shaking her head in disbelief, she snuggled under the blankets beside him, wrapping her arms around him and squeezing tightly. Ron always had a way of making her biggest problem seem simple. She glanced at the ring on her finger and smiled. If Harry was gaining a love even a fraction as great as the one she and Ron shared, then she would take Ron's advice and stay out of it. But if Jasper harmed a single hair on Harry's head, she would make good on her promise and deal with him. After all, she certainly had enough experience by now. Chapter 15, Egypt. Wednesday, January 5, 2004. Hey, Harry. If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you want to go? Alice had patiently waited, giving Jasper a chance to try his approach first. But that had failed. Harry was still alone, still pushing away the idea of eternity, fearing he might be miserable forever. It was a silly notion, really, because she would never let him mope for more than half a decade, at most. Besides, she was certain that once he embraced the change, he would be incredibly happy with everything he would gain. He was reluctant to open up about himself, but it didn't take a mind reader to see that what he truly craved was a family. Alice understood that desire deeply. When she first awakened as a newborn, she had been completely alone. Realizing what she was and what had happened to her had filled her with dread at the thought of an eternity in solitude. It was the vision of Jasper and her family that had pulled her back from the brink of despair. Nothing mattered more to her than family. She would fight for them and even sacrifice herself for their sake. Harry needed a family like hers. He looked and acted as miserable as she once had. His big green eyes held too much pain and the shadows of a past he refused to discuss. Offering him an eternity with a loving family was a kindness, far better than letting him wallow in misery for another 60 years as a human, all in the name of protecting his mortality. Now it was her turn to execute the carefully crafted plan to ensure Harry had that future. Step 1 had been the hardest, keeping Edward from finding out. This required her to focus intently on complex and mundane thoughts to shield her plan from Edward's probing mind. It also meant keeping Jasper and Edward apart, since Jasper wasn't as skilled at concealing his thoughts as she was. Alice was ready for her plan. Step 2 was much simpler: get Harry alone and persuade him to travel somewhere far away with her. That's why she found herself at Harry's house on a Wednesday night, a safer place for this conversation while the rest of her family pretended to do homework. Harry looked up from the messy notebook filled with math equations and gave Alice a curious glance at her sudden question. What do you mean? I mean, if I could go anywhere in the world, I'd go to Paris, she replied, her excitement bubbling over. It was true, Alice loved Paris. The scent of fresh-baked bread filled the air in the mornings as she walked down the sidewalk, even if she knew it tasted terrible. There was an electric feeling in the atmosphere, a vibrant mix of romance-filled tourists and exasperated locals. And the fashion, oh, how she adored the fashion in Paris. America was so far behind. What about you? She asked, prompting him again. Air. Harry narrowed his eyes, tapping his pencil on his chin as he pondered. Maybe Egypt? My friend Ron went there once, and he said it was amazing. Hermione says it's full of history, but I think just seeing the pyramids would be cool. Of course, Harry would choose one of the sunniest places on Earth. But that didn't matter. Alice was more than willing to indulge him in this whim before she made any changes. He was one of her best friends, and he deserved it. You're joking. Alice gasped, feigning surprise as a bright smile spread across her face. I'm going there next week. What? Harry's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Really? Why? I got a letter from the American University in Cairo saying they want to interview me for a spot in their fashion design program. It's very prestigious. I fly out Friday to meet with them. Alice wasn't entirely lying, it was indeed a prestigious program. She knew that well, having attended it herself. Well, you'll have to take loads of pictures and tell me how it is. Harry's grin returned, genuine and easy. Harry felt a twinge of jealousy at Alice's announcement that she would be traveling to a place he had always wanted to visit. He was a good person, deserving of a better life, and Alice was determined to give him that. He was going to be her favorite brother, she just knew it. Or, you could go with me, Alice suggested slowly, as if the idea had just struck her. Jasper's coming too since Carlisle doesn't want me traveling alone. Why don't you join us? Harry's eyes lit up with excitement, but he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. I can't just go to Egypt with you. I don't even know how to speak Egyptian. Alice laughed, her cheerful voice ringing through Harry's brightly lit kitchen. Yes, he was definitely going to be her favorite brother. They don't speak Egyptian, Harry, she corrected playfully. And it doesn't matter. Come on, please. It'll be so much fun. We can see the pyramids together. Alice pictured Harry in cargo shorts and a long-sleeved t-shirt, snapping photos of a pyramid on his cell phone, a happy smile on his face. She imagined herself and Jasper, both dressed in long sleeves and wide-brimmed hats to shield them from the sun, watching him as they took photos of their own. It was perfect. Harry would get to see the pyramids before everything changed. Once he became a newborn, it could take decades before he had enough control to handle being around tourists. I don't know, Harry hesitated, oblivious to the fleeting glimpse of Alice's vision, one that indicated he would eventually give in. She just needed to find the right incentive. Did I mention we'd have to miss a week of school? But it can be excused as a college scout trip. On Friday morning, Alice executed her plan. She and Jasper picked up Harry, and the three of them drove to the airport together. They were on a plane before the rest of the Cullens even noticed their absence. I've never been on a plane before, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. I've never been on a plane before, Harry said, his face turning a pasty white the moment the aircraft took off. He looked nervous, tapping his fingernails on the armrest between Jasper and Alice. I don't think I like it much. Alice and Jasper exchanged puzzled glances. After all, Harry had flown from England to the United States just last summer. Didn't you fly to the US this past summer? Jasper asked. Harry's tapping abruptly stopped, and he went still for a moment. Alice watched him curiously. She loved Harry, but he was definitely an odd one. I meant I've never flown for this long, Harry said, raising his voice at the end as if it were a question. Egypt is much farther than London was. Alice, are you excited about your interview? Alice noticed he was deflecting, but she was more than happy to chat about the fashion program she was supposedly scouting as their plane headed toward its first layover. I'm running to the ladies' room, Alice told the boys once they landed in Chicago. Jasper, Harry's probably starving. I'll meet you guys at our gate. Alice made her way through the bustling crowds to the nearest exit. She turned her phone back on and grimaced at the stack of voicemails waiting for her. She didn't care much about Rosalie's messages, so she deleted those without a second thought. However, she felt a pang of guilt about not informing Carlisle or Esme about their trip. Carlisle was the one she knew would take the news the best, so he was the first she called. Is he dead? Carlisle answered the phone, getting straight to the point. Alice knew her family would connect the dots, realizing it was no coincidence that Harry had disappeared the same day she and Jasper left. She just needed to wait until they were far enough away to break the news. No, Alice replied, unfazed by his assumption. It was a common concern when turning humans, one she hadn't anticipated since Harry's blood didn't make her feel the least bit hungry. Can we come back once it's done? Alice anxiously waited for Carlisle to answer, her eyes fixed on the horizon. When no vision appeared, she grimaced. It will be a fight, Carlisle said. Rosalie is searching for you, and so is Edward. Will they forgive us once it's done? She asked, closing her eyes again, hoping for clarity, but still nothing. Frustration welled up inside her. She doubted Edward and Rosalie would find them in Cairo, and the uncertainty gnawed at her. Possibly, but if you kill him, I believe it would be best for you to stay away for a while. I wish you hadn't done this. Carlisle's voice was heavy with sorrow. Alice understood the weight of his request. If her plan went awry, it would be Edward and Rosalie whom Carlisle would have to comfort. I won't, Alice replied firmly. I'm sorry, Carlisle, but you know this is the best plan. Have you ever known anyone who needs this life as badly as he does? I wish this wasn't the way, Carlisle said, hesitating. Be safe, daughter. Alice tucked her phone away and squared her shoulders. If her family could trust her judgment when she had her visions, they should trust her now. Jasper waited until they were on the final leg of their flight, Harry asleep beside the window, before bringing up their family. Carlisle called. He whispered, his voice barely audible in the silent cabin. And Rosalie, and Edward, Esme, even Emmett, Alice replied just as quietly. I don't want to fight them, Jasper said, tension creeping into his voice. I won't fight my family. Not unless they force me to. We won't, Alice reassured him. They'll accept it when it's done. Should they, though? Jasper breathed. I don't know if this is the right plan. I think he was close to just accepting. Maybe we should wait longer and then ask him again. We're already on the plane, Alice pointed out. And he doesn't know what he wants. Because he doesn't know it's an option. He was meant to be one of us, I just know it. Maybe. Jasper observed Harry, whose chest rose and fell steadily as he dreamt peacefully, a calm slumber Jasper had helped encourage. They didn't speak about it for the rest of the flight. Jasper's expression radiated a gentle affection that confirmed to Alice that this was indeed the best plan. Whenever she thought of Jasper or Harry in the future, she envisioned them together, looking so happy, so in love, and so at peace. Yet, neither of them would find true happiness if they continued to harbor secrets. Harry would remain unhappy, and Jasper would always feel like only a half-participant in their relationship. As they gently woke Harry to disembark in Cairo, he greeted Jasper with an adorable, sleepy-eyed smile. Alice mused that sometimes everyone needed a bossy little sister to give them a nudge in the right direction. Whoa. Harry raised his eyebrows as they stepped into the little cabin Alice had rented under a pseudonym on the outskirts of Giza. It was an old fisher's cabin, surrounded by sparse wildlife and nestled near a lake. They were just over an hour from the pyramids Harry was so eager to see and far enough from a city to ensure their privacy. It's a bit small, but it'll do, Alice chirped, an understatement since the cabin featured a living room, kitchen, one bedroom, and a bathroom. Harry, you can have the bedroom. Jasper and I will take the couches. Don't be daft, Harry replied. You take the bedroom, Alice. I don't mind sleeping on the couch. What a gentleman. Alice batted her eyelashes at Harry, successfully eliciting a laugh from him. My interview isn't until Monday. Would you like to go see those pyramids that Ron said are so fascinating tomorrow? She smirked as she mentioned Harry's friend's name, but truly, she was impressed with the redhead. Harry had once told Alice that Hermione Granger was a genius, but it was Ron Weasley who had sensed something off about her just an hour after meeting. It felt a little insulting to think that Ron believed Alice was only pretty because there was something weird about her, but she didn't dwell on the opinions of human men. Besides, she enjoyed meeting Ron and Hermione and had fun spending time with them. She regretted having to leave so soon, worried that Ron's bemusement would lead him to make incorrect assumptions, which could put Harry on edge around her. Ron and Hermione would have made excellent additions to their family. Sometimes Alice imagined having 100 siblings, all living happily ever after. Thankfully, Carlisle made those kinds of decisions. Except when it came to Harry, because he was Jasper's love and Alice's best friend. Do you guys want to? Harry asked, his eyes eager but his voice hesitant. Alice threw an arm around his shoulder and smiled broadly. We do, she assured him. Let's make this the best trip ever. And in Alice's opinion, they did. Over the next few days, They showed Harry all the tourist sites in Giza and Cairo. Alice and Jasper pretended to be just as surprised as he was, even though it was all old news to them. Alice loved watching Harry get excited about their explorations. It reminded her of the first time she had seen these wonders, opening up a world full of possibilities. "That is not good," Harry laughed one evening at dinner, pushing his meal away. Alice agreed, of course, but since she was only pretending to eat the ras Myanmar, it didn't faze her. "It's a classic Egyptian dish," Jasper explained, his tone light. The three of them were enjoying their time together, immersing themselves in the culture and experiences that Cairo had to offer. They were enjoying takeout on the living room floor of their cabin. "England has ruined you for the finer things," Jasper teased Harry. "What are you on about?" Harry scowled, but his eyes sparkled with the familiar mischief he always showed when teasing Jasper. "Treacle tart and steak and kidney pie are the finest meals available." "That sounds so weird," Alice interjected with a shudder. "Pie is meant to be sweet, not filled with meat." "I don't think people in America can really judge what's weird about us Brits," Harry said, leaning back on his forearms with a grin. "I thought I was in a whole new world when I got here." "What was the biggest culture shock?" Jasper asked, intrigued. "Well, people in America are just so bloody friendly, aren't they? It's not like that in England, at least not where I grew up." Harry's face was calm and amused, just as Alice had seen in the vision that flashed through her mind a moment before he spoke. Alice listened half-heartedly as Jasper and Harry continued discussing their different cultures and lifestyles. Why was it so easy for her to see Harry as a human, yet impossible to envision him as a newborn? She didn't think it meant he wouldn't survive the process, but it certainly put her on edge during their trip. She was navigating a plan entirely blind, relying solely on her instincts. But surely that was enough. "I changed my mind," Alice said suddenly. She had known this moment was coming for the last 2 hours. Jasper had been in the living room, sending calming emotions to Harry while he slept. Alice had even gotten a vision of him saying exactly that. They were out in the woods, hunting buffalo together while Harry rested. She had already taken one down and was waiting quietly for Jasper to finish his. "You know he'd be happier," she said bluntly. Jasper stood beside her, staring up at the sky, lost in thought. Alice paused, carefully considering her response. "I don't know if he'll be happy knowing we took away his option to choose," Jasper said slowly, choosing his words with care. "I believe we should stick to our original plan. We can keep showing him how wonderful everything can be and then ask him again, maybe in a year or so. He could die by then." Alice snapped, her frustration boiling over. "He might try to hurt himself again, and with the gaps in my vision, who knows if we'd see it in time." "You're being selfish, Jasper Hale." "Me?" Jasper exclaimed, leaning in close to Alice. "What about you? You just want to keep your new friend around forever. You're thinking about what you want, not what's best for him." "I am thinking of Harry's best interests." Alice hissed, feeling indignant. How dare he accuse her of that? "This isn't about me." "Isn't it?" Jasper shot back, his usually calm demeanor twisted in anger. "You think this will fix everything for him because it worked for you? Have you considered that it might make things worse for him?" "It won't," Alice yelled, her voice rising. "You just can't see it because you're letting your emotions cloud your judgment." "Ironically, you can't see it either, Alice," Jasper said quietly. "I won't fight with you, and we aren't turning him. Not unless he wants to." Jasper shot her a severe look before turning to head back toward the cabin. "If he discovers what we are, he'll have to be changed." Alice called after him, frustration lacing her words. "Then you better be careful. The next time Harry disappears, you won't know where we went," Jasper replied, his voice clear and his tone threatening. Jasper just didn't understand. He had always been surrounded by people. As a human, he had led troops through battles, comfortable in the chaos of the army. When he turned, he immediately became part of Maria's clan, then joined Peter and Charlotte. After a brief period on his own, he had never truly been alone. It was a difficult time, especially with the Cullens. Jasper didn't truly understand the feeling of being alone, not like Alice did, and certainly not like Harry did now. He could threaten her all he wanted, but Alice was confident that somehow, everything would work out in the end. She just needed to turn Harry. So, she decided to lay low. Alice made amends with Jasper, agreeing to follow his plan while waiting for her chance. She had a narrow window left, they were leaving in 2 days, and Jasper had been adamant about not leaving her alone with Harry, not even for a moment. Her visions weren't helping her either, which only meant that Jasper had no intention of stepping back. She needed to give him a nudge in that direction. "Jazz, I'm telling you, Harry would love it if you cooked dinner," Alice whispered to her brother the night before they were supposed to head home. This was her last opportunity to get Harry alone. They had woken up early for some sightseeing, and Harry had fallen asleep on the couch after they returned. She had heard his stomach growl in his sleep, and a plan had fully formed in her mind. "He'll think it's romantic. I don't know how to cook." Jasper scowled in response. "Let's just go out tonight. It's easier to pretend to eat if there are other people around to distract him," he suggested. "Or you could cook, and we can take turns distracting him," Alice countered earnestly. "Cooking can't be that hard. It'll be fun." "There's nothing here to cook," Jasper pointed out logically, just as she had anticipated. "I'll cook for him tomorrow," he added. "You're being lazy," Alice rolled her eyes, pushing her lips out thoughtfully. "Why don't you go hunt real quick and grab some ingredients for Harry? Then I'll go once you get back." Jasper gave her a look that clearly conveyed what he thought of that idea, prompting Alice to snarl for effect. "Do you not trust me?" she demanded. "I said I'd wait for you to get him to agree, and I will." Alice wasn't superstitious, but if she were, she'd probably be crossing her fingers for a lie. "Do you swear to me that if I go hunt and get food, you won't tell Harry about us?" Jasper asked. "I swear," Alice replied solemnly. It wasn't really a lie, she had no intention of telling Harry anything. She radiated perfect calm, trying to inject a hint of hurt into her expression to make Jasper feel guilty for upsetting her. "I'll be back soon," Jasper said, skepticism still lacing his tone. "Don't do anything stupid, please." Alice snarled in response, wanting to make her point clear. Once Jasper's footsteps faded into the distance, she closed her eyes and focused. She reached into the future to pinpoint exactly when he'd return. In precisely 8 minutes and 2 seconds, Jasper would open the cabin door and drop an armful of paper sacks. Apparently, he had decided against hunting and opted for groceries instead. He probably didn't trust her to be alone with Harry for too long, which was both rude and entirely fair. "Harry, wake up," Alice sang lightly across the room. She hadn't meant to scare him, but he startled awake anyway. "What's going on?" Harry mumbled around a yawn. He looked adorably sleepy, his hair messier than usual, and his face marked with lines from the couch cushion. "Nothing," Alice smiled innocently. "Jasper went to get dinner, but I have an important question for you before he gets back." "All right then." Harry rubbed his eyes beneath his glasses and gave her a more alert grin. "What's up?" "Harry, how would you like to be my brother?" "Like, my real brother? Forever and ever?" She spoke in a sweet, pleading voice, making her eyes big for effect. It worked. Harry's eyes softened, and he looked at Alice with a hint of sadness. "That would be wicked, Alice. I've always wanted a sister." Alice felt a mix of wistfulness and sadness, but it only strengthened her resolve. "Then we have to do this quickly before Jasper comes back," she said, adopting a more businesslike tone. She had exactly 6 minutes and 39 seconds before Jasper would walk through that door, plenty of time to give Harry enough venom that it would be irreversible. "It's going to be tough for a few days, but then you'll be part of our family forever." okay? Harry's eyes widened as Alice slowly stepped toward him, causing him to scramble to his feet. She tried to ignore the dark scent of his blood and focused instead on the warm aroma, ensuring her venom flowed through her body and coated her teeth quickly. Alice, hey, what's going on? Don't freak out, please, she said patiently. I've never done this before, and I'd be heartbroken if I accidentally killed you. Plus, everyone will be furious with me. We all care about you a lot. She knew she might have to go on the run, but she didn't believe for a second that she would actually hurt him. Harry just didn't smell like food. Hey, back up, Harry warned, holding up a hand as he backed against the wall. What have you never done before? Turned anyone, Alice replied simply. She licked her teeth, tasting the tangy venom, enough to do the job. I'm only doing this because I love you, and I know you'll be so happy once you never have to leave us, never have to be alone, okay? Turned. Harry blinked slowly, staring at Alice for a long moment, wasting one of her precious seconds, before letting out a heavy sigh. Dang, he shook his head. Vampire. You're a vampire, aren't you? He didn't sound surprised, just exhausted. Alice crouched down. Yes, Harry. And Jasper? Yes, she said, calculating the best moment to leap when suddenly, Harry burst into laughter, deep, hearty laughter. He had never laughed so hard. Alice had never seen Harry react like this before. She had worried he might scream or faint, but laughter? That was unexpected. Even for someone as unique as Harry, it wasn't a typical response. That's perfect, Harry said breathlessly, his laughter still lingering in his voice. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Oh, perfect. Everyone in your family is a vampire? Carlisle and everyone? Yes, and soon you will be too. You'll officially be part of our family in just 3 days, Alice glanced at the timer. She had only 74 seconds left. She needed to act quickly before Jasper intervened. Stay still, please. Alice, don't. Harry pressed himself against the wall, fear finally creeping into his expression. That wasn't Alice's intention, but given the circumstances, it was probably inevitable. Wait, listen, Alice sprang into action. In an instant, she was on Harry's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm sorry, she whispered softly and sincerely. But you'll see this is for the best. She bent her head down, revealing her teeth, bang. In a blink, Alice was sent hurtling through the room, crashing into the far wall with enough force to break a shelf. As she snarled instinctively at the sudden attack, she tried to get back up, but found herself frozen. What? She gasped, her eyes darting from her suspended body, held firmly against the wall by an unseen force, to Harry. Harry. How? They stared at each other in silence, both grappling with the bizarre situation. Harry's breathing was rapid, and she could hear his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His right hand was raised, clutching a thin strip of wood, trembling slightly, likely from the adrenaline surging through him. He bit his lower lip, leaving tiny indents as he tried to process everything. Harry kept a wary eye on Alice, not that he had anything to fear, she was clearly unable to move. Just as Alice was trying to process what was happening, Jasper walked back into the room, his arms full of groceries, which he dropped immediately. What's going on? He demanded, his eyes wide with curiosity as he glanced between Harry's defensive stance against one wall and Alice's frozen position on the opposite side. For something to astonish both Alice and Jasper, it had to be truly extraordinary. Harry waved the stick in his hand, and Alice dropped to the floor unceremoniously. She landed on her feet, but the suddenness of it nearly made her stumble. Maybe we should talk. Chapter 16, Damn Magic Leeches. Thursday, January 13th, 2004. Harry pushed his glasses up and pinched the bridge of his nose wearily. Why did things like this always happen to him? He bet Ron could move to America and avoid becoming friends with a vampire clan. Neville definitely could. Luna, on the other hand. No, Luna would absolutely make friends with a bunch of vampires. But would she get a crush on one? A mean little voice whispered snarkily in the back of Harry's mind. He thought she might. Luna was a bit odd. But then again, he couldn't really say that fairly, considering he was certain Luna would immediately recognize all the classic signs of a vampire: pale skin, grace that could put any dancer to shame, and beauty beyond what any human could possess. "Why are your eyes gold?" he blurted out loud, suddenly realizing that one major sign of a vampire was missing. Alice was across the room, a safe distance away after their recent scuffle. Since she had been trying to bite him, Harry didn't feel too guilty about sending her flying. And no matter how far away she was, he was keeping his wand firmly in hand. He might be oblivious, but he wasn't stupid. Jasper stood behind the chair facing Harry's sofa, looking nearly as confused as Harry felt. But Harry imagined Jasper at least looked better in his confusion. He opened his mouth to respond, but Harry cut him off with a groan. "I would give anything for a drink right now," he admitted honestly. A bubble of hysterical laughter threatened to overwhelm him at the thought because, well, he was essentially a drink to the vampires in the room, wasn't he? Oh God. Harry pushed his palms against his eyes, losing his vision to a flurry of stars as he tried to recall a time when he had found himself in such a completely absurd situation. Harry couldn't help but reflect on how absurd his situation had become. He thought about the times he had been caught off guard, like when he forgot his cloak during his first year or when he sent Norbert to Charlie, which resulted in detention and a near-death encounter with Quirrell. Then there was the time he had to lie to Dobby, the house elf, who had threatened to ruin Uncle Vernon's dinner party if Harry didn't agree to stay away from Hogwarts. And Aunt Marge. And the infamous Runil Waslid. With a sigh, Harry realized the list of his blunders could go on indefinitely. "Here," he heard Jasper say as he slid a glass tumbler across the wooden coffee table. Harry uncovered his face, aware that somewhere in the room, Alastor Moody, Remus Lupin, and Severus Snape were likely grinding their teeth at the sight of him hiding his face while in the presence of a vampire who had just tried to bite him. The tumbler was filled with an amber liquid that Harry was certain hadn't been there before. Vampire super speed, he thought, shaking his head at his own foolishness. "Merlin, I'm an idiot." "Cheers," he said, raising the drink before throwing it back, disregarding the notion of constant vigilance. It's not like they could kill him with poison, right? That thought ignited another wave of hysteria he couldn't suppress. A small chuckle escaped him, which quickly escalated into a fit of manic laughter, leading, as life often did, to an unexpected crying jag that he couldn't shake off. "I think he needs another drink," Alice murmured from her spot against the far wall. "I think you should keep quiet," Jasper hissed, though he hesitantly refilled Harry's glass. As the laughter began to fade, embarrassment took its place. He felt embarrassed for only a moment before he slumped back on the couch, returning to his state of exhaustion and confusion, and if he was honest, a bit hurt. Did Alice even have an interview for college? Harry asked Jasper, pointedly ignoring Alice and focusing solely on Jasper, who he wasn't entirely sure was his friend. "No," Jasper said softly. "So it was all a sham. Just a plot to turn him." Harry noticed the glass Jasper must have refilled and took a sip, searching for something to occupy himself as the tension in the room grew nearly suffocating. "And the eyes?" Harry asked, keeping his gaze fixed on the glass, unwilling to meet Jasper's gaze and see what emotions lay behind it. "We don't drink human blood," Jasper replied quickly. "Our diet of animal blood causes our eye color to shift to the golden hue you've seen in our family." Harry hummed, finishing his drink and tilting the glass from side to side as he considered his next question. "And you guys thought, what? Hey, this kid's got no one to miss him, let's bite him." He attempted to speak calmly, maybe even pull off a Draco Malfoy-level sneer, but the hurt from his friend's betrayal made his voice tremble. Clenching his wand tighter in his hand, he looked down at his socked feet as he continued. No, I swear it wasn't like that, Jasper insisted immediately. We thought you would be happier if you could join us. We just wanted you to be a part of our family. Harry struggled to find a response, so he fell silent. It didn't sound malicious, but he wasn't in a forgiving mood. He had nearly just been bitten by a vampire because he was foolish enough to believe they were friends on a trip together. May I ask you a question now? Jasper asked. Harry met his gaze and shrugged. The statute of secrecy apparently didn't apply here anyway. You can ask, he replied shortly, trying to suppress the anger bubbling beneath his hurt. Controlling his temper had never been his strong suit. What are you? Jasper asked, his voice soft and almost reverent. Harry's anger reached a boiling point. He leapt to his feet, glaring directly at Jasper, throwing a scathing look toward Alice before he spoke. Nearly a damn squib. Do you have any idea what you almost did? He hurled the glass in his hand against the wall, the sound of shattering glass providing a momentary release for his frustration. Tapping his wand against his thigh, he sent off a flurry of red sparks, leaving Jasper and Alice gaping in awe. That only fueled Harry's anger further. Quid looking so bloody impressed when he shot off another set of sparks for emphasis. What you nearly took from me. Jasper remained unfazed, holding Harry's heated gaze without flinching, allowing Harry to unleash his fury on his perfectly passive face. Magic, Alice breathed. You have real magic? Until you try to bite me again, Harry snapped. Then I'll be a bloody squib forever. What does that mean? To be a squib? Jasper asked quietly. Harry's anger ebbed almost as quickly as it had come, and he let out a bark of laughter before settling back onto the sofa. I'll tell you if you give me that bottle, he said, nodding at the bottle by Jasper's feet. And you should sit. Without hesitation, Jasper handed Harry the bottle and took a seat in the chair he had just vacated. His eagerness was so pronounced that Harry noticed it was almost too quick and smooth to be natural. Taking his time, Harry drank directly from the bottle Jasper had placed on the table. After all, none of them were getting any younger. A squib is a person with magical heritage but no magic themselves, he explained curtly, keeping his word. Now, I want to know everything. He narrowed his eyes at both Alice and Jasper. I want you over here where I can see you. He pointed the bottle at Alice. Harry directed Alice to the sofa beside Jasper. And if you even twitch in my direction, I'll burn you to death. Agreed? Agreed, Jasper replied calmly, either unafraid or oblivious to the fact that Harry could end his life with a single spell. May we ask questions as well? Did I drag you on this trip just to ruin your lives? No. So, no, you can't. Harry felt a painful twinge of dejection as he stated their actions so bluntly, but he brushed it aside and took another drink. Alice moved to the seat Harry indicated very slowly, her hands raised with palms out in front of her chest. He waited until she was seated, ensuring both were in his direct line of sight, before tapping his wand against his leg, a clear threat. Did you really not know I'm a wizard? He asked. No, Jasper said immediately. We knew your blood had a unique scent, but we didn't realize it was magic. I told you he smelled like power, Alice muttered. What do you mean I smell weird? Harry asked, momentarily thrown off by their comments. Your blood smells different from other humans, Jasper explained. Not badly, it's just unique. Harry squinted at him, unsure if that was the truth, but he decided it wasn't worth dwelling on right now. When I first introduced myself and said my name was Harry Potter, that didn't mean anything to you? Jasper furrowed his brow while Alice shook her head. Should it have? He asked. Not to you, Harry replied curtly. So nobody told you who I am, or was? Or put you up to this? I'm afraid this was our own terrible plan, Jasper admitted. Harry thought he detected a hint of remorse in Jasper's eyes and the gentleness of his voice, but he wasn't in a forgiving mood. "Why would you think someone put us up to it?" Alice asked. Alice leaned forward, tilting her head curiously at Harry. "And who are you?" "None of your damn business," Harry muttered, taking a sip of his drink. He had half hoped that someone had orchestrated this mess. There were plenty of witches and wizards who would find it amusing to make him a squib, Death Eaters who had escaped justice, families of those Harry had killed, or just sympathizers eager to take a jab at him. But here he was, believing he had found friends, only to discover they were the ones behind this debacle. "Your whole family knew what was going on?" "Rosalie, Edward, everyone?" "They did not," Jasper replied. "Rosalie will probably tear my head off when she sees me." "Good," Harry sneered. "Harry, Jasper didn't want to turn you," Alice said quietly. "He said not to, but I thought it would make you happy. You shouldn't be mad at him." Harry took a moment to process everything that had been said. "When did you change your mind?" To Jasper's credit, he didn't pretend to misunderstand. "2 nights ago." Harry scoffed and stood up. 2 nights ago, Jasper had planned to bite him and let his venom destroy the magic coursing through Harry's veins. He kept his wand in hand while he began tossing his clothes and scattered belongings into his duffel bag. What a trip with friends this was turning out to be. "Don't leave," Alice said, realizing what Harry intended. "We'll go. You stay here, and we'll get you a plane ticket to wherever you want. You can drive the car to the airport and fly out in the morning." "I'm not getting on a damn plane again," Harry muttered. "And I'm not staying here." "Can you travel with magic?" Jasper asked, watching Harry zip up his bag with an almost desperate sadness in his eyes. But Harry stubbornly avoided looking at him. He wasn't sure if he was more angry or hurt, but he definitely felt something. "Watch me," he said. Harry snarled as he hefted his bag onto his shoulder, snatching the half-empty bottle off the table with his free hand. He shot a final glare at Alice and a slightly softer one at Jasper before turning on the spot and disappearing with a loud crack. By the time Harry reached home, he was miserable. He had debated whether to apparate to the Burrow or Grimmauld Place, just to hide out for a while, but all his important belongings were in Forks. His dad's cloak, his photos of his family and real friends, and Sirius' bike. Plus, if Hermione or Molly found out he'd operate while nursing a healthy buzz, he'd never hear the end of it. It wasn't until Harry lay face down across his bed that a thought struck him, nearly bringing on a new wave of hysterical laughter. Hermione. "Bet she knew too," he muttered into his pillow. "She probably figured it out right away because she was a genius and he was an idiot." Why she hadn't told him that his new friends were vampires was beyond him. In his drunken haze, he vowed to call her when he woke up to get some answers. And, because life seemed to be particularly cruel to him, that night he dreamt of glittering golden eyes filled with remorse. Harry woke a few hours later, and for one blissful moment, he forgot about everything that had happened. For that brief second, it was just another early morning, too alert and too soon. But then he remembered Alice and Jasper, and the weight of it all came crashing back down. "Stupid vampires," Harry groaned. "Damn magic leeches. Your trip wasn't much fun then." Harry flipped off his bed, smacking his face against the wooden floor hard enough to draw a small trickle of blood. Ignoring the throb in his nose, he quickly got to his feet and brandished his wand at the smirking blonde leaning against his wall. "Get out," Harry said, irritation clear in his voice. "I'm not in the mood right now." Rosalie tossed her hair over her shoulder, a defiant gesture that showed just how little she feared him. She smirked, unfazed. "I just came to make sure you got back safely." "Alice called me and said you disappeared into thin air," she said, quoting Alice with a dramatic flair. "But I'd happily stay and help you plot revenge against those damn magic leeches." "No," Harry replied curtly, grabbing a black shirt from his dresser and pressing it against his bleeding nose. "Go away." I brought breakfast, Rosalie said, completely ignoring him as she shook a box that looked and smelled like donuts. I had to break into the bakery for these. They don't open for another 2 hours. Harry glanced at his watch. It was just before 3, which meant it was 11 at Hogwarts. Hermione and Ron would be in class for another 5 hours. He rolled his eyes at Rosalie's persistence as she continued to hold out the pink box, clearly eager to share. Are you going to try and bite me? He asked, recalling Jasper's assurance that none of the others had been involved in their reckless scheme. He wanted to hear it directly from them first. No, and I'll tear the limbs off anyone who tries, Rosalie said firmly, shaking the box again. Come sit and talk, little wizard. Harry might have been oblivious at times, but he liked to think he had good instincts, and right now, they told him Rosalie could be trusted. He wiped the blood from his nose and gestured for her to lead the way to his kitchen. You guys are bad at boundaries, aren't you? He remarked as she made herself far too comfortable on his sofa. A side effect of having an eternity of time on our hands, Rosalie replied nonchalantly. Here, this one has sprinkles. Harry eyed the caramel-frosted donut she handed him with caution, even going so far as to sniff it, much to Rosalie's amusement. Finally, he took a tentative bite. So, how was Egypt? Harry snorted and settled onto the opposite end of the sofa. Aside from that little incident with your sister trying to bite me? Great, he replied dryly. I didn't care much for the airplane, though. Rosalie laughed and shifted, leaning back against the armrest, her legs curled up beneath her and now facing Harry. He mirrored her position, once again marveling at the grace that all the Cullens seemed to share. Tell me how shocked Alice was when you threw her into the wall, Rosalie said. It's so rare to surprise her, I wish I could have seen it. I thought her eyes were going to pop out of her head, Harry admitted, a grin breaking through his initial irritation. Jasper looked pretty stunned too when he walked in. Rosalie threw her head back and laughed, her genuine amusement drawing a chuckle from Harry as well. Alice is a psychic, she said, flicking imaginary tears of joy off her cheeks with her perfectly manicured nails. But she can't always see you, so I bet you really caught her by surprise. She can see the future? Harry asked, incredulous. There's nothing about that in any of our books. Well, there's nothing about you in any of our books, Rosalie shot back. And not all of us have abilities like that. Alice is a psychic, Edward's a mind reader, and Jasper's an empath. An empath? Harry repeated, deadpan. So he just, what? Plays with people's feelings? Yep, Rosalie said, popping her red lips on the word. Wow. Harry fell into a stunned silence, struggling to process this new information while Rosalie absent-mindedly played with her nails. After a moment, she casually remarked, Jasper sounded miserable. I'm guessing you ended your sweet little romance and broke his frozen heart. There was no sweet little romance, Harry said, blushing furiously. Had Jasper sensed his feelings and toyed with them? The thought hung in the air as he pondered the implications, feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Harry occasionally caught himself staring too long or smiling too hard at something he said. Was he just mocking the human with a crush on the gorgeous vampire? Merlin, how embarrassing. It was just a game, wasn't it? Harry said, his voice sharp with frustration. Very funny, let's make him think we're his friends while we toy with his feelings. We won't bother telling him what we are, oh no. We'll just burn out the magic in his blood because he'll be happier that way. Great game, he spat. Rosalie watched Harry's outburst with her usual calm demeanor. Her eyes softened, but there was no pity on her face. That was one of the many things Harry appreciated about Rosalie. She spoke her mind, no matter how hard it might be to hear. Despite her bluntness, Rosalie Hale was one of the kindest people Harry had ever met, with a huge heart and a stubborn spirit. Though, he couldn't help but wonder if Rosalie Hale was even her real name. What a load of garbage, she sniffed. Firstly, I am your friend. So are the rest of my family, if you'd still like us to be. Secondly, I seriously doubt Jasper was toying with your feelings. He's annoyingly enamored with you and likes to think of himself as a gentleman. She raised one perfectly sculpted blonde brow at Harry. And it's not like you told us what you are either. Well, I'd be arrested if I told a bunch of muggles I'm a wizard, Harry defended, brushing off her comment about Jasper being annoyingly enamored with him. What's your excuse? We have laws as well, Rosalie explained. The Volturi is our governing body, and if they discovered we had revealed what we are, you would either have to be turned or killed. We wanted to spare you from that. Harry scoffed. You may be, he conceded. But Alice and Jasper clearly didn't care. Part of our family, Rosalie said. They're idiots, and I'd happily rip them apart if you wanted, but they did have nearly noble intentions. Although, I think Jasper just wants to keep you around for eternity. Harry awkwardly pinched the donut apart, sending crumbs scattering across the sofa. He felt unsure of what to say or do, needing something to occupy his hands. Can I see magic? He asked. Rosalie's softly spoken question caught his attention, and he couldn't help but laugh at the unbidden glee shining in her eyes. All right then. He pulled his wand out of his jumper pocket, trying to think of something impressive for Rosalie, who he was beginning to think might actually be his friend, to see first. He briefly considered showing her his Patronus, but didn't want the reminder of his parents to overshadow Rosalie's excitement. Instead, he tapped the table beside the sofa they were sharing with his wand. He heard her gasp as it transformed into a snuffling pig. More, can you do more? She asked breathlessly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She giggled when the pig let out an obnoxious little oink. Harry laughed and nodded. He'd never been around someone entirely new to magic who was so enchanted by it. For the next couple of hours, he transformed, summoned, and vanished various objects around his house while Rosalie cheered him on with each silent spell he cast. That's amazing, she exclaimed, her typically aloof demeanor fading away when Harry charmed the clock on the wall to sing cheesy poems. You're incredible. Can all wizards do this? Harry scratched the back of his neck and shrugged. A bit, yeah. In truth, he didn't know any wizards who could channel their intent to silently cast spells, sometimes wandless. He had either dueled or witnessed duels from the three most powerful wizards he'd ever known. Are your friends all magical too? Yeah, Harry replied as he began to reverse the enchanted items back to their muggle forms. That's what the school I was at before, Hogwarts, was. Just a place for witches and wizards. Which explains why biology is such a strain, Rosalie said knowingly. Why would you need to know about molecular interactions when you have real magic? Exactly, Harry agreed. But will you tell me more about yourself? When were you turned? Why don't you drink human blood? Have you always been with the clan? Well, since you made me this charming trinket, Rosalie held up the glass rose Harry had conjured for her, a smirk on her face. I suppose I can answer a few questions. I was born in 1915 in Rochester, New York. I was turned in 1933, barely 18 years old. Harry felt a brief flash of irritation that Rosalie had been immortalized forever at an age he'd never reach, but he pushed it aside, eager to learn more about her true life. Carlisle changed me, Rosalie continued. He told me about how he chose to live, and I've never drunk human blood even once in my life. Harry could hear the pride in her voice. You'll have to talk with Carlisle to learn more about his vision of vegetarian vampires. I wouldn't do it justice. But I've been a part of Carlisle's family, she emphasized the word, since I was turned. What about the others? Did Carlisle turn them too? Harry asked. Carlisle changed all of us except for Alice and Jasper, who joined our family on their own, Rosalie explained. We have cousins, as we call them, who live in Alaska. Carlisle considers them part of our family, but they were changed by a woman long since dead. Huh. Harry flopped down on the floor and discreetly checked the time. He still had 2.5 hours before he could find Hermione and see what she knew. Jasper and Alice won't be back until tonight if that's what you're worried about, Rosalie said, having caught his glance at the clock. I'm not, but it's good to know, Harry scoffed. I'll just make sure I'm gone before they get back then. You're leaving? Harry looked up at Rosalie's soft question. He frowned at the genuine unhappiness reflected in the twist of her lips and the dimming light in her eyes. I was thinking about it, he said slowly. I mean, if Alice tries to bite me again, or Jasper does, then that's it, Rose. My magic will be gone. I'll just be a squid vampire, no magic, he explained. And I'm pretty sure it's hard to kill yourself when you're indestructible, so I'd be stuck like that for an eternity. Rosalie set down her glass flower and crawled in front of Harry on the floor. She took both his hands in hers. Why weren't their hands cold? Vampires were supposed to have icy skin. She looked him right in the eyes, her expression solemn. I'm not defending them, because I think they're absolute idiots, she said. But I know you don't have any reason to fear that. Alice said Jasper had already changed his mind before she pulled her little stunt, and she was really upset about nearly taking away your magic. Don't you see, Harry? This is perfect. Her beautiful face lit up with earnestness as she spoke. You were already part of our family, you didn't need to be turned to be one of us, just to know our secrets. But that doesn't matter now, there are no rules about wizards knowing. Please, even if you never speak to them again, which you'd have my complete support for, don't leave. Harry thought about everything he had left in England, Hermione, Ron, Teddy, the rest of the Weasleys, and that was it for the good things. He had also left behind a lifetime filled with pain and misery. If he left Forks now, not even considering the Cullens he wasn't currently furious with, he would be leaving behind Jacob, Billy, and the others in La Push who had welcomed him in. Their group had included him in typical teenage activities, and now he faced leaving behind his house, and likely his car, both of which he cherished. He would also give up the freedom to simply be himself here. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or the man who conquered, or whatever ridiculous title they'd come up with this month. Just Harry. Would he trade the freedom to be just Harry for a return to a place where he had caused so much death, pain, and destruction, all for the sake of 2 rogue vampires who, supposedly, wanted to add him to their family? No, Harry said firmly to himself. I'm not leaving. He exchanged an ironic grin with Rosalie as he added, they can bite me. By the time Rosalie left, Harry felt significantly better about the events in Egypt. He was still hurt by the deception and had resorted to casting fiendfire at Alice before allowing her to take another bite at him. Yet, in a twisted way, it was almost nice to think that someone wanted him to be part of their family. It was a dangerous notion, he would have killed her on the spot if she had succeeded, but still, it felt somewhat thoughtful. He resolved never to speak to her again, but his anger had lessened. Then there was Jasper. Harry had no idea how to handle that situation. Rosalie insisted that Jasper wasn't using his gift to manipulate him, but even if that were true, Jasper had still felt all of Harry's emotions, hadn't he? So he was aware, Harry's face burned at the thought, of Harry's feelings toward him. It was both embarrassing and intriguing. If Jasper knew, why hadn't he ever said anything? Just a simple, hey Harry, quit looking at me so much, or hey Harry, can I kiss you? It was frustrating to ponder the reasoning behind it, but ultimately, it didn't matter. Harry decided he would also never speak to Jasper again. Probably. He glanced at the fireplace, clenching his jaw. If there was one person he was definitely calling, it was Hermione. She would give him some solid answers. After he disconnected from the flood that night, Harry reflected on how nobody ever explained that their actions were motivated by love. He wondered if, for the rest of his long life, he would find happiness in that understanding. Chapter 17, Major Jasper Whitlock Hale is no coward. Tuesday, January 18, 2004. Jasper hated high school. He despised lurking in the halls, trying to remain unobtrusive. He loathed turning in flawless assignments that he could complete in mere seconds. Most of all, he couldn't stand hearing the humans chatter about a new addition to the school and feeling their fluctuating emotions over something so trivial. But what he hated the most was the fact that the last new student to arrive at Forks High School was pointedly ignoring him. Jasper had returned home early Saturday morning to find Rosalie snarling, snapping, and screeching in his face. "How dare you?" He didn't know how to respond. You could have taken his magic. He understood that now. You are an unforgivable idiot. He knew that, too. You hurt him. That one cut deep. Jasper was painfully aware of that truth. He didn't need to rely on his gift to grasp the weight of those words. He had seen it all reflected in Harry's devastated and furious green eyes. Harry had filled the room with emotions so intense that even Alice could read them clearly. Jasper wasn't sure if Harry was simply an exceptionally emotional person or if the strength of his feelings stemmed from his magic. The revelation of magic in the world was as stunning as it was unsurprising. Jasper had never imagined that witches and wizards could be real. He had thought they were as fictional as humans believed vampires to be. Yet, he knew Harry was different from other humans. He was unique. And he was right, Harry was literally magical. But the origin of Harry's strong emotions hardly mattered. When Jasper arrived at school that Monday morning, riding silently with Edward and Alice while trying to block out Edward's loud emotions of disapproval and disappointment, he discovered that Harry had decided the best course of action was to pretend Jasper didn't exist. "Harry, may I speak with you?" Jasper began, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. Jasper jogged over to Harry, who was radiating an almost hypermanic joy as he climbed out of the bright red convertible's passenger seat. Instead of using the door, he simply swung his legs over the top. Jasper imagined that Rosalie had picked him up early for a joyride, a "my brother sucks, let's drive way too fast" kind of consolation. He could almost hear Harry's joyous laughter echoing from the drive. Harry's hair was tousled from the wind, and he had never looked so painfully attractive as he did in that moment. Just as Jasper moved closer, Emmett emerged from the back seat and quickly extended his arm in warning. Harry's elation shifted to anger, hurt, confusion, and embarrassment as he glanced at Jasper. He scoffed, a sound filled with disdain, and linked his arm with Rosalie, who seemed both smug and protective as they walked away. "Leave them alone," Emmett said, his tone not unkind. "The kid's really unhappy with you, and we both know Rose is furious. Just give them some space to cool down, all right, bro?" He lightly punched Jasper's shoulder and gave him an unimpressed shake of his head before running off to catch up with Harry and Rosalie. "We can be outcasts together," Alice said hopefully, stepping up to Jasper's side. He looked down at her remorseful face. "I'm not speaking to you until Harry speaks to me," he replied firmly. He knew Alice felt terrible about her actions. Every emotion inside her screamed regret. But that didn't lessen his anger toward her. He had told her not to try and turn Harry, but Alice always thought she knew best. And where had that landed him? Two of his brothers and his sister were angry with him, and Carlisle and Esme were not mad, just very disappointed. And now, Harry wasn't speaking to him. So no, as much as Jasper recognized his own mistakes, he wasn't ready to let it go. Jasper decided he wasn't going to talk to Alice right now. In his fourth-hour sociology class, he contemplated just leaving. He was tired of pretending to be a typical human teenager, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of excited human emotions, angry vampire feelings, and the weight of Harry's hurt that seemed to fill the school. Maybe he had simply become so attuned to Harry's emotions that they resonated the loudest with him. While Rosalie whispered a stream of insults under her breath during class, Jasper seriously considered making a break for it. He could escape to Alaska and visit Tanya, Kate, and Elena. The thought came easily to him, simple, quiet, peaceful. But it would also be cowardly, and Jasper had never been one to shy away from challenges. When the bell finally rang for lunch, he weighed his options: endure a silent meal with his siblings or retreat to the solitude of Edward's car for the next hour. He hesitated only a moment before deciding that refusing to cower applied to lunch as well. That turned out to be a terrible mistake. As he entered the cafeteria, the sight of Alice sitting alone at their usual table caught him off guard. "Just us today," she grimaced as he approached. "They're going to sit over there." She gestured toward an empty table on the opposite side of the cafeteria. "But we clearly aren't invited." Jasper gritted his teeth as he took a seat. It was hard not to feel angry with Alice. Blaming her entirely for the mess he found himself in would be all too easy. But, as he blew a lock of his blonde hair off his face in a defeated huff, he realized he hadn't seen any flaw in her actions until just 48 hours ago. So, it was equally difficult to stay angry with her, especially since she was the only friend still willing to interact with him. "Us rogue leeches," he muttered, trying to lighten the mood. "We have to stick together," Alice said, offering Jasper a weak smile, as if she could sense the anger beginning to fade. "Are we rogue now?" Jasper replied dully, wishing he could rewind time to 2 weeks ago when the table he now sat at was filled with his family and Harry. "That's what Harry called us this morning. I overheard him in the hallway. He told Edward he wasn't going to let 2 rogue magic-stealing leeches drive him away from Forks now that he's finally been moved out of remedial classes." Jasper's lips twitched at the thought. He had almost forgotten that Harry was transitioning to standard classes. Harry had worked hard for it, and Jasper couldn't help but feel proud, especially now that he understood Harry's struggles in school hadn't stemmed from ignorance or lack of effort. He had likely been studying at a magical school rather than attending any human courses. Also, Carlisle wrote him a letter saying Harry had been in the hospital for the last couple of weeks, Alice continued, recognizing that news about Harry would be welcome. "So he didn't get demerits for missing school while we were gone." Jasper nodded in acknowledgement, but his attention shifted as he spotted the rest of his siblings, along with Harry, entering the cafeteria and claiming the table Alice had pointed out. In that moment, he cursed his enhanced senses more than ever. He could hear the whispers of the human teenagers as they speculated about why the Cullens weren't sitting together. "They always sit together," one girl exclaimed. "Do you think they got into a fight?" another asked. "I thought Harry and Alice were best friends." Jasper even caught the voice of a curly-haired girl, who sometimes chatted with Harry in the halls and had once invited him to a party. She leaned in close to the new girl beside her, whispering, "The blonde over there is Jasper's twin sister Rosalie, and the beefy one beside her is Emmett. And they're together, like, together. It's so strange," Alice remarked. "The one with the red-tinted hair is Edward. He's handsome, of course, but none of the girls here are good enough for him." They shared a small smile, both having noticed the offended tone in the human girl's voice. "And the shorter one with the gorgeous green eyes? That's Harry. He's British." Jasper's grip tightened on the table, his fist unintentionally shredding the wood beneath his fingers at the adoring tone the girl used. He twisted in his seat to locate her in the crowd, intent on feeling her emotions, lust. "Ignore her," Alice whispered quietly. Her calm emotions washed over him, soothing the flare of jealousy rising within him. It didn't matter if this one human girl was enthralled with Harry, he didn't belong to Jasper. "I'm going outside," Jasper said tersely. He strode out of the cafeteria as quickly as he could without drawing attention. He didn't even glance at the table where the rest of his family sat, not a single one spared him a look. It stung, being rejected by those he cared for so deeply, but he accepted it. He deserved it. Jasper debated returning to class for the day, but with the mood he was in, he didn't want to subject himself to the human emotions crashing down on him. He assumed Alice would understand his decision to head home, but he quickly scrawled a note in perfect penmanship and left it in Edward's car before darting toward the tree line and running home. By the time he arrived, shame washed over him. Hadn't he just vowed not to hide away like a coward? He had been the youngest major in U.S. history, leading human armies of hundreds of armed men into battles where many wouldn't survive. He commanded vampire armies twice that size into conflicts 10 times as bloody and vicious. Jasper fought. Jasper had faced wars that would make even the strongest men tremble in fear at the thought. He had personally taken the lives of more humans and immortals than the bubonic plague ever could. And yet, here he was, hiding, like a coward. In a way, luck was on his side, as his house was empty, providing no witnesses to his shame. Carlisle was likely at work at the hospital, and Esme was either with him during his lunch break or attending one of the many charity board meetings that occupied her time. Despite having not slept in nearly 170 years, Jasper felt an overwhelming weariness. He sprawled across his red comforter and closed his eyes, pretending to rest. With each deep breath, he sought relief, finding only a fleeting sense of calm in the familiar rhythm. If he could fall asleep, would he dream? Would he see raven hair and glowing green eyes? Would they reflect anger and pain, or would they radiate joy and laughter? Jasper lay there, perfectly still, allowing hours to slip by as his imagination wandered. He would have been content to remain in that state until he had to face his personal purgatory the next morning, if not for the sound of tires crunching too quickly in the driveway. The low purr of the engine told him it had to be Edward's car, but why would he be spinning back out? From his room, Jasper could feel Alice's emotions, fear, dread, grief, loud and clear. In an instant, he decided to move and found himself by Alice's side in the driveway. Her round face was pinched and drawn, her eyes unfocused as she stared at the spot where Edward had just been. "Alice, what is it?" Jasper shook her shoulder, desperate to understand the danger that had her so horrified. Alice blinked once, her voice trembling. "It's Edward. He's leaving." "What?" Jasper asked, his mind reeling. Jasper arrived just in time to sense the weight of Edward's emotions, but the fact that he was leaving clearly wasn't a good sign. "What happened?" Jasper asked urgently. "The new girl," Alice replied tonelessly, her gaze fixed on something Jasper couldn't see. "Bella Swan. Edward, he was going to kill her." Jasper jerked away from Alice in shock. Edward? The first son of Carlisle who had followed his vision so closely, despite a few rebellious years? Edward, who had shown him no patience when he first began this life. Is he leaving to go kill her? Jasper asked quickly. He felt no attachment to this human, and he never wanted to fight with his brother, but if protecting her meant he could stay in Forks, with Harry, then he'd do whatever it took. No. Alice blinked, her focus returning as they both heard Rosalie's car approach. I didn't see it until it was almost too late. He's going to Tanya now. I don't know what happened. Jasper tried to push away the unfair thought that the same brother who had radiated disapproval so strongly that morning, the one who had ignored him throughout the day, was the one who had run away now. He and Alice stood side by side, waiting for the rest of their siblings to arrive. Any feud, justified or not, was set aside when their family was in danger. If Edward had even considered killing a human, even for a moment, that posed a real threat. The anxiety and stress radiating from Rosalie's car hit them like a tidal wave. Once the car turned into the driveway, Jasper caught the rapid heartbeat and the cold scent of Harry's blood. It became clear that all three occupants were sharing the same emotions, which is why the tension was so palpable. Rosalie gripped the steering wheel with a force that suggested sheer willpower alone was keeping her from crushing it. Emmett ran a hand through his brown curls repeatedly, a nervous tic that spoke volumes of his unease. Harry was gnawing on his lip, silently watching as Rosalie skidded to a stop just inches from where Jasper stood. What the hell was that? Rosalie hissed at Alice, slamming the car door behind her. Why did Harry say that Edward nearly killed that new girl? I didn't say nearly killed, Harry replied quietly, climbing back over the car door. I just said his eyes went black and he looked ready to kill when we saw her. If Edward's eyes had gone black, it was a much closer call than Jasper had realized. Well? Rosalie pressed Alice for answers. I don't know, Alice admitted. I was sitting in fifth hour and thought I caught a glimpse of Edward. She glanced quickly at Harry and chose her words carefully. Edward attacking Isabella Swan and leaving no witnesses. Alice had a vision of Edward murdering an entire room of children. But that went white, so I assumed Harry messed it up somehow, which is a good thing, she added quickly to Harry. And then Edward's future kept changing over and over until we finally left the school. He just slammed the car door, and suddenly it changed to him going to Tanya's. He was going to kill her? Harry asked. Jasper watched as Harry squared his shoulders, determination and anger radiating from him. It was clear that Harry Potter was a defender of the weak. In his confident stance and the determined set of his jaw, he also resembled a soldier. Jasper saw a gleam of strength in Harry's eyes and realized that he would never be truly happy without him. This made the fact that Harry was angry with him all the more painful. Alice, is he going to try again? Harry demanded, his gaze fixed on her. Everyone turned to Alice, who shook her head, not in denial, but in uncertainty. I can't see past Alaska, she said. I don't understand. Why Bella Swan? Indeed, Jasper murmured thoughtfully. What could drive one small human to push even the most resolute of his siblings to the brink of considering harm to a room full of children? Maybe she just smells good, Emmett shrugged. But if he's gone, then it's no biggie, right? Yes, biggie, Rosalie rolled her eyes at Emmett, though she felt a bit more at ease now that the immediate threat of exposure had passed. If Edward was tempted to kill her, then she either smells like an all-you-can-eat buffet or he picked up something in her mind that puts us all at risk. Oh. Harry had been listening closely, but he jumped in now. No, that's not it, Rose. He can't read her mind. What? The four vampires turned to Harry, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. Edward can't read the girl's mind? Rosalie asked. No, he can't, Harry replied confidently. He told me so. When we went to try to switch his schedule and turn in my note from Dr. Cullen. His irritation was palpable, and a hint of hurt flickered across his face. He asked me if she was a witch because he couldn't read her mind. Is she? Jasper asked, intrigued. He hadn't even considered that possibility. What if Harry wasn't the last of the magical beings to arrive in Forks? He couldn't help but imagine the tiny town overflowing with mythical entities. How amusing it was, considering he'd once described Forks, Washington, as sleepy. No, she's not, Harry replied, keeping his gaze averted towards the sky. I introduced myself after classes, and she didn't react at all. He shrugged as if this were definitive proof of her humanity. Kid, no offense, but is that supposed to mean something to us? Emmett ruffled Harry's hair playfully. Not to you guys, but trust me, if Bella were a witch, she would have done more than just blink at me. Jasper pondered that statement. I introduced myself, and she didn't react at all. He recalled when he had first met Harry and how he had introduced himself. Potter, didn't that mean anything to you? Jasper recalled with perfect clarity Miss Granger's remark during her charming threat, Harry is still one of the most universally well-liked people in our community. Was Harry Potter a name well known among the magical community? So she's not a witch and she's not dead, yet, Rosalie added. What do we do? Nothing. Alice blinked rapidly, shaking away the visions of the future that clouded her mind. Edward will be back in 8 days, and Bella Swan won't be in danger until then. Bella Swan won't be in danger at all, Harry said coolly. His eyes flashed with a protective intensity behind his glasses, and his hand twitched toward the pocket that Jasper now knew held a wand. You guys said you're vegetarians. It's time to prove it. You're a pain in my arse, Rosalie sighed fondly at Harry. Of course you'd have some sort of hero complex for frail little humans. You know it'd be much easier to kill her. No can do, Rose. You can complain about my saving people thing with Hermione sometime, Harry replied with a grin, despite the grief and guilt Jasper sensed he was feeling. It drives her mad, he added playfully. Once again, Jasper felt a pang of jealousy at the easy way Rosalie and Harry interacted. Harry's magic would seal his bond with Jasper's sister. There was no more perfect resolution for her. She could keep Harry without any threat to his mortality. This was her ideal situation. You staying or leaving, Potter? Emmett asked, his interest in the conversation fading now that they all felt assured of at least 8 days of peace. Harry glanced warily at Jasper for just a moment, a flicker of regret and longing crossing his face. Leaving, he finally said. May I drive you? Rosalie was suddenly in Jasper's face, her features twisted with rage at his question. You absolutely. Yeah, all right, Harry interrupted. Rosalie spun around to face him, her expression softening into a more maternal sense of exasperation that matched her emotions. Harry, I can drive you, Rosalie said patiently. This situation with Edward doesn't mean you have to do something you don't want to. I'm fine, Rose, Harry replied, offering her a warm smile of appreciation. But if you wanted to pick me up again tomorrow, that'd be great. Rosalie laughed and quickly agreed. Text me when you wake up, she told him. Then, she spun around and jabbed the sharp nail into Jasper's chest, a move that instantly raised his hackles. Better keep your damn mouth shut, she warned. Jasper gritted his teeth, feeling his patience with Rosalie wearing thin. While Harry's anger was justified, Rosalie's was starting to become tedious. We can take Alice's car, Jasper said to Harry. I'll pull it around. Without waiting for a response, Jasper hurried to the garage, moving at his usual speed now that he had nothing to hide from Harry. He rolled his eyes as he overheard Rosalie whispering harsh instructions to Harry, telling him to burn Jasper if he made one wrong move. Rosalie was definitely getting tiresome. Once he pulled the unassuming Mercedes around, he waited patiently for Harry to say goodbye to Rosalie and Emmett, merely glowering at Alice's softly spoken farewell. Jasper could empathize with Alice. He felt regret, remorse, and love, but if Harry was willing to accept a ride from him, even an unnecessary one, Jasper wasn't going to diminish that just to appease Alice. Harry climbed into the car and tossed his backpack to the floor by his feet. He pulled his wand from his pocket, giving Jasper a significant look as he placed it on his lap, fingers loosely curled around it. Rose says I should ignore you for at least the rest of the year, but I think it's crummy to just pretend someone doesn't exist, Harry said as soon as Jasper turned out of the driveway. So I figured we could talk. But just so you know, I'm still mad. I understand, Jasper replied. Harry didn't feel angry, he felt more wistful. But he figured now wasn't the right moment to bring that up. I appreciate you talking to me. I'd understand if you didn't want to, he said. Well, I have a few questions, Harry replied. And I figured you probably have some too. Not that I'll answer, he added quickly. Depends on what they are, Jasper said, keeping a straight face as he watched the trees blur past them. He nodded. I don't want to keep secrets from you, he admitted. And there's no reason to now. Ask away. You can feel people's emotions? Harry asked immediately, his anxiety mixed with embarrassment. Why? How does that work? We don't know for sure, Jasper responded, hoping that Rosalie hadn't made his ability sound as sinister as Harry's anxiety suggested. Carlyle believes that some of our human characteristics are amplified after we're reborn. You know about Alice and Edward. Alice likely always had a sense of what was coming next, very vigilant and alert to the future. Edward probably had a knack for reading people well as a human. And I had a gift for understanding human emotions and influencing them. And now you, what? Just feel what everyone around you is feeling? Harry asked. And you can change their emotions too, can't you? Just make them angry or happy or whatever. If I choose to, Jasper replied honestly. Though I usually try to reserve that for special circumstances. What would you consider a special circumstance? Jasper turned to meet Harry's gaze, wanting him to believe what he was saying. I won't lie to you. I've changed your emotions before, he admitted, a hint of anger underlying his words. But never to manipulate your decisions, he added quickly as Harry's grip tightened around his wand. Only to help you relax on occasion. If you ever do that without my permission again, I will never speak to you for the rest of your existence, Harry said sharply. Never without permission, Jasper agreed without hesitation. Though I'm afraid your emotions are incredibly complex. I couldn't stop sensing them even if I tried, Jasper said. Brilliant, Harry scowled. So what? I'm just constantly screaming emotions at you. Jasper pondered how to explain it in a way Harry would understand. It's more like I'm being overwhelmed by someone's perfume. Your perfume is called Harry, and I can detect the specific emotions, or sense, for this analogy, within it. I know it's your unique fragrance, and I can easily pick apart its components. Does that make sense? Jasper glanced away from the road to see Harry processing this information. So, you're saying I have my own emotional perfume, and instead of lavender and vanilla, it's just happy or mad or whatever? Exactly. It was a simple way to summarize his gift, but it sufficed. And just as I can never not smell a person's perfume, I can't not sense their emotions either. I don't know which is worse, you or Edward, Harry said, shaking his head. Actually, I do. It's you. I can block Edward, but I doubt I can block you. You can purposefully block Edward? Jasper asked, intrigued. Is it a magic spell? Harry let out a bark of laughter, which brought a small smile to Jasper's face, even though he felt like the butt of the joke. It's not a magic spell, Harry chuckled again, mimicking Jasper's phrasing. It's called a clemency, and I'm terrible at it. Edward can't read your mind very well, so you must not be too bad at it, Jasper replied. He wished he could ask Harry why his emotions flared so intensely over the most obscure topics. Harry seemed surprised by that and tapped the dashboard with his index finger for a moment. That would have been handy a few years ago, he said quietly, and Jasper felt the weight of grief and guilt rising within him. Why are you feeling guilty? Jasper asked gently. Jasper blurted out his thoughts, eager to pull Harry away from his grief, but knowing he couldn't rely on his gift to do so. His blunt question seemed to work, as Harry's emotions shifted quickly to embarrassment, shame, and annoyance. Yeah, you're definitely worse than Edward, Harry scowled. I can't help it any more than you can help being magical, Jasper replied, steering the silver car into Harry's driveway. He took it as a good sign that Harry didn't jump out immediately. Or can you? Jasper added, his curiosity about magic and Harry's life as a wizard bubbling to the surface. He hoped to learn more in time. Well, I can't just bite someone and make them a wizard, Harry shot back, casting Jasper a pointed look to remind him of his own misstep. It's genetic, I guess. But sometimes it doesn't pass along, and then babies are born as squibs. I truly am sorry, Harry, Jasper said, locking eyes with him. If this was his only chance to explain and apologize, he wanted to do it right, looking straight into those green eyes. I felt your misery, your loneliness, and how happy you were when you were with my family. He nearly slipped and said me, but caught himself just in time. I thought you would be happy if you could be part of our family without any secrets. I thought I knew what was best for you, and I was not only arrogant and selfish, but wrong as well. Harry continued to gaze into Jasper's eyes, his emotions flickering rapidly. Jasper sensed the shifts, already working to change them. Rose said you guys didn't tell me right away because then I would have to either be turned or killed. Is that true? It is, Jasper confirmed, grateful that Rosalie had at least offered one point in his defense. If I had told you what I was, there wouldn't have been an option to change you. That's the only reason you weren't informed at the very first opportunity. I should have known, Harry replied, scrunching his nose. You lot are just too good-looking to be muggles. The corners of Jasper's lips curled up as Harry described him as too good-looking to be a muggle. And muggles are humans? He asked for clarification, having gathered that from the context in which he'd heard the term used twice now. Muggles are people without magic, so yeah, normal humans, Harry explained. Are you a normal wizard? Jasper inquired. He didn't think Harry was ordinary. He was fairly confident that Harry must be either very powerful or very important, or both. But without Harry saying it outright, he had no way to confirm his theory. No, Harry replied, a joyless laugh escaping him as his emotions shifted to bitterness and self-loathing. I never got to be normal. I'm stuck being Harry Potter forever. Jasper seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been on his mind since he first saw the red sparks fly from Harry's wand. So wizards are like us? If you're born a wizard, then you live forever? Agony. Anguish. Grief. Anger. No, Harry said, his voice tight. No, we don't all live forever. Don't all? Does that mean some of you do? Jasper pressed, feeling a flicker of hope. Yeah. Some do. Harry didn't elaborate, and Jasper didn't push him for more. He tried not to get his hopes up. It felt like hardly more than he deserved, but Harry had said some do. I'm gonna go, Harry said, shoving his wand into his pocket and grabbing his bag off the floorboard. Will you text me if Alice sees Edward come back sooner? Of course, Jasper agreed easily. Thank you for talking to me. Well, Harry said with a crooked grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, I was hoping that maybe you're just stupid and bad at making plans instead of being an evil scumbag. I'm incredibly stupid, Jasper chuckled. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry nodded and was nearly at the door when Jasper had a thought. Harry? He called out, rolling down his window to speak to the brilliant wizard walking away. Yeah? I said. I'll text you if Alice sees Edward come back early, Harry said, his gaze piercing into Jasper's as they stood together in the drizzling rain beside the porch. But can I still text you at other times too? Jasper felt as if Harry was looking right into his soul, making him question the very existence of it. He wondered if this was what it felt like to be judged, especially after a death he never planned to face. All right then, Harry finally replied. You can. All right then, Jasper echoed. Chapter 18, Harry provokes a vampire. Harry found himself in a peculiar situation. He was provoking a vampire into a fight. Why not? It wasn't every day you got to challenge a creature of the night. Do wizards have normal human diets? He mused. We enjoy treacle tart and, of course, the souls of pixies. Are pixies even real? Yeah, but they're mean as hell, Jasper replied with a smirk. When were you born? Harry asked, genuinely curious. 1834, Jasper said. That's ancient. But you look like you're 19, Harry laughed. What's that like? I have the immortal body of a 19-year-old and the soul of a 170-year-old, Jasper explained. When's your birthday? I don't remember. It's sometime in the summer, I think. Do you know every magic spell? Harry joked. Lol. I don't even know how to answer that. But no, probably not. Your turn. Do you have a lot of vampire friends? Outside of my family? No, just two, Peter and Charlotte. Are you trying to sleep, or have you given up? That's your question. It is. Given up. How fast can you run? Harry asked, intrigued. Faster than you can drive your car. Seriously? Want to race, little wizard? Harry couldn't think of a good reason to decline. He was curious to see how fast Jasper could go, so he texted back, "You're on, leech." Later that morning, when Harry pulled up to school, he was wide awake. Jasper hadn't been joking, he really could outrun Harry's car. When the speedometer hit 110 and Jasper was barely ahead, Harry felt a rush of exhilaration. Sure, he was annoyed about losing, but it had been thrilling to push the gas pedal down hard and race down the open road as the sun began to rise. "Next time I'll use magic." "We'll see who wins then," Harry muttered to Jasper as they arrived at school. Since they had finished racing at 6, Jasper had hung around at Harry's place until it was time to leave for school. Rose didn't seem too impressed when they pulled up together in Harry's car, but Harry knew she'd get over it quickly. "Whatever you say, Harry," she said, rolling her eyes. Jasper flashed him a bright smile over his shoulder as they split up for their separate classes, a smile that kept Harry distracted all the way to his 4th hour. The decision to sit next to Bella Swan. She was hunched over her desk, a curtain of wavy brown hair shielding her face. It was only when he spotted her that Harry remembered his plan for the day. He quickly took the empty seat beside her and nodded as she looked up. "Hello," he said politely, though it came out a bit stiff. "Hello," Bella replied, her voice low and soft, a tone that made Harry think she might be trying to sound even quieter. "You're Harry, right?" she asked. "Yeah. We're actually neighbors," he told her. "Oh." Bella straightened up, recognition sparking in her eyes, warming them with a hint of curiosity. "You're that Potter kid?" "Char, my dad talked about you." "Oh." Harry wasn't sure how to respond, so he shrugged. "Sorry." "Don't be," she said with a tentative smile. "He says you're a bad fisherman and a worse driver." "Well, he's never given me a ticket," Harry pointed out just as the bell rang, signaling the start of class. "Chief Swan plays favorites," Bella whispered conspiratorially. Harry didn't have a comeback for that, especially since he suspected it was true. He shrugged and turned to face the teacher, feeling a bit lost. He recalled how, just yesterday, Edward had crushed his desk in biology, his eyes turning pitch black. It had something to do with Bella, he was sure of it. Throughout the class, he had clutched his wand, mentally preparing himself to stop Edward from doing something drastic if he even so much as glanced in Bella's direction. Edward had looked strained and furious the entire time, his muscles tense and coiled. After class, when Edward rushed out, seemingly intent on changing his schedule, Harry caught up with him to hand in his sick note. Edward had looked possessed, frantically telling Harry he couldn't read Bella's mind and asking if she was a witch. Harry had admitted he wasn't sure. Then, they had run into Bella again in the administrator's office, and Edward had fled once more. Feeling awkward, Harry knew he had to tread carefully. Harry offered an excuse and introduced himself. He wasn't the arrogant brat that some people thought he was, but he knew that he had never met a witch or wizard who didn't react to his name. Even the foreign students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had known of the boy who lived. But Bella just blinked at him and greeted him politely. So, no. Bella Swan wasn't a witch. She was just a normal girl, if a bit dull and plain, who had almost been killed by a vampire for no better reason than Emmett's guess that she smelled really good. And Harry wasn't okay with that. His only real plan was to be friendly with her, making it easier to protect her from Edward if necessary. As awkward as that conversation had been, it was a step in the right direction. With his plan now in progress, Harry absently copied information from the World War I PowerPoint his teacher was presenting while his thoughts drifted to Jasper. He hadn't intended to talk to him again so soon, which only proved his tendency to give too many chances to people who might not deserve them. Except, he thought maybe Jasper did deserve another chance, and it wasn't just because he found him rather good-looking. Before Egypt, Harry would have called Jasper his best friend. They had shared countless adventures and always had a great time together. Jasper was not only good at keeping conversations going, but he also listened well. His apology had seemed genuine. Harry knew he needed to explain to Jasper that he never wanted someone to keep something from him because they thought it was for the best. He had enough of that in his life already. Standing in the middle of the Cullens as they planned to protect each other from danger, Harry realized that these might be the only people in the world whose intentions he could trust. Harry thought about all the funerals he'd never have to attend. It was hard to be mad at Jasper for wanting to make him immortal, especially when Harry had spent countless nights in Grimmauld Place contemplating which of his friends he would keep around forever if he could. He was pretty sure it would be Ron, mainly because he feared that an immortal Hermione would eventually learn enough magic to become the next unstoppable Dark Lord, and he really didn't want to go through that again. His generous attitude towards Jasper hadn't yet extended to Alice, though, especially since it was her teeth that had been right at his neck. He knew he'd probably forgive her eventually. She probably knew it too, but today didn't have to be that day. Or maybe it would be. As Harry entered the cafeteria after fourth hour with Jasper, he headed to the table he had claimed the day before with Rose, Emmett, and Edward. That's when he spotted Alice sitting alone, her head bent and her shoulders slumped. "You know you're being played, right?" Rose asked as Harry sighed and turned toward Alice's table. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure," Harry shrugged. But it didn't matter if Alice was being dramatic. He wasn't going to let her sit by herself while he enjoyed lunch with her siblings. He understood how it felt to be alone and friendless, and it was miserable. So he sat down across from her, and when Alice looked up, her eyes were wide with what Harry suspected was feigned surprise. "Oh, are you guys sitting here?" She blinked innocently at him. The corners of Harry's lips twitched at her performance. It was impressively good. "You didn't see this coming?" he asked. Alice smiled, and Harry knew he would have to forgive her too. "I didn't know if it was a vision or a dream," she said sweetly, fluttering her eyelashes theatrically, which made the rest of the group snicker. During lunch, Alice caught Harry's eye and mouthed, "I'm sorry." He decided to forgive her right then and there. Alice was one of the few people he wouldn't outlive. What's a few second chances compared to that? Are there more magical creatures besides pixies? More than I can list in one text. What's the craziest one you've ever encountered? I fought a dragon once. You fought a dragon? Technically, I outflew a dragon, but it was definitely trying to fight me, so it counts. I flew on one once too. Do you really sparkle in the sunlight? Yes, but let's go back to the dragon thing. It was for a contest. Did you win? I'm gonna try and sleep. See you in the morning. During the time Edward was in Alaska, life had improved drastically in Harry's opinion. He was spending more time at the Cullen house, where the intensely curious vampires constantly grilled him about magic. Carlisle, in particular, was fascinated by all things magical. His enthusiastic questions reminded Harry of Arthur Weasley when he was asking about Muggle stuff. Harry enjoyed watching Emmett and Jasper fight in Rough House, no longer hiding their speed and strength on the privacy of their property. He was impressed as Jasper easily dispatched his much larger brother over and over again. Emmett was clearly stronger, but Jasper was faster and smarter. Harry hadn't noticed it before, but Jasper was a natural fighter. In fact, Harry thought Jasper could be a natural killer if he wanted to. After their sparring session, Harry teased Emmett, "You're not even scary." "Some vampire you are. I'd bet I could beat you." Emmett smiled sharply and cracked his knuckles. "Game on, little brother." That was exactly the response Harry wanted. The entire family gathered outside to watch, their perfectly pale faces reflecting various expressions of amusement. "Don't hurt him," Esme warned Emmett sternly. "As if Harry's not about to kick his ass," Rose laughed. "We'll see about that," Emmett growled threateningly, but Harry liked his energy. Jasper stood off to the side, nodding at Harry with his hands in his pockets and a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Harry felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck as he pulled out his wand. It had been a while since he'd been in a fight, playful or otherwise. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. But when Emmett grinned at him, muscles flexed and teeth bared like a bear ready to play, Harry began to relax. This wasn't a life-or-death duel with a wizard. No one would die if he lost. In fact, he didn't even have to win. He could lose and still head home that night perfectly safe. "Let's see what you've got, kid," Emmett challenged. So, Harry showed him. They sparred longer than Harry expected. Emmett was surprisingly tough to hit with a spell. What he lacked in magic, he more than made up for with speed. He darted around Harry's spells, growling and grunting whenever Harry managed to tag him with something harmless. It took Harry embarrassingly long to realize Emmett followed the same path toward him each time. Once he figured out that Emmett would charge him head-on every time, the game changed. Levi Corpus. Harry flicked his wand toward the spot he knew Emmett would land, letting out a loud whoop when he hit his mark. The other vampires erupted into laughter as Emmett was hoisted into the air, snarling while dangling by his ankle. "Amazing!" Carlyle exclaimed, waving his hand through the air beneath Emmett, his smile widening when he felt nothing. "Absolutely amazing." "I told you he'd win," Rose said smugly to her husband. "Rematch, Potter," Emmett grunted as he flipped himself upright and landed on his feet with impressive agility. "Anytime, any place," Harry sang back, grinning. Jasper rushed over, ready to join the fun. Arm around Harry's shoulders, Emmett smiled down at him. That was incredible. A small ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a faint shimmer on Emmett's face and making his honey-colored hair glow almost as brightly as his smile. Harry couldn't help but agree. It had been incredible. He was also slowly trying to befriend Bella Swan, though so far, their interactions had been limited to polite greetings in their shared classes. Meanwhile, Mike Newton, one of their fellow juniors with whom Harry shared a casual rapport, shot Harry dirty looks every time Bella smiled at him during biology or gym. Harry simply scowled back. If Mike wanted Bella's attention, he should try talking to her instead of drooling over their shared desk from behind where she sat. A few days after Bella started at Forks, Charlie Swan stopped by Harry's house and invited him to dinner. This wasn't unusual, as they usually dined at Patsy's once or twice a month since Harry moved in. But this time, Charlie had invited him to his own home for dinner, which turned out to be quite awkward since he hadn't informed Bella about it. "Hey Dad, oh." "Hey," Bella said as she stood in the kitchen, frying something on the stove. From the smell, it seemed to be fish. She paused when Harry followed Charlie into the warm, yellow-painted kitchen. "Hello," Harry lifted a hand in greeting, cringing at his own lack of social skills. He wished he could be more like Ron. Ron had a knack for making friends effortlessly. Whether it was a tiny, weird kid with messy hair and broken glasses sitting alone on a train, Ron would turn him into an instant friend. Despite his obvious crush on Hermione before they got together, Harry doubted Ron had ever faced a socially awkward moment in his life. It was a talent Harry envied. "Bells, this is Harry," Charlie said, nudging Harry toward an empty chair at their scruffy dining table. "Harry, this is my daughter, the one I told you about." Bella rolled her eyes at her dad before turning back to the stove. "I told you we have a..." "Dad, we have a few classes together," Harry said. "Well, you didn't mention if you introduced yourselves, so I figured I would," Charlie replied as he sat down across from Harry and sniffed the air. "Smells good. Is that fish fry?" Harry then found himself enduring the most uncomfortable meal of his life. Charlie didn't seem to feel any pressure to fill the silence. He made occasional comments while Bella and Harry exchanged confused glances about Harry's presence in their kitchen. Desperate for a distraction, Harry glanced out the window and spotted a truck parked in the driveway. "Is that Jake's truck?" he asked, certain the odds of there being another truck that big, rusted, and sturdy were slim. But he wasn't sure why it would be at Charlie's house. "Yup. Got it for Bella," Charlie said. Jake seemed happy to get rid of it. "I bet," Harry grinned. "Billy's going to have to let him rebuild that car in his garage now that they don't have the truck." Charlie chuckled, but Bella furrowed her brows for a moment. Do you know the Blacks? She asked Harry. Yeah. Billy's my uncle, and Jake's my cousin. That makes sense. You guys look quite a bit alike, Bella smiled. Harry couldn't help but laugh at her sarcasm. After that, the awkward tension seemed to lift. Harry helped Bella wash the dishes as she talked about the books she liked, the classics, whatever that meant, and the music she enjoyed. She mentioned that she wasn't a fan of Nickelback, which made Harry suspect that Jasper had been right about most people's opinions on the band. Casually, she brought up Edward's behavior from her first day. So, is your friend sick? I haven't seen him since the day I upset him. Who? Harry asked, grabbing the plate from her hands to dry it. You mean Edward? Yeah. Bella sounded casual, but Harry could hear the curiosity in her voice. He had to think quickly. You didn't upset him, he lied. He got some bad news at lunch and had to go stay with his aunt. She's sick. Bella looked skeptical but accepted his answer without pressing for more details. As soon as Harry left that evening, he quickly texted the Mystical Beings group chat, a name Alice had come up with, to inform everyone of the story he had concocted for Edward's absence. Emmett's reply came back swiftly, "Wow, kid, you're a natural liar." It was both rude and oddly flattering. The day Edward returned, Harry received a text from Rose before school, "He's back. He's coming back to school today." Harry grimaced at his phone, ensuring he had his wand with him when he left. He didn't want to end up in a fight with one of his friends, but he'd rather burn Edward to ashes than let him harm an innocent girl. Still, he desperately hoped it wouldn't come to that. "Hey, Harry," Jasper said, placing his hand gently on Harry's elbow and guiding him a bit away from the rest of the family after lunch. The Cullen and Hale siblings had been on edge all day, and it was starting to wear on Harry's nerves. They all seemed like they were bracing for a war, making Harry instinctively reach for his wand every time one of them moved. "What's up?" Harry asked. Jasper looked unusually nervous as he waited for a group of students to pass before continuing. "Do you have your magic wand?" he whispered. Harry couldn't help but grin at Jasper's unusual term, but he nodded solemnly, unsure of where this was going. "Good," Jasper replied, letting out a small sigh. "Alice says that the rest of today looks fine, but could you do me a favor?" "Depends on what it is," Harry answered cautiously. Jasper leaned down until his mouth was right next to Harry's ear, making Harry acutely aware of how much taller and fitter he was. Jasper smelled good, and the thought made Harry blush, so he quickly shifted his focus to avoid giving anything away. "If anything happens, can you disappear back home?" Jasper whispered. "Just because you don't smell like food doesn't mean he won't try to hurt you if he gets caught up in bloodlust," Harry said, pulling back from Jasper and tapping his pocket with a pointed look. "You'll probably figure this out eventually, but I'm hard to hurt," he smirked. "And I'm not going to disappear when someone innocent might get hurt. Especially not if I can help." Jasper looked a bit exasperated, but there was also a hint of approval in his expression. "If anything happens, just scream and I'll come help." It wasn't until Harry was seated next to Mike in biology that he realized why Jasper's words had been swirling around in his mind. Jasper hadn't said it as if Harry would need help because he couldn't handle the situation. He said it as if they were equals, ready to face it together. Harry watched Edward make polite small talk with Bella and recognized something profound. He had never had anyone who considered him an equal. Those who knew him either revered him or despised him. But Jasper believed that just Harry was his equal, a partner in a crisis. It felt nice. "Who changed you?" Her name was Maria. "Was? Is she dead now?" "She's dead to me." "Oh. Can you really fly?" "Yeah, on a broomstick." "Can I see?" "I don't fly anymore. But maybe next time I go to Ron's, you can watch him and Ginny fly. They're amazing." You take me to meet them? Why not? Your turn, little wizard. Okay, Leech, what's your favorite animal to snack on? Do they taste different? They all have different flavors of the same overall taste. I ate a cheetah in Africa once. I think it was the best meal I'd ever had. Probably the hardest meal to catch too. Your turn. Are you famous? LOL. Good night, Jasper. Good night, Harry. Chapter 19, A Car Wreck Harry Didn't Cause. January 25, 2003. It was a quiet ride to school. Jasper sat in the back seat, tucked behind Edward, deliberately ignoring Rosalie and Emmett, who were seated next to him. They were lost in each other's eyes, so desperately, perfectly, and disgustingly in love. Jasper felt no envy. That would be absurd. Instead, he was simply irritated by their oblivion while the rest of the car's occupants sat on edge. Edward hadn't harmed Bella Swan yesterday, though she admittedly smelled incredibly good, despite being his supposed singer. Carlyle had explained that a singer is a person whose blood calls out to a vampire, a perfect match for the vampire's most primal instincts. Jasper recalled two humans from his past whose blood had sung to him so clearly and loudly that he barely remembered what happened before he drained one at a gas station. The second time had been a struggle. The human's fear twisted his gut with guilt, but in the end, they had met the same fate. If Bella Swan was indeed a legendary singer to Edward, Jasper considered her remarkably fortunate to still be alive. But Edward was not doing well. His emotions were a chaotic storm, shifting from fear to anxiety to a hunger so intertwined with desire that it made Jasper feel hungry too. Sorry, Edward sighed, clearly picking up on Jasper's thoughts as he frowned in the rearview mirror. It's hard, he admitted. You're doing great, Alice chimed in, placing a gentle hand on Edward's arm and offering him a reassuring smile. Look, today looks fine. Today, Edward replied, his voice heavy with concern. But what about tomorrow? The next day? Until we graduate? I shouldn't keep putting her at risk. I should just leave. Or kill her, Emmett suggested nonchalantly. No, Jasper and Edward snapped in unison, both protective of Bella. Jasper didn't care for Bella. To him, she was a dull human, her mind unreadable and her blood far too tempting. But if Edward killed her, they'd have to leave, and not just immediately, as that would raise suspicion, but much sooner than they had planned. Jasper tried to catch Edward's gaze in the mirror again, intrigued by the sudden surge of protective emotions radiating from him, but Edward avoided his eyes. I'm not killing her, Edward said calmly. She deserves to live. Whatever, Emmett shrugged, returning his attention to Rosalie with an adoring gaze. The three of them fell back into a tense silence, but for Jasper, it was now tinged with an intriguing layer of mystery. Amid Edward's shifting emotions, he sensed concern, care, and protection. It was fascinating. They pulled into the parking lot next to Harry's extravagant red sports car and piled out. Rosalie and Emmett hurried inside, both clearly disliking the cold flakes of snow that fell onto the icy ground. Jasper waited for Harry to finish listening to whatever terrible song was playing on his car radio. In his opinion, Linkin Park was only slightly more bearable than Nickelback. He noticed that Edward and Alice were also lingering, both wearing thoughtful and anxious expressions. Jasper smiled as Harry stepped out, immediately sliding a bit on the ground. Careful, he murmured, extending a steady hand. He intended for Harry to grab his arm for support, but the ever-surprising wizard simply took his hand and smiled sheepishly up at him. At my old school, we had snow on the lawns, but never ice. I nearly slid right into a tree on my way here, Harry said. There's going to be ice on the roads for the next 3 days, Alice chimed in, leaning against the Volvo next to Edward, eavesdropping with a smirk. Rose probably won't want to repair my baby twice, Harry said, patting his car hood fondly, though a small frown crossed his face. I can drive you, if you'd like, Jasper offered, a hint of pride in his voice. I have a perfect record when it comes to auto accidents. Harry laughed, his hand squeezing Jasper's almost instinctively as he agreed, "All right then, thanks, Jazz." Jasper tried to suppress a smile, but standing there with Harry's hand in his, while Harry looked up at him and called him Jazz, was just too delightful to ignore. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Their attention shifted as Bella Swan's old, loud truck rumbled into the parking lot. She was driving comically slow, clearly wary of the icy conditions despite the silver snow chains on her tires. "Do you want to go inside, or can I say hi first?" Harry murmured, his expression serious. Jasper felt a swell of appreciation as he looked down at Harry's earnest face. He understood that Harry wanted to greet someone he considered a friend, even though Jasper felt uneasy about Bella's presence. "I'll manage," he assured him. Harry leaned back against the hood of his car, patiently waiting for Bella to finish inspecting the chains on her tire, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Jasper smiled, content to stand beside Harry, their hands still intertwined. He wondered if Harry noticed their hands were still connected or if it was just an absent gesture. Did it mean anything to him? Suddenly, Alice gasped aloud, breaking his reverie. Both Jasper and Harry turned quickly, Jasper reacting faster. Alice's eyes widened in horror, her mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. "What?" Jasper barely had time to ask before Edward sprang into action, racing across the lot toward Bella, his emotions swirling with lust, concern, and protective instincts. Harry released Jasper's hand to pull out his wand, feeling a surge of protectiveness mixed with guilt and anger. In that instant, Jasper realized where the real danger lay. Without hesitation, he grabbed Harry, lifting him easily by the waist with one arm and moving him to safety, away from the trajectory of the spinning and speeding threat. In the parking lot, a van was about to crash. In less than half a second, Jasper's sense of calm shattered. With a sickening crunch of metal against rock, Edward intervened just in time, stopping the van from striking Bella Swan. Jasper quickly pieced together the scene. The van had been skidding out of control, a 4-ton missile aimed straight at the unsuspecting girl. Alice must have seen the collision in her visions, and Edward had raced across the parking lot, a blur of motion, to protect her. Harry, witnessing Edward's swift action, instinctively drew his wand, ready to defend the human girl from the bloodthirsty vampire. Edward had likely saved Bella's life, but at what cost to their own? "Rosalie, Emmett, hurry," Jasper urged, his voice barely above a whisper, meant only for Harry in the chaos of startled students. He knew his siblings would hear him and understand the urgency. Looking down at Harry, Jasper felt a wave of concern. Harry was physically safe but pale and trembling, filled with panic, fear, guilt, and anxiety. "I can get you away from the noise in less than a second," he murmured. Harry didn't respond verbally, he simply nodded, a small gesture of consent. "Take care of this," Jasper hissed at Alice, knowing she would catch the anger in his tone. He gripped Harry tightly, overwhelmed by a surge of panic, and began to pull him away from the chaos, slowly distancing themselves from the frantic crowd. Finally, Jasper found a snowy tree trunk lying across the ground in the woods behind the school. He set Harry down, glancing back at the scene unfolding behind them. It had only been 5 seconds since Alice's gasp had set everything in motion, but the screams of fear echoed in his ears, leaving him anxious about what was happening. The crash or the vampire among them, as the woods muffled the sounds. The uncertainty of his own fate was frustrating, but Jasper had more pressing concerns. He didn't know if Bella Swan had been hurt or even killed. He had no idea how many people had witnessed Edward's supernatural sprint to save her. And he wasn't sure how much longer they would stay in Forks. He suspected it would be a miracle if they made it to nightfall. All he knew was that Harry was wide-eyed, staring blankly at the woods surrounding them. His face was drained of color, and the hand that wasn't gripping his wand tightly was shaking uncontrollably. "You're panicking," Jasper said, his voice lacking conviction. In his defense, Harry's rising anxiety was feeding into Jasper's own panic, making it hard to think clearly. can I calm you down? Just make you feel peaceful? Harry buried his face in his palms, took 3 deep, shuddering breaths, and shook his head. I lied, Jasper blurted out. He scrambled to find something, anything, that could cut through Harry's panic and ease his overwhelming emotions. Then, a story popped into his mind. I don't have a perfect record with automobiles. Back in 1919, I was in Mexico when a U.S. tank was unveiled in Texas. I used to be a soldier in the Confederate Army, so I was curious and went to the unveiling at the Fort Bliss Army base. I had to fight the urge to attack anyone until it got dark. That night, I ended up killing one of the guards, stealing the tank, and accidentally drove it into the building. Ruined it. It's my only auto accident. Harry snorted. It was weak, but it was definitely a small snort. His emotions were still tinged with panic, but there was a flicker of amusement there too, along with a reassuring hint of relief. Would you like me to go rob a nearby house for a bottle of water? Jasper offered, only half joking. In truth, he wasn't joking at all. If Harry said yes, he would do it without hesitation. No, I'm fine. Harry took a slow breath, drawing it in and exhaling with exaggerated effort as he rubbed his face vigorously beneath his glasses. Fine. He lifted his head and nodded at Jasper, as if trying to convince him of his so-called fineness. It didn't take an empath to see that he was far from fine. His face was still pale, his hands trembled, but now his eyes were focused, no longer vacant but squinting at Jasper. Sorry. I suppose we should get back. Jasper immediately moved back to Harry's side as he stood, not to coddle him, but to steady him. We might as well go back to my house, if you'd like. I imagine there will be suspicion on our family whether I skip classes or not. The others may already be there. All right then. Harry, a mix of nervousness, embarrassment, anxiety, and anger, tucked his wand into his sweater pocket and wiped his palms on his jeans. I'm a little fuzzy on what happened. You leeches moved too quickly for me. He forced a mirthless half-grin, the term of endearment he had used for Jasper lingering in the air. What happened? Harry glanced down at Jasper's hand, his own twitching before he shoved them into his pockets, feeling embarrassment, shame, and guilt wash over him. Jasper gestured toward the pathway back to the school as he began to explain. The blue van was headed right for Bella Swan. I believe Alice saw what was going to happen, and Edward saw it through her thoughts. Edward decided to intervene and exposed himself to Bella. If she's not dead, she knows Edward just moved the length of the parking lot in 1/5 of a second. As Harry stumbled over a tree root, Jasper instinctively reached out to help him steady himself. Jasper grasped Harry's elbow to steady him. Harry's horrified expression looked up at him. I didn't even realize. I saw him move, and I thought he was going to kill her. I didn't even think. So, she knows? If she survived, Jasper tilted his head toward the school, and the absence of any noticeable sobbing reinforced his belief. Then yes. She knows. Dang. Harry kept his hands firmly in his pockets, yet he didn't shake off Jasper's grip. They walked back to school in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Dawn, Harry repeated as they emerged from the woods and saw the scene in the parking lot. A police cruiser, a fire truck, and a tow truck were blocking most of the lanes as they loaded the wrecked minivan onto the flatbed. Jasper inhaled slowly, relieved by the absence of the scent of fresh blood. Bella didn't get hurt, and it looks like the others are still here. He pointed to the silver Volvo. If his siblings were still around, playing their roles, there was a glimmer of hope that they could stay. But Jasper couldn't figure out how they would manage that if Bella Swan saw Edward run. Shall we attend classes as responsible students or claim emotional trauma from the site of the accident and go home? He asked. I am feeling extremely traumatized, Harry replied, the jest falling flat against the backdrop of his earlier panic. Should we take my car, Or do you want to drive a fire truck into a building too? I was saving that for our first date, Jasper said smoothly, easing Harry's renewed embarrassment. But if it would impress an adrenaline junkie like you, I'd be more than happy to wreck a fire truck. Harry laughed, his cheeks flushing a shade of pink that was thankfully too oddly scented to bother Jasper. Well, I'd hate to ruin our first date, he said with mock solemnity. Looks like we'll take my car then, Harry said, tossing the keys to Jasper. He caught them with ease, and they carefully navigated the vehicle onto the highway. With each mile they covered, Harry's mood seemed to lighten. Soon, he switched on the radio and started humming along to a song. You have the worst taste in music, Jasper teased. Just terrible, Harry. Harry chuckled, unbothered by the comment. Wait until you hear the Weird Sisters. I had to dance to them at a ball when I was 14. It was a disaster. Oh. Jasper raised an intrigued brow, eager to hear more about Harry's past. What kind of ball? The Yule Ball, Harry replied. My school hosted it. I invited this girl last minute, Parvati Patil. She didn't talk to me for nearly 4 months afterward. Jasper laughed, the amusement in Harry's voice infectious. What made you choose Miss Patil? She was the only one available, Harry deadpanned. Her sister Padma went with Ron. Parvati and I danced one song, then ignored each other until some other guys asked them to dance. Oh. And I almost forgot, the night ended with Ron screaming at Hermione for going with another guy. He was jealous as hell, and Padma saw the whole thing. I swear, those girls might still be telling people about the worst dates of their lives. Was it your worst date as well? Jasper asked, his curiosity piqued now that he had stopped laughing at the image Harry painted. Not even close. In 5th year, I went to this awful tea shop with a girl I liked, Cho. She spent the whole time crying. I ended the date early to meet up with Hermione instead. What? Jasper burst out laughing again. You really sound like you're terrible with girls. Why was Cho crying the whole time? He asked, genuinely concerned. Harry hesitated for a moment, the weight of grief, guilt, fear, and pain evident in his voice. Her boyfriend died the spring before. I've never been on a date, Jasper admitted quickly, shifting the focus. I referred to Alice as my girlfriend for. But it was the most uncomfortable decade of my life. Yeah. Harry glanced over, raising his eyebrows. Is the dating pool a bit small for vampires? You have no idea, Jasper replied dryly. Finding someone who didn't smell like human blood or consume it? The options were painfully limited. That was, of course, before he met Harry. As they arrived at Jasper's home, he felt a wave of relief to find it empty. Surely if Bella Swan was busy recounting tales of a teenager with supernatural speed, the others would be rushing home to pack. I'm going to call Carlisle. Make yourself at home. Rosalie bought groceries, Jasper said. Harry nodded and headed toward the kitchen, instantly comfortable, as if he were in his own space. Jasper stayed in the living room to make his call. Hello? Carlisle, have you heard from the others? Jasper spoke quickly, his tone low, a habit ingrained from years of discretion. Isabella Swan is here with a concussion. No other injuries and no witnesses, Carlisle replied just as swiftly, already briefed on the situation at hand. Except her, Jasper pointed out. Except her, Carlisle agreed. I'm leaving early today. We'll discuss it as a family at 3. Jasper nodded and ended the call, slowly making his way toward the kitchen. Each step felt heavy, burdened by the reality of their predicament. They could flee, simply vanish before Bella Swan could share her story. Most wouldn't believe her, but a few would, and that could lead to suspicion. And any suspicion put them at risk. Alternatively, they could silence Bella. It didn't have to be gruesome. There were occasional severe complications from concussions. She could return home tonight and slip away in her sleep. There were no other options, no choices. And Jasper relished neither. That bad? Harry asked, reading the tension in Jasper's expression. Jasper's mood shifted as he joined Harry at the dining table. Once reserved for family meetings, it had served to bring a sense of civility to their often heated discussions. Now, it occasionally doubled as a dining space for Harry or a makeshift study area for him and Edward, where they tossed textbooks and papers around. "It's certainly not good," Jasper said, trying to sound casual, though inside, he felt anything but. "We're going to discuss it at 3. Harry glanced at his wristwatch. It was hardly 9 in the morning. "I can leave before then. I can leave now if you want." Jasper paused for a moment, then realized that Harry was a welcome part of their family. No one would reject his presence. "No, you should stay," Jasper replied. "Someone will have to calm Rosalie." Harry chuckled, thinking Jasper was joking. But he wasn't. The tension was palpable. When the others returned, Jasper felt the fury radiating from the Volvo before he even heard it pull into the driveway. "It's going to get ugly," he warned Harry. "Last chance to save yourself." "Piss off," Harry rolled his eyes. "Is Carlisle home yet?" Rosalie stormed inside, glaring at Jasper and, unusually, ignoring Harry in her rage. "Not yet," he replied. "I'll be outside until he is," she said, striding directly out the back door, Emmett trailing behind with an apologetic wave to Harry. Only Edward, radiating guilt, anger, and concern, and Alice, exuding confusion and curiosity, took their seats at the table, both sitting still as stone with perfectly blank expressions. Harry raised an eyebrow at Jasper, who simply shrugged. He didn't know what was going on in their minds, only felt their emotions, and no one seemed willing to speak until Carlisle arrived. When Carlisle finally entered, Esme solemnly at his side, the others returned to their places. Carlisle sat at the head of the table, with Esme on one side and Edward on the other. Rosalie took a seat directly across from Jasper, her expression fierce and unyielding. Carlisle established the clear line of division in the room. Emmett settled beside Rosalie, and Jasper joined them, shifting to her side. Harry furrowed his brows, glancing between the two ends of the table before moving to Jasper's side. Alice remained seated next to Carlisle, though whether it was intentional or not was uncertain. She appeared to be focused on the future rather than the present. The expressions around the table were grim, each face reflecting a mix of strong emotions. Edward cleared his throat and spoke first. "I'm sorry," he said, making eye contact with each of his siblings. "I didn't mean to put any of you at risk. It was thoughtless, and I take full responsibility for my hasty action." Rosalie shot him a harsh glare. "What do you mean, take full responsibility? Are you going to fix this?" "Not in the way you think," Edward replied, shaking his head. His hair flopped into his eyes for a moment before he pushed it aside. "I'm leaving. As soon as I know it's safe." Jasper narrowed his eyes, sensing the strong waves of protective concern radiating from Edward. Who was he protecting? The rest of them? That would be the opposite of helpful, Emmett pointed out, voicing Jasper's thoughts. "We need to know what people are thinking." "Nobody aside from Bella saw anything, and she won't tell anyone," Edward said quickly. Carlisle shook his head. "I think Emmett is right, Edward. The girl will be more likely to talk if you disappear. It's all of us leaving, or none of us." Jasper glanced at Harry, surprised by the sorrowful emotions emanating from him. Was he upset at the thought of them all leaving? He had seemed perfectly fine when Edward mentioned it. "She's not going to talk," Edward insisted. "Alice, what do you see?" Esme asked her daughter. "Not a damn thing," Alice replied, curling her nose in annoyance. "Every option keeps leading to white." The 7 vampires turned their attention to Harry, who shrank back under their gaze. I'm not doing anything, he said defensively. What are you thinking about doing? Jasper asked him. Whatever decisions you're making are changing the future and blocking Alice from seeing it. Well, I was thinking about trying to obliviate Bella, but... Harry trailed off, biting his lip. The thing is, I don't think I can do it without wiping her entire memory. I don't know anyone who would break the law for me like that, especially since it wasn't magic that was exposed. You'll have to use Muggle terms, Carlyle said with a kind smile, acknowledging Harry's choice of words. What is an obliviate? It erases memories, Harry explained. But it takes a lot of technical skill, and even then, it can sometimes be broken or wear off. I've never done it before, and I'm not sure Hermione would be willing to help with this. We would never ask you or your friend to break your laws, Carlyle said seriously. But your offer is appreciated. Carlyle's patience finally broke Rosalie's restraint. Her palm slammed down on the table with a loud bang. We can't allow the human a chance to say anything. Carlyle, you must see that. Even if we decided to disappear, it's not safe to leave stories behind us. We live so differently from the rest of our kind. You know, there are those who would love an excuse to point fingers. We have to be more careful than anyone else. We've left rumors behind us before, Edward pointed out. Just rumors and suspicions, Edward. Not eyewitnesses and evidence. Jasper agreed, nodding thoughtfully. They had to remain above suspicion, and Bella Swan would jeopardize that. Rose, Carlyle began. Let me finish, Carlyle. It doesn't have to be a big production. The girl hit her head today. Maybe that injury turns out to be more serious than it looked. Rosalie shrugged. Every mortal goes to sleep with the chance of never waking up. As I woke up, I knew the others would expect us to clean up after ourselves. Technically, that responsibility fell to Edward, but it was clear this was beyond him. I had confidence in my ability to maintain control. I would leave no evidence behind. Yes, Rosalie, we all know how proficient an assassin you are, Edward snapped. Alice let out a small huff, and Edward looked at her quizzically for a moment before turning his attention to Harry. You're changing the future again, he said. What's he doing? Jasper asked uneasily. He understood the path Rosalie was determined to take, and he agreed with her. But Harry was complicating things. He would never follow that same path. I think he's blocking Rosalie, Alice said, squinting as she focused. Rosalie's leaving in her car, and then Harry shows up. There's a white gap. Jasper looked desperately at Harry, whose eyes were a striking green as he held Jasper's gaze. Rosalie is outside Bella Swan's house. Jasper and Harry are waiting now. Another white gap. I can't see anything while Harry's involved. Jasper continued to stare into Harry's eyes when Alice's vision shifted, revealing the decision Jasper had subconsciously made. Harry beamed at him, pleased to see proof of Jasper's choice in Alice's vision. If you're plotting the murder of a mortal girl, I'm staying involved, Harry said lightly, breaking his intense stare with Jasper. Sorry about that. I knew you would be a stubborn pain in my ass, Rosalie growled at Harry, her fury giving way to desperation. I don't want to fight you, you're the only brother I like. Edward and Jasper, both of whom had recently pushed Rosalie to the brink of murderous rage, wisely remained silent. Don't fight me then, Rose, Harry pleaded. If Bella says a single word, I swear I'll wipe her whole damn memory, and anyone she talks to. Or I'll convince Hermione to do it the right way. Just leave her alone. Dad's a decent guy, and he doesn't deserve to lose his whole family because of Edward's mistake. Harry's sincerity was palpable, and his grief for Chief Swan's situation resonated with everyone in the room. After all, each of them had experienced their own losses. So, are we staying then? Emmett asked. We are, Alice chimed in brightly, her mood lifted with relief. Edward, look. Alice locked eyes with Edward, and they fell into a silent stare. Confusion flickered across Edward's face, quickly replaced by horror. "No," he growled. "I won't allow it." "This is really bloody annoying," Harry muttered to Jasper. Carlyle chuckled, having overheard him. "It is," he agreed. "Alice, Edward, what are the rest of us missing?" "It's solidifying," Alice whispered. "Every minute, you're becoming more decided. There are really only two paths left for her. It's one or the other, Edward." "No," Edward moaned, burying his face in his hands. "What is going on?" Emmett demanded, his confusion mirrored on Harry's face as he shifted his gaze between Alice and Edward, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Either Edward's going to kill Bella Swan himself, or he's going to turn her," Alice explained. "Why?" Esme asked softly. "Oh." Rosalie gasped, laughing mockingly. Edward fell for a human. An actual boring little mouse of a human. "Hey, that's not cool." Harry shot Rosalie a glare before turning back to Edward. "And neither is that. I thought we agreed not to kill Bella. And now you're saying you'll either kill her or turn her? That's absurd." Even in such a tense moment, Jasper couldn't help but feel a flash of amusement at Harry's British accent as he mimicked a curse he must have picked up from Emmett or his cousin Jacob. "I'm not," Edward said through gritted teeth. "I won't. All I know is it would take an incredible amount of self-control for you not to kill her," Harry remarked. Alice mused, "You could try, if you'd like. But really, it comes down to two options. I think she'll end up one of us one day." "Well, this complicates things," Carlyle said, sharing a concerned yet affectionate glance with Esme before addressing the rest of the group. "The plan remains the same, we do not harm Isabella Swan." "Oh, that went out the window as soon as Harry scolded Rosalie," Alice chimed in cheerfully. Harry smiled over at Rosalie, evidently pleased that she was no longer a threat to the human girl. "Good," Carlyle nodded. "We stay and we watch." And as much as we all appreciate our recent addition to the family, he smiled kindly at Harry, who looked bewildered. "I'd prefer that we don't hastily decide to turn anyone else." He then gave Alice and Jasper a disappointed frown, and they both hung their heads. "If everyone's in agreement, then that settles it. Meeting adjourned then," Emmett declared, lightly hitting the table with his fist when no one spoke up to contradict Carlyle. He immediately turned to Harry with a pleading look. "Hey, kid, do me and Rose a favor?" "Yeah." "Will you come kick Edward's arse in a fight? Rose will pout all night if someone doesn't at least humiliate him a little. Besides, he can't read your mind to cheat. It'll be good to see him lose." Harry's enthusiasm lit up the room. Edward raised an eyebrow, having missed Harry and Emmett's previous fight. The rest of them struggled to hide their amused smiles. Even with the immense danger Edward had put them in that day, they all loved him like a brother or a son. But Edward could be a smug bastard, and it was difficult to fight against someone who could anticipate your moves. Watching him face a fair challenge would be cathartic for the rest of them. "If he's not scared," Harry shrugged, pulling out his wand. "I'd hate to hurt him." Edward winced at that jab to his pride, while Jasper looked on with interest. Jasper smiled happily down at Harry, sensing the swirl of emotions within him. Harry was angry, annoyed, and grieving, clearly not planning on holding back. "If you win, we can go steal that fire truck this weekend," Jasper whispered in Harry's ear as they all moved to the yard. The mood had shifted, now closer to joy than the furious anger that had filled the room at the start of the meeting. "Game on," Harry grinned. Though Harry didn't win, he looked breathtakingly incredible as they eventually fought to a tie. Edward took quite a few hits during the match, but Harry couldn't incapacitate him, just as Edward couldn't get close enough to Harry to take him down. "I tried," Harry told Jasper afterward, panting and out of breath from the exertion. A light sheen of sweat covered his forehead, making him both endearing and a bit exasperating as he seemed to believe that winning the mock battle was crucial to Jasper's offer. "Harry, Would you like to go out with me on a date this weekend? Are we stealing a fire truck? Harry's eyes sparkled, radiating warm waves of joy. If you say yes, I'll even take you to steal a tank of your own if you want, Jasper promised. Yes. Chapter 20, First Dates Flying. January 30th, 2004. Just to be totally clear here, Flo called me at nearly midnight on a Saturday night claiming it's an emergency, and this is the emergency? I mean, I forgot it's midnight there, but maybe emergency was a bit of a strong word. Ginny scoffed from her place in the Gryffindor common room. Did it ever occur to you, Harry, that most blokes don't call their ex-girlfriend to talk them through getting ready for their first date? No. Harry admitted hesitantly. That didn't occur to me, actually. I just thought, well, I figured you've dated a ton of blokes. If anyone could help, it would be you. Careful, Harry. I'd hate to send you on your date with bat bogies flapping all in your face, Ginny said airily, her eyes narrowing at what she perceived as an insult. I didn't mean it in a bad way, Harry said hastily, certain Ginny would follow through on her threat. I just meant, well. He struggled to find the right words and regretted calling her in the first place. I just couldn't ask Ron or Hermione, could I? They went straight from driving me mad with their bickering to engaged. I doubt they ever even went on a date. Ginny pursed her lips for a moment before bursting into laughter. Merlin, Harry, she said, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. You should see your face. Of course, this is an emergency. Ooh, I'm so happy you called me. Are you excited? Once my heart starts back up, I will be, Harry replied dryly. You aren't funny, Gin. I am, Ginny disagreed with a grin. Okay. What time is your date, and are you meeting him there, or is he picking you up? Harry felt a rush of relief that Ginny wasn't going to leave him to flounder on his own. Although he could definitely do without the theatrics. He's picking me up. Up at 5, Harry said quickly. I don't know where we're going. You waited until an hour beforehand to call me? There's no time to gossip. Ginny exclaimed. You are the worst ex-boyfriend and best friend ever. Harry had purposely waited until there was only enough time for Ginny to help him choose an outfit, specifically to avoid gossiping, so he didn't apologize. Are you going to help me or not? He sighed. Let's see your outfit ideas, then. Come on. Ginny snapped her fingers at him. And I want to hear more about Mr. Tall, blonde, and sexy. Hermione says he's terribly charming. He is, Harry agreed absently, holding up 2 shirts, a long-sleeved black t-shirt and a gray jumper. Which one? Ginny blinked at him as if he were an idiot. Neither, you idiot. Go bring me all the long-sleeve button-up shirts in your closet. Harry huffed at her bossy tone, but obediently complied. He hadn't called her in a blind panic just to ignore her advice. He gathered all the shirts that matched her description and held them up one by one for inspection. That one, Ginny said after he held up a silky dark green shirt with buttons down the front and 3/4 sleeves. It's perfect. It looks like something Malfoy would wear, Harry muttered. He only had the shirt because Alice had insisted it, made his eyes pop, and bought it for him during one of their frequent shopping trips. And Draco has excellent taste in fashion, so what's the problem? Ginny raised an eyebrow at him challengingly. Harry turned his back to her to yank off his t-shirt. Ginny had seen him shirtless a dozen times, but never before had she seen the scar that disfigured his sternum. No problem, he said, pulling on the green shirt and beginning to button it. It's just, wait. What? Harry twisted his head so he could see her reaction. Did you just call him Draco? Ginny asked, peering over Harry's shoulder, twirling her wand casually between her fingers. And if I did? Harry replied, finishing up the buttons on his shirt and giving her his best pleading look. Please, Gin, Please tell me you aren't dating Draco Malfoy." "Ugh, no," Ginny laughed. Could you imagine his father's face, though? Harry couldn't picture it, considering Lucius Malfoy was currently serving a 50-year sentence in Azkaban. "We're friends, though," Ginny continued with a casual shrug. "He doesn't seem to have any, and he's a laugh when he's not being a prat. He's terribly smart, witty, and sarcastic too." "Which trousers?" Harry asked, holding up 3 pairs. "Those," Ginny said, pointing to the black ones he had already been leaning towards. "And Ron talks to him sometimes, too. Everyone's being very mature about it. It's incredible how the things that once seemed so important fade away after a war." Harry's nerves and enthusiasm for going out with Jasper abruptly faded. "Oh," he said, lowering the trousers and grimacing. He hadn't even considered that he had woken Ginny up, or interrupted her own date, judging by her hair and makeup, to talk about a date. After all, good people had died less than a year ago. There were those who would spend the rest of their lives alone because of his actions and decisions. "You're right, Gin, this is stupid. I'm just gonna." "Harry James Potter, no," Ginny interrupted, her stern glare cutting through his self-recrimination. "That is not what I meant, and you know it. This is not stupid. This is what you risked everything for, the chance to just be a guy going on a date." Her eyes softened, and her tone became gentler. "You deserve this, Harry. If anyone needs to go be a happy, carefree teenager, it's you. So go put on a smile, brush your hair, and call me afterward, okay?" "Yeah, all right then," Harry replied, feeling a little lighter. Harry disconnected from the FLA network, promising to bring Mr. Tall, Blonde, and Sexy around to meet everyone during the Hogwarts Easter break. He considered canceling, tempted to text Jasper and claim he was sick. But as he tried to brush his hair, a constant struggle, he replayed Ginny's encouraging words in his mind. "Gin's right," he told himself firmly. Clutching the sink, he stared into his own green eyes in the mirror, his mother's eyes, the same color as the killing curse. The curse he had willingly embraced so that Ginny Weasley could one day befriend Draco Malfoy. The curse he accepted for his friends, for those he cared about, and even for people he didn't know. He hadn't acted quickly enough, and many had died because of it, but he had still made that choice, hadn't he? "This is what you risked everything for," he repeated silently, forcing a smile in the mirror. By the time there was a polite knock at his door, his smile felt more genuine. "Did I tell you that you look nice?" Jasper asked. "Twice now," Harry laughed. "But you still haven't told me where we're going." "And ruin the element of surprise?" Jasper grinned. "Never, darling." Harry let out a small huff of mostly feigned annoyance. Jasper had been tight-lipped about their destination ever since he picked Harry up. All Harry knew was that it was too far to ride their bikes, which he had assumed they would do, since Jasper had brought Rosalie's car, alone to prevent him from being the worst date in history, as Jasper put it. Harry thought it was hard to top his own worst date, which had been with Cho Chang at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Still, he was incredibly curious about where they were headed. After nearly 3 comfortable hours of driving, talking, and listening to music, Jasper finally parked the car, and Harry's confusion only deepened. Are we going? Are we going to a museum?" Harry asked, glancing out the window as they arrived at the American History Museum in Seattle. The grand stone building loomed ahead, surrounded by flagpoles displaying a vibrant array of colors. The entrance was dimly lit by the nearby lamp posts, creating an almost mystical atmosphere. "Actually," Jasper replied, flashing a charming smile, "if you aren't opposed to a little adventure, we're breaking into a museum." Harry couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Perhaps he was a bit more open to mischief than most would expect. Within 10 minutes, he and Jasper had the Muggle guard snoozing comfortably in the museum office. Harry felt a thrill at how seamlessly they worked together, especially since the guards had been almost too easy to stun while they were distracted by a television. So, what are we doing here? Harry asked, his voice low as he surveyed the echoing halls filled with intriguing exhibits. I'm going to tell you a story, Jasper said, extending his hand with a hint of nervousness. When Harry took it and followed him to the Civil War exhibit, Jasper began. Once upon a time, in 1850, there was a young man, a kid, really, who wanted to be a soldier. He pointed to a navy blue uniform adorned with patches, medals, and gold buttons encased in glass. He was only 16, so they told him no. But he didn't give up. He went back and convinced them otherwise. Harry, intrigued, inspected the uniform and then turned to Jasper with a smirk. And how did he manage to do that? With his extraordinary charm, of course, Jasper replied, returning the smirk. In 1851, at just 17 years old, he became the youngest major in United States history. Jasper gestured toward a chart displaying symbols for different military ranks. Harry scanned it until he spotted the small gold leaf that represented a major's ranking. You were above all these other ranks? He asked, trailing his finger along the various symbols. I was, Jasper said proudly. Harry could almost picture him in a uniform just like the one beside them, complete with a Muggle gun at his side. Strapped to his chest, his eyes gleaming, Harry blurted out, Wait, what color did your eyes used to be? Brown, Jasper replied. I prefer the gold. Me too, Harry agreed. So go on then, Major Jasper. What happened next? Jasper took Harry's hand and led him further down the hall, gesturing toward a wall filled with photographs and paintings in various colors, textures, and ages. They all depicted one thing, war. I was a good soldier and a great leader, Jasper said softly as they examined the pictures together. But by the time I fought my last battle, I'd lost a lot of men. His gaze shifted to the wall across from them, where rows of names were etched in gold plates. Harry approached the gold plates and reverently ran his fingertips over their surfaces. All these Muggles, dead in a war. He blinked, and then his eyes fell on a gold statue that symbolized the Wand Lord believed to have ultimately ended the conflict. Across the handle of the giant wand, bold letters proclaimed, Magic is love. Above that, names were inscribed, starting with Bertha Jorkins, the first acknowledged casualty of the Second Wizarding War, and ending with Lavender Brown, the final patient to succumb to her injuries at Hogwarts. Between those two names, there were hundreds more. Harry had fought hard to ensure that Dobby and Severus Snape were included when he was compelled to attend the unveiling at the Ministry atrium. Everyone said it was a touching memorial. Neville had made a speech about how the statue should remind everyone that if a war could be won with love, how could they ever doubt its power? McGonagall had sniffled when she said that Dumbledore would have loved it. Harry was sure she was right, even as he hated the visual reminder of his own shortcomings. As he left, he glanced back at the statue, and an unsettling thought crossed his mind to add Harry Potter to the list of casualties. It was a ridiculous notion. Shaking his head, he tried to push the thought away. Harry tried to push away the grief that the statue had stirred within him. He turned from the gold plates and felt a cool hand squeeze his firmly. We can go, Jasper offered quietly. No, Harry replied, attempting to shake off the sickening feeling that crept in from the names of the fallen. He turned to Jasper, giving what he hoped was a convincing smile. So, what happened next, Major? Jasper didn't seem convinced by the smile, but he indulged Harry anyway. Our last battle, he gestured toward a burnt and tattered red flag. More of a skirmish, really. We were losing, and we knew it. I was in charge of evacuating the city of women and children. That's when I met Maria. Harry's gaze snapped up to Jasper. The vampire who turned you? Yes. Jasper stared ahead at the flag, his eyes distant as if he were lost in the past. There were two others with her, and all three were the most beautiful women I, a small-town 19-year-old, had ever seen. They were obviously Hispanic, but I remember thinking their skin seemed too pale for their heritage. Maria had a gift, an ability to sense gifts in others. Even as a human, she could tell I was compelling. I tried to warn them that they needed to evacuate, but I was practically speechless as they laughed in front of me. "What's your name, soldier?" the obvious leader of the three, Maria, asked. "Major Jasper Whitlock, ma'am," I told her. The last thing I saw with my human eyes was Maria's smile, feral and curious. The last thing I heard was, "I hope you survive, Jasper Whitlock." Harry stared at Jasper, filled with admiration for his calm recounting of what had been the last night of his mortal life, and surprised that he would share it with him. "And then what happened?" he asked after Jasper had fallen silent for nearly 2 minutes. "And then I woke up 3 days later, a vampire," Jasper said simply. "The end." "The end," Harry repeated softly. He sensed there was more to Jasper's story, but he didn't want to pressure him if he wasn't ready to share. Jasper's eyes were gentle, and his face thoughtful as he looked down at Harry. "There are 2 more things I wanted to show you, if you're interested," Jasper offered. "Of course," Harry said eagerly. "Lead the way, Major Jasper." Jasper's genuine laugh echoed through the halls as they made their way back. He stopped in front of a wall filled with photos and pointed to one on the right side. It was a large sketch, which Harry guessed might be charcoal, framed simply in black. In his earlier, hasty scan of the more vibrant pieces of art, he had easily overlooked it. But now, it felt like the only piece on the wall. The image made Harry's breath catch in his throat. On one side of the moonlit grassy field stood an army. Their uniforms were tattered and dirty, and the guns in their hands had sharp ends pointing ominously. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of soldiers, their figures fading into darkness at the edges, each sporting bloodthirsty, feral expressions. All their weapons were aimed at the same target, a small child. It was impossible to tell whether the child was a boy or girl, with soft features and shoulder-length, pale white hair. The child held up a weapon of their own, but their arms were too weak to keep it steady. They were thin, dressed in a plain white shirt and trousers with patched-up holes at the knees. The expression on the child's face made Harry's heart ache. Their cheeks were sunken, eyes wide and fearful, yet their chin was thrust out with a determination far too mature for their age. Harry wondered if the child realized they would never win. Did they know they were facing death at the hands of this relentless army? The army they faced. Harry studied the determined set of the child's jaw and realized they knew the odds. They couldn't win, but they still fought. The drawing was so detailed, so lifelike, that Harry instinctively reached out, running his finger over the glass that protected the child's face, wishing he could offer some comfort. It was beautiful, yet horrifying, intense. "It's perfect," Harry breathed. No words could ever capture what it meant to be an unwilling yet devoted participant in a war as accurately as this artwork did. He loved it, and he hated it. "I knew you'd understand," Jasper said, his voice steady. Harry tore his gaze from the art to look at Jasper, who wore a solemn expression as he pointed to the description beneath the picture, "The Death of Innocence." "Artist, Asher Hale." "Asher Hale? You?" Harry asked, astonished. "You drew this?" "I did," Jasper confirmed. Harry turned to face him fully, looking into his calm, steady eyes. In that moment, he understood that Jasper was perhaps the only one who could truly grasp what it meant to be a leader of an army, the toll that war took on a person's very soul. He reached up and placed his open hand on Jasper's cheek, marveling at the warmth of his skin. He moved his fingers lightly through Jasper's hair before cupping the back of his neck. Jasper remained still, eyes closed, a soft smile gracing his lips. "I'm going to kiss you," Harry murmured. Jasper opened his eyes and leaned down slightly, wrapping a cool arm around Harry's waist, holding him close but not tightly, equal partners in this moment. As their lips met, their eyes locked, emerald green meeting topaz gold. Two immortal beings, each with lives so incredibly different, yet bound by the same story. Jasper pulled back just enough to rest his forehead against Harry's. Harry and Jasper shared a moment of silence, the air thick with understanding. Harry thought he could happily spend eternity like this, with each sunrise and sunset echoing the blissful peace of their connection. When they finally pulled apart, Jasper broke the quiet with the perfect line, "Did you still want to steal a tank, darling?" It turned out the museum really did have a World War II tank in an outdoor exhibit. They didn't steal it, but Jasper couldn't resist showing off his strength by lifting it with his bare hands. Not to be outdone, Harry levitated the tank and, in the process, accidentally broke off a small piece of the metal siding when he returned it to the ground. Hours later, when he got home, Harry placed the little green metal piece on the shelf above his fireplace. "Do you have plans for Easter break?" Harry asked. "Assuming you mean the 5-day weekend we have off school for Easter, I do not. Do you want to go meet Ron's family? Will there be flying? Why are you so obsessed with flying?" "Darling, it's flying. It defies all laws of nature. It's possibly the most magical thing I can imagine." "Jazz, flying is not the most magical thing. Wizards make all sorts of crazy things fly. I've ridden a flying broomstick, a flying car, a hippogriff, a thestral, a motorcycle, and even a dragon." "A flying motorcycle? Harry, darling, tell me you're not just now informing me that your motorcycle can fly." "I'll show you." "How soon can you be here?" "Apparently, really bloody fast." "You might as well hold on to me," Harry grinned. Jasper wrapped his arms around Harry's waist, practically vibrating with excitement in his seat behind him. Harry pressed the silver button on the motorcycle's handlebars, activating the invisibility booster. Jasper gasped. "Are we invisible?" "Well, yeah," Harry laughed. "We can't let Chief Swan see us flying through the air. Poor bloke won't know what hit him." "Looks like you know how to pull me over," Harry said, chuckling. It had become a running joke among Jacob and the Law Push kids about whether Harry had gotten a ticket on his way there. Jacob seemed to have a good read on Charlie Swan because he always bet that Harry would get pulled over and handed a stern warning, which was usually the case. In the past couple of weeks, Chief Swan had stopped him twice, telling him to stop driving like he's got 9 lives before inviting him over for dinner. Each time, Harry had made up an excuse, not wanting to give Bella the chance to question him about why Edward no longer spoke to her in biology. He felt bad. Chief Swan was a nice guy just trying to be a good neighbor, but Harry wasn't about to let the Cullens be put in danger because of the strange situation between Edward and Bella. It was better for him to stay out of it, especially as long as Edward wasn't doing anything to make Alice's visions of Bella either dead or a vampire come true. And as long as neither of them were risking the safety of the blonde clinging to Harry's waist right now. "All right, ready?" Harry asked. "I have never been as ready for anything as I am for this," Jasper whispered, his mouth tantalizingly close to Harry's ear. "And you call me the adrenaline junkie," Harry replied, grinning. He kicked the bike to life and glanced over his shoulder one last time. "Hold on tight." Harry twisted the throttle, and in an instant, they were flying down the road, then soaring through the air. Jasper squeezed Harry tightly, excitement shining through rather than fear, as they rose above the trees, high enough to lose sight of specific landmarks. Harry couldn't believe he hadn't shown Jasper this exhilarating feature before. The powerful bike beneath him throbbed with the magic that powered it, a world apart from a broomstick. With Jasper clinging to him and laughing as they soared higher, Harry pushed aside any thoughts of sorrowful memories. As Harry soared through the air on his motorcycle, memories of his beloved pet and respected comrade flooded back, reminding him of the last time he had flown like this. "This is amazing," Jasper exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "Is this what magic feels like all the time?" Harry glanced back to see Jasper's face beaming with joy, reminiscent of the way his own had lit up on his 11th birthday when a half-giant had presented him with his first birthday cake and turned his cousin into a pig. "Yeah," Harry replied, a smile spreading across his face. "It's amazing, isn't it?" Chapter 21, Meet the Weasleys. March 1st, 2004. That's really unfair. Jasper grinned down at Harry, who had landed gracelessly on the ground. He offered a hand to help him up. So you intentionally didn't tell me that would be the single most horrible experience ever just to see me stumble? Jasper asked as Harry grasped his hand and got to his feet. Would I do that? Harry's face was perfectly innocent, though a mischievous twinkle danced in his green eyes. Jasper was fairly certain that, yes, Harry would absolutely do just that, but he let it go as he looked around, realizing they were very far from Washington. Where are we? Jasper Whitlock Hale, welcome to. Harry dropped Jasper's hand and waved his arms theatrically. The Burrow. The Burrow was a small stone cottage that had clearly been built upon over the years. Wooden additions made the house look lopsided, defying gravity with its charm. 5 red brick chimneys seemed a bit excessive to Jasper, and a yard the size of a professional football field stretched out behind it. He spotted 2 large steel cauldrons beside the faded yellow front door and several brown chickens clucking their way through the yard. Jasper struggled to find a word to describe the overwhelming charm of the property. It was crooked and chaotic, yet incredibly endearing. It's not much, but it's home, Harry said. Or, it's Ron's home anyway. But they're always trying to add a room for me. Harry laughed, and Jasper's heart softened as he saw the immense affection on Harry's face as he gazed happily at the property. Come on then, I told everyone you were coming, and they're probably going to ask a million questions. Fair warning, Molly's a hugger. Harry reclaimed Jasper's hand as if it were no big deal and pulled him toward the door. Hey, it's me. Harry exclaimed, dropping Jasper's hand to open the door. Jasper drew on Harry's joy to mask his own anxiety about meeting Harry's unconventional family. He had been both surprised and excited when Harry casually mentioned wanting him to meet the Weasleys, who had practically adopted him. Still, he couldn't shake the worry that Harry's family might not approve of him. After all, he was a vampire, and they might consider that the worst fate imaginable for Harry. Not that they were officially together, they had shared a few dates and one unforgettable kiss, but they hadn't labeled their relationship. Nevertheless, the connection they acknowledged was enough for Jasper. As they stepped into the burrow, Jasper's senses overwhelmed him with the magic that surrounded them. In one corner, a broom swept the stone floor on its own, while a pair of knitting needles clicked away at a pink creation. Moving photos adorned the walls, each capturing moments of joy and laughter. They had entered a cozy living room, complete with a crackling fireplace and overstuffed furniture draped with throw blankets, creating an incredibly warm and inviting atmosphere. Harry, a middle-aged woman, likely Mrs. Molly Weasley, strode toward them. With her curly red hair styled in a large bun, she was short, coming just below Jasper's shoulder, and had the plump figure typical of a mother of many. She radiated waves of adoration, love, and maternal concern, which made Jasper feel at ease in her presence. "Oh, we've missed you, dear," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, wrapping Harry in a tight hug filled with warmth and affection. After pulling back to inspect him with her hands on his shoulders, she added, "You look wonderful, Harry," and gave him a fond pat on the cheek. Then, turning her friendly smile toward Jasper, she said, "And you must be Jasper. Welcome." "Hello, ma'am," Jasper replied, his smile more genuine and relaxed than he typically felt. Jasper felt uneasy around strangers, but Mrs. Weasley's joy was infectious. "Oh, none of that," she exclaimed, pulling Jasper into a tight hug. Harry mouthed, "Told you so," over her shoulder. Jasper was taken aback by her lack of fear and relieved that the same magic that made Harry scent unappetizing seemed to affect her as well. While she didn't smell exactly like Harry, he doubted anyone did. He caught a hint of the little sparks that tingled in his nose as he breathed in. He preferred that sensation to the dry, burning heat that humans typically emitted. In the back of his mind, he wondered if this was a genetic marker of magic, designed to keep witches and wizards from smelling like prey to predators. "Call me Molly," she said, releasing him from her embrace. Any friend of Harry's is a friend of ours. Molly it is then, Jasper replied politely. Come on, then, boys. Arthur's still at work, but everyone else is waiting for you in the kitchen. Even Percy came home for the day. Jasper and Harry followed Molly through the living room, his head spinning as he took in the moving photographs of red-haired children, along with a few raven-haired boys and a bushy-haired brunette. You think this is mad? You should see Hogwarts, Harry murmured. Jasper would have asked about the possibility of visiting someday, despite Harry's reluctance to discuss his time there, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful surge of emotions: joy, love, contentment, amusement, affection. It hit him all at once when Molly opened the kitchen door. Jasper hadn't felt intoxicated in nearly 200 years. The last time he had even tasted a hint of drunkenness was in 1940, 8 years before he became a vegetarian, when he had taken the blood of a man stumbling out of a bar in Philadelphia. But this wave of pure love felt intoxicating in a way he hadn't experienced in ages. Happiness? It had his head spinning in a way he thought he remembered drunkenness feeling. It was intoxicating. He would have loved to revel in it if it weren't for the 1, 2, 3 small fires floating in the air above 3 wooden wands. Boys. You stop that right now. Molly exclaimed, hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing at the men who were gleefully manipulating the flames. Mum, don't worry. We're not gonna hurt him, one of them said. He had short, cropped red hair and muscular arms that Jasper suspected he was flexing as a deliberate show of strength. Jasper noticed a bit of black ink peeking out from beneath his short sleeves on his shoulder. Yeah, Mum, it's just a warm welcome for Harry's new friend, another red-haired man grinned. This one had longer hair pulled back in a low ponytail, with a bone or fang pierced through his ear and jagged scars running down the side of his face. His smell was quite unpleasant, a musk that reminded Jasper of dogs. The third man was tall and lithe, with twinkling blue eyes, shaggy dark red hair, and only one ear. He laughed and made his fire flash different colors as it spun in the air. Hilarious, Harry said dryly to the men holding the wands. Knock it off. Party Pooper, the one with the multicolored fire, laughed. Jasper felt his tension ease as the 3 of them lowered their wands, extinguishing the flames. This is Bill, the long-haired man introduced. And Fleur, his wife, he added, gesturing to a woman with long silver hair and delicate features that would make even Rosalie envious. Charlie, the one with the tattoo, chimed in. Percy, another red-haired man with short hair and horn-rimmed glasses, said, giving Jasper a polite nod of greeting. George, the blue-eyed one who had called Harry a party pooper, continued. And Ginny, he finished, gesturing to a spirited girl who. Harry had once dated a girl with wavy auburn hair. Her freckled face broke into an innocent smile as she looked at Jasper, but he couldn't shake the feeling that her amusement was a bit too intense. And you know Ron and Hermione, Harry said. We're good friends, Hermione Granger replied, her tone prim and her smile tight. Jasper felt a shiver of unease at the mixture of threat and amusement in her eyes. Guys, this is Jasper, Harry introduced. Jasper inclined his head. Thank you for having me. Any friend of Harry's is a friend of the Weasleys, Bill chimed in, winking at his brother. Right, George? Oh yeah, George said, nodding sagely, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Harry's one of us, right, Harrikins? Jasper noticed the complex emotions swirling around Harry: guilt, grief, affection, sorrow. Why did George evoke such feelings in Harry while teasing him? I suppose I'll claim you, Harry quipped, rolling his eyes. Budge up, Ginny. Let us sit. Jasper allowed Harry to pull him into a seat at the large square table, nestled between Harry and Ginny. He felt the weight of Bill's gaze from across the table, a strong, protective energy radiating from him. So, Jasper, you're a vampire? Ginny asked, prompting her brothers to erupt in laughter while Molly and Fleur shook their heads disapprovingly. What? Ginny exclaimed. Everyone already knew. Ask Harry how long it took him to notice, Ron smirked, glancing at Harry. Always a bad time to find out your friend, he emphasized the word friend, is a bloodsucker, Charlie added with a grin. I was a bit busy with. Harry trailed off, tapping his finger thoughtfully on the table. Actually, I don't even have an excuse. Probably a good thing I never accepted Kingsley's offer, huh? The Weasley men chuckled good-naturedly, and thankfully, Percy noticed Jasper's discomfort. Jasper raised an eyebrow at the statement. Minister Kingsley is our Prime Minister, Percy explained in a nasally tone. He offered Harry a spot with the Aurors, even without his newts. That didn't clear anything up for Jasper. Oh, he said, feeling a bit foolish for not having found a wizarding jargon guide before arriving. Aurors are the equivalent of wizarding police, Hermione interjected, shooting an exasperated glance at Percy, who grimaced apologetically. It's a very prestigious position, and getting accepted is incredibly difficult. Newts are our final exams from Hogwarts, and the scores you get determine what jobs you're eligible for. It's like... She tugged at a lock of hair that had escaped her ponytail while she thought. Like an associate's degree. She exclaimed eagerly. Jasper tried to make sense of the comparison. So your Prime Minister personally asked Harry to join this prestigious and exclusive police force, even though he didn't have the educational qualifications? Yup. Ron grinned at Harry and reached over to ruffle his hair playfully. Bloody Prat. When's Arthur going to be home? Harry asked Molly, interrupting Jasper, who was about to question the whole situation Hermione had just explained. Why had Harry received an offer he wasn't qualified for? Why was it coming from the highest authority in their government? And why had Harry turned it down? Oh, it'll be a bit, I'm afraid, Molly said, her frown momentarily revealing concern. His new assistant is giving him some problems. Why don't you lot clear out for a bit, and I'll get dinner started. Family Quidditch match. Ginny exclaimed with a bright smile. Who's in? Ron, Bill, Charlie, and George immediately jumped at the suggestion. Come on, Harry, just one game. Ginny batted her eyelashes at him. You and Charlie can have that seeker battle you always wanted. Harry hesitated, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. I'm all right, I'll just watch, Harry said. Ginny opened her mouth to argue but was interrupted by her brother Ron gently elbowing her. Fine, she huffed, pouting for a moment before glancing between Fleur, Percy, and Hermione. We need one more player. Who's it going to be? After a lively debate filled with playful banter, Percy finally agreed to join the game. I will help you, Molly, Fleur said, flashing a bright smile at her mother-in-law as the others dashed off to get ready. Just rest your feet, dear, Molly replied, skiing lightly at Fleur. We don't want to strain little Molly Jr., do we? Fleur's face turned a shade of mortification at Molly's comment, and Jasper couldn't help but feel a mix of fond amusement and maternal affection emanating from Molly. It was clear she was just as mischievous as her children. Come on, Jazz. You can finally see everyone fly on those magical flying brooms. Harry laughed, tugging at Jasper's shirt sleeve to steer him towards the door where the others had sprinted through. Who's flying on brooms? Jasper asked, utterly bemused and feeling out of his depth as the unfamiliar terms swirled around him. They are, Hermione replied, sitting at a weathered picnic table next to Harry. She pointed up at the others, who were literally flying on magic broomsticks. Jasper had thought a flying motorcycle was the pinnacle of magical capability, until now. Magic was truly, well, magical. Lord, Jasper breathed in awe. The 6 of them were mounted on brooms of various shades of brown, engaged in a spirited debate about their positions. Quidditch is the main sport in the wizarding world, Harry explained quietly. It's played in the air on broomsticks, with 7 players on each team, a keeper, 3 chasers, and 2. Each team has a keeper, a couple of chasers, beaters, and a seeker. The keeper guards the goals, while the chasers pass around the quaffle, a large red ball, and try to score. The beaters use bats to hit black balls called bludgers at players on the opposing team to knock them off their game. And the seeker is responsible for catching a tiny golden ball known as the snitch. Jasper, still captivated by the flying witches and wizards, finally connected the dots. "Is that what's on your bookcase?" he asked, glancing at Harry. "A snitch?" "Yeah," Harry replied, adjusting his glasses with a crooked smile that barely masked his sadness. "I used to be a seeker." Jasper bit his lip, holding back the urge to ask why Harry no longer played and why he seemed upset about a piece of sporting equipment. He hoped that someday there wouldn't be so many unanswered questions between him and Harry. "Harry's being humble," Hermione chimed in. "He was the youngest seeker in a century. A brilliant flyer, too. He even had an offer to go pro, you know." Jasper was surprised. He hadn't known that at all. Now, another question bubbled up. Why would Harry turn down two significant opportunities to move to America and attend high school? "Watch," Harry said, pointing to the sky. "Since they only have 6 players, they're playing by different rules. Ron and Percy are keeping for their teams, while Ginny and George are on Ron's team, and Charlie and Bill are on Percy's. They're all playing chaser positions. Usually, the game goes to the first team to reach 70 points, or whoever's in the lead when someone storms off," Harry said, grinning as his mood shifted to something more lighthearted. "Ginny is really good," Jasper observed. Even though this was his first live Quidditch match, he could easily see the speed and grace with which she flew, her long red hair streaming behind her like a cape. "She's brilliant," Harry said proudly. "She's already been scouted by 2 different professional teams after she graduates this year." Jasper might have felt a twinge of jealousy as Harry praised his ex-girlfriend, but he quickly recognized the familial love Harry held for her. The 3 of them sat together, watching others soar through the sky, and Jasper was captivated by the magic that made it possible. It seemed even more astonishing than the motorcycle he had seen, which had been remarkable in its own right. Harry chatted with Hermione, sharing stories about his classes and recent activities. The score was tied at 30 points each when Hermione suddenly groaned. "Ugh. I left my wand in my bag," she exclaimed. "I wanted to practice some of the transfiguration spells that Bill said would be on the newts while they were flying, but..." She glanced back at the house and sighed. "Never mind. I'll do it later." "Want me to go fetch it, Mione?" Harry offered, much to Jasper's dismay. Hermione's emotions, anger, protectiveness, care, fury, contrasted sharply with her polite tone. "Would you?" she asked, a bright smile breaking through. "It's in Ron's room, in my beaded bag, of course." "Of course," Harry laughed. "I'll be right back." Jasper's unease grew as Hermione's smile vanished the moment Harry dashed away. "You and I need to talk, don't we?" she said, pulling her wand from her sweater sleeve and narrowing her lips. "We had an agreement, Jasper Hale." Leaning across the picnic table, she glared at him with fierce determination. "Did our agreement involve you letting your sister try to bite Harry?" "No, ma'am," Jasper replied quickly. He wasn't scared of this young witch, but he certainly respected anyone who could conjure fire with a flick of their wrist, especially someone whose eyes burned with righteous anger. "No, it didn't. You said you would never hurt a hair on his head. So why did Harry call me and tell me that you took him to Egypt with the intent of draining his magic?" "I have no excuse to make," Jasper replied softly. "What we did was inexcusable and terrible. Both my sister and I are truly sorry, and I can assure you it will never happen again. The only reason you're still alive," Hermione corrected herself, "is because Harry likes you. He forgives easily, I do not. And neither does Ron. Ron wanted to come burn you to ashes the moment Harry told us what happened. He still does. You're lucky we didn't tell the others, because I wouldn't be able to stop them. Do you understand? Jasper nodded, understanding her words all too well. Good. Hermione gave him a thin-lipped smile, her emotions shifting from protective fury to annoyed concern. Hermione, this may not be the best time, but could I ask you something? I'll let you ask one question, but I get one in return, Hermione countered. Make it quick, so I can ask mine before Harry gets out here. Jasper had a million questions he wanted to ask a witch or wizard, questions Harry either pretended not to hear or sidestepped entirely. But one question kept swirling in his thoughts. Are some witches and wizards immortal? Hermione's immediate bafflement was clear, but she responded anyway. They aren't supposed to be, she said slowly. Why? Did Harry tell you about Voldemort? No. Jasper added that to his mental list of questions for Harry. Question 615, what is Voldemort? Question 616, why did Harry say some wizards live forever if Hermione says they do not? Harry claims she's the smartest of his friends, but perhaps he knows something she doesn't. Jasper reminded himself not to get his hopes up. Every moment with Harry was more than he ever expected or deserved, but a person couldn't simply tell themselves not to hope for something, could they? Oh. Hermione chewed her lower lip for a moment. Well, wizards live to be nearly 200, at least the healthy ones with a decent amount of magical power. But not forever. No. Understood, Jasper said, tipping his head in gratitude. I can hear Harry running down the staircase. What did you want to ask me? Is Harry still drinking? Hermione asked bluntly. Much less than before, Jasper answered honestly. Hermione sat back, nodding shortly at him, her earlier threat and concern now settled as the back door slammed, announcing Harry's return. Oh, Harry. Hermione's voice softened, her tone shifting from the curt manner she had used with Jasper. I'm so sorry. I had it in my pocket. She laughed as Harry huffed and threw himself down beside Jasper. It's all the wedding planning that's making me forgetful, he admitted. If Harry was a master of deflection, Hermione Granger was a talented apprentice. Did you guys pick a date yet? Harry asked, his emotions soaring with warmth, joy, and a hint of jealousy. If Harry desired to be married one day, Jasper knew an excellent wedding planner, and he also knew a more than willing groom. This summer, Hermione beamed. I know it's rather quick, but I want to do it before I start work in August. I applied to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and they want me to come on as the head of the department's direct assistant in September. Really? Harry practically glowed with pride as he beamed at his friend. That's great. Is Ron still joining the Aurors then? No. Hermione chewed her lip, anxiety creeping in as she twisted her hands in her lap. He's helping George reopen the shop this summer. Oh. Harry's voice choked as he replied. That's great. If someone throws the quaffle but slips off their broom, does it still count towards the points? Jasper asked abruptly, sensing the need to change the subject. If everyone else was going. Jasper decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. What? Harry blinked at him, his earlier emotions fading into bemusement. Yeah. That definitely still counts. What if they get hit by the bludger right as they score? Jasper asked. Still counts, Harry chuckled. Listen, Jazz, if someone can catch the snitch while another player is unfairly attacked by Dementors and still win, then anything goes. Jasper felt a surge of satisfaction as Harry launched into an explanation of the confusing ways fouls can occur in Quidditch. He had successfully diverted Harry's mind from the crushing grief and guilt that Hermione's comment had stirred up. Even Hermione gave him an approving look, which felt like quite the compliment. When the others finally finished flying, Bill had been the one to throw his broomstick and storm into the house, effectively ending the match. The rest of them followed suit. Ron pulled Harry aside with a bashful smile, and Jasper pretended not to hear as Ron asked him to stand beside him at his wedding. I flipped a coin with Hermione to see who would get to have you beside them, and I won. There's nobody else I'd ever ask. You'll be my best man, right? Jasper couldn't help but smile at Harry's obvious joy when they returned. It was interesting to see Harry interact with his family and friends. He seemed much more at ease than Jasper typically observed. It was amusing to note how beloved Harry was by these wizards, just as he was by Jasper's family of vampires. When Molly's husband, who insisted on being called Arthur, returned, the large group moved out to the picnic tables in the yard to share a meal Jasper hadn't planned on participating in. Apparently, Molly Weasley would not stand for that. And for you, dear, Molly said with a smile, placing a thermos with a stainless steel straw in front of Jasper. Ginny began to giggle at the sight of it. Mom nearly used a glass cup until we told her it. That was disgusting looking, she said cheerfully. It can't possibly taste good. Jasper glanced down at his cup, wearing the bewildered expression he'd had since arriving. He took a cautious sniff, much to Harry's amusement, and was surprisingly touched to realize it was some type of animal blood. Thank you, he said genuinely to Molly. Of course, she beamed at him. The Weasleys, along with their honorary members, began enthusiastically discussing topics that left Jasper completely lost. Hermione, Fleur, and Molly were deep in conversation about floral transfiguration charms, a subject Fleur seemed to be an expert in. Meanwhile, Bill and Percy were politely arguing over a new creatures bill that was up for a vote in the Wizengamot. Arthur and Ron were quizzing Harry about common Muggle concepts like cell phones and cars. George was speaking quietly with Charlie about pygmy puff dragon hybrids. Jasper was more than happy to be a silent observer, soaking in their warm, joyful energy, until Charlie suddenly turned to Harry and asked if he kept up with the Daily Prophet. Based on the context, Jasper figured it was a newspaper. No, Harry replied, his tone instantly anxious. What happened? Nothing, Ginny quickly assured him, as the others fell silent at Charlie's question. It's just funny, they're running almost daily articles about you disappearing. Oh. Harry's tense shoulders relaxed. Rita, I'm guessing. Obviously, Hermione rolled her eyes. And she registered, so I can't even threaten her into silence. Harry and Ron burst into laughter. Jasper didn't quite grasp the part about registering, but he was relieved to know he wasn't the only one who had to deal with Hermione's habit of threatening people. Today it said you ran away to join a pagan nudist colony, George chuckled. Why is the newspaper? Are you reporting on you disappearing? Jasper asked Harry, his voice low. But it wasn't low enough. The atmosphere at the table shifted, and Jasper suddenly felt he had overstepped. For a moment, silence hung in the air until Ginny waved her fork dismissively. Well, Harry's terribly famous, isn't he? Just hundreds of fans trying to write him balmy love notes. Ron perked up, a teasing smile spreading across his face. Barmy-like, his eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad. Harry and Ginny both turned bright red as laughter erupted around the table, with everyone joining in except a quietly amused Molly. Jasper even caught sight of tears in Charlie's eyes from laughing so hard. I forgot about that, George sighed. Merlin, Gin, you're a real romantic, aren't you? Piss off before you lose your other ear, Ginny shot back sweetly. Language, Ginevra. Molly exclaimed, feigning shock. Jasper couldn't help but wonder why Harry was so famous. Ginny's sarcastic reply didn't quite sit right with him, especially when paired with the casual comments Harry had made earlier. After they finished eating, the conversation dwindled. Molly and Arthur excused themselves to clean up the kitchen, cheerfully brushing off any offers to help as they headed inside hand in hand, radiating such warmth and contentment that it brought a smile to Jasper's face. He glanced at Harry, wondering if one day they would share a love as deep as that of their adoptive parents. Harry smiled back, looking so relaxed that Jasper could hardly reconcile this version of him with the angry young man who had told a group of boys to piss off. Just 5 months ago. "You ready?" Harry asked. "I've still got that paper for English I need to write tonight," Jasper replied. "Not so fast, little brother." Bill grinned at Harry, but his expression shifted to one of fierce protection as he turned to Jasper. He gestured to the rest of the family, ready to continue. Jasper leaned in, curiosity piqued. "What are your intentions with Harry?" Harry muttered a phrase he'd picked up from spending too much time around Emmett, but Jasper would have laughed if he weren't being scrutinized by all 5 Weasley brothers, Ginny, Hermione, and even the usually passive Fleur. "Can we not?" Harry shot a glare at Bill, his embarrassment evident. "Go tell Mum you're leaving." "Your vampire will be in one piece when you get back," Charlie grinned. "It's fine," Jasper assured him. "They're your family. Of course, they'd be concerned about you bringing a vampire home." "Don't be mental," Ron scoffed. "We don't care that you're a vampire, as long as you're not out there killing muggles. What we care about is your relationship with our Harry," Fleur added. "Hermione." Harry's face turned bright red as he pleaded with his friend. "I'd actually like to know that as well," Hermione admitted. "We love you, get over it," Ginny chimed in. "So, Dracula, what are your evil intentions here?" "You, don't answer her," Harry said firmly to Jasper. "And the rest of you, knock it off. We're going to tell Molly and Arthur we're leaving." "I'll wait here," Jasper replied easily. "Please let them know that their hospitality was much appreciated." Typically, he would never be so rude as to avoid telling someone that himself, but he clearly had a more important interrogation to attend to. Harry squinted at him for a moment before muttering, "Bloody embarrassing," and heading inside, casting one last glare at the others. "Listen carefully," Bill leaned toward Jasper, his scent overwhelming. "Harry might call himself an orphan, but he's part of our family. I've done this to all of my siblings' dates, and I'm not skipping Harry just because you could kill him yourself." "It's true," Ginny said, tossing her long red hair over her shoulder. Jasper smirked at his oldest brother. "Bill threatened me as well." "That's because I knew Ron would go after Harry," Bill replied logically. "Plus, I think most of us owe Harrikins a life debt now," George added thoughtfully. "Hands up if Harry personally saved your life." At that, Ron, Hermione, George, Ginny, and Fleur all raised their hands. "When did Harry save your life?" Charlie asked his sister-in-law. "When the masked man almost blasted me at the battle, Harry blasted him off me," Fleur explained. "He also fought the merman to save my sister," she told Jasper. "That doesn't count," Percy interjected. "Gabrielle was never in real danger." "We're getting off track," Bill said, frustration creeping into his voice. He pointed a finger at Jasper's face. "You, talk." "I'm confused," Jasper admitted honestly. "I truly have no idea what most of the things you're talking about mean, but I can assure you that I, along with my family, care for Harry deeply. He is just as much a part of our family now as he is yours. He is in safe hands with us, with me. I will never hurt him." Hermione and Ron scoffed at the mention of his family, but thankfully kept their comments quiet enough not to draw the attention of the others. Bill, clearly the spokesman for the Weasley interrogation unit, looked directly into Jasper's eyes until he seemed satisfied with the response. "If you hurt him, and I don't just mean your vampire nonsense, I mean if you even hurt his feelings, then I will find you, and I will kill you. And we'll have marshmallows at the fire," George added cheerfully. "Harry would prefer you to cook hot dogs," Jasper replied solemnly. "He's obsessed with the idea of cooking his meals over a fire." George chuckled and gave Jasper an approving slap on the shoulder. "There's that charm Harry's been going on about. We don't want to scare you away." "We know Harry is mad about you," Hermione said, the atmosphere lightening into something more friendly. It's just that none of us care how important Harry is, he's just our friend. Brother, Percy corrected her with a small nod. Our brother, Hermione continued. We just want him to be happy. He deserves it. He does, Jasper agreed. He listened intently towards the house, realizing he had only a minute before Harry would no longer be distracted by Arthur's questions about vacuums. And when you say how important Harry is, you mean? Oh, Merlin. Harry hasn't told you anything, has he? Charlie laughed. He has no idea who he's dating. Ginny giggled. He doesn't want to discuss his past much, and I don't care to upset him, Jasper said. He didn't correct Ginny that he and Harry weren't exactly dating. He had high hopes that it was heading in that direction. First date, first kiss, meeting the family, it was all very traditional, if you discounted the vampire and wizard aspects. But just because he wouldn't upset Harry by pushing for information didn't mean he wouldn't shamelessly dig for answers from Harry's family. You seem like a decent bloke, and it's obvious from your lovesick expression that you're planning on sticking around, so I'll tell you something for free. Bill, who had just moments ago threatened Jasper, now smiled as if they were the best of friends. You've heard us say, "Oh Merlin," like how muggles say, "Oh God." Jasper nodded. He had noticed that these witches and wizards seemed to consider Merlin a religious figure. Let's just say, one day I imagine my great-grandkids will be saying, "Oh Harry Potter." That was incredibly cryptic and not at all helpful as an answer. Chapter 22, Excuse Me. Who says I don't have a soul? March 3, 2004. Harry wasn't exactly an optimistic person. He typically expected the worst, and more often than not, that expectation was met. Discovering that his godfather wasn't trying to kill him, he still couldn't clear his name. Winning the Triwizard Tournament, that only brought Voldemort back. Escaping from Privet Drive after 17 miserable years, Hedwig and Mad Eye died. And his personal favorite, celebrating his coming of age in the wizarding world, the Minister of Magic showed up to threaten him. So, when Harry anticipated things would go poorly, he was rarely disappointed. That's why he was surprised to arrive at school a couple of days later in a surprisingly optimistic mood after seeing the Weasleys. Nice day, isn't it? He asked his group of friends when he got to school that morning. No, Edward replied curtly. Harry ignored him. Edward had been a bit of a prat ever since he couldn't beat Harry in a fight, so his opinion didn't hold much weight. I think it's a good day, Jasper chimed in loyally. That's because you're whipped, Emmett chuckled. Just positively whipped, bro. And you aren't? Jasper shot back, raising an eyebrow at his brother. You spend 75% of your free time gazing into Rosalie's eyes and showering her with compliments. The rest of the group erupted into laughter, no longer bothering to keep their voices down around the Muggle students. Ever since Harry started sitting with the Cullens, their dark and mysterious aura had faded. Now, when Jessica or Lauren greeted Harry in the halls, they included whichever Cullen was with him. Except for Bella Swan. Bella still chatted with Harry in their shared classes, but she never interacted with the other Cullens. In Harry's opinion, that was for the best. The less she got involved with them, the better off she would be. Alice was all pouty about not being best friends with Bella, but Harry kept reminding her logically that it was join or die for Bella by association. Alice had her own visions, so she should really get over it. Harry narrowed his eyes as Edward perked up when Bella's truck roared into the parking lot. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Edward tracking Bella, and once she stepped out of her truck, it looked like she was glancing in his direction too. Hey, Edward, what am I thinking right now? Harry asked, inviting Edward to try and read his mind. Edward furrowed his brow and stared into Harry's eyes for a long moment. Something is making you angry? He replied, his voice tight with frustration at not being able to pinpoint Harry's thoughts. I think you're annoyed by someone. I am. It's you, Harry said firmly. Leave her alone. The other Cullens laughed at Edward's scowl, and Jasper wrapped an arm around Harry's waist. You would have been a Hufflepuff, wouldn't you? Harry mused. Loyal as you are. As I'm sure you're aware, I don't even know what that means, Jasper teased. It was a fair point, considering Harry had never explained the house system to any of them before. Right, so Hogwarts divides students into classes and dorms based on their characteristics, he began. The group listened eagerly, even Edward, who had stopped following Bella with his eyes to hear more about Hogwarts. There are 4 houses you can be sorted into. If you're a Hufflepuff, it means you value hard work, fair play, and loyalty, just like you, Jazz. Ravenclaw values wit and intelligence. Slytherin is all about self-preservation, ambition, and cunning. And then there's Gryffindor, which values daring, nerve, and bravery. And you were a Hufflepuff? Alice asked. No, Harry squinted at Alice in confusion. What made her think he valued fair play? Jasper would be a Hufflepuff. You'd be a bloody Slytherin. Are Slytherins bad then? Rose asked. I like their name. No, they're not. Bad, Harry said honestly. They're just cunning, and Alice is quite the sneaky one, isn't she? So you were a Gryffindor then? Edward asked, his tone perceptive. It felt more like a compliment about Harry's courage or perhaps an insult to his intelligence. The more he thought about it, the more he leaned toward the latter. I'm still a Gryffindor, Harry smirked. Once a Gryffindor, always a Gryffindor. What would I be? Emmett asked eagerly. Gryffindor, Harry nodded. Emmett was all brashness. Jazz is a Hufflepuff. I like to think the youngest major in the history of the United States Armed Forces would be a Gryffindor, Jasper said dryly. But whatever you say, darling. Harry grinned up at him. All right, all right. You can be a Gryffindor too. Edward's a Ravenclaw, and Rose. He scrutinized Rosalie closely for a moment before nodding decisively. Slytherin, with Alice. As Alice argued whether one poorly thought-out plan, she was sorry again, by the way, really made her a Slytherin when she would much rather be a Hufflepuff, the bell rang. The group slowly made their way to high school. Who decides? Edward asked Harry curiously. Or is there a magic spell to figure it out? A magic hat, Harry deadpanned. Edward rolled his eyes with a small grin and muttered under his breath as he walked away, if you didn't want to tell me, you didn't have to. It wasn't Harry's problem if Edward didn't believe him, it was the truth. He felt smug throughout his morning classes, proud that he'd successfully distracted Edward from Bella with their conversation, which was quite Slytherin of him, really. Unfortunately, judging by the looks Bella was giving him in their shared history class, his success wasn't going to last. Hey Harry, can I ask you something? She finally whispered. What's up? Harry replied. Bella chewed on her lip, her eyes darting around the room before she leaned closer to Harry and lowered her voice. Are you with Jasper? Harry furrowed his brows and gestured toward the empty chairs around him. I think he's in sociology. What? Bella looked at him with curiosity, her cheeks flushing pink before she let out a small huff of laughter. No, I meant are you and Jasper dating? Oh. Harry blinked, caught off guard and feeling a flush creep up his cheeks. No. You don't sound very confident, Bella said dryly, a small grin spreading across her face. Why? Harry stammered, clearly flustered. I was just curious. You guys make a sweet couple, she replied. I figured, with Rosalie and Emmett, Alice and Edward, and you and Jasper, you must go on group dates together or something. E.W. Harry curled his nose in distaste. Alice is Edward's sister, they aren't dating. Even though he knew they weren't actually related, they were as close as siblings, just like Ron and Ginny. Oh. Bella fell silent, leaving Harry to ponder her original question. Was he with Jasper? Were they a couple? Harry had only been in one relationship before, and Ginny had been so straightforward that he never questioned what they were. But Jasper wasn't as blunt. Sure, they had kissed, but Harry had kissed Cho once, and that didn't make them a couple. Taking Parvati to the Yule Ball hadn't made her his girlfriend either. He could ask Jasper, but would that be weird? What if Jasper thought they were dating and Harry had no idea? Or what if Jasper didn't want to date and felt pressured by Harry's question? By the time Harry walked into the lunchroom, his earlier optimism had vanished. His head ached, and he was convinced he was going to buy Hermione a cell phone for graduation. Lost in thought about his situation with Jasper, he barely noticed the bustling crowd around him. Harry couldn't believe it. Bella Swan was just as much of a Slytherin as he was. She didn't care about group dates or any of that nonsense. She simply wanted to know if Edward was with Alice. Harry, who knew he was terrible at relationships, realized this as he spotted Bella sitting at a table with Edward, a good distance away from where Edward should have been. As soon as Harry sat down, Jasper chimed in, "You can't kill him in the middle of the cafeteria." "Yes, he can," Rosalie shot back, glaring at her brother with barely restrained fury. "Yes, I can," Harry agreed, feeling a rush of defiance. He was surprised that Bella didn't look up from her conversation with Edward, even as harshly as he and Rosalie were glaring at the pair. "And if he can hear me, which I know you can, you stupid selfish leech, then I'm going to kick your arse." Harry felt a sense of accomplishment when he noticed Edward's back stiffen, but then Edward whispered something to Bella, prompting her to glance up at Harry. "Why does it bother you?" she asked. "What?" Harry snapped, turning sharply to Jasper. Jasper looked genuinely curious, not at all like he was teasing. "Are you serious?" Harry demanded. "Why does it bother me that? Wait, Alice, what does it look like now?" "Two paths for sure," Alice responded immediately, clearly anticipating his question. "Her with us is much clearer than her dead, though if that's any consolation." "It's not," Harry said curtly before turning back to Jasper. "What's your question here? Why am I upset that your brother is obsessed with a muggle and is either going to kill her or take away her mortality? Why wouldn't that bother me? Does it count for nothing that he loves her?" Jasper asked calmly. "If he loves her, then he should leave her alone," Harry grit out. "You know he's being selfish." Jasper stood his ground, unflinching in the face of Harry's rising temper. "What if she loves him? Is love worth her having to go to her dad's?" Harry shot back, frustration lacing his voice. "Funeral one day? The funeral of all her friends? Never getting to see them again?" Harry slammed his palms on the table, drawing the attention of several students around him. "No, it's not," he hissed. He snatched his textbook off the table and stormed out of the cafeteria, casting a scornful look at Edward as he passed. It wasn't until he yanked on his car door handle that he remembered his keys were still in his locker. Son of a bitch, he swore loudly. He could easily unlock his car with an Alhambra, but he didn't know any spell that would start it. Hermione might get a cell phone much sooner than June, he thought bitterly. Sinking to the ground, he groaned. So much for going home right now. He could apparate, but there was always the risk of popping up in front of a stray muggle. Walking to the nearby woods to do it felt like a bad idea. He was too angry, and his hands were shaking, definitely not ideal for avoiding splinching himself. With a resigned sigh, he decided he would just go back inside and grab his keys once classes started. Maybe he could drink until the anger faded. Bloody Edward. Bloody Bella. Bloody Jasper, he muttered, burying his face in his knees. At last, Rose has some common sense. I think when Rosalie agrees with me, I need to start questioning myself. Harry had his wand out before Edward could finish his sentence. You're going to kill her, he said harshly. Edward slowly raised his hands in a defensive gesture. It is not my intention, no, he replied, understanding the weight of Harry's accusation. Then you're going to turn her. I don't think that's much better. I agree wholeheartedly, Edward said solemnly. However, that is also not my intention. I don't care about your intentions. Harry yelled, two single red sparks flying from the tip of his wand in response to his fury. That's the future, Edward. Kill her or ruin her life. That's it. There's a third option, Edward said calmly, though he kept a wary eye on the wand pointed at his chest. But a teacher might come to check on the shouting. Perhaps you and I could talk. In private? Harry took a shaky breath and nodded curtly. He slid his wand up his jacket sleeve, keeping it within easy reach. Edward moved toward his car, and Harry climbed into the passenger seat, his anger at Edward clashing with his curiosity about this third option that even Alice hadn't mentioned. Speak, Leech, before I decide there's one Cullen too many in the world, Harry sneered. Edward frowned at Harry as he turned on the radio, a soft piano melody filling the car with sorrowful notes. You don't seem to like vampires much, he observed, leaning back in his seat and studying Harry like a difficult puzzle. I'm not crazy about the ones acting like selfish jerks, no, Harry replied. But generally, I don't care what someone is, as long as they aren't killing people. That's the bare minimum, isn't it? It is, Edward agreed, spinning a soda bottle cap on his finger without missing a beat. Would you like to hear my plan? It might save you some time plotting my untimely murder with Rosalie. I said I'd hear it, Harry said. But if I don't like it, I'll do whatever I have to in order to protect her. He had no real attachment to Bella, but it was the principle of the matter. People shouldn't have the power to take away someone's mortality. It shouldn't even be an option. I can't leave her alone, Edward said. I could no more walk away from her than you could cut off your arm. I'm going to stop you right there, mate, Harry interrupted, already furious. I've got people I care about back in England, friends, people who call me their son, even a godson. And I'm telling you now, I would cut off both my arms before I let someone take away someone's life. I'd wear a smile on my face if it meant they'd be safe. I'd die for them. And he would. He did. Edward smiled wryly, his gaze fixed on the spinning top. That's because you're a good person, Harry, he said. And I'm a selfish monster. I can't bear to leave her alone, so I believe I cannot. But I do think I can be with her without changing her. And, of course, I have no intention of killing her. I care about her, he added softly, his voice filled with awe. Wait, Harry stared incredulously at Edward. You mean be with her while she's human? You're not trying to keep her forever? And take away her soul? Damn her to an eternity of thirst and misery? Take away her opportunity for an afterlife? No, I'm not. Even I'm not that selfish, despite how it may seem. What? Harry felt his blood run cold. If you die, you don't get an afterlife. Carlyle believes in an afterlife for all, I do not, Edward replied with a small sigh. I believe that the cost of immortality is the loss of that supposed paradise. It's not supposed, it's real, Harry murmured, his thoughts swirling. He had seen enough proof to know that the afterlife existed. The train station. Dumbledore. His parents. Sirius. Remus. All together, waiting for him. He realized he was never going to see them again. He had doubted it was possible, but a small part of him had clung to the hope that one day, even 1,000 years from now, he'd die and reunite with them. But Edward was right. Nothing came for free. Especially not immortality. Harry understood that. Unicorn blood, a cursed life. The resurrection stone, a half-life. Horcruxes, the ripping of your soul. How had he never pieced it all together before? He had spent so much time worrying about whether he could ever die that he had never considered what would happen if he did. It wasn't his mortality that was the issue. It was his soul. Can anyone see us? Harry asked Edward, his voice strained. No, Edward replied slowly. Or at least. Crack. By the time school ended and Jasper arrived at Harry's house to return the car he had left in the parking lot, Harry was deep into an alcohol-fueled pity party. He was laughing so hard he could barely breathe when Jasper let himself in, a frequent occurrence lately. Must be a good joke, Jasper said, raising an eyebrow. Harry looked up in surprise, tears streaming down his cheeks from laughing so hard. Not really, no, he admitted, finally focusing on the tall, fit blonde leaning in the doorway. Wanna hear it? Of course. Jasper crossed his legs and settled on the floor by Harry's feet. It's just. Harry chuckled. I thought today was going to be a good day. Jasper glanced at the nearly empty bottle in Harry's hands. And instead it was bad enough to drive you to drinking? I'm afraid I'm missing the punchline, darlin'. It's just how it works, Harry said morosely. Nothing ever just stays good, does it? Is your day frequently ruined by annoying vampires? Jasper asked, trying to lighten the mood. Harry snorted with laughter at his friend's effort. Not vampires. But it feels like every time I think something is good, it ends badly. Harry, are you upset about what I asked at lunch? Because I agree with you, I was just curious about your reasoning. I apologize for upsetting you. Harry waved away Jasper's apology with the bottle. You're a prat, he said with a goofy grin that sober Harry would never wear. But I'm not mad at you. I'm just, I dunno. Sad? Jasper offered quietly. And drunk, I think. Both, Harry agreed. Do you know you don't have a soul? Excuse me? Jasper leaned back to peer up at him, intrigued. Who says I don't have a soul? Harry challenged, a hint of defiance in his voice. Edward, he replied, shrugging. He said there's no afterlife for people who can't die. And you believe Edward? Jasper asked, raising an eyebrow. Based on his long lifespan of self-imposed misery and self-hatred? He's right, though, Harry insisted. Listen, Jazz, everything comes with a cost. If you try to live forever, you lose something good, like life after you die with your family. Do you actually believe in the afterlife? Jasper inquired. Granted, this is a rather heavy discussion for 4 in the afternoon, especially considering you're clearly intoxicated. We could talk about anything else if you'd prefer. I'm fine, Harry replied, and he was, mostly. And it's real, he added with conviction. I've seen it. You've seen the afterlife? Jasper's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Yup. A train station in the clouds, Harry said, his expression wistful as he recalled the perfect feeling of peace and the absence of pain. I could catch a train or come back, so I came back. Jasper let out a soft sigh and smiled indulgently. I believe that you believe that, he said, choosing his words carefully. But I also believe you're drunk and perhaps rambling. Ask Ron. Harry exclaimed, feeling insulted by Jasper's patronizing tone. Or Hermione. I told them about it when I died. You died, Jasper repeated, his expression blank. Could you please explain? I died. I was at a train station. I was told I could catch a train and go on, or come back, so I came back, Harry explained. It's true. I don't even know what to say, Jasper said, letting out a mirthless laugh as he ran his hand through his hair. Are you planning to share the rest of the details I'm clearly missing, or will you just be terribly vague forever? Terribly vague, Harry replied with a cheeky smile, his mood lifting as he watched Jasper's bewilderment. It's cute when you're confused, he said seriously. Your face. Your face is cute, Harry said, a teasing grin spreading across his lips. Jasper let out a genuine laugh this time. How much have you had to drink? I don't need to be drunk to tell you that, Harry rolled his eyes. Great. Then you can tell me again tomorrow, Jasper replied, stretching out on the floor and propping himself on his forearms to look up at Harry. If you really don't need a drink to flirt with me, he added with a playful smirk. I will, Harry said stubbornly. Just watch, I'm going to drive you mad telling you about your cute face all day tomorrow. I'll be waiting, Jasper said, his tone so solemn that Harry burst into laughter. Dang, he sighed, calming down. I missed class again. At this rate, the office is going to think you have a chronic and fatal disease, Jasper joked. Though, maybe it's for the best you missed biology. Edward mentioned they were doing blood typing, which is why he had the time to irritate you earlier. Vampires in a room full of bleeding humans? It's almost like your biology teacher wants some of you to die. Blood doesn't make me want to kill people, Harry scrunched his nose, ignoring Jasper's joke as he pondered why he shouldn't find out his blood type. Oh, Jasper said, surprised by Harry's confusion. I know that, darling. I just thought maybe magical blood wouldn't react normally to the testing strips they used. Dang, Harry repeated, appreciating the phrase of annoyance, surprise, and confusion that Jacob often used. I don't know. Maybe you're right. But I really wanted to know my blood type. He had even read ahead in the textbook, curious about the different blood types and how they could or couldn't be combined with others. It reminded him of the blood replenishing potion, which never seemed to depend on a person's blood type. He should have asked Snape about that. He should have asked him a million things. But instead, Snape was gone, and here he was, soulless Harry. They'll probably have a makeup class, Jasper said quickly. Bella Swan and Zach Corson both got sick and had to leave the class because of the blood typing, so I'm sure your teacher will offer a redo. Oh. Hearing Bella's name from Jasper sparked an important question in Harry's mind. Hey, are we together? Jasper shot a pointed look around Harry's sitting room before smirking up at him. It certainly appears so. Harry laughed for a moment, then shifted his focus back to the conversation. No, I mean, are we dating? Is that what we are? Jasper looked caught off guard but not unhappy. We could be, he said, a small smile playing on his lips. If you wanted. Yeah. Harry felt his face warm, likely a side effect of the drinks he had. All right then. All right then. The secretary gave me a candy bar, Jazz. They really think I'm dying from some disease. It's a common side effect of missing as much school as you do. Do you guys miss a lot of school too? Well, we are an outdoor family who loves to camp. That's a well-known fact about the weird Cullen family. You're a skinny insomniac teenager who turns in a doctor's note twice a week. Are you going camping today then? I am. I'll be in the mountains with poor cell service until Sunday night. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Aside from thinking about my cute face, of course. I hate you, and I'm going to Jake's on Saturday. Is that any way to flirt, Harry Potter? And here I thought I was promised to be driven mad by your flirtations. Don't you have a grizzly bear to irritate? I do, actually. Have fun with your cousin, darling. You too, sweetheart. Harry grimaced as he looked down at his phone. Jasper was being polite, probably, and hadn't asked about Harry's drunken babble the other night, but... Will you come over when you get back? We could talk. He waited for Jasper to respond, reminding himself that Jasper had shared a lot about himself too. Harry knew that if he didn't reciprocate, they couldn't be together. It seemed like a fundamental part of any relationship. A sudden idea struck him. Of course. I'll bring dinner, and you can tell me just how incredibly thoughtful I am. He chuckled at the thought. Jasper was adorable, and he didn't mind saying so. Never let it be said that Harry wasn't a Gryffindor. Potter. A group of guys greeted him enthusiastically as he arrived at La Push Beach on Saturday. "Hello, mate." Paul laughed, reaching out to put Harry in a headlock. But Harry ducked just in time. I don't sound like that, you get, he replied, laughing. Do too, Quill chimed in, his mouth full of chips. Git. Hello, Vary, Jacob tried to mimic Paul. My name's Jacob. Your name's Idiot, Jared teased, and they all burst into laughter. Pull up some sand, bro, Embry said, patting the ground beside him around the fire where everyone was gathered. Harry loved spending time with Jasper's family. He didn't have to hide his magic around them, and aside from Edward, he got along with everyone wonderfully. Being in La Push made him feel utterly, insignificantly normal. Back when he was just that odd Potter kid living at number 4 Privet Drive, before he discovered magic, he had always dreamed of having friends like this. Everyone in La Push was infectiously carefree. Harry wasn't quite sure how he had managed to fit in with this loud, joyful, chaotic group, but he certainly wasn't complaining. How's the pale face? Jacob tossed a can of soda to Harry. Pale, Harry quipped back. How's the rabbit? Broken still, Quill laughed, elbowing Jacob. Better than your car, oh wait. Jacob laughed and playfully shoved Quill onto the sand. The sound of laughter filled the air as they began to wrestle, the weather being surprisingly decent for them. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting bright patches of light across the beach. Rays of sunlight streamed down to the sand, and Harry shifted slightly until he was basking in the warmth. It was one of the few days since he'd moved that he could enjoy the outdoors without a jacket, a privilege he was eager to embrace. However, he hadn't thought it through very well. Damn, Potter. What happened to your arm? Harry glanced down at where Jared was staring, drawing the attention of the other guys, and grimaced at the round puncture scar on his arm. Snake bite? He said. What the heck kind of snake leaves a bite that big? Jacob asked, eyebrows raised. A big one? Harry replied slowly. Why had he said snake bite? He could have made up anything else. I think it was an exotic breed, he added, hoping to sound convincing. Basilisks were rare, so exotic seemed like a fitting description. Dang, Harry, Jacob said, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the scar. I can't believe you didn't die. It looks brutal. Got lucky, I guess, Harry smirked. He might not be great at improvising lies, but he was smart enough not to mention Phoenix tears to a group of muggles. Bet it helps with the ladies, Quill chimed in, wiggling his eyebrows. Chicks find scars sexy. Is that why you're single? Embry teased Quill. Hey. I could get any girl I wanted, Quill retorted, puffing out his chest before laughing. I just don't want to. Embry talks a lot of smack for a guy who's never even kissed a girl, Paul said, smirking. Oh, and you have? Jared shot back. Your mom doesn't count. Does yours? Harry laughed, rolling over quickly to escape Paul as Jared lunged at him. Paul dodged just in time, and Jared landed face first in the sand, prompting another round of laughter from the group. Dick, Jared grinned good-naturedly, throwing a handful of sand at Paul. The two of them were still locked in a playful, sand fight to the death when Jacob turned to Harry. What about you? What about me what? Harry asked, slightly confused. Do you have a girlfriend, brainless? Paul laughed, finally conceding the sand fight and stretching out on his back under the sun. Oh, no. I've only got one ex-girlfriend. I'm still friends with her, though, Harry replied honestly. He chose not to mention Jasper. He wasn't sure how muggles in America would react to that, and he didn't want to find out just then. That girl who came with you that one time? The one with the curly hair? The redhead? Jacob's eyes looked wistful, and Harry bristled at the thought. No, that's Hermione, and she's marrying that redhead this summer, Harry said, narrowing his eyes at him. I'm the best man. Lucky guy, Jacob said, bouncing back quickly from his momentary pout. You guys should have seen her. Ugh, I'm a sucker for brown eyes. And her bod. I'm going to kill you, Harry interrupted, grimacing in disgust. Hermione's like my sister. Jacob, who was truly the worst even if he was Harry's friend and kind of cousin, smirked and batted his eyelashes playfully. So, don't ask how a supposed bookworm got such a body. Harry decided that Jared and Paul had the right idea, so he threw a handful of sand right in Jacob's face, laughing. Gross. I heard British girls are hotter than American ones, Quill eventually said as everyone settled back down. Is that true? Harry thought about Ginny compared to Lauren or Jessica and nodded solemnly. Ginny, the girl I used to date, is gorgeous. Pics. Jacob crowed. Pics or it's all lies. Harry snagged his phone and scrolled until he found a picture from Christmas with the Weasleys, Hermione, and Nolan, all wearing their new sweaters. There, he said, pointing at Ginny. Harry didn't usually fall into the macho, my ex is better looking than yours trap, but in this case, he was more than happy to show off. Jacob and the others joked about Harry's ex, but he couldn't help feeling a bit good about himself when they all nodded and declared he'd won the hottest ex contest. He hadn't even known it was a contest, but he'd definitely tell Ginny she was the winner. It seemed like the kind of quirky compliment she would appreciate. Why would you ever break up with someone who looks like her? Quill sighed, handing Harry's phone back to him. She said we were trying to force something that wasn't there, Harry shrugged. Boo, Jared drawled, giving Harry a curious look. You're into dudes. Harry blinked, unsure if that was meant to be an insult or not. The other four guys exchanged glances until Jacob finally nodded, leaning back against the sand. Dang, he said. I owe Leah $10. Yup, called it, Paul chuckled. Damn kids get an ex that looks like that and throw it all away. More babes for us, Quill shrugged. You guys want to swim? Harry wasn't keen on swimming, mostly because he was terrible at it compared to the rest of them. Instead, he marveled at their carefree attitudes. In the end, Paul, Embry, Quill, and Jared jumped into the water while Jacob and Harry decided to stroll along the beach and soak up the sun. They had just rounded a bend, laughing at a silly joke Jacob made, when they spotted a group of students from Forks. About half a dozen of them were gathered around their own fire, chatting happily and listening to music. Harry. Mike Newton called out, raising a hand for a high five. Harry awkwardly returned the gesture as he and Jacob approached the group. What are you doing here? Mike asked. This is my cousin, Jacob. Jacob? Bella Swan, who Harry hadn't noticed at first, looked up in surprise. I forgot you were coming. Guys are related. Bella exclaimed, casting a wary glance at Harry. He couldn't help but wonder what Edward had told her about his earlier glare at their lunch table. Do you guys want to hang out with us? Harry was about to decline when Jacob beamed and moved right next to Bella on her log, much to the annoyance of both Harry and Mike for different reasons. Harry stifled a scowl and chose to sit next to Jessica, who looked far too pleased about it. Jessica immediately launched into a conversation about an upcoming spring dance next weekend for which she didn't have a date. Harry mostly tuned her out, offering the occasional hum to avoid seeming rude, all while brainstorming an excuse to leave. His plotting was interrupted when Lauren flashed a sly grin and interrupted Jessica. I'm surprised you aren't with the Cullens, Harry, she said sweetly, completely ignoring Jessica's annoyed huff. I thought you and Jasper were awfully close. The Cullens? Jacob perked up, tilting his head at Harry. Are you friends with them? Of course he is, Lauren chimed in. She smiled at Jessica as she added, him and Jasper are practically attached at the hip at school. Well, I assumed Bella would have invited them today, Jessica interjected. Since she sat with Edward at lunch the other day. Harry sensed an odd tension between Jessica and Lauren, their words laced with a competitive sweetness. The Cullens don't come here, Jacob shrugged, breaking the moment. Never have. Both Bella and Harry looked at him curiously. Why not? Harry asked. Tried secrets, Jacob winked. If you'd stop skipping the meetings Dad invites you to, you'd know. Harry shrugged. He enjoyed hanging out with Jacob, Jared, and the other guys, but listening to a bunch of old men recount tales from the past didn't sound appealing at all. He was curious about why the Cullens never came to La Push, but he figured he could just ask Jasper tomorrow night. Harry returned to his thoughts, trying to come up with an excuse to leave while Mike attempted to engage him in conversation. He considered saying his pet cat was sick and needed him at home when Bella unexpectedly provided him with a perfect out. Jacob, would you want to go for a walk with me? She asked, smiling at Jacob, who lit up like an eager puppy. He really was a sucker for those brown eyes. You don't mind, do you? Jacob asked Harry. No, of course not, Harry replied hastily. I was going to head home anyway. Have fun. He quickly said goodbye to the other students before trudging up the beach toward the road. He glanced back one last time, watching Bella and Jacob as they walked away. Bella was laughing at something Jacob must have said, swatting him playfully on the arm, and Harry could practically sense Jacob's pleased reaction. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at Bella's uncharacteristic behavior. Harry reminded himself that Bella Swan was definitely a sneaky and cunning Slytherin, and she was up to something. But he shrugged it off and continued toward the parking lot where he had left his car. As long as it didn't involve vampires, it really wasn't his problem. Chapter 23, Harry tells Jasper a story. Sunday, March 7, 2004. I probably shouldn't have brought you dinner. I didn't think about how loyal it makes me seem, Jasper teased Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and shrugged. Would it make your kind Hufflepuff heart feel better to know that some of the best people I knew were Hufflepuffs? Perhaps, Jasper replied. He watched as Harry finished off the slice of pizza he had brought and decided it was the perfect moment to encourage him to open up. I'd certainly feel better if you told me more about these best Hufflepuffs you know. Harry's expression shifted, and Jasper could see guilt, grief, and sorrow wash over him. It was clear those people were no longer around. Cedric Diggory and Nymphadora Tonks, Harry said quietly. He curled his legs beneath himself, sinking deeper into the opposite end of the sofa. Those are the best Hufflepuffs I knew. The best people, really. And they're gone now? Jasper asked gently. He didn't want to pry, especially if it upset Harry, but his text from Friday had hinted that he might finally get some answers about Harry's past. They are, Harry replied, his voice heavy with emotion. Jasper felt a fleeting thought that perhaps Harry blamed himself for their deaths. Harry pinched one of the couch cushions, furrowing his brows as they sat in silence for a moment. I'm bad at talking, Harry blurted out suddenly. And I don't want to say things that will make you realize I'm not really that great. So, I know I said we'd talk, but I don't know what to say. Darlin', Jasper said softly, shifting closer on the couch to catch Harry's gaze. I told you I led armies of men who were fighting for the continuation of slavery. I'm sure you couldn't possibly top that. He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's. Harry fidgeted, his hands restless. I'll listen to anything you want to share, he said. If it meant answering even one of his countless questions, Jasper had all the time in the world to uncover the rest. It's hard to know where to start, Harry chuckled, though the weight of guilt, grief, anger, and agony lay heavy on his heart. My life's a bit of a, what does Emmett say? A shit show? Says the 18-year-old to the 170-year-old vampire, Jasper replied, a small grin spreading across his face. Try telling me about shit shows after being around this long. 17, Harry corrected. Jasper did the math again, not that he doubted himself, but Harry was already talking. He turned his hand palm up beneath Jasper's and intertwined their fingers. I died on May 2nd, almost a year ago, Harry said, his voice soft and filled with raw emotion. Jasper hung on every word. I wasn't just drunk the other day, I really did die. Am 17. I'll be a technical minor for the rest of eternity, he spat bitterly. The rest of eternity. Harry had truly died at just 17, and that age would be frozen in time forever. The thought ignited a storm of fury, sorrow, and agony within him. Sensing the turmoil, Jasper wisely chose not to comment and instead gave Harry's hand a gentle squeeze, offering silent reassurance. Hermione and Ron don't know that, and I'm not telling them right now either, Harry said, locking his gaze with Jasper's. Jasper nodded solemnly. Anything you tell me stays between us, he promised. Me, you, and Edward, Harry said with a scowl. Well, Jasper grimaced apologetically. If it's any consolation, I know he isn't your favorite vampire right now, but Edward truly despises knowing people's secrets. He would never bring it up. Rose is my favorite vampire, Harry said, grinning in an attempt to lighten the mood or perhaps change the subject. Then Emmett, Jasper indulged him. That's fair, because as you know, Ron is my favorite wizard. Then there's Bill, of course. George is probably my third favorite. Ron will like that, Harry laughed, a hint of amusement in his voice. He used to be jealous of me, you know. But he's over that now. Harry sighed and shifted to sit shoulder to shoulder with Jasper. Why was he jealous? Jasper considered reaching for Harry's shoulders, wanting to pull him close, but stopped himself. Harry still had his moments of twitchiness, so he decided to let Harry dictate their physical contact. After all, he had an eternity for that, an eternity with the green-eyed wizard by his side. Once upon a time, there was a prophecy made. Jasper listened intently as Harry took a few deep breaths, seemingly tightening his grip on Jasper's hand. It said that a baby was going to be born, the only one who had the power to defeat a Dark Lord named Voldemort. Jasper felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Voldemort was a madman, Harry continued. When he found out about the prophecy and learned that this baby was destined to kill him, he decided to eliminate the threat before it even had a chance to grow. Harry reached up with his right hand and flicked his bangs off his forehead, revealing a silver lightning bolt scar. He killed the baby's parents. Grief filled his eyes as he glanced at a photo that Jasper recognized as James and Lily Potter. And he tried to kill the baby, but it didn't work. The spell rebounded and killed him instead. But he didn't die. Jasper ventured after a moment of silence. No, he didn't. But it tore apart his soul, leaving a piece of it inside the baby. Everyone thought he had died, and they called the baby a hero, the boy who lived, the only person to survive a killing curse. He survived it twice? Jasper guessed absently, his mind racing with the implications of this revelation. Harry's voice trembled as he recounted the haunting memories. Well, he didn't really survive the second time, did he? He said, forcing a wry smile despite the pain in his eyes. Jasper countered, he saw the afterlife and came back. I'd say if his heart still beats, then he lived. Yeah, well, we can agree to disagree, Harry murmured, slowly leaning his head on Jasper's shoulder. Anyway, every witch and wizard heard that the baby survived, so they gave him a silly name. He became the most famous orphan in England. What happened to the baby next? Jasper asked gently. He went to live with his aunt, her husband, and their son. They didn't treat him well. They stuck him in a cupboard until he turned 11. Excuse me? Jasper exclaimed, looking sharply down at Harry. A cupboard? They didn't like magic. They are afraid of it. Harry shrugged, trying to sound indifferent, but Jasper could sense the flicker of emotions beneath his calm facade. Sorrow settled in. So the boy who lived was alone. Until he turned 11 and met a red-headed boy on a train, Jasper suggested softly, a hint of anger simmering beneath his words. He was adopted by a family of incredibly protective wizards. Harry chuckled, blissfully unaware of Jasper's fury. You'll have to tell me what they said to you. I wouldn't have left you alone, except I figured they'd just stalk you until they got to say their piece. I believe the overwhelming sentiment was that if I hurt you, they'd roast marshmallows over my burning corpse, Jasper said. Harry laughed, a genuine sound this time, and sighed fondly. They're the best. They are, Jasper agreed. Harry let out a shaky breath and grinned up at Jasper. You can ask your questions now, but then I'm getting a drink. I have exactly 688 of them, Jasper replied. Harry squinted, unsure if Jasper was joking, and realized he wasn't. 5 then. What happened to Voldemort? Jasper asked quickly. I killed him for good in May. I had to destroy all the Horcruxes, the pieces of his soul he left in objects to live forever. Then I let him kill me, came back to life, and killed him. As fantastical as that sounded, Jasper could hardly doubt Harry's authenticity. He spoke so matter-of-factly. Magic was the most insane concept Jasper could imagine. Is that why your Prime Minister offered you a job as an Auror? He asked. You can just say Auror, you don't have to specify that they're magical, Harry laughed. And yeah. There was a whole war, and it ended when I killed Voldemort. Now they call me the man who conquered, he said, bitterness lacing his words. You saved a lot of lives, Jasper guessed, trying to hold back on using one of his precious free questions for something he was already certain of. Not enough, Harry said quietly, the weight of guilt and grief heavy in the air. Which was hardly your fault if there was a war, Jasper said gently. You, Harry interrupted, pulling his wand from his jacket pocket. Accio bourbon. I thought I had 3 more questions. Jasper raised an eyebrow as Harry opened the bottle. I'm not going to be too drunk to answer in 3 more questions, Harry replied with a grin. Harry scoffed and summoned a glass, a touch of civility he hadn't shown the last few times Jasper had seen him drink. He filled it to the brim. 3 more then, he said. Jasper contemplated which of his many questions to ask first, while Harry downed his drink like a seasoned pro. Finally, Jasper settled on one. What were you doing when you were 16 and too busy to get a license? Harry raised his eyebrows and leaned back against Jasper. Well, I don't actually know anyone besides Muggleborns who gets their license. You don't need one to fly, he grinned. 16. That was the year I was diving deep into Horcruxes and Voldemort. I had a bit of an obsession with my classmate, Draco Malfoy. I thought he was a Death Eater, and I was right. Jasper waited for more, but Harry poured himself another drink, clearly satisfied with his answer. Will I have to use one of my questions to ask what a Death Eater is? Oh, no, sorry, Harry replied, taking a sip as he thought it over. A Death Eater is someone who followed Voldemort. They believed that Muggleborns were scum and that only people with pure blood, full magical ancestry, were worthy or whatever. They had matching tattoos, he added with a smirk. Jasper said, realizing he had actually gleaned quite a bit of information from Harry. He decided to press further. What were you doing when you were 15? Harry swirled his drink around, guilt flickering in his eyes, before resting his head back on Jasper's shoulder. I had court that year, he said. I used magic in front of my cousin, Dudley, and received a letter saying I had to attend a hearing to determine if I would be expelled from Hogwarts. Dumbledore, my headmaster, showed up to court and got my name cleared. Then we had a ministry worker come teach defense. She gave me this. Harry lifted their joined hands to show Jasper the back of his left hand. I must not tell lies. Lies, Jasper said, tracing the word lightly with his free hand. She cut you? Technically, I cut myself, Harry clarified. It was a special quill she made me use to write lines in detention. Then Hermione started an illegal club. What? Jasper laughed, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Harry chuckled and nodded. Yeah. Voldemort was back, and she wanted us to learn how to fight. So, she started the club, and I ended up teaching it. Why you? Jasper interrupted again. I thought you said Hermione was the top of your class. Not in defense, Harry smirked, feeling a surge of pride as he added, I've always been at the top of our year in defense. Of course, Jasper smiled. So, go on then, darling. You were teaching an illegal club of students how to fight, your teacher was a horrible woman, and you didn't get expelled. What else happened? Let me think. Harry grimaced, finishing off his second drink as he pondered. I had that date with Cho, I was banned from Quidditch, Dumbledore was fired, Hagrid brought a giant to school, I was supposed to learn occlumency, and I killed my godfather. He rushed through the last part, his emotions spiraling. Jasper opened his mouth to respond, but Harry quickly added, last one then. And no, I'm not talking about any of that right now. Jasper politely ignored the way Harry's emotions were choking him with agony and the fact that Harry had decided a glass was no longer in his best interests. 17, Jasper said, his chest tightening with the phantom pain Harry was sending his way. What did you do the year you were 17? Camping trip from the day after my birthday until I died on May 2nd. Harry let out a deep sigh and sank back in his seat. Done. It seemed Harry was finished answering questions for the night. They sat in silence for a while, Harry wrestling with his tumultuous emotions and Jasper lost in his own thoughts about the pieces of Harry's past. Harry eventually set the bottle down on the table, and Jasper frowned when he saw it was now only a quarter full. But his frown faded as Harry nestled against his side. Jasper grabbed the knitted blanket from the back of the couch and draped it over him, then rested his arm across Harry's shoulders. Hey, Jazz? Harry mumbled. Yes, darling? Why aren't you allowed on La Push Beach? Jasper chuckled at Harry's slurred question and the wave of curious emotion surrounding him, a welcome change from his earlier pain. I'd prefer you didn't mention that I told you this, since I'm not entirely sure it wasn't part of our treaty, but the Quilutes are descended from werewolves, darling. We're enemies. They let us stay in Forks because Carlisle assured them of our vegetarian lifestyle, but they don't trust us on their land. Jasper could only see the top of Harry's head as he processed that information, but the mix of confusion, curiosity, and amusement swirling around him suggested Harry was making quite the expression. Muggles can't be werewolves, Harry said slowly. So I think either you're wrong, or I would have been the worst Auror in the world. Oh, I don't think any of them are left now, Jasper assured him. I believe it was your cousin's great-grandfather who made the treaty with Carlisle. Ephraim, perhaps? Oh. Harry yawned. Yeah, he was a squib. Serious squib uncle blasted off the tapestry. Jasper hummed, pretending to understand what blasted off the tapestry meant. You going to school tomorrow? Harry asked. I am not. It's supposed to be incredibly sunny. Damn. Jasper smiled down at Harry's messy hair, charmed by his verbal pout and the fact that he was a surprisingly cuddly drunk. He was content to sit there, letting Harry use him as a pillow for as long as he wanted, but when Harry began snoring, and Jasper chuckled, realizing it might be a while before he woke up. That was fine, he would gladly wait an eternity. He felt elated as he thought about Harry leaving for school while he returned home. You look happy, Rosalie said, glancing up and narrowing her eyes at Jasper suspiciously when he walked through the door. I apologize. Let me dig up a scowl for you, Jasper replied dryly. Babe, leave him alone. Our little Jasper's in love. Emmett chimed in with a chuckle. Where's the kid at? School, of course. Jasper peered at the computer monitor where Rosalie and Emmett were focused, rolling his eyes when he saw they were car shopping. Not black, Rosalie murmured to Emmett. White, with tinted windows. We can repaint it, babe. Jasper decided to leave them to their shopping and sought out Edward. He was sure his brother knew what he was about to say, but it was best to ensure the message was delivered clearly. He knocked politely on Edward's closed door and let himself in. Got it, Edward said immediately, stretched out on the couch and staring up at the ceiling. But he agrees with me, you know. He's a depressed alcoholic with recent trauma, Jasper said coolly. Keep your damn opinions on his soul to yourself. Edward was radiating waves of self-loathing and misery, mixed with a hint of wonder and love, but overall, his emotional state was unpleasant. I'm an overall unpleasant person, Edward said with a sardonic smile, plucking the thoughts from Jasper's head. You're lucky, you know. You can keep him. I know I am, Jasper replied, refusing to rise to the bite in Edward's tone. Perhaps you should leave. Go back to Alaska. Get away from her. Edward scoffed and looked back up at the ceiling. Could you leave Harry? If I thought I was going to hurt him? Yes, I would leave him. You guys deserve each other. Edward's lips curled into a faint smile. He told me he would die for the people he cares about. I suppose he would, wouldn't he? Jasper's voice dropped to a low growl. Share any of what you know with anyone and see who can put you out of your misery first. He resented his inability to protect Harry's secrets from his brother. Yet, part of him found the idea of Harry seeking revenge amusing. His temper was both alarming and endearing. You know I won't, Edward replied. Jasper knew that to be true, but it felt necessary to clarify nonetheless. I'm happy for you, Jasper. You both deserve to be happy, Edward said. Jasper's irritation faded slightly as he acknowledged just how lucky he was, lucky in a way that Edward wasn't. If he hadn't initially fallen for what he thought was a human, someone he intended to turn, things might have been very different. He had gotten lucky when Harry revealed his magic, eliminating the need for secrets between them. He had been fortunate again when Harry forgave him for his terrible plan with Alice. And now? Now that he knew Harry would be by his side for eternity, lucky didn't even begin to cover it. You deserve happiness as well, brother, Jasper said, sending a small wave of peace toward Edward before gently closing the door behind him. Sighing, Jasper looked out the window at the sunlight that kept him home today. He considered asking Emmett if he wanted to go for a run, but the quiet bickering coming from the living room suggested he was still shopping with Rosalie. He poked his head into Alice's bedroom, a bright smile on his face. Go hunting with me? Alice was buried in her closet, which took up most of her room, tossing clothes out in disarray. I can't, she wailed. I've lost my favorite sweater. Jasper eyed the mountain of clothes warily, certain that they were worth more than whatever sports car Rosalie was currently shopping for. Why not just buy a new one, he suggested. Alice popped her head out just long enough to reply. Alice glared fiercely at him. I can't, she seethed. I was going to wear it tomorrow, and it's from Morocco. How am I supposed to buy a new one before then? It seemed like a rhetorical question, so Jasper simply closed the door slowly behind him. Apparently, all of his siblings were busy today. He checked his phone with a hint of longing and was surprised to see a text from Harry. School is boring. Remind me why I wanted to come here. To experience American culture, I believe. Though since I'm sure that was a lie, I'd be happy to know the truth. Jasper turned up his ringer to make sure he wouldn't miss any future messages and went in search of Carlisle. He didn't mind going hunting or running alone, even if it was more enjoyable with a partner. But Jasper had been caught up in his own life and hadn't had a chance to catch up with Carlisle recently. Come in, Carlisle called from his office after Jasper knocked, his human mannerisms ingrained too tightly to act any other way. Hello, Jasper smiled at him. Would you like to go hunting? Of course. Carlisle smiled back and quickly organized the stack of papers on his desk. The others are busy. They are, Jasper replied. Would Esme like to join us? No, thank you, dear, Esme called from outside. She's landscaping, Carlisle said, a warm and loving smile on his face. Apparently, our yard is dreadful. Jasper chuckled at Esme's dedication to the garden, which would inevitably end up flooded in the cloud and rain-filled climate. Shall we? Carlyle asked, his emotions a mix of happiness, confusion, and love as he extended his arm toward the door. Carlyle was the only one who insisted on using doors, the rest of them preferred jumping out of windows for convenience. They ran through the woods in comfortable silence when Jasper's phone went off again. A reporter tried to vanish my clothes, Jazz. I had no choice but to flee for my life. Jasper let out a startled laugh. What on earth? I'll assume that's Harry, based on your smile, Carlyle said after Jasper replied. It was, Jasper confirmed. He's at school. At some point, you'll have to tell me what I'm supposedly treating Harry for every week. I had no idea he was so ill. Carlyle's amusement was evident, more than any real irritation, so Jasper chuckled again. We'll try to find new excuses for him to use, he said, giving his best apologetic smile. Carlyle shook his head in mock disapproval as they ran through the forest. Or he could quit missing school. Jasper chuckled, picturing Harry's indignation if he suggested such a thing. He could. Carlyle laughed, his buoyant emotions lifting with every laugh that came from Jasper. You're so happy, he observed as they slowed by the river. It's heartening to see. It's heartening to feel, Jasper admitted. I never expected this. I've always wanted this for all of you, Carlyle said sincerely. I can't say that you and Edward chose traditional partners, but I'm sure it will all work out somehow. The vampires, the wizard, and the human, Jasper mused. We make quite a group. That we do, Carlyle chuckled. Shall we? The two of them spent the day leisurely hunting, dispatching various elk and deer they encountered. Carlyle patiently waited, smiling as Jasper stopped to send a text or laughed at some snarky observation Harry made about their classmates. He's beginning to get quite the vocabulary, Jasper chuckled as they ran back that night. Emmett's influence, undoubtedly, Carlyle replied. And his cousin, Jasper murmured, agreeing with Harry that homework was indeed a pain. Oh. Jasper glanced over at Carlyle, frowning. Did you know? Ephraim Black was a squib? He came from a magical family? Really? Carlyle breathed, his eyes brightening with this new revelation. So, it was magic that led to the tribe's transformations? Harry mentioned that muggles can't become werewolves, so I assume that's the case, Jasper replied. I brought up the tribe to Harry because his cousin told him we weren't allowed at La Push Beach. Which was never specifically prohibited in our treaty, Carlyle said easily. I'm sure Ephraim thought we would never have a reason to share their stories, so he never added that stipulation. Jasper let out a small sigh of relief, glad he hadn't actually violated an ancient treaty with the tribe of wolves. Though he knew Emmett would be disappointed to learn that the magic in their bloodline must have faded. His brash, easygoing brother often dreamed of one day fighting their legendary enemies. As they neared the house, Jasper's feeling of contentment was suddenly overshadowed by anger, Rosalie's anger, to be precise, along with guilt and wonder from Edward, and shock from Emmett. Something's happened, he murmured to Carlyle. They quickened their pace and entered the garage, where the others were already gathered. Jasper noticed the way they surrounded Edward and positioned himself near Emmett and Rosalie, certain he would side with them against whatever terrible decision Edward had made this time. The thought drew a scowl from Edward. What is it, Edward? What happened? Carlyle must have sensed that Edward was at the center of this new dilemma, just as Jasper had. He placed a gentle hand on Edward's shoulder, looking at his first son with a mix of love and concern. Bella, Edward took a deep breath, one that felt unnecessary. She was going to be attacked by a group of thugs, and I stopped them, but... He cast a pleading glance at Carlyle, one that unnerved Jasper as it sharply contrasted with Edward's usual loving and wonder-filled demeanor. I know, he said. Bella knows what we are. Jasper barely had time to take a shocked breath before Rosalie landed a punch on Edward, hitting him square in the jaw. Chapter 24, Girls Are Mad. Tuesday, March 9th, 2003. Mate, help me. Hermione's gone mad. She says you have to get fitted for dress robes as soon as possible, or so help me, I'll put him in a dress. I don't know what the rush is, we have months left until the wedding. But please, don't tell her I said that. Can you go to Diagon Alley soon and get the robes we picked out fitted? Luna, Ginny, and Neville are going Saturday at 4 if you want to join them. If you ever get married, elope. Ron. Harry laughed aloud at Ron's letter and pondered for a moment which would be worse, going to Diagon Alley or upsetting Hermione. It was a stressful decision, but an easy one to make. Got any plans Saturday? He texted back. I was planning on sleeping in, eating an entire pizza by myself, and going sunbathing. Though I could cancel if you're doing something more interesting. I have to get dress robes for the wedding. Want to meet some more of my friends and see Diagon Alley? I would love to. Harry bit his lower lip for a moment before replying. He had shared quite a bit about his life with Jasper the other night, but he had stopped before reaching some of the best parts. Want to meet my godson? I would love that if you want me to meet him. Okay, I'll call Andy before school and see if we can pick him up for the day. See you in a bit. Andromeda Taunts had seemed all too happy that Harry was asking for Teddy. She told him he could pick Teddy up Saturday morning and bring him back any time. Harry suspected that babies must be quite a bit of work if the bags under her eyes were any indication, though she looked much happier and healthier than she had the last time he saw her. You are not my friend anymore, Harry Potter. Alice was pouting from her seat on the hood of Rosalie's car when Harry pulled into the school parking lot that morning. Why? Ignore her. Jasper was leaning against the car, smirking at the scene. Next to Alice, his presence somehow overshadowing the beauty of the car as he stretched out, offering a tight smile and a hand to Harry. She wanted to drag me to Port Angeles on Saturday, he said. Is your godson staying with you Saturday? Alice inquired. It's supposed to storm on Sunday, so we were planning to play baseball, but we'd cancel if he's here. Why wouldn't the kid bring the kid? Emmett chimed in. Everyone loves baseball. Andy said to bring him home Saturday after we're done in Diagon, so probably not, Harry replied cautiously. Why are we playing baseball in a storm? Jasper winked. You'll see, he said with a grin. Why didn't you tell me you had a godson? Rosalie interrupted, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. How old is he? He'll be 1 in April, Harry said, picturing Teddy's cute little face and smiling at the thought. His name's Teddy. Can we meet him? Alice asked eagerly. Please, please, please. You can, he said, but he lives with his grandmother, Andy, so it's up to her. Maybe I'll ask if he can come stay with me for a bit this summer. He can stay at our house. Both of you can. Rosalie offered brightly. Babies are a lot of work. They stay up all night, so you'll need people around who don't sleep. Harry doesn't sleep, Emmett scoffed, a crooked grin on his face. Rosalie elbowed him, shooting him a fierce glare. Harry is supposed to sleep, so he and Teddy can stay with us, she insisted. It didn't sound like a question, it felt more like an order. Harry shrugged, unsure of what to do with a baby anyway. Yeah, all right, thanks Rose, he replied. Looking around, he noticed the tightness in their eyes and the slight frown pulling at Jasper's lips. What else is going on with you guys? He asked warily. Harry looked around again and asked, and where's Edward? This'll be good, Emmett murmured. He drove separately so he could pick up Bella, Jasper explained. She knows, he added. Harry blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. She knows what? Everything. Rosalie's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the parking lot, so Harry turned to see Edward pull in with Bella Swan in the passenger seat. He gaped at them as they parked quite a distance away and then turned to the others, his expression one of horror. He told her. But Harry looked up at Jasper, who shared his look of concern. Jazz, you said it was join or die. That is the law, Jasper replied. Harry didn't need Jasper's ability to sense that he wasn't any happier about the situation. Edward believes Bella will pass away at the end of her natural life before they're caught. He's risking her life on the hope that the Volturi won't catch him. Harry watched as Edward opened the car door for Bella, presenting himself like a gentleman. He is an idiot, and she is going to put us all in danger, Rosalie seethed. I don't see us in danger, Alice chimed in cheerfully. I've been seeing her and Edward together, with her as a human, for a couple of days now. Really? Harry scrutinized Alice closely, trying to gauge the truthfulness of her words. Are you lying? Harry, you will have to forgive me at some point, Alice said with a playful pout. I'll never lie to you again, I swear. She isn't lying now, Jasper interjected. She told Carlisle last night when Edward revealed what Bella knew, and Alice would never lie to Carlisle's face. They all watched in silent disapproval and shock as Edward and Bella walked inside together, drawing curious glances from the other students in the parking lot. Why did he tell her? Harry asked, his voice filled with confusion. Why last night? What happened? I'll tell you at lunch, Jasper promised with a smile, extending his arm in a formal gesture. Harry imagined Jasper as a human teenager in the 1800s, courting a southern girl in a poofy dress, just like the ones he had seen in history books. But here was Jasper, a real golden-eyed vampire, offering his arm to him. We shall, Harry replied, mimicking the haughty tone of some of his former classmates. He linked his arm with Jasper's, ignoring the whispers of gossip swirling around them as they walked into the school. Well, he tried to ignore them. Jasper burst into laughter as they passed a group of bubblegum-chewing girls in skirts. Darlin', I'm afraid I've created an enemy, he whispered in Harry's ear. Apparently, Miss Stanley thought you were just days away from asking her out. Harry glanced over his shoulder at Jessica, who was whispering animatedly with a sophomore he didn't recognize. He shuddered, her bouncy curls reminded him too much of Ramil Devane. Remind me to tell you at lunch about the time I almost got love potioned by this mad witch, he said quietly. Oh. I will definitely remind you, Jasper replied, a grin on his face. I'm sure it's a riveting tale. It is, Harry said, adopting a mock-serious tone. Love, poison, jealousy, honestly, Jazz, it could be a best-selling novel. Jasper laughed as they parted ways for their separate classes, but Harry suspected he wouldn't be laughing once he realized how serious Harry was. The first hour of class passed peacefully. Harry focused on his algebra teacher and even managed not to make a complete fool of himself when called to the board. The second hour proved to be more challenging, as Edward kept trying to engage him in conversation. If Edward wasn't planning on biting Bella Swan, Harry was perfectly fine with their relationship. But for now, Harry couldn't shake the unsettling thought of whether Edward had mentioned him to Jessica. Rosalie was right, it put the entire family at risk, and that didn't sit well with him. Just minutes before the bell rang, a horrifying realization struck him. He turned sharply to glare at Edward, who was seated behind him. Did you mention me? He whispered urgently. Edward, always quick to catch on, shook his head. She asked if you were one of us. I told her not in the way she thought. I said you were family, but not like the rest of us. He looked completely sincere, holding Harry's gaze as he spoke. Harry relaxed his tense shoulders and nodded slightly. I do mean that, Edward added quietly once Harry turned back around. I consider you to be a brother to me. Hell of a way to treat your family, though, Harry muttered, staring down at his desk. You put all of them, and her, at risk. Edward didn't respond, and Harry took that as a sign he was already aware of the consequences. As the third hour dragged on, Harry couldn't shake the problem from his mind. He tried, genuinely tried, to see things from Edward's perspective. Edward had fallen in love with a muggle. Harry could relate to that. He developed a crush on Jasper, thinking he was a muggle too. That wasn't such a big deal. But after Edward fell for Bella, Alice had told him that she only saw two possible futures for her, becoming a vampire or dying at Edward's hand. So, Edward had tried to ignore her, but ultimately, he had failed. While Harry knew their situations weren't entirely similar, his own crush on Ginny had come with its own set of dangers, especially with Voldemort back in the picture. He could almost empathize with Edward. He had started dating Ginny despite the risks, knowing that people had already died just for being close to him. It had been selfish, and he wasn't trying to glorify that choice. But now that Edward had no plans to kill or turn Bella, and even Alice was. Imagining a future where Bella remained human was fine with Harry. He had no problem with their little romance as long as Bella was safe. But then he remembered that Edward had betrayed his family by revealing their secret to her. If Bella shared that information, the Cullens would be in serious danger for breaking the one real law enforced by their government. That, Harry couldn't condone. Not that he cared much about the law itself. After all, he felt he'd earned himself a lifetime in Azkaban back in 5th year. But putting his entire family at risk just to share a secret with someone he loved? That was like telling Ginny about the Horcruxes and putting a target on the Weasleys because of it. A snarky little voice in his head reminded him, "You told Ron and Hermione." "But I knew I could trust them," he countered, which was a thought that probably should have concerned him if it weren't such a common occurrence. They'd never betray me. And Bella hadn't betrayed them yet. Okay, fair enough. But Edward had still shared the secret of his entire family without their consent. He had put them all in danger and never even asked if they would allow him to tell her. He hadn't given them a chance to share their secret willingly. Not that Harry thought any of them would have agreed, but still. Edward was a giant prat, and Harry felt completely justified in telling him that the next time they met. He would also tell him to ask Bella to stop making faces at him. Throughout Harry's 4th-hour class, Bella kept glancing his way, her lower lip caught between her teeth. Each time, she'd shake her head and return to her book. She did this 4 times before Harry finally snapped. "Is there something I can do for you?" he whispered. "No." She shook her head, her long hair flying with the movement. Bella chewed her lip and looked at him for a long moment before shaking her head again. "Nothing, sorry." Harry shrugged and returned to his silent reading. He didn't mind Edward and Bella being in love or whatever, but Merlin, Bella was acting strange today. It was a relief when the bell finally rang, signaling the end of class and the start of lunch. Harry jumped to his feet, realizing that lunch hour might just be his favorite time at school, a thought he knew Ron would wholeheartedly agree with, while Hermione would surely be horrified. "I'm ready to hear this tragic tale of poisoning," he said as he sat down at the table. Jasper slid a cookie and an energy drink his way. "I'll even gladly edit the novel and send it off to publishers." "Who are we poisoning?" "Isabella?" Rosalie asked, her voice laced with a hint of hope. "No," Harry laughed. "But I do want to hear that part first. What happened last night?" Supposedly, Rosalie emphasized the word, leaning in to speak quietly, Isabella was going to be attacked by a group of street trash. Edward was stalking her and stepped in just in time. He claims she already suspected what he was. "How?" Harry interrupted, both confused and irritated that a human would suspect a vampire long before he had. "Jacob Black," Jasper explained. "He told her stories about us." Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Jacob told her?" "Yeah, so technically we could go rip them all apart," Emmett said wistfully. "You want to, kid? It'd be a real fight." "Do I want to kill my only kind of family left in the world?" "No," Harry rolled his eyes. "I really don't." "Go on, Rose. What happened next?" "She suspected," he confirmed, Rosalie said, tapping her long nails on the table in irritation. Then I hit him, and Carlyle said that as long as she doesn't tell anyone, we aren't leaving. Harry glanced over at Edward and Bella, who were seated together, their heads bent close and looking perfectly at ease with each other. I don't really know what we can do about it, he said, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Then, Harry said, he already told her. I say unless she tells someone, we can just forget about it. That's because you forgive and forget too easily, Rosalie remarked, casting a pointed look at Alice. Quit bringing that up. Alice wailed. I've said sorry a million times. Harry laughed and flicked a piece of cookie at Rosalie. Anyway, do you guys want to hear about why Stanley reminds me of the creepiest person I've ever met? The others laughed, gasped, and groaned in all the right places as Harry recounted the time Romilda Vane tried to love potion him. He shared how he didn't trust the chocolates but forgot to throw them away. Emmett chuckled loudly enough to draw wary glances from the Muggle students when Harry mentioned how Ron told Lavender he was going to find the love of his life. Alice made a soft sound of sympathy when Harry explained how Ron had been poisoned during a toast. Jasper bit his lip, practically shaking with laughter as Harry recounted Ron moaning Hermione's name in his sleep right in front of Lavender. Harry tried to push aside the memory of Lavender, who they hadn't treated very fairly, even if she had been a bit too obsessed with Ron. She had succumbed to her injuries while the rest of the country celebrated Harry's win. Lavender, with her passion for divination and her enthusiasm for everything. And now they're getting married, Harry said, shaking his head to clear it and looking up at Jasper. What? I said they're getting married, Ron and Hermione, Jasper repeated with a soft smile. Have they picked a date? June 30th, Harry replied. Ooh, do they need a wedding planner? Alice asked eagerly. Please, I love weddings. I think it's already planned, Harry told her. They're having it at a church by Ron's house, then the reception at the Burrow like Bill and Fleur did. And they've already picked out outfits. What about flowers? Food? Music? A theme? Alice demanded. There's so much more to a good wedding than just clothes and location, Harry. Harry glanced helplessly at Jasper, who sighed fondly at his sister. I'm sure Ron and Hermione's parents have everything under control, he said firmly. Then, with a mischievous grin aimed at Harry, he added, though, traditionally, the best man is responsible for planning the bachelor party. That's something you can help me with, Harry muttered to Alice. He had no idea how to plan a bachelor party, but the way Alice's eyes lit up suggested she would have plenty of ideas soon. We should get married again, Emmett said, winking at Rosalie, which prompted a girlish giggle from her. Or at least have another honeymoon. Gross, real gross, Harry laughed. Merlin. Once they were dismissed for classes, Alice linked her arm with Harry and bounced alongside him to his locker. You'll need to get them a gift too, she said. I can help you pick that out if you want. That's okay, Harry replied. I'm pretty good at picking gifts. It was actually a point of pride for him. For years, he had gone without the opportunity to buy gifts for anyone, never having anyone to buy for. Now that he did, he always aimed to choose something they would genuinely like, something that showed he picked it just for them. However, as he settled into his class and had time to think, he realized that a joint gift for his two best friends might be tricky. He brainstormed over a dozen ideas during biology while they watched a movie, ignoring Bella's persistent look. He couldn't quite figure out what her deal was. Edward had told her he wasn't a vampire, so why was she acting so strangely around him? It wasn't until he was home that night, working on an essay for French and contemplating whether to call Fleur for help, that Bella's odd behavior finally made sense. As he prepared to use a handful of flip powder to call Shell Cottage and beg Fleur for assistance, a knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Bella? Harry was taken aback when he opened the door, causing the flip powder to slip from his fingers and scatter on the floor. What? He peered out at the empty driveway behind her. What are you doing here? Bella stood before him, her cheeks flushed and her lip chapped from nervous chewing, but there was a determined glint in her big brown eyes. Hi, Harry, she said with a polite smile. Could we talk, please? Still processing this unexpected visit, Harry stepped back and gestured for her to come in. Bella followed him to the sitting room, where she began to browse through his photos while he watched her in silence. Are these your parents? She asked, pointing at a picture on his bookcase. Yeah, Harry replied, shoving his hands into his pockets as he tried to figure out why she was there. My mum, Lily, and my dad, James. You look a lot like your dad, Bella observed softly. Except your eyes. Yeah, they're my mum's, Harry interrupted tersely. What did you want? Bella turned away from the photo and took a deep breath. You know, Jessica and Lauren both think you're cute. I'd bet if you asked either of them out, they'd be thrilled. Harry was so caught off guard that he let out a laugh. What? You came here to tell me I should go out with your friends? Kind of, Bella said, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink, though her determination remained. You're my friend, and God knows Charlie worries about you, and I think. She paused to gather her thoughts. I think Jasper isn't good for you. It took Harry a moment to process her words, and when he did, he felt a surge of indignation. Jasper is the best thing I've got in my life, he said heatedly. You should go. Wait, please, Bella pleaded, stepping a little closer despite his glare and harsh tone. It's just. I think he could be. It's dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt. What the hell do you think, oh? Bella knew about the Cullens. She understood what Jasper was. But she didn't know what Harry was, and apparently, she didn't realize that Harry knew what they were too. You think you're protecting me, he said. That's. Harry let out a huff of laughter. That's ironic. Bella frowned at him, her eyebrows drawn together. Wait. What do you know? More than you, he smirked. You know? She gasped. But. How? Alice told me, Harry replied honestly. Bella's mouth formed a dramatic little O. So you know? I do. And I came here trying to protect you for no reason. You did, Harry chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Ironically, I told Edward to leave you alone to protect you. The irony was lost on Bella. Harry didn't need protection from Jasper. Aside from not smelling like food to him, Harry could hold his own against any of them. He hadn't fought Jasper, but he didn't foresee a reason to either. Bella and Harry stared at each other for a long moment before bursting into laughter. The humans and the vampires, Bella said. God, it's weird, right? You have no idea, Harry replied dryly. Sorry I stormed over here and tried to break up your relationship, Bella said with a sheepish grin. I'm sure Jasper is perfectly wonderful. Better than Jessica or Lauren anyway, Harry shook his head. I can't believe you thought I'd trade him for one of those girls. They're mad. Well. Bella smirked a little, they seem to like you. I'm a likable bloke, Harry quipped. You are, Bella agreed. So, we're still friends? Harry couldn't exactly say no, especially after she had come over trying to protect him from becoming a vampire snack. Yeah, he said. We're friends. Harry let out a relieved sigh, followed by a small laugh. Want to hear something funny? He said as he flopped down in his chair, gesturing for Bella to join him on the sofa. What's that? She asked, settling in comfortably. You know that dance this weekend? No. Harry replied honestly, raising an eyebrow. Is there a dance? Honestly, Harry. Bella rolled her eyes, momentarily resembling Hermione, which brought a smile to Harry's face. The spring dance for homecoming. It's a girl's choice dance. If you say so, he shrugged. What's funny about that? Bella's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in conspiratorially. Charlie told me I should ask you. I think he's got his sights set on having you as a son, one way or another. Harry studied her for a moment, then burst into laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. Bella rolled her eyes but couldn't help laughing too. The next day, however, Harry wasn't laughing when 3 different girls asked him to the dance. Jasper found it hilarious when Jessica and Mallory Ross, a senior with pink hair that made Harry's chest ache, both approached him. Jessica asked right after first hour, and Mallory before lunch. Harry turned them down, and Jasper and Emmett teased him relentlessly throughout lunch about being a babe magnet. But Jasper's amusement faded when Lauren asked Harry to go with her right in front of him at the end of the day. In a fit of jealousy, he grabbed Harry's waist and kissed him right there by his locker, with everyone watching. What a jealous prat. Chapter 25, Diagon Alley. Saturday, March 13, 2004. Jasper had always thought that Harry on a motorcycle was the most devastatingly attractive image in the world. But he was wrong. Watching Harry play with his godson, that was something else entirely. When they arrived at Andromeda Tonks's home, Harry was a bundle of nerves, twitchy, anxious, sad, and guilt-ridden. He had confided in Jasper that morning that his godson, Teddy, was an orphan. It was clear that Harry felt some responsibility for that loss. Andromeda had raised an eyebrow when Harry introduced Jasper, but she welcomed him into her home nonetheless. Jasper felt painfully out of place next to this tall, regal woman. Andromeda Tonks was not someone to be trifled with. There was a proud glint in her gray eyes, and her long dark hair was pulled back into a warrior's bun. Jasper was aware that her daughter had died, leaving her to care for her infant son, but it was obvious that Andromeda didn't seek accolades or pity for it. However, she seemed to have a soft spot for Harry. She ushered him into the kitchen with a promise of a cup of tea while she went to wake Teddy from his mid-morning nap. As Harry sat at the table, he tapped his fingers erratically, his eyes darting around the room. "You're making me crazy, darling," Jasper admitted, his voice sincere. "It's like you're forcing me to feel anxious." "Oh." Harry paused, finally stopping the relentless tapping and taking a few deep breaths. "Better?" "Much," Jasper smiled gently. Though it wasn't entirely true, Harry was still radiating waves of anxiety and guilt. But pointing that out wouldn't help. "That's Tonks and Remus," Harry said, gesturing toward a photo hanging in a golden frame on the wall. The image captured a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, with bubblegum pink hair styled in a short bob. She wore a bright smile, laughing in a magical loop of joy. The man behind her was older, a stark contrast to her youthful exuberance. Harry's expression turned more solemn as he tenderly wrapped his arms around her. Despite the gravity of the moment, a soft smile played on his scarred face. "They got married that day," he said quietly. Quick and quiet. She had to convince him to do it. "Why?" Jasper asked, intrigued. The photograph that Andromeda displayed prominently showed Tonks radiating happiness, while Remus wore a quieter, yet equally joyful expression. "Remus was a werewolf," Harry explained. He thought she deserved someone else. "Someone better and younger," he said. They got married right before the war escalated, but the ministry was already pretty anti-werewolf, and Tonks was an Auror. "They look happy," Jasper remarked. "I imagine they must have loved each other very much to marry despite all the difficulties." They did. Harry's voice cracked, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You should have seen Remus when he told me Teddy was born. He just... Merlin, Jazz. He looked years younger. So happy." Jasper reached out, grasping Harry's hand, wishing he could use his abilities to sweep away the grief that hung in the air. They sat in silence, both gazing at the photo on the wall, until Andromeda brought young Teddy down. Harry's guilt surged as Teddy reached his arms out for him, wailing, "Hawa." In that instant, it transformed into love, adoration, affection, and joy. "Teddy!" Harry exclaimed, sweeping the little boy from his grandmother's arms and pulling him close. "How's my favorite godson?" "Spoiled rotten, I'm afraid," Andromeda replied with a mock sternness. "He thinks he's king of the castle lately." "That's because you are, aren't you, buddy?" Harry said, tickling Teddy's stomach. The baby giggled in response. "Lord," Jasper gasped. Did he just, does he look like Harry now?" Andromeda shot him a curious glance before stifling a smile behind her hand. "Apologies," she said, "did Harry not tell you about Teddy's?" "What's Teddy's parentage?" "Oh, Teddy's a metamorphmagus," Harry replied casually. "And he likes to look like Uncle Harry, don't you, Teddy bugged?" "Hawa," Teddy gurgled, flashing a bright green-eyed smile at Harry. I don't know what metamorphmagus means," Jasper admitted. "My daughter was one," Andromeda said, her voice filled with pride, affection, love, and a hint of sorrow. "Nymphadora could change her appearance just by thinking about it. Teddy shares that ability. He often gives himself red hair when he wants to be taken to Molly's for some extra cuddles." "Amazing," Jasper said. "That's quite a gift." "It is indeed." As Jasper and Andromeda stood in the doorway of the living room, they watched Harry play with Teddy. Andromeda's tender emotions were palpable, drawing Jasper into his own reflective thoughts. Harry was a natural with his little godson, tickling the baby until he giggled and cooed back at him. Then he began levitating toys around Teddy's head, keeping him entertained. Jasper couldn't help but admire how genuine Harry's smile was, even amidst his own turbulent emotions. "Almost time to get him a broomstick, Andy?" Harry grinned. "No godson of mine is going to show up at Hogwarts not knowing how to fly." "He can have a broomstick at your house," Andromeda replied tartly. "Which we'll need to discuss when you have a moment." "What?" Harry blinked, his expression shifting rapidly to one of fear and concern. "What do we need to discuss?" "Why don't you let Jasper play with Teddy for a bit while you come have some tea with me?" Andromeda suggested. "Just 5 minutes, if you're agreeable." "All right then." Harry carefully stacked the toys in front of Teddy and got to his feet. "Jazz, I'll be right back." "Are you okay for a minute?" "Of course," Jasper replied, summoning as much confidence as he could in that moment. Jasper found himself in a terrifying situation. "We'll be fine," Andromeda said, her lips twitching as if she sensed his sudden fear. She nodded reassuringly. "We're just in the other room." "Teddy and I will be fine," Jasper replied, cautiously inching toward the remarkably perceptive infant. "Right, Teddy?" The baby didn't respond, but Andromeda and Harry left them alone anyway. Taking a hesitant sniff, Jasper cringed at the slight feral smell wafting from Teddy. At least Harry's beloved godson didn't smell appetizing in the slightest, he reassured himself. "Hello there," he said, kneeling down in front of the baby and lifting his hand in an awkward wave. "I'm Jasper Hale. It's nice to meet you." Teddy, who really was Harry Jr. with his black curls and green eyes, stuck out his lower lip, which began to wobble. "No, no, no," Jasper exclaimed, grabbing a toy at random and offering it to the baby. "Please don't cry. Here, look, a sparkly stick. Do you want this?" Determined to prevent Teddy from crying, Jasper shook the stick, but he couldn't help overhearing Andromeda and Harry's conversation in the background. "They chose you, Harry," Andromeda said. "Not because of who you are to the rest of the world, but because of who you are to them. You're Teddy's godfather, and he needs you in his life." "Andy, I'm not going to take your godson from you too," Harry mumbled. "Is this a frog, Teddy?" Jasper said, moving the toy frog into the baby's line of sight, trying to coax a smile from him as Harry so easily had. "Pretend to like me, please." He whispered. Your godfather may change his mind about me if we don't get along. Unfortunately, that only caused a fat tear to leak silently from Teddy's green eyes. That is the opposite of what I wanted, Jasper muttered. Andromeda groaned. You didn't take them either, Harry, she said. I've given you time to grieve, but I didn't realize you were so arrogantly shouldering my daughter's death. Arrogant? Harry choked, his voice filled with emotion. Andy, I don't want to argue with you. I'm sorry. You listen to me, Harry James Potter. Meanwhile, Jasper leaned closer to Teddy, whispering urgently, Teddy, I will buy you a brand new car, or a broomstick, or anything your odd little self wants if you will please smile when they come back. Whatever you want, you name it, okay? Just stop crying. Please. Andromeda continued, her voice laced with pride. My Nymphadora was killed by my sister during the battle, and her husband was struck down as he rushed to her defense. My daughter and son-in-law are heroes. For you to say that you killed them, or were somehow responsible for their deaths, takes away from the dignity of their sacrifices, and I will not hear it again. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, Harry mumbled, his head hanging low. Teddy held out his arms and pouted, Uppy. Yes, Uppy, Jasper agreed desperately. Except I don't understand you. Uppy. Teddy shrieked, his tears flowing freely despite Jasper's efforts to cheer him up. Now, do you intend to be that boy's godfather, or will he continue to be neglected? Andromeda pressed. I want to be his godfather, of course, Harry stammered. What do you want me to do? The question, Harry, is what do you want? Uppy. Uppy. Teddy shook his arms wildly, his distress unabated. Uppy, Jasper repeated, trying to decipher the meaning behind the word. What does that mean, Teddy? I want to see him more, but I'm just. I went back to school. But I can quit, Harry offered, determination creeping into his voice. I'll take him any time you want me to, Andy. I should have been here sooner. I do not want to relinquish custody of my grandson, and I do not want you to drop out of school, Andromeda replied firmly. I would like us to split custody, Andromeda said sternly. Teddy, on the verge of wailing, caught Jasper's eye. Desperate to calm him, Jasper scooped the little one into his arms, hoping that rocking him would do the trick. To his relief, Teddy's tears ceased, and his pouting lip transformed into a more neutral expression. With surprising seriousness for a baby not yet one, he said, Uppy. What does split custody mean? Harry asked, still processing the situation. Andromeda replied, You will take your godson every other weekend and during school holidays. He needs you, and you need him. You'll be good for each other. Are you sure? Harry stammered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Uppy, you wanted to be picked up. Jasper said, exasperation evident. If you had just said up, would have understood much sooner. Teddy grabbed Jasper's hand and immediately stuck his index finger in his mouth. That is disgusting, Jasper remarked, wrinkling his nose. If it isn't what you want, I understand, Andromeda said gently. A baby is a big responsibility, even for a short time. You're young, Harry. They left you a man's burden, but that doesn't mean you have to accept it. We're about to be spending a lot more time together, Jasper whispered conspiratorially to Teddy. Listen. Teddy is my godson, of course I want this, Harry said firmly. Can you give me a couple of weeks to set up a room for him and gather supplies? And, maybe tell me what supplies I need? Teddy and Jasper were locked in a silent stare-off when Harry and Andromeda returned. Harry smiled at the sight of Jasper rocking Teddy in his arms. Look, Jazz, he likes you. Jasper, focused on Teddy's green eyes, hadn't realized until Harry pointed it out that the mischievous baby had swapped Harry's black curls for a honey blonde hairstyle that mirrored his own. Sighing, he thought about how now he owed a baby a car. Okay, Jazz, Teddy, pay attention now, Harry began. You never get to see Diagon Alley for the first time more than once, Harry said. I thought this was the pub. Jasper asked, looking around. It is, Harry replied, rolling his eyes with a small smile. But we need to move quickly. If we don't, we'll be mobbed. And I can't exactly push people over with this stroller, can I? Hawa. Teddy giggled from his seat in the stroller, clearly amused by the idea of running over strangers. All right, straight to the back, Harry murmured. And, go. Harry wasn't joking when he said he was going to run through the half-filled pub. He pushed Teddy's stroller so fast that he collided with a chair, tripping himself and sending the chair crashing to the floor with a loud clatter. This drew much more attention than simply walking through calmly, in Jasper's opinion. Watch where you're going, the barkeeper shouted. Bloody, eh? Harry? Harry Potter? Nope, Harry said, quickly picking up the chair and setting it back in place before ducking his head and weaving through the crowd. Is that Harry Potter? Harry Potter? Harry. Move it, Jazz, Harry mumbled, yanking on Jasper's arm to draw his attention away from the rising excitement of the bar patrons behind them. He led Jasper toward a back exit. 3 up, 2 across, he instructed, tapping a brick with his wand. Jasper's eyes widened as an opening slowly appeared in the brick wall. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Jasper didn't know where to look first. Even with his heightened senses and ability to process information faster than most, he was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of magic surrounding him. Every 2 steps revealed something new, flashy displays of flying broomsticks, potions that promised to cure the common cold, and books that could transport you to other worlds. And the graffiti, there was graffiti everywhere. Love wins. Long live the man who conquered. Magic is love. Dumbledore's army forever. Bright gold lightning bolts adorned the fronts of shops, while hearts and wands sparkled on the sides of brick buildings. But it wasn't just the vibrant visuals that caught the senses, the sounds were alive with energy. Archie says he's selling a dozen of the bicorn slabs for 28 galleons. I told him to throw them in the river at those prices. Did you hear they finally found Nicholas? Body left in the woods, poor soul. Minerva called me personally to tell me, good Merlin, is that Harry Potter? Damn. Harry felt his anxiety spike as whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Harry Potter? It is. He glanced down at Teddy, then over at Jasper, his eyes filled with apology. This is about to suck. And it did. Within moments, Harry found himself surrounded. His anxiety tripled as the crowd closed in. Jasper stood by, unsure of how to help. After Harry was stopped by the first person, it felt like the alley itself was multiplying with eager faces, all wanting to see him, talk to him, touch him, each person taking something from him that he clearly didn't want to give. But he did. Bless you, one woman sobbed into Harry's chest. Bless you, Harry Potter. Harry wore a solemn expression as he interacted with the throng. He accepted their hugs, their tears, their smiles, and handshakes. That night, Jasper asked him, why not just tell them to leave you alone? Harry let out a bitter laugh, already washing the day away with a drink he called fire whiskey. I tore these people's lives apart. The least I can do now is talk to them. Jasper wondered who had shaped Harry into such a martyr. The emotions swirling in the crowd were a mix of fear, awe, joy, and sorrow, but beneath it all was a powerful current of reverence. These witches, wizards, and children saw Harry as an icon, a symbol of something greater. A savior, a symbol of strength. But only Jasper could see the cracks in Harry's facade. He felt the weight of Harry's guilt when a man in green robes openly sobbed as he spoke of his son's death. He sensed Harry's self-loathing when a young woman expressed her gratitude, saying that thanks to Harry's efforts, she had her wand back. Jasper was the only one capable of calming the energized crowd. Ignoring the swell of emotions from the nearby witches and wizards, he summoned feelings of apathy and calm, projecting them outward in strong waves. Harry looked around in surprise as the group, more of a mob in Jasper's opinion, abruptly began to disperse, wearing passive smiles and offering polite goodbyes. He raised his brows at Jasper, who simply shrugged in a nonchalant manner. "Thank God," Harry said, relief washing over him as the last witch left them alone. Did you make them leave?" "I may have made them feel rather apathetic about your appearance," Jasper admitted. Which was never specifically disallowed. Harry nodded, cautiously pushing Teddy's stroller toward a row of shops ahead of them. "In here," he murmured. They ducked into a brightly painted shop with a sign that read, "In Memorial, Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor." "Merlin," Harry shuddered, ushering Jasper to a corner table and unnecessarily ducking his head as they made their way through the empty shop. "Sorry about that." "You don't need to apologize," Jasper replied. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Harry lied, forcing a smile. "I'm fine." Clearly, Jasper drawled, taking the opportunity to look around the parlor while Harry settled Teddy into a high chair. The decor was quaint, with a distinctly 1950s retro design, in Jasper's opinion. "So, that was awkward," Harry said. "Teddy, do me a favor and start crying next time your godfather is being mobbed, okay?" "Eat," Teddy cried. "I believe you're being," Jasper began, but his words trailed off as he watched the scene unfold. "Blackmailed," Jasper said, not at all surprised. Little Teddy was already showing signs of mischief. The baby pointed at the pictures of ice cream, pouting adorably. "If I buy you ice cream, you have to promise to cry next time people are crying around me," Harry said, his tone serious. "Do you swear?" Teddy, the imp that he was, simply smiled and flashed his green eyes at Harry. After they made quite the mess feeding Teddy ice cream and cleaned the sticky, sleepy baby from the chocolate smeared all over his face, they strolled through the alley, enjoying the pleasant surroundings. Harry seemed to approve of Jasper using his abilities on his fanbase. Whenever someone approached, he would give Jasper a pointed look, and Jasper was more than happy to oblige. They explored various magical shops, and their excitement peaked when they discovered a bookstore. Harry browsed the aisles while Jasper was drawn to a shelf labeled Muggle-born bestsellers. He quickly grabbed a book with a smiling witch on the cover titled A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, along with another called The Wizarding Wars by Wilhelm Wigworthy. His plan was to buy the books and learn more about Harry's world without bombarding him with questions every few minutes. But that plan faltered when he returned to Harry with a sheepish expression. "Is there a bank where I can exchange Muggle money for 7 galleons and 5 nuts?" "What? Why?" Harry asked, noticing the books in Jasper's hands. A playful grin tugged at his lips. "Here," he pulled out a velvet coin purse. "I'm not allowed in the bank here anymore. Get whatever books you want." "I'll repay you," Jasper said, surprised. "Wait, you're banned from the bank?" "Why?" Harry deadpanned. "I stole their dragon, but he did agree to the loan for the books." At 4 o'clock, Harry led Jasper and Teddy, who had fallen sound asleep in his stroller, to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Ginny, Neville, and Luna will be here," Harry said to Jasper. "I'm sure you'll like them." As they entered the store, a little bell tinkled, and Jasper spotted Ginny Weasley standing with a young man just inside the entrance. "Harry." A blonde girl with striking silver eyes ran up to him and squeezed him in a tight hug. "We've missed you." "You just saw me a few months ago," Harry replied, wrapping his arms around the petite girl and hugging her back. "How are you, Luna?" "Wonderful. Hermione asked me to be a bridesmaid." Luna pulled back, beaming up at Harry, joy radiating from her. "Of course she did." "You're her friend, Luna," Harry said, smiling. "Neville, how are you?" The young man beside Ginny, Neville, had a square jaw. calm hazel eyes, and short-cropped hair. His emotions were muted yet peaceful. Jasper decided he liked Neville, especially since Harry had referred to him as the bravest bloke I ever met. Anyone with emotions as deep and calm as his had to be a good person. I'm good, Neville replied, smiling at Harry before crouching down in front of Teddy's stroller. This is Professor Lupin's son. His expression turned sorrowful but remained calm. This was quite different from Harry, whose emotions twisted into regret, remorse, and guilt. Yep, that's little Teddy, Ginny said, placing a hand on Neville's shoulder and subtly shaking her head, a motion Harry missed. And this is Jasper. Jasper felt himself stiffen under Neville's scrutinizing gaze, but he was entirely caught off guard when Luna threw her arms around him in a hug. You're a vampire, Luna said cheerfully as she released her grip on him. That's good, you know, because vampires are excellent at warding off the Raxburts. Jasper shot a helpless glance at Harry, whose smirk and amusement clearly indicated he was on his own. I'm afraid I don't know what Raxburts are, Jasper admitted. Luna here can tell you all about them while Harry tries on his robes, Ginny chimed in. She grabbed Harry's hand and led him, along with the others, toward the brightly lit room where a witch was pulling stacks of dark blue fabric from a shelf. The witch, presumably Madame Malkin, gawked at Harry for a moment before ushering him and Neville onto step stools in the center of the room. Jasper listened eagerly as Luna began to describe the Raxburts he was supposedly adept at warding off. However, he wasn't quite sure how he was meant to keep away invisible creatures that flew through one's ears and wreaked havoc in their brains. Ginny's amusement made it hard to tell if he was receiving a genuine explanation or not. He shamelessly listened as Harry and Neville caught up while being poked and prodded by the witch. How's your grandmother? Harry asked. Still kicking, Neville laughed. She's at the Three Broomsticks every week bragging about how many Death Eaters she took down single-handedly. Jasper felt a desperate longing to meet the grandmother who had fought in a war. I bet that's not all she's bragging about, Harry suggested with a grin. Well. Neville blushed heavily and shrugged. Yeah, she goes on a bit. Ooh, you should hear her, Harry, Ginny interrupted. My grandson, you know, told Voldemort to piss off right to his face. Even Luna and the seamstress joined in the laughter. Neville's a hero, you know, Ginny told Jasper. He killed the snake and got caught on fire for his troubles. Jasper's face must have shown his confusion, as he tried to process all this new information. Jasper couldn't help but chuckle as the three of them shared a laugh, and Neville hopped off his stool, promising to buy him a drink and tell him all about it. Jasper politely refrained from mentioning that he didn't need a drink, but he was definitely eager to hear more. Once their fittings were complete, Neville led the way to the leaky cauldron, whispers and gossip trailing behind them. Harry seemed amused that many of the murmurs included the name Longbottom almost as much as they did Potter. After Neville secured a private area for them, they settled in and ordered drinks. Jasper noticed Harry hesitating before glancing at Teddy and opting for a water. It seemed being a godfather took precedence over having a drink. Did you finally figure it out? Ginny asked Jasper. I did, he replied, recalling her earlier comment about him not knowing who he was dating. Figure what out? Harry asked, looking confused. How terribly famous you are, Ginny said, shooting Neville an exasperated glance. Harry didn't tell Jasper anything. Don't worry, Jasper. Harry might not like to brag, but I learned from the best, Neville chimed in cheerfully. Want to hear all about how your boyfriend ended a war? Yes. Yes, he did. As Harry fussed with Teddy and fed him, Neville began to recount the story, with occasional input from Ginny. He started with the moment a student announced at dinner that Harry, Hermione, and Ron had broken into a bank and stolen a dragon. He described the tension of hiding from cruel Death Eater professors and how he rallied students to join the club Harry once led in his 5th year. Then, he recalled how Harry showed up just hours after the dragon incident, and all hell broke loose. Jasper held his breath as Neville detailed the battle that erupted. They were losing, people were dying. Harry was racing through the castle, trying to find a Horcrux and save as many lives as he could. Ginny laughed as she recounted how Harry attempted to protect her from the battle. Her eyes flashed with indignation at the thought that anyone would assume this fiery teenage girl needed protection. And then Voldemort said, "I'll give you 1 hour to dispose of the dead, but if Harry Potter doesn't come to me in that time, I will join the battle myself and kill everyone who stands before him," Neville recounted. "We had plenty of dead and wounded, but we weren't going to stop fighting. Never." Except Harry decided to go. Jasper looked incredulously at Harry, who had long since stopped protesting Neville's tale and was now solemnly rocking Teddy. "I had to," Harry said simply. "Well, I should have gone with you," Neville replied. The two of them shared a deep look of regret, shadows from the fight still lingering in their eyes. "I let you down, Harry. I should have gone with you." "No, Neville, no." Harry frowned and leaned across the table, grasping Neville's arm with his free hand. "You would have died." "Better to die with my friend than let him die alone," Neville insisted. Jasper, who had been part of multiple armies, even one bonded by supernatural loyalty, had never encountered a soldier like Neville Longbottom. "While Harry was gone, the rest of us were busy moving bodies," Ginny said, her voice heavy with sorrow. "We didn't know he was gone until it was too late." Neville and Harry broke off the silent apologies they were communicating with their eyes, and Neville jumped back into the story. He was a vivid storyteller, describing the sorrow, misery, and regret that enveloped the crowd when they saw Harry's body. If Jasper could have produced tears, he would have likely been weeping. Ginny spoke of how Voldemort tried to tarnish Harry's name, but the crowd wouldn't hear of it. "Not our Harry. He would never run from us. He would die before he left us to fight alone." And then Neville screamed, "I'll join you when hell freezes over." "Over." Luna interrupted as Neville recounted Voldemort's offer to join his army. The group looked at Neville with admiration. He believed death was near, yet he refused to bow. It was one of the bravest things Jasper had ever heard. "I only had the strength to stand up and say those things because Harry taught me," Neville said earnestly. "He taught me how to stand up for myself, how to fight, how to protect others. And if he was dead, I wasn't going to let him down. Harry is why we were able to fight at all," Luna added. "He's special." Harry felt a whirlwind of emotions, swirling with pain, until Ginny smirked and chimed in, "Well, I think he's a prat. Letting us all think he was dead. Pfft. That's why Mum wouldn't let him out of her sight for weeks. What if he runs off and lets another Dark Lord kill him?" Harry chuckled, feeling his spirits lift with a touch of love and affection. "Don't forget the best part, Nev," he said. "Molly screaming, 'Not my daughter, you bitch,' and taking down Bellatrix. That was legendary. I liked when you told Voldemort to try for some remorse to save himself," Luna said lightly. "Harry's the only bloke in the world who would offer a deathbed confession to Voldemort," Neville remarked, shaking his head. "He's more forgiving than anyone I've ever met." Jasper was keenly aware of Harry's incredible capacity for forgiveness. He sighed as Neville recounted Harry's refusal to let anyone stand between him and Voldemort during the final battle. "We were frozen. Merlin knows I tried to get to him," Ginny said, her voice trembling as the fear of battle seeped into her emotions. Ron and Hermione were struggling, trying every spell they could to break it, but Harry's magic was everywhere. It wouldn't let any of us step forward. "It had to be like that," Harry said softly. "What? What would your mum do if she lost you too, Gin?" Jasper asked, realizing for the first time that one of the Weasley family members had been taken by the war. Neville wrapped a comforting arm around Ginny's shoulders as he lifted his mug. "To Fred." "To Fred," they echoed in unison. After a moment of respectful silence, Neville continued, "So it was just Harry and Voldemort. Do you know what spell Harry used against the madman trying to kill him?" Expelliarmus. Jasper, who had a decent grasp of Latin, raised his brows at Harry. You aim to disarm him? Harry shrugged and poked Teddy in the belly until the baby giggled. One day, remind me to tell you all about how your daddy said the time for disarming had passed, and I didn't listen, he said with a grin. Harry's one of a kind, Ginny said fondly. That's why Expelliarmus is the first spell all the little ones want to learn in defense. Harry skillfully used this moment to transition into a discussion about defensive magic with the others. Jasper listened with nothing less than the utmost admiration as these incredible war heroes talked about the education of future wizards and witches. He realized just who he was dating that day. In his opinion, Harry's defeat of Voldemort was the least interesting thing about him. Chapter 26, Play Ball. Sunday, March 14, 2004. Are you going to read all day? Harry sighed, throwing himself across the sofa in the Cullens' living room. He looked up at Jasper with a pleading expression. Will your friend stop giggling every time I ask a question? Jasper didn't even glance up from the book he'd been engrossed in all morning. Probably not, he replied. Then I guess you'll have to entertain yourself until I'm done, darling, Jasper said with a charming smile. Perhaps you could go help Rosalie plot Edward's imminent demise. Fine. Harry huffed as he got to his feet. I'm moving you to Ravenclaw, and I'm telling Hermione about your passion for history. You'll be hounded with owls. Jasper laughed behind Harry's back as he headed to the garage. Rose, Jasper is being boring, Harry complained. What are you doing? Rosalie had her legs sticking out from beneath her car, which Emmett was holding up for her. Recalibrating the engine, she murmured. You won't be bored for long. Your little friend is coming soon, she added, her tone revealing her displeasure. She was the least enthusiastic about Edward bringing Bella home to meet his family today. Harry thought it was a bit unfair. They'd invited him over countless times when they believed he was a muggle. If you're bored, we could always have that rematch, Emmett said, flexing his arm and letting his muscles ripple menacingly. Unless you're scared. Scared of what? Harry asked blandly. The score is 11-0. Do you really want to make it 12? Rosalie laughed and slid out from beneath her car, a few streaks of oil smudged across her face, a look that would be ridiculous on anyone else. He doesn't know when to accept defeat, she said fondly. Do you want to come see? Is this Teddy's room? Harry asked, surprised. You already set him up a room? Rose, how did you manage that? Just yesterday, Andromeda had reminded him of his responsibilities, and with Jasper staying over last night, he was puzzled about how Rosalie knew about his upcoming living arrangements. Alice, they said in unison. Harry cursed under his breath while Rosalie wore a smug smirk. I'll check it out later, Harry replied, imagining it would be opulent, overly designed, and likely themed if Alice had a hand in it. Come on, Emmett, let's fight. As they made their way through the sitting room, where Jasper was still absorbed in the history of magic, Alice interrupted them. She was bouncing on her toes, a bright smile on her face. Baseball starts at 6, and Bella will be here in 3 minutes. She sang cheerfully. That dashed Harry's hopes of dueling Emmett, but at least it got Jasper to put down his book. And we have to do this today? Harry asked. Don't be rude, Esme chimed in as she entered the room, scolding her son. Your brother has every right to bring his partner home for us to meet, just as you did. Yeah, but Harry's a wizard, and Isabella Swan is a... Rosalie paused, then winked at Harry. Prat. It's not Isabella's fault that she's not a wizard, Carlyle said as he walked in and kissed Esme on the head. And you will be polite to your brother's girlfriend, just as he was once unfailingly polite to your partner. Did Edward not like Emmett? Harry asked, curiosity piqued as he flopped down on the sofa next to Jasper. What happened? Emmett was terribly loud and noisy, Esme explained. Edward prefers quiet. Also, Emmett and Rosalie were obnoxious, according to Edward, Alice added. Were? Jasper raised an eyebrow at his sister. They still are. Careful there, lover boy, Rosalie said, glancing at her reflection in the mirror by the door as she wiped the oil from her face. I'd hate to have Harry defending my obnoxious honor. I'd do it too, Harry replied with a teasing smile. I told you, Rose is my favorite. I'll remember that next time you're being mobbed, Jasper chimed in. Let's see if Rosalie can save you from being hounded for autographs. Why would someone want your autograph? Emmett snickered. Honestly, no idea, Harry deadpanned. They must have me mixed up with some other bloke. He couldn't help but think back to yesterday. Jasper had witnessed all the craziness that came with being Harry Potter and hadn't even run for his life, which Harry probably would have done in his shoes. Jasper had even laughed when Harry showed him the newspaper clipping that Molly sent, The Man Who Conquered and His Undead Lover, written by Rita Skeeter, of course. But it did feature a decent photo of Harry, Jasper, and Teddy tucked away in the ice cream parlor together. In the picture, Harry and Jasper were laughing while Teddy tried to lick ice cream off his nose. Harry privately thought it was a cute photo and had sent an owl to the Daily Prophet requesting the original. He even signed the bottom of his letter in large, clear letters to ensure it wouldn't be denied. You keep a lot of secrets, kid, Emmett accused as he flopped into the chair in front of the TV. Rosalie lay across his lap, a perfect picture of their rather obnoxious relationship. They're here. Alice suddenly yelled. Don't forget, nothing about magic. Be right back, Jasper murmured. He disappeared and returned almost as quickly as Harry could blink, the book he'd been carrying now hidden away in his room. Jasper stretched out in his seat, crossing his long legs at the ankle and draping an arm over Harry's shoulders. You should have just told Bella you were a vampire, he said. It would have been much simpler. Easier, Harry said. She might have figured it out when I ate food and didn't sparkle in the sun. He rolled his eyes. Harry's just mad she figured it out quicker than he did, Alice laughed. Bite me, Harry replied playfully. Oh. Wait. The Cullen family erupted in laughter just as Edward and Bella walked in through the front door. Bella clung closely to Edward's side, clearly nervous about meeting everyone. However, she seemed to relax a bit when her eyes landed on Harry. Isabella, these are my parents. Carlisle. Hello again, Miss Swan, Carlisle greeted with a warm smile from his spot by the bookcase next to Esme. Hello, Bella responded softly. My mother, Esme. Welcome, dear, Esme said, her smile genuine. Harry had no doubt she was perfectly fine with Edward's unusual choice in a girlfriend. And you know my siblings, Alice, Rosalie, Emmett, Harry, and Jasper. Harry hid his shock at being included in the group, sharing only a glance with Jasper, who undoubtedly sensed his sudden surprise. Hello, Bella smiled tentatively at them all. You have a lovely house. Esme designed it herself, Edward said proudly. She has a remarkable eye for interior design. Oh, quit it, Esme laughed. Isabella, please, come sit. We don't bite, Emmett said with a toothy grin. Emmett does, but he's been whipped into shape by Rosalie, Alice teased. Even if you do smell nice, we won't let him eat you. Carlisle and Esme shot disapproving looks at Alice, but Harry couldn't help but snicker. He glanced at Jasper to see how he reacted to Alice's joke, but Jasper looked anything but amused. In fact, he seemed to be in actual pain. You good? Harry propped his chin on Jasper's shoulder, trying to keep his voice low. Yes. Jasper responded naturally, but Harry noticed his chest wasn't moving with the inhales they usually forced. Which was strange. Wanna get out of here? Harry suggested quietly as Bella examined Edward's piano. Very much, Jasper replied. The two of them stood up, and Jasper extended his hand to Harry. Hey, We're going to leave for a bit, Harry told Bella. Are you playing baseball tonight? Baseball? Bella asked, glancing curiously at both Harry and Edward. Are you guys playing? Harry won't be, Edward said with a smirk at Harry. But you should come. Alice says there's going to be a thunderstorm. Harry can play if he wants, Jasper added. He looked down at Harry. Do you know how to play? Harry shrugged. No, he admitted. But Emmett taught me to play American football. How different can it be? In truth, Harry thought Emmett had taken out his frustration on not beating him in a fight by tackling him in the Cullens' huge yard. Considering Emmett could have literally squashed him, Harry figured he got off easy with just a few bruises and one broken wrist. Baseball with vampires? Rosalie scoffed from her hidden spot on Emmett's lap in front of the TV. Yeah, you and Isabella will do marvelously. Rosalie's sarcasm settled it. Harry was definitely playing. We'll see, he replied stubbornly. 6 o'clock then. Alice chimed in, directing them just as Edward began playing a few notes on his piano. Jasper led Harry out to the garage, where he let out a heavy sigh and turned away from him. I'm sorry, he said, running a light hand over the side of his motorcycle. If you want to go back inside, I can handle it. Handle what? Harry asked, bemused. Are you okay? Jasper turned back around, and his burning eyes caught Harry's attention. You might have missed it, but I'm a vampire, he said tightly. And Bella, she smells like a really tasty snack. Harry finally understood the pain reflected in Jasper's expression. Dang, Jasper chuckled, though there was no real amusement in his eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. Why don't you go catch up with your friend? I'll go for a run or something. Harry rolled his eyes and walked right over to him. Or we could race. I don't want to hang out with someone if you can't come. Harry hesitated, almost admitting he'd rather spend time with Jasper, but instead, he tripped over his words and mumbled something unintelligible. Jasper perked up at Harry's embarrassment. I have no idea what you just said, but I'm going to assume it was something about how my cute face is far preferable to Bella's. I said I only put up with you because I like your bike, Harry replied, rolling his eyes. He wasn't great at the easy flirtations that Jasper pulled off so effortlessly, but he figured Jasper understood him most of the time anyway. Want to take my car back and trade it for my bike? Or we could leave your car here and just take my bike out, Jasper suggested. It doesn't fly, but it can hit nearly 200 if we find the right road. Harry found that to be a perfectly acceptable compromise. Especially as Jasper sped down the road, the wind whipping past them so fiercely it brought tears to Harry's eyes. He clung tightly to Jasper as they drove for hours. Jasper washed away the reminder of Bella's sweetly scented blood, and Harry simply reveled in the overwhelming sense of normalcy that enveloped them. They weren't a vampire and a wizard. They weren't someone struggling with bloodlust and someone struggling with everything else. They were just Jasper and Harry, riding a motorcycle together down a winding, rainy road, laughing and hollering as Jasper took turns too fast, threatening to unseat them both. What would you do if I fell? Harry yelled over the rushing wind. I'd catch you, of course, Jasper replied. What would you do? Will I get hurt if I fall? Harry asked, his tone serious. Of course not, Jasper replied with a grin. Then I'd just laugh and steal your bike. Jasper turned his head to glance back at Harry, who wore a perfectly straight face. As he turned back to the road, laughter bubbled up inside him. You're truly evil. I know, Harry said, resting his chin on Jasper's shoulder. He leaned in and impulsively kissed the side of Jasper's neck. Absolutely evil. By the time they returned Jasper's bike and reached the clearing, everyone except Edward and Bella had already arrived. Rosalie and Emmett were batting baseballs, sending them soaring high above the trees, far beyond Harry's line of sight. Alice sat cross-legged in the center of the field, her eyes closed and a small smile gracing her lips. Across the clearing, Carlyle was happily chatting with Esme. "I don't think I understand how to play," Harry murmured to Jasper as he surveyed the large, intimidating field. "You can't play," Emmett chuckled, effortlessly hitting the ball that Rosalie tossed to him. "If you're pretending to be human, you don't stand a chance." Jasper looked amused, his eyes sparkling as he explained, "You have to hit the ball with the bat, then run around the bases before the other team catches it. There are quite a few rules, darlin', and we don't exactly play at human speeds." "Which means you're out," Emmett said with a teasing grin. "Sorry, kid. You can sit with Bella and watch how it's done." Taking a deep breath, Harry counted to 5 slowly, ensuring he made a rational decision rather than a rash one. "I'm playing," he declared, tossing his hooded jacket aside. He tucked his wand into his back pocket and smirked at Emmett across the field. "Now, tell me the rules." Harry had always struggled with baseball, much like he did with Quidditch. Emmett, Rosalie, and even Carlyle were in stitches over Harry's repeated attempts to apparate and catch the ball after Emmett hit it with a powerful crack. "Well, you can't just apparate to a specific spot by thinking, 'I want to go where the ball is,'" he shouted as he reappeared back on the field. "It's harder than I'm making it look. I'd like to see you guys try it." "You're doing wonderfully, darling," Jasper drawled lazily from his spot on the ground between Esme and Alice. "I think your yelling is really reducing your chances of splinching." "Piss off, sweetheart," Harry shot back, which only made Jasper laugh harder. Harry brushed his hair off his forehead and glared at Emmett's smug expression. "Hit it again, Em." Emmett swung at the ball again. Harry tried, and failed, to catch it once more. After retrieving the ball from the forest floor, he apparat back to the field just as Edward and Bella arrived. "Oh." Harry blinked at Bella's shocked gasp. "Hey there." But..." Bella stammered, struggling to find her words. The silence stretched until Rosalie broke it with a haughty sneer. "He's a wizard, duh." "Rosalie Hale. You will be polite," Esme admonished gently. "Bella, dear, why don't you let Harry explain?" Harry glanced between Rosalie and Bella, slowly inching his way toward Jasper. Sensing his discomfort, Jasper stepped up beside him and placed a comforting hand on his back. "Think Rose covered it," Harry said lightly with a shrug. "Surprise?" Bella stood there, her mouth hanging open, her eyes wide as she stared at Harry. The group fell silent, and the seconds ticked by, 20, 45, a minute and a half. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Bella took a shuddering breath and narrowed her eyes at Harry. "You said we were the humans here," she accused. "I never accused you," Harry said. "No, you said we were humans, and it was weird." I responded with, "You have no idea." Bella raised an eyebrow. "So, surprise?" "And here Edward just got a whole speech about that nice Potter boy," she added. Harry threw the ball as hard as he could at Emmett's face. It wasn't very hard, and Emmett caught it effortlessly, grinning at Edward. "Were you really?" Edward quoted, the exact words were, "Bella, are you sure you wouldn't rather hang out with that nice Potter boy tonight? He's a good sort." Apparently, Charlie is unaware of your love for death-defying stunts and foul language. "I think it adds to his charm, really," Jasper mused. "Just sucks at baseball," Emmett taunted. "Maybe Isabella will be better." "Maybe not," Rosalie muttered darkly. Harry scowled at Emmett, then stormed off to the sidelines with Jasper right beside him. "I'm not playing," he yelled at Emmett. "And we're having a rematch tomorrow." "Whatever you say, kid," Emmett laughed. Harry decided to call Hermione, begging her to find any spell that might make him better at baseball. He knew she'd lecture him about how busy she was with her newts, but she'd call him back within an hour with a whole list of spells. Next time it stormed, he would be ready to kick Emmett's arse. The others quickly split into two teams. Alice, Edward, and Carlisle made one, while Jasper, Rosalie, and Emmett formed the other. Esme told Bella and Harry that she would be the referee to keep them honest. Which is good, Harry said to Bella, because Emmett's a damn cheater. Says the guy who just popped up out of thin air holding a muddy baseball, Bella replied. Harry shrugged and sat down on the wet ground, swiping a couple of stray raindrops off his glasses. He watched as the Cullens played, and he had to begrudgingly admit, they were really good. I think Jasper runs faster than even my firebolt can fly, Harry complained as he watched Jasper dash across the field, catching the ball with a cheeky wink in his direction. What's a firebolt? Bella asked, spreading her jacket on the ground beside him. She was staring after Edward with an expression that was equal parts dreamy and goofy. A broomstick, Harry explained. We fly on them. You, Bella's jaw dropped, her lovesick gaze shifting to one of pure surprise. You mean witches actually fly on brooms? Motorcycles and dragons too, Edward called out from his spot on second base, clearly eavesdropping while he waited for Carlisle to bat. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione flew on a dragon, Jasper corrected from the field. Except he was wrong. Charlie flies on dragons all the time, Harry called back. Dragon tamer, remember? Which explains the dragon tattoo on his arm, Jasper nodded. Got it. Dragons are real? Bella shrieked. Is anything just fantasy or myth? Harry thought about the last thing he had considered a myth, a triangle with a circle inside it, a vertical line drawn straight through the center. The cloak of invisibility. The resurrection stone. The elder wand. It all felt like utter rubbish. This can't be what the sign really means, he thought. Everything's real, Harry replied, his voice firm. Bella must have sensed his frustration because she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she spoke quietly with Esme while Harry tried to keep track of Jasper, who was effortlessly catching and throwing the ball. When Jasper was waiting for his turn to bat, he jogged over to where Harry was sitting. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his happiness made Harry's heart clench. How am I doing? Jasper asked, his enthusiasm infectious. Great, Harry admitted. Which you already know. Leaning down, Jasper whispered in Harry's ear, his breath sending goosebumps down Harry's arms. You can beat me in Quidditch sometime, he said, grinning. Jasper pulled back, grinning at Harry before quickly darting forward to kiss him, then sprinting away again. You've got a bit of a smile there, Harry, Bella said seriously. You should probably growl or something before someone thinks you're happy. Shut up, Bella. The Cullens continued to play as the thunderstorm raged around them. Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper were in the lead, having argued over a foul ball. Alice had her slender arm pulled back, preparing to pitch to Carlisle, when she suddenly froze. Edward was by Bella's side in an instant, the others quickly following, sensing a danger that only Alice and Edward could foresee. Jasper moved beside Harry, grasping his hand. His expression shifted from joy to concern as he picked up on his siblings' anxious emotions. The others, Alice choked out, the only one still in the center of the field. I had the direction wrong before. They heard us playing. They're coming here. What others? Harry asked, switching sides with Jasper so he could keep hold of him while pulling out his wand with his right hand. How soon? Edward wrapped a protective arm around Bella. Too soon, Alice replied, her voice higher than usual, revealing her distress. I'm sorry, Edward. They'll be in the clearing within a minute. What others? Harry pressed again. A group of nomads, Jasper explained. Alice saw that they were passing through soon. Apparently, they're stopping to chat. I'm guessing these aren't vegetarian nomads? Bella asked, her voice trembling slightly. Edward immediately took her face in his hands, looking deeply into her eyes. I will not allow anything to happen to you, he said soberly. He pulled her hair loose from its ponytail, letting it fall around her shoulders. Alice darted over, offering her hat to Bella. To help mask your smell, she explained. It's not helping. I can smell her across the field, Rosalie gritted out. Just take her and run, Harry hissed to Edward, unsure if the nomads were close enough to hear. Go quickly, Harry urged. It won't help, Alice replied. They'll catch the scent and may start hunting. I can't see how this will end if we try to remain civil. We will make every effort to be peaceful, but we'll protect our family if we have to, Carlisle assured them. Where are they coming from, Alice? Alice pointed, and Carlisle immediately turned to face that direction. He positioned himself at the front, with Emmett and Rosalie flanking him. Alice took her place behind Rosalie, while Esme stood behind Emmett. Edward positioned Bella safely behind him, staying close to his father, but Harry disrupted the neat formation by stepping up beside Rosalie. Jasper, reluctant to let go of Harry's hand, followed closely. Carlisle whispered something to Edward, who shook his head in response. Harry raised an eyebrow at Jasper, but he too shook his head. If any of them move to attack, apparate Isabella back to our house and stay with her. Build a fire if you have to, Jasper whispered urgently to Harry. Harry peeked between Emmett and Esme, noticing that Bella looked pale and shaken. Please, Harry. Edward caught his gaze, seemingly reading his thoughts. Jasper will not be injured, I promise. Harry clenched his eyes shut for a brief moment before giving a slight nod. Hand, Bella, Jasper instructed, moving his hand to Harry's lower back so he could pocket his wand. He reached through the others to grasp Bella's hand. If he had to apparate, he needed to act faster than a vampire could strike. And if they attacked before he could get Bella out, it was better for them to believe he was human. The fire from Harry's wand could then serve as a nasty surprise. They're here, Alice and Edward said in unison. Harry squinted into the tree line ahead and watched as the nomads entered the clearing. The first to emerge was a man, roughly Jasper's height, with shaggy brown hair and a tense posture. He stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. Harry half-crouched and stepped to the side, allowing the man behind him to take the lead. The man now in front was thin, with olive-toned skin and long black dreadlocks. He held an easy posture, despite the 9 pairs of eyes watching him without a hint of a smile. A woman flanked the leader's left side, and she was striking. With bright red hair that looked like a beacon, her wild curls danced even without a breeze. But it was her calculating gaze, filled with a hint of madness, that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. All 3 of them wore sturdy traveling clothes, light rucksacks slung over their backs, and their eyes glowed a vivid crimson. Hello, Carlisle said warmly as the trio stopped in front of them. My name is Carlisle Cullen, and this is my family, Esme, Rosalie, Bella, Alice, Jasper, Edward, Harry, and Emmett. Harry noted how Carlisle didn't single anyone out, he simply listed their names in one fluid introduction. Hello, the man in front replied, flashing a bright smile. There was a hint of an accent in his voice that Harry couldn't quite place, though it reminded him of Fleur's father. I am Laurent, and these are James and Victoria. James and Victoria remained silent, but Harry kept Victoria in his peripheral vision. It might have been unfair, but her resemblance to Bellatrix put him on high alert, making him eager to get Bella as far away as possible. Jasper's hand flexed on Harry's back for a moment before the others seemed to relax, their tense postures easing into more casual stances with friendly smiles. Harry didn't dare look up at Jasper, but he sensed that Jasper was working to foster peace among them, a peace he hadn't forced upon Harry. What brings you through here? Carlisle asked. We're traveling north, Laurent replied easily. We stopped just outside Seattle to hunt and thought we heard a game going on. He glanced at the baseball equipment still in Emmett's hands and smiled. Would you care for 3 more players? I haven't had a game in quite some time. Harry thought he noticed Victoria roll her eyes briefly before returning to a neutral expression of curiosity. Certainly, Carlyle replied. A few of our players were just about to leave, so you can step in for them. James began to grin at Emmett, a competitive spark igniting in his eyes. Just then, a slight breeze swept through the clearing, setting off a chain of events that left Harry momentarily bewildered. Bella's hair fluttered in the wind, catching James's attention. He stiffened and turned to scrutinize her, taking a half-step closer, his curiosity evident. In response, Edward dropped into a protective crouch in front of Bella, letting out a menacing growl. And Victoria, the feral-looking redhead with a wild gleam in her eyes, locked her gaze on Harry as the wind carried his scent toward her. Her eyes widened, and she dropped into a hunter's stance. Without hesitation, Harry pulled out his wand. Chapter 27, Splitting Up. What is this? Lauren's crimson eyes widened as he looked between Harry and Isabella. You brought snacks? Jasper snapped his teeth together as Edward let out a low snarl. He risked a quick glance away from the redhead, who was eyeing Harry with deep-rooted hatred, and saw that Harry already had his wand drawn. Anxiety, determination, anger, and fear flickered across Harry's face, but he clenched his jaw, his knuckles white around the wand. Jasper could sense the rising feelings of want, greed, lust, amusement, and glee emanating from the nomad James. It was clear to him that this was a lost cause. James was practically grinning as he silently challenged Edward. They are with us, a part of our family, Carlyle said firmly. We do not hunt humans, as you can see, and they will not be harmed. Human? The redhead shrieked, her voice high-pitched. He isn't human. Both Lauren and James, drawn in by Isabella's tempting blood, cast curious looks at Harry. Harry responded with a sharp smile directed at Victoria. I'm more human than you, leech, he sneered. Not that it's much of a contest. Lauren took a curious step toward Harry, prompting Jasper to pull his fearless, reckless partner halfway behind him, baring his teeth at the looming threat. What are you? Lauren asked, stopping in his tracks. He raised his hands in a show of innocence, though his eyes remained locked on Harry's defiant green ones. Magic, Harry drawled sarcastically. Lauren looked disbelieving, but Victoria let out a shriek of distress. James raised his brows, and Jasper felt his amusement and glee triple. I said they are with us, Carlyle reiterated firmly. James and Lauren slowly straightened up and stepped back into their original formation, though Victoria continued to watch Harry, her face a mix of anger, hatred, terror, and disgust. Jasper frantically sent out a wave of peace. Tranquility mingled with disinterest, but that didn't matter now. Harry could read James and Victoria's intentions through their emotions as easily as Edward could read their thoughts. It seems we have much to learn about each other, Lauren said, adopting a diplomatic tone. Jasper had never had much patience for politicians. We do, Carlyle replied calmly. Why don't you come to our home? You can clean up, and we can talk. As long as you agree to refrain from hunting within 100 miles of our house, we need to remain inconspicuous. Of course. Lauren cast one last curious glance at Isabella and Harry before nodding cordially. We will not harm your humans. Harry tightened his grip on Isabella's hand and glanced quickly at Jasper. Jasper tapped him gently on the back with his index finger. Wait, he wanted to say. Wait. Don't reveal what you can do just yet, especially if we're leaving now. Harry didn't vanish as Jasper knew he could, which suggested he understood in some way. We will show you the way, Carlyle said, stepping forward with Emmett, Rosalie, and Esme, while Edward stepped back with Isabella. Jasper hesitated, reluctant to leave his family behind, but as Harry moved to stand beside Isabella, he had little choice. Alice took a light step back as well, remaining with the smaller group as the others began to run. Can you take us, Harry? Edward asked, his voice bleak, his emotions heavy with agony. Take us to your house? Harry hesitated, frowning at the four others. I can only take one at a time, he said quietly. I can't apparate with more than one person. I'm not as good as Hermione, I'm sorry. Don't be, Jasper reassured him quickly. Take Alice first, then Isabella, then Edward, and come back for me, darling. You go first, Jazz, Alice said tonelessly. The female is going straight to Harry's house, the male to Bella's. My house? Isabella exclaimed. But, Charlie's there. Harry, please, can you go get Charlie? Harry hesitated, his emotions swirling as he struggled to contain the rising panic from the heavy demands placed on him. Harry is one person, Jasper said, his gaze sharp as he looked at his brother. He thought fiercely, he's doing enough. He can't do everything. They aren't going to hurt Charlie, Alice said confidently. But if Harry shows up at Charlie's house tonight, it's going to be a disaster. I can't guarantee he won't get hurt, Bella. Then you go first, Harry replied, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Come on. He took Jasper's hand, and Jasper braced himself for the familiar, suffocating sensation of apparition at Harry's side. Accio cloak. Harry called out as soon as they landed, finally standing on his own 2 feet. The cloak flew from his room, and he tossed it to Jasper. Don't step outside, and put this on, he ordered before vanishing with a quick pop. Jasper stared at the purple silk cloak in bemusement. If Harry said it had a purpose, then it certainly did. He felt ridiculous standing there in Harry's cloak, but he didn't have to wait long. With a crack, Alice was unceremoniously dropped into Harry's living room. Jasper caught a fleeting glimpse of Harry's black hair and heard him bark, "Head to, Jazz," before he disappeared again. Why is your body gone? Alice asked, her curiosity piqued. Jasper looked down and let out a joyless chuckle upon realizing Harry had given him his invisibility cloak. Apparently, I'm meant to be invisible, he said. Here, cover yourself, Alice. Harry will be back momentarily, and we can start figuring out what to do. It doesn't look good, Alice said quietly, running her fingers over the silky material as she stared blankly at Harry's bookcase. Jasper didn't have a chance to ask what she meant before Harry returned with Isabella. In the center of the floor, Harry observed with a detached tone, "She's going to puke," before vanishing from sight. Call Carlisle and tell him it's going to be a fight. I've got Bella, Alice instructed, quickly grabbing a trash can from Harry's bathroom and placing it under Isabella's face just as the trembling, pale girl began to vomit. Jasper wrinkled his nose at the smell, but it was a welcome distraction from the scent of Isabella's blood. He dialed Carlisle and felt a wave of relief when his father answered right away. It's going to be a fight, Jasper said urgently. We don't know who or how, but Alice says it'll be a fight. We'll meet you after we attempt to part peacefully with our guest. I assume you're in a cold location? Carlisle asked, referencing the scent of Harry's blood in a futile effort to disguise their whereabouts. If the female was outside, they already knew where they were. We are. See you soon. Jasper snapped his phone shut just as Harry and Edward landed in the living room. Bella, I'm so sorry, Edward said, rushing to Isabella's side and smoothing the sweaty strands of hair away from her face. Are you all right? Jasper kept his eyes and senses focused on Harry. He could see Harry trembling, his jaw clenched, and his eyes filled with fear, protectiveness, panic, and exhaustion. Sit. Jasper was at his side in an instant, gently guiding him to his favorite chair. Sit until Carlisle gets here. We'll plan then. What are we planning? Isabella asked, her face still glistening with sweat, though she had stopped vomiting. Harry waved his wand wearily from his seat, making the unpleasant mess disappear. James goes on the hunt tonight, Edward said. He wants you, Bella. I'm so sorry. I should never have exposed you like that. It wasn't like you had a choice, Alice interjected. If you had run immediately, he would have caught her scent anyway. What's the plan then? Harry asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Hide the human, kill the leech? Jasper dashed to the kitchen, grabbing one of his unpleasant silver canned drinks for Harry and a second for Isabella. He returned, handing them their drinks just as Harry raised his can in a mock toast before downing it quickly. Wait, is she outside? Harry asked, emptying his drink. He shifted in his seat, straining to see through the bay windows in his living room. She is, Alice replied. She's watching you very carefully. Jasper let out a low snarl, hoping she could hear it. He wanted that red-headed woman to know he would personally rip her head from her body for even looking at Harry. Well, she doesn't need to hear us, Harry muttered. Muffliato. When nothing changed, the others glanced at him in confusion. Muffling charm, he explained with a shrug. Nobody can hear us now. So what's the plan? Carlisle isn't going to like it, but we're going to have to kill them, Edward said, absent-mindedly stroking Isabella's face as he spoke. I can still hear her, he continued. She's confused about why she can't hear us anymore, but she knows what you are, Harry. She's going to kill you. Harry laughed, his emotions a mix of bitterness and anger. She can give it a go, he said defiantly. She absolutely cannot, Jasper gritted out. Why? Why, Harry? Isabella is the one with the damn vampire magnetic blood. Edward scowled at his brother, but Jasper ignored it. He would feed 100 humans to that woman if it meant she'd leave Harry alone. Harry hadn't claimed he couldn't be killed, just that he wouldn't die. It was an important distinction that Jasper desperately needed to understand once the others were gone. Edward caught that errant thought and fixed his gaze on Harry, his brows furrowing in concentration. Her creator was killed by a wizard, he said slowly, but she knows who you are. Do you know who killed her creator? No, it could have been anyone, Harry replied. Jasper shrugged. She must have spent some time in England recently if she knows who I am. Isabella raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, but neither Jasper, Edward, nor Harry offered any further explanation. What are they planning, Edward? Jasper asked, already strategizing, preparing for a confrontation. She wants to attack Harry first. She sees him as the biggest threat. I can't read him, he's not outside, but he's a tracker, Jasper. A skilled one. And he wants Bella. Jasper suppressed a groan. Of course the male was a tracker. That complicated things, but it wasn't impossible. The real issue was the warm-smelling girl nestled against his brother. She would be in danger if they launched a direct attack. We've presented him with a challenge, Edward said. A challenge that only got more interesting when Harry called himself magical. This is his greatest hunt yet, breaking through a clan of 7 vampires to attack one human girl and help the female get to Harry. This is a challenge he's wanted his whole life. So I go outside and kill her, Harry said nonchalantly. I'm not seeing what advantage this guy thinks he has. The advantage he has is that he will run, make us chase him, and he will never stop hunting her, Edward replied sharply. If you go after her now, she'll run and keep coming back. You'll never have a moment of peace. Revolutionary concept, Harry muttered, slipping into a thoughtful silence. Isabella will need to flee, Jasper said, contemplating the situation. We have to make it look like she left, then we can hunt them. He might be a tracker, but there are 7. 8, Harry interjected. Right, 8, Jasper corrected himself. There are 8 of us. We can't all go, Edward said firmly. Someone has to stay with Bella. At least 2 people should. It was clear Edward expected to be one of them. Jasper thought reasonably that the hunting party would have a better chance with him than without. Let someone else. Protecting Isabella, he would at least keep an eye on him during the fight. He noticed Edward's subtle frown, recognizing that Jasper's thoughts had struck a chord. Carlisle and the others are here, Alice said, breaking the tension. Harry, can they come in? Bit past traditional manners, aren't we? Harry replied with a grin. It's never a bad time for manners, Esme chimed in as she appeared in the living room. What's going on? Carlyle asked, materializing just as quickly. Emmett and Rosalie are patrolling outside. The female was there, but she ran when she saw Emmett, Edward explained, quickly briefing them on what they knew. Jasper glanced down at Harry, pondering if he could convince him to sit out the actual fighting and take on a protective role instead. Given everything he knew about Harry Potter, he doubted it. But he would give it a shot. We need to send Bella away, Edward said to Carlyle. Hide her. I can't just leave. Isabella cried out. I've got Charlie in school. I can't just go. You don't understand. Edward insisted. He will kill you, Bella. The best we can do is get you as far away as possible. Isabella turned her gaze to Harry, who nodded in agreement, fully supporting the plan. What about my dad? She asked quietly. I can't just leave him. How long will I be gone? As long as it takes, Edward replied. Harry and Alice, will you go with her? Jasper felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had assumed Edward was too focused on his partner to consider Jasper's feelings, but it seemed he had misjudged his brother. Or, Jazz goes with Bella and I go with the hunting party, Harry suggested thoughtfully. Doesn't make much sense to keep me out of it. And Jazz is strong, Alice can foresee any attacks, and Jazz can stop them, right? No, I'll go with you, Jasper said immediately. If he couldn't prevent Harry from protecting Isabella, at least he could keep an eye on him during the fight. Jazz. Harry's voice cut through the tension, drawing Jasper's gaze. He looked up into Harry's bright green eyes, which sparkled with confidence and power. I am very, very hard to kill. Much harder than you are, I swear. But you're a good fighter. You can't just leave Bella and Alice alone. They can have Carlyle, Jasper replied, throwing out a random suggestion. Send Carlyle, Alice, Rosalie, and Bella away. The rest of us will track James and Victoria. If we all disappear, Charlie will get the FBI involved, Alice said quietly. Her eyes squinted, and her lips pursed as she searched through a foggy future. Some of us need to stay if Bella is leaving. I think if Carlyle is here, Charlie will accept his story. But it's hard to see when Jasper won't decide to leave. Me, Edward, Carlyle, Rosalie, Emmett, and Esme will stay. Bella leaves with Alice and Jasper tonight. Then tomorrow night, we start tracking them. Harry spoke quickly and confidently, embodying the leader Jasper knew him to be. If Bella disappears after going on a date with Edward, Charlie's going to panic and blame him. Edward needs to be visible tomorrow so Charlie sees him. Then we can finish this quickly. Where am I going? Isabella asked quietly, accepting her role in the upcoming fight just as Jasper reluctantly accepted his. You can go to my place, Harry said easily. It's in London and has more protections than anything else. You, Alice, and Jasper can stay there. Creature will feed you. Jasper had barely started a book that mentioned a creature, so he had no idea what that was. Just, go outside to use your phone. Otherwise, it'll blow up, and I'm not exaggerating, Harry grinned. Edward shot Harry a look of such gratitude that Jasper wondered if Edward ever imagined he could repay him. But, what do I tell Charlie? Isabella asked quietly. I can't just disappear, he'll be so scared. Everyone fell silent for a moment before Edward replied. Tell him you hate. Forks, tell him you're going back to your mother's house, Harry said gently. But whatever you need to say, do it quickly. In and out, Bella. 60 seconds, okay? Isabella's eyes filled with tears, and Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Hey. He scooted down to the floor and took her arm. I'm going to protect Charlie's house, all right? I'm heading over there tonight to cast every single protective spell I can. By the time I'm done, nobody will be getting in. And I'm skipping school tomorrow. Jasper sensed a hint of smug satisfaction as Harry found a perfectly good excuse to miss class. And I'll keep an eye on him until we leave. I won't let him get within 10 feet of those damn leeches. And when you get back, Charlie will be so happy, won't he? He'll just... Harry's voice faltered for a moment, emotion swelling within him. He'll be so happy his daughter is back. Okay. Okay, Isabella sniffled and nodded. I'm ready. Here, Harry said, grabbing his cloak off the floor beside Alice and handing it to Edward. This is the only thing I own that belonged to my dad, and he's gone. Cover her with it, and bring it back in one piece. If it gets torn in any way, I'm ripping your leg off, got it? Edward choked at Harry's guilt-inducing threat, but he nodded. Isabella eyed the cloak curiously, and Harry took the opportunity to smirk as he draped it over her. Carlisle and Esme both gasped softly as Isabella disappeared beneath the fabric. Incredible, Carlisle breathed. Isabella must have looked down at herself because she cried out in shock. I'm invisible. It's a priceless heirloom, Harry said sternly. The only way I'm accepting a single snag in this fabric is if there's a fight. Got it? I will not allow your cloak to be harmed in any way, Edward said solemnly. Thank you, Harry. I can never repay you. I know, Harry grinned. Hurry up. Edward must have tucked Isabella beneath his arm because he dashed out quickly, his arm bent at an odd angle. Jasper murmured for Emmett to follow him and then stepped outside to call for Rosalie. Alice and I are taking Isabella to hide. Harry plans on being in the hunting party. The female has decided to kill him herself. Will you stay with Esme and play our parts, or will you go with Harry? Carlisle can stay with Esme. I'll go with Harry, and so will Emmett, Rosalie said, her voice filled with a protective love that Jasper had anticipated. Nobody is touching him, Jasper. Over my dead body. Jasper shared a look of utter understanding with his sister before he returned to the living room. Carlisle and Esme will remain in Forks. They will make our excuses once everyone leaves tomorrow night, he explained. Rosalie, Edward, Emmett, and Harry will track down the nomads. Jasper couldn't help but feel a wave of despair wash over him at those words. And you and Alice will take Bella to Grimmauld Place, Harry said, holding Jasper's gaze until he nodded curtly. It's a good plan, son, Carlisle said, placing a comforting hand on Jasper's shoulder. But Jasper only watched Harry, a fierce desire to protect burning within him. Come help me grab some stuff, Jas, Harry said abruptly. I should probably fill you in on Grimmauld Place too. Jasper dutifully followed Harry, unwilling to leave his side until it was absolutely necessary. The two of them entered Harry's bedroom, where Harry quickly closed the door and muttered a muffling charm. He turned to Jasper, and Jasper, always on alert for potential attacks, was caught off guard as Harry surged forward and pressed a firm kiss to his lips. You will be careful, Harry demanded against his mouth, his hand gripping Jasper tightly. Swear it, Jasper Whitlock. Swear it. You swear it, Jasper growled back. Promise me you won't take on a solo fight while you're part of a team. Stay with my siblings. Harry kissed him again, and Jasper eagerly returned the kiss, deepening it as he leaned against Harry's door. In that moment, Harry poured all his anxiety, panic, fear, and anger into the kiss, while Jasper responded with love, adoration, protection, and affection. Eventually, Harry sighed and pulled back. If anything happens... Don't say that, Jasper interrupted quickly. Or I swear to Merlin that I'll let Isabella die and stay with you. Don't be like that, Harry said softly. Jas, I don't think I can die. I haven't tested it much, but I should have died 3 times by now. I'm pretty sure you could rip my head off and I'd just wake up with an ugly scar. But... Harry swallowed hard and glanced up at the ceiling. If anything happens, tell Andy I'm sorry, okay? No, Jasper snarled. No, Harry. You will stay alive, and we will go get your mischievous little godson ourselves for spring break. We'll take him to the park, buy him so many toys he'll be spoiled for life, and you will be careful and come home to me. I'll be careful if you will, Harry replied. Swear it. I swear it, Jasper said. Swear you won't risk your safety for someone else's. I swear, Harry replied. They both knew he was lying, and it made Jasper's panic surge. Don't let Bella mess with anything in Grimmauld, and here. Harry handed Jasper a photo from his nightstand. Creature might freak out with you guys showing up. Show him this, and he'll be right as rain. Jasper glanced down and felt his heart ache at the sight. The photo was taken just yesterday, capturing a moment of laughter as Harry and Jasper shared a light-hearted moment with Teddy, whose little tongue was sticking out in delight. Jasper tried to lick the ice cream off his nose. I don't like this, he said. Jazz. Harry smiled softly, his eyes filled with a pitying kind of fondness. You know I can't. Jasper did know that. It was one of the things he loved most about his brave, fearless, righteous soldier. But in this moment, he hated it. He wished Harry was a coward. When Edward, Isabella, and Emmett returned, Isabella's face was red and blotchy, and Edward looked like he was in pain. He handed Harry back his father's cloak with the gravity of a man presenting his newborn. You're joining the fight? Emmett extended a fist to Harry. Hell yes, little bro. This is going to be a piece of cake. Jasper wasn't the only one who hissed at that. Isabella wrapped her arms around a suddenly stiff Harry. Don't let him get hurt, she sniffled. I need a chance to apologize. Nobody is touching a hair on Charlie's head, Harry swore quietly. Isabella pulled back and gave Harry a watery smile. Jasper sent a wave of peace to her, the only act of kindness he could think of in the moment. Harry pointed his wand at the fireplace and lit it with a quiet incendio. He grabbed a small blue pot off the mantel and offered it to Isabella first. Listen very carefully, he instructed the three of them preparing to leave. Throw this powder in the fire and clearly say, Number 12 Grimmauld Place, London. Password, Hedwig. Jazz, you should take Bella since she's never done it before. Jasper felt a momentary flare of panic at the thought of being alone with Isabella Swan and her overly loud, sweet-smelling blood, but Harry held his gaze steadily, and Jasper wouldn't let him down. Of course, he said calmly. Isabella, if you'd follow me. Isabella threw her arms around Edward, and the two exchanged whispered goodbyes that the others politely ignored. Well, Rosalie rolled her eyes and scowled, but nobody paid her much mind. Jasper wouldn't waste another goodbye on Harry. They had said what needed to be said, and now it was time to focus on their tasks. The sooner it was over, the sooner they could return home. Harry turned to Isabella, explaining the concept of fleur travel, his gaze drifting to where Jasper and Isabella were standing by the fire. Jasper exchanged one last intense look with his brother, silently urging him to understand. Protect her, or I'll take matters into my own hands. Edward gave a quick nod in response, and Jasper shouted, Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Hedwig. Chapter 28, Before the Hunt. As soon as Alice vanished into the flue, Harry let out a deep sigh. He shoved his trembling hands into his pockets and stared into the flickering flames for a moment. Just one more fight, he reminded himself. One more fight to protect someone innocent. Police Chief Charlie Swan was not losing his daughter. Harry, what can we do? Esme asked softly. Harry swallowed hard, pushing aside his swirling thoughts to focus on a plan. The 5 vampires in the room looked to him as if he were a leader, someone whose opinion mattered. It was a role he both resented and somehow fulfilled with ease. I'm going to Charlie's in a minute, he said. I need to grab a book. then I'm heading over there to cast some protective spells on his house. Emmett and I will go with you, Rosalie said, her golden eyes flashing with determination. Her jaw set in that stubborn way Harry had seen all too often. All right, Harry nodded. Carlisle, Esme, you should head home. Keep your phones close so you can call us if anyone shows up. And me? Edward asked quietly. I can go with you, Harry. I'll hear anyone before they get too close. Harry hesitated. He had a different favor in mind for Edward, but he weighed his options quickly. All right then, Edward and Rosalie can come with me. Emmett, will you do me a favor? Rosalie huffed at the request for supplies, but Emmett looked entirely too happy to be of assistance. Aye aye, Captain, he saluted Harry, kissing Rosalie quickly before heading out. I'm just going to grab a book real quick, Harry said, leaving the rest of the Cullens in the sitting room as he headed to rummage through his trunk. Once alone in his room, he let out a shaky breath and allowed himself 10 seconds to clench his eyes shut, letting the panic wash over him. 1. I don't want to fight. 2. I don't want Jasper to be gone. 3. I don't want. Harry couldn't shake the weight of the responsibility resting on his shoulders. He thought about Charlie Swan and his only daughter, Bella. He didn't want Charlie to lose her. He didn't want Bella to lose her father either. But deep down, he also didn't want to be in this position at all. Yet he knew he had to step up. Who else would? Taking a deep breath, Harry inhaled slowly, then exhaled, grounding himself before reopening his eyes. He tucked his cloak back into his trunk and summoned the book he needed, then made his way back to the sitting room where the others were gathered. He pushed his anxiety down, packing it away like a neat little box deep inside himself. In the sitting room, Carlisle and Esme were preparing to leave, exchanging quiet words with their children. Harry, Esme said softly as she approached him. He looked up, meeting her gaze. I plan on having my entire family back soon, do you understand? I'll get them back, Harry promised, determination flooding his voice. Esme smiled gently, placing a hand on his cheek. I mean my entire family, Harry. Be safe, son. She kissed his cheek softly, and Harry had to screw his eyes shut to hold back the tears threatening to spill over. Carlisle briefly clasped his shoulder, and then they were gone, leaving only the whisper of wind and the soft click of the back door closing behind them. Ready then? Harry asked wearily, opening the book Bill had given him last Christmas. It was a solid resource on common spells to protect your home, and he reviewed them in his mind. Harry, Rosalie said, ducking in front of him. You don't have to do this. It's not too late to go with Jasper and wait it out. He smiled bitterly. About 18 years too late for that, Rose. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm fine. Let's go. With that, Edward and Rosalie fell into step behind him, their stances protective. Harry felt an overconfidence surging within him, a belief that he couldn't be killed. Still, he figured it might distract them if Victoria did manage to rip his head off. He wasn't sure how long it would take until they found out. Would it take long for him to come back to life? It had been quick before, but even 60 seconds in a fight could make a big difference. Thank you for this, Rosalie, Edward said quietly as they made their way down the block toward Charlie's. Harry stayed close to the tree line, trying to avoid being seen by any muggles. I'm not doing this for her, Rosalie sneered. I know what she's going to ask for, Edward. I want nothing to do with her. Regardless of your reasoning, thank you, Edward replied sincerely. I may not be your favorite brother right now, but I appreciate everything you do. Rosalie snorted, but Harry thought he saw a hint of satisfaction in her expression. Harry's my favorite brother, she said. I'm only here to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. I never do anything stupid, Harry protested. Hardly ever, anyway, Rosalie shot back with another snort. Edward glanced down at Harry, who was intently focused on the complicated spells he was about to cast for the first time. "I didn't like you at first," Edward admitted in a rush. "I liked that you made Jasper happy, but I thought you were too rough to really be tolerable for eternity." Harry looked up at him incredulously. "Gee, thanks," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "It's not like I'm working my butt off to keep your girlfriend safe or anything." "I said at first," Edward smiled. "I understand now. I didn't before. I didn't get why my whole family took to you so quickly, but I see it now." "See what?" Harry demanded. "You're different," Edward said thoughtfully. "You always put others first, don't you? You don't want to do this, you don't want to fight at all. But here you are. Your selflessness is hard to swallow sometimes, but I think that's what I didn't like about you. You're truly unselfish, and it makes me reflect on my own uncomfortable shortcomings." Harry took a page from Rosalie's book and snorted, trying to sound unimpressed. Edward was completely unaware that what he thought was praise wasn't really praise at all. In fact, Harry wasn't selfless, he was more selfish than Edward could ever imagine. "Bring me Harry Potter, and none shall be harmed." That was selfish. "Thank you," Edward added when Harry didn't respond. "Thank you for making my brother so happy. Thank you for being part of my family. Thank you for fighting with us, even when I know you don't want to. Just, thank you, Harry. If I live another 10,000 years, I don't think I could ever repay you." "You can buy me a new motorcycle," Harry replied flatly. "A fast one. I need to beat Jasper in a race." "Done." As they approached the Swan's backyard, the three of them fell silent. All the lights in the house were on. He's crying." Edward's face crumpled as he listened to the sounds coming from inside Charlie's house. "He's trying to call Bella, but she isn't answering. He's devastated." Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Charlie, a kind and genuine man. "I'll bring her home," he vowed silently, remembering the man who had taken him out to dinner, taught him to fish, and kept giving him final warnings when he pulled him over. "Let's do this," Harry said, taking the book from Edward. He needed to double-check the incantations before casting. Harry worked quickly, casting everything short of the Fidelius charm to protect Charlie's house. He layered on duplicates of the same spells, determined to make the house completely vampire-proof. "It's not going to mean much when he leaves for work, but when he's home, I think he'll be safe. Edward, try going inside." Edward handed Harry the book and took slow, measured steps toward Charlie's back door. Just as he crossed the line that Harry had drawn, he suddenly turned around and came back to Harry and Rosalie. "What was that?" Edward asked, his voice dazed, brows furrowed in confusion. "A really complicated spell," Harry replied. Harry could feel exhaustion creeping in after what felt like the longest day of his life. It's supposed to make any vampires that try to enter suddenly find themselves headed in a different direction. "Genius," Rosalie beamed. "Ready then? You need to rest and eat before we go fighting anyone." "Your place or ours?" "Mine," Harry replied. "I need to grab supplies before we leave tomorrow anyway. But someone should stay as a lookout in case they find a way past the wards here." "I'll stay," Edward offered. "Rose, can you guys get back okay?" Rosalie rolled her eyes at her brother and linked arms with Harry. "I'm more than just a pretty face." Harry thought of Fleur in that moment, brave and beautiful Fleur, chosen as a Triwizard champion, who fought alongside her husband in the Order of the Phoenix. "Never underestimate a pretty face," he told her with a grin. "Precisely." They remained vigilant as they walked, eyes darting around at every shadow they passed. Fortunately, they reached Harry's house without interruption. Emmett was waiting outside the back door, relief flooding his smile as Rosalie and Harry returned. "I've got the goods," he winked as they entered together. "Any time you need someone to rob a store, I'm your guy." Harry ignored him and grabbed an energy drink and a bottle of whiskey from the brown sack Emmett had placed on the kitchen counter. "You can't possibly be planning on getting drunk," Rosalie said, disbelief evident in her voice. Harry brushed her off and pushed past them, heading to his sitting room. "I'm having 2 drinks to stop this." He held up his shaking hand as evidence of his rising anxiety about the whole situation, while Rosalie gracefully settled on the sofa next to the chair he sank into. "Then I'm drinking this." He lifted the energy drink, "so I can stay awake and on guard tonight." "You are an idiot," Rosalie declared. She quickly reached out, snatching the silver can from his hands and moving it out of his reach. "Have your disgusting human alcohol if you must, but then you need to sleep while we stay on guard," Rosalie said firmly. "We'll see," Harry quipped, tightening his grip on his wand as he slowly sipped the 2 drinks he had convinced himself he could have. Rosalie lounged across his couch, arms crossed over her chest, watching as Emmett rummaged through Harry's belongings. "What's this?" Emmett exclaimed, holding up the snitch that once contained the resurrection stone. "First snitch I ever caught," Harry replied. "It's a bit priceless, mate, so try not to break it." Emmett chuckled but carefully set the snitch back in its place. The 3 of them made for an odd guard. Emmett peeked out the windows constantly, likely hoping for a threat to confront, while Rosalie kept a watchful eye on Harry. He had no idea what was going through her mind. Harry tried to push aside thoughts of all the ways this could go horribly wrong and instead focused on their plan. It was simple: hunt down 2 rogue vampires, tear them to pieces, and burn their bodies. Easy enough. At some point, his heavy eyelids drooped, and he slipped into slumber. He found himself imagining the red-headed female vampire burning to ashes when suddenly he was transported to the room of requirement. Crabbe was chasing Ron down the aisles, cursed flames pouring from his wand. "Like it hot, scum," Crabbe taunted. "Run, Ron," Harry screamed. "Aguamenti." But it wasn't working. No water or magic in the world could stop cursed fire. It had to destroy, it had to kill. It didn't care who it consumed, there would be no survivors. The sentient fire morphed into a monstrous pack of fiery beasts, flaming serpents, chimeras, and dragons rose and fell around them. "What do we do?" Hermione cried out. "Save us, Harry. Harry. Save us." Ron yelled. Desperately, Harry tried to grab a pair of broomsticks just out of reach, but every time he surged forward, something gripped his waist and held him back. "Run," he yelled to his friends. "Just go. Run. Harry." Hermione cried, her voice breaking as the flames consumed her. "Harry. Harry. Harry." Harry jolted upright as a splash of something hit his face. He scanned the room, searching for the fire that was destroying Hermione. Mione? Rosalie. Harry blinked a few times, and his sitting room slowly came into focus. His heart raced in his chest, and it took a moment for him to grasp what was happening. Rose? He spotted Rosalie on the edge of the sofa, an empty glass in her hands. Why? He looked down at himself, concentrating hard as he pieced it together. "Did you throw water on me?" "You were screaming," Rosalie replied softly. "I didn't want to touch you while you were asleep, so I thought water might do the trick." "Good one." Harry sank back into his seat, glancing around to ensure they were alone. "Where's Em?" "Outside," Rosalie shrugged, relaxing back in her seat as well. "He's keeping an eye out." "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," Harry scoffed. "What time is it?" 4:30, Rosalie answered immediately. "You'll feel better if you talk." "Rose, I like you, but piss off." Harry lazily summoned his blanket from the bed, burrowing down to let its warmth wash away the chill of his dream. "Did Jasper tell you how I was changed?" He peeked up at Rosalie and shook his head slightly. "He didn't offer, and I didn't ask." That's because you and Jasper are both empathetic gentlemen, Rosalie smiled. Leaning sideways on the sofa, she let her feet dangle over the edge closest to Harry and gazed up at the ceiling as she spoke softly. It was 1933. I was 18. I was beautiful. And my life was perfect. My family was middle class, but my brothers and I wanted for nothing. My parents had high social aspirations, and they viewed my beauty as a means to climb higher in society. While they may have been dissatisfied with our middle-class life, I was completely content. Just being me, Rosalie Hale, was enough. When I walked into a room, men's eyes followed me, and women sighed with envy. I knew it was vain and shallow, but I relished it. My looks could get me what I desired, to be loved, adored, and cherished. I dreamed of a grand wedding, overflowing with flowers, and a handsome, devoted husband waiting at the end of the aisle for me. Harry could hear the wistful longing in her voice. Even if her human life had ended unhappily, as he suspected it did, at least she had Emmett. He resolved that next time they got married, he would ensure that there were thousands of flowers covering every surface. I also wanted a big house, Rosalie continued. I was so young and shallow. But there was one thing I wanted even more than the house and the husband, a family of my own. One of my friends, Vera, married young, only 16. A year after her wedding, she had a baby. A little boy named Henry. He was beautiful, his head full of curly black hair, the sweetest dimples you could imagine, and green eyes that seemed to follow you around the room. I wanted that, Harry. I wanted it so badly. A pang hit Harry at that revelation. He knew that female vampires could never conceive or carry children. This singular, profound wish of Rosalie's would remain forever unfulfilled. In that moment, he could relate. While he hadn't necessarily set his sights on having children, he had always longed for a family, a group of people who would love him unconditionally. Just like those in the afterlife, who might spend eternity waiting for him, all unhappy with their permanent separation. And then I met Royce King II, Rosalie said, her voice dripping with disdain as she uttered his name. His father. Rosalie took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. The bank where my father worked was owned by Royce King II's family. They were wealthy and part of the upper class, and that's how Royce and I first met. We began courting, and he would send me flowers constantly. Roses for my Rosalie, he'd say. My parents were thrilled, and I was, too. Royce was everything I thought I wanted, handsome, rich, and he doted on me endlessly. We were engaged within 2 months of meeting. It wasn't a long engagement, but plans were quickly set for the most lavish wedding. It was everything I'd ever dreamed of, and I was completely happy. When I visited Vera, I no longer felt jealous. I pictured my fair-haired children playing on the expansive lawns of the king's estate, and I even pitied her. Harry filled his glass halfway and threw it back quickly, sensing that Rosalie's story was about to take a darker turn. I was walking home from Vera's the night it happened, Rosalie said quietly. I had spent the day playing with little Henry, feeling envious of the easy sweetness between Vera and her husband. But I pushed that feeling aside. Royce could be just as sweet sometimes. Right? Harry stayed silent, knowing she hadn't expected him to respond. It was cold that night, and the wedding was just a week away. I worried it would be too chilly for our guests to dance under the sunset as I had envisioned. I remember it clearly because I forced myself to remember every detail of that night. I was just a few blocks from my house when I saw them, a group of men laughing too loudly, clearly drunk. I felt nervous but was determined to get home. Then I heard him call my name, Rose. It was Royce and his friends. Here's my Rose, he yelled foolishly as I joined their group. He threw his arm around me and began chastising me for keeping them waiting. His friends were leering, saying it was hard to tell if I was as pretty as Royce claimed when I was all bundled up. Then he ripped my jacket off me, laughing when I cried, and Rosalie's voice faltered as the memory washed over her. Harry let out a sigh. I won't make you listen to the rest of it, Rosalie. It's rather graphic. A small sense of relief washed over him as the contents of his stomach threatened to resurface. But they left me in the ditch, cold and alone, dying. That's how Carlyle found me. He saved me. Did he, though? Harry mused quietly. Rosalie flashed a bitter smile at the ceiling. I didn't think so at the time. But I was able to find most of my happy ending when I met Emmett. Carlyle saved him after he'd been mauled by a bear. Harry chuckled softly at that. It sounded just like the way he imagined Emmett would want to go. If I could sleep, would have nightmares as well, Rosalie said gently. That's what I wanted you to know. You aren't alone. They sat in comfortable silence, a deep understanding flowing between them. Harry gazed out the window as the first rays of morning light began to filter through the glass. Hey, Rose? He asked. Yes? What happened to them? Royce and his friends? Rosalie's smile was both beautiful and deadly. I killed them all, one by one. I left Royce for last. Harry nodded slowly. Good. As the sun rose and then hid behind the clouds, Edward and Emmett returned to Harry's house. They were both dressed in new clothes, Edward in a casual top and jeans, Emmett in a thick jacket and dark jeans. I don't like this, Edward said. Charlie is at work, so I think we should just start the hunt now. Too bad, Harry replied, standing up and stretching out the stiffness in his back. You have to go to school so Charlie doesn't call the FBI, which Harry figured meant more Muggle cops. Then you should come too, Edward suggested. It would look less suspicious if the only two people who spend time with the Cullens haven't both disappeared on the same day. Harry froze, arms still stretched overhead. Damn it, Harry muttered, shaking his head. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. How does it not? Edward asked, genuinely confused. It just doesn't, Harry insisted stubbornly. But Rose can go, and then the two of you can spread around the story or whatever for everyone's disappearance, Edward suggested. I am not leaving you alone, Rosalie interjected firmly. Hey. He won't be alone, Emmett chimed in, slinging a heavy arm over Harry's shoulders. The kid's got me. Like I said, Rosalie rolled her eyes, I'm not leaving Harry alone. In the end, Rosalie was outnumbered by the three guys. They each pointed out the logic in her going to school with Edward, and both Harry and Emmett promised repeatedly to call her the moment anything happened. What's the plan then, bro? Emmett asked as soon as Rosalie and Edward walked out the door. We're going to watch the Swan House, Harry replied. Give me a minute to change. Better grab that invisible cloak too, Emmett advised. I can smell you a block away, but if they can't see you, it'll be harder to attack, you know? Go to America, Harry. Live like a muggle, Harry. You'll be really peaceful, Harry muttered irritably as he changed. Then why am I on another mission under my cloak, huh? You sound crazy. Emmett called from the sitting room. Piss off. Harry shouted back. As it turned out, being on a stakeout with Emmett was drastically different from the times he'd done it with Ron or Hermione. For one, neither of his friends ever paced around eagerly hoping for a fight to break out. That was usually Harry's role. For another, Harry had never been so utterly bored before. Even watching the Ministry entrance for weeks had at least offered some people to observe. But at Charlie's house, there was nothing to see. Harry propped himself against a tree trunk beneath his cloak, willing himself to stay awake. They aren't even here, Emmett complained at one point. I'd hear them coming from a mile away. We're staying here, Harry said firmly. This was the 10th time Emmett had complained about their detail. I'm telling you, kid, nothing gets past me. We could go back to your place, and I'd be just as good of a guard from there. With a mischievous grin, Harry levitated a tree branch behind Emmett and smacked him on the back of the head with it. Didn't see that coming, he teased. After that, Emmett fell silent. Eventually, Charlie returned home, still in his police uniform, looking exhausted and utterly miserable. Harry noticed Charlie's slumped shoulders and the deep lines etched on his face, and his resolve began to crumble. Families shouldn't be torn apart like this. It simply wasn't fair. "Cover me," Harry murmured to Emmett. In a burst of impulsiveness, he ripped off his cloak and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. "Chief Swan," Harry called, jogging forward to catch Charlie just as he was unlocking his front door. "Hey, what's going on?" "Harry, hey son." Charlie paused on his porch as Harry reached him. "Have you heard from Bella?" "No, she wasn't in school today," Harry replied cautiously. "Everything all right?" "No." Charlie's shoulders sagged again, and his face was filled with despair. "She left. Went back to her mom's, but her truck isn't exactly reliable. I don't even know where she is." "Oh." Harry racked his brain for any alternative that could have spared Charlie this pain. "I'm sorry, Chief. I'm sure she'll come back soon." "Nah." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, trying to mask his hurt. "She's like her mom. Once she makes up her mind, there's no changing it back." Harry chose to ignore the heartbreaking tremor in Charlie's usually strong voice. "I'll get her back," he blurted out. "Chief Swan, I'll bring her home, okay? I swear." Charlie managed a weak smile and patted Harry's shoulder. "Don't worry about it, son. I'll be fine. She's probably already clear in Arizona." "Thanks for the offer," Harry said as he watched Charlie head inside. He swore to himself that Isabella Swan would return to her father soon. Families shouldn't be torn apart like this. As the sun began to set, Harry found himself in his room, his tan backpack in one hand, frozen in place. His heart raced as he stared into his trunk, silently arguing with himself. "You need it. You know you do. I could piggyback on Emmett. Think of the tactical advantage." He had already packed his cloak and slipped his wand into his pocket, adding a couple of changes of clothes to the bag. But then his eyes fell on his shrunken firebolt. How could he bring it? How could he leave it behind? Gritting his teeth, Harry quickly grabbed his miniature broomstick, the most treasured yet neglected of his possessions. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep up with the vampires on foot. With a steely look of determination, he turned to Edward, wand in his pocket, bag slung over his shoulder, and the now full-sized firebolt in his hand. "Let's go kill some leeches." Chapter 29, Grimmauld Place. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Hedwig. Jasper called out, waiting for the swirling fireplaces to settle before he carefully lifted Isabella and stepped out of the one in front of them. Whoa. Whoa was right. They emerged into a vast room so richly decorated that Jasper struggled to believe it was meant to be a library at first. The walls were painted a deep crimson, and golden metal bookcases lined every wall except the one with the fireplace they had just exited. Each shelf was crammed with hardback books that made Jasper itch to start reading. Isabella stumbled forward just as the fire behind them flared bright green once more, and Alice stepped out gracefully. "Wow," she exclaimed. This is Harry's house?" Isabella asked, confusion evident in her voice. "I don't get it." "This is one of Harry's houses, apparently," Alice replied, her eyes glinting as she admired the thick curtains. "Can you smell the magic, Jasper?" He could. The house emanated a dark, cold scent that was oddly mesmerizing, almost thick enough to mask the smell of Isabella's human blood. Just as Jasper took a step toward the nearest bookshelf, the library door swung open, and something came charging at him. Thief. Killer. Reporter. Death Eater scum. The creature brandished a silver knife, swiping at Jasper with alarming ferocity. Isabella screamed, and Alice quickly pulled her into a corner, crouching protectively in front of her. Jasper dodged to the side, realizing he was the target of this frantic assault. He bent his legs, ready to defend himself against the elf. The short, scrawny creature with bat-like ears and enormous luminous eyes was unmistakably a house elf. Jasper had only read about them briefly in a history of magic, but Harry's instructions suddenly made sense. "Wait. Stop. Here." Jasper shouted, brandishing the photo he held toward the elf. Harry said, "Let me show you." The elf paused, squinting at Jasper while keeping the knife raised in one hand and reaching for the photo with the other. "Is this a trick?" It croaked. "No," Jasper replied quickly. "I swear to you. We are friends of Harry's. He sent us here to keep her," he gestured toward Isabella, "safe. I promise." The elf studied the photo, its large yellow eyes darting between the image and Jasper. "That does sound like my good master. Master Potter is very kind and protects even muggles. Harry's your master?" Isabella asked softly. "Does that mean your creature?" The elf straightened up, barely reaching Jasper's waist, and puffed out its thin chest with pride. "I am," Creature declared. "Creature is not greeting my master's guests properly. Welcome to the home of the brave and noble Mr. Potter. Will Master be coming soon?" Creature glanced hopefully toward the fireplace. "He can't," Isabella said, her voice tinged with guilt. "He's busy. I think he's planning on hunting down a couple of bad vampires." Creature let out a low, throaty laugh. That is just what Creature knew Master Potter would be doing. Allow Creature to get Master's friends some refreshments. "They're vampires," Isabella blurted out, her face turning a deep shade of red as Jasper instinctively stepped back. Sorry. I'll be quiet." Creature shot her a scathing look of annoyance. "Creature knows they are nasty vampires." Alice giggled, catching the hint of an insult. "Creature is getting them blood of a sow. They will not be drinking human blood in Creature's kind master's house. Master would be most disgusted. Will the muggle be wanting blood as well?" Jasper couldn't help but think that perhaps Creature was Harry's biggest fan. "Ugh, no," Isabella shuddered. "I'm fine, thank you though, Creature." Creature narrowed one eye at her before nodding. "Creature will be getting muggle drinks for you." "I'm fine" means you are not fine. He pointed a long finger in Jasper's direction. "Do not break my master's things, or Creature will be bringing back the knife." The three of them watched with interest as Creature popped away, presumably to find refreshments. "He took your photo, Jasper," Alice said. "He can take that up with Harry," Jasper replied, having no intention of fighting with the feisty little house elf. This is weird, right?" Isabella scooted out from behind Alice and gazed around the library with wide eyes. Jasper had been focused on avoiding Creature's wrath and hadn't paid much attention to the girl's emotions. But now he sensed them, miserable, worried, guilty, sad, and scared. Jasper cringed at her emotional state and sent heavy waves of peace towards her. He watched as she relaxed before giving him an accusing look. "I don't want to be peaceful," she snapped. "And I don't want to feel your needless guilt." Jasper spread his hands open. "So here we are." Isabella huffed out a sigh but began to tentatively look around the room. "This is insane," she breathed, grabbing a dusty book off the shelf and gawking at the cover. "It's like I stepped into some sort of fantasy novel." "Well," she cringed as she corrected herself, "I guess it's more like a horror story right now." "They're going to be fine, Bella," Alice said, stepping over to her friend and placing a small hand on Isabella's shoulder. "Can you see that?" Isabella asked. "Do you see them being fine?" "Well, no," Alice admitted with an annoyed crinkle of her nose. "But that's because Harry's messing everything up." "Harry is helping," Jasper said curtly. "You know what I mean," Alice said, her voice soft but firm. Jasper nodded, though he didn't want to think about how Harry was blocking the only assurance of his own success right now. He walked slowly around the room, trailing his fingers over the spines of hundreds of books, many of which were certainly older than he was. Alice was quietly reassuring Isabella, speaking about Edward's abilities and the certainty that Harry, Emmett, and he would finish this quickly. Jasper fervently hoped that was true. As he pulled an oddly furry book off a shelf, the Monster Book of Monsters, Creature returned. "For Master Potter's Muggle," Creature announced, snapping his fingers. A silver goblet filled with something that smelled utterly disgusting floated toward Isabella. "And for Master Potter's pet vampire," he added, another snap of his long, bony fingers summoning 2 more silver goblets filled with pig's blood for Jasper and Alice. "Thank you, Creature," Alice said sweetly, brushing aside the jab about being a pet. This was very kind. Jasper couldn't sense the elf's emotions, but he thought Creature looked pleased by Alice's praise. "Creature is only doing his job," the elf replied. Isabella sat gingerly on the edge of her chair, scrutinizing Creature over the rim of her glass. "What is your job?" she asked. "You call Harry Master." "Why?" Creature scowled, an expression that Jasper thought was all too comfortable on the elf's leathery face. "Creature is a house elf, miss. Creature does what his master tells him to do." "Do you get paid?" Alice asked, sipping her blood and folding herself down on the floor beside the fire. "Creature does not get paid," he replied. "Creature is a good house elf." "So you're like a slave?" Isabella gasped. That's terrible, Creature." Creature ground his little sharp teeth together, and Jasper watched with a detached sort of interest. "Creature is not a slave," the elf growled. "Creature is a good house elf and serves the brave and noble Master Potter proudly." And he raised his voice to cut off Isabella, who was about to respond. "Creature will not be answering any more insulting questions. Come. Creature will show the Muggle where she can sleep." Isabella shot Alice a panicked look, but Alice welcomed the distraction from the troubling visions she had been experiencing. The 3 of them carried their drinks and followed Creature out of the library. "You should not be in Master's library while he isn't here," Creature said as they walked down a dimly lit hallway. "Master likes to destroy his library. He will not be pleased if you do that." "Why does Harry like to destroy his library?" Isabella asked, her earlier anxiety now replaced by curiosity. Creature stopped on the staircase and glowered at her. "Creature is not discussing Master's secrets with a Muggle." "What about me?" Alice chimed in cheekily. "I'm not a Muggle, Creature." Creature looked torn for a moment, then crossed his arms, shaking his head stubbornly, his bat-like ears flapping. "You are trying to trick Creature," he accused Alice. "Creature is keeping Master Potter's secrets." Creature pointed at Jasper, who instinctively stepped back in surprise, "is with my master." "But Creature is not telling him Master's secrets either, oh no. Creature is a good elf." Jasper would have asked how Creature knew about his place in Harry's life, but it became abundantly clear once they reached the upstairs hallway. Creature was, without a doubt, Harry's #1 fan. The long hallway was painted a crisp white, though a musky odor of something dead lingered beneath the fresh paint. The walls were adorned with dozens of erratic paintings, each one more chaotic than the last. Harry was everywhere, or at least articles about him were. Isabella read the title of the nearest article aloud. "The Boy Who Lived Goes to Gryffindor." Alice chuckled, "What about this one? Harry Potter, Deranged and Disturbed." Isabella giggled at another headline. "And look, Harry Potter's Secret Heartache." Why is Harry in the news so much? Jasper, ignoring the banter, stepped closer to a large framed photo of Harry. In it, he looked like a roguish mugshot, his hair tousled and a scowl on his face. The caption read, "Wanted for the murder of Albus Dumbledore, 10,000 galleon reward." What a way to look when you're accused of murder, Jasper muttered. That is Creature's favorite photo. The house elf exclaimed joyfully from beside Jasper. Creature knows Snape killed the old man, but Creature was hoping Master did it instead. Alice peeked over Jasper's shoulder, intrigued. You were hoping that Harry killed someone? Why? Creature does not like the old man, Creature said darkly. He keeps secrets and forgets that Creature's masters are not toys. Masters? Jasper turned from the photo, raising an eyebrow at Creature. Does someone else live here? Not anymore. Creature's ears drooped. Creature used to have the Honorable Master Regulus and he took a deep breath, the good Master Sirius, he rushed out in one breath. And now Creature only has Master Potter. Isabella looked at Creature sympathetically, and the elf bristled at her pity. Creature does not need a master here. He is very busy helping Mrs. Weasley with cooking at the burrow. But he tugged at one of his ears and gave Jasper a pleading look. When you see Master Potter, will you tell him? Creature is missing his madness and would like a visit to see if he is still breathing. Jasper bit his lip and nodded solemnly. I will absolutely tell Harry that you miss his madness. Creature then led Isabella and Alice to a bedroom suite. This is for the Granger and Weasley, but Creature will be letting you stay here. He pointed to another doorway, giving Jasper a severe look. This is Master Potter's room, and before that, it was Master Sirius. You will not change or break anything, or Creature will be breaking you. Jasper swore not to disturb a single thing. He took a quick glance inside the room, reluctant to part from either his sister or his responsibility. But he was caught off guard by the decor. I thought Harry was gay? Isabella said uncertainly. Why on earth is Harry's bedroom decorated with posters of scantily clad women? After Isabella insisted she wasn't tired, they retired to what Creature referred to as the sitting room. It was as opulently furnished and dimly lit as the rest of the house. Harry is rich, Isabella said slowly, gazing around the room. She nodded and repeated, very rich. Will you be okay if I go upstairs to try and see? Alice murmured to Jasper, her voice too quiet for Isabella to hear. If I focus, I can see flashes of Edward and James, but Harry must be using magic consistently to keep him so hidden from me. Jasper glanced at Isabella, who was curled up on a couch, her emotions tense and anxious. Go, he told his sister. Alice gave him a sparkling smile. Thanks, Jazz. Jasper watched her leave and sighed. He much preferred it when Harry called him Jazz. Am I bothering you? Isabella asked quietly. No, Jasper lied. He grabbed a book at random from the single bookcase and settled into a chair, attempting to ignore both Isabella's anxiety and his own worries. If Harry said he would be fine, then Jasper had to believe it. He recalled the articles that Creature had hung in the upstairs hallway, reminding himself that Harry had survived far worse before. Jasper? Jasper forced himself to look up from the book in his lap and met Isabella's gaze. Yes? Are you worried about them? He pictured the determination in Harry's eyes, pushing past the anxiety that surged within him like an unstoppable river. Harry was strong. He was a survivor. He was incredible. No. He willed himself to believe it. The four of them made for odd housemates over the next 24 hours as they waited for the hunt to begin. Alice isolated herself in the room Creature had given her and Isabella, determined to see beyond Harry's magic, to penetrate its depths, or to find something, anything, besides Harry's magic. Isabella tentatively explored Grimmauld Place, struggling to grasp the sheer complexity of the magic that infused the home. She ran her fingers across the tapestry in one room, intrigued by the burn marks on the wall. She tried to mask her fears for Edward, Harry, Emmett, and even Rosalie by satisfying her curiosity about the magical legacy that Harry came from. Creature did his part, keeping Harry's Muggle friend fed with Muggle food. When she asked about the Black family, he shared their history truthfully, stating that Harry was the greatest master he had ever known. He stocked up on blood from a sow for Harry's vampires and did his best to refrain from insulting Harry's friends, hoping they would convey that sentiment when they saw him again. Jasper read. He went through every article in the upstairs hallway, articles he was sure Harry would want to destroy upon discovering them. After finishing the articles, he turned his attention to the library with hungry eyes. This could be his only chance to learn as much about magic as possible, and if it helped him, then it was worth every moment. Jasper couldn't help but picture how small, soft, and frail Harry sometimes seemed. But then he remembered how strong Harry could be. Suddenly, a silver stag glided through the walls, transparent yet almost solid to the eye. It was stunning. Jasper hesitantly reached out to stroke the magic that carried a familiar scent reminiscent of Harry, but the stag paused just out of his reach and turned its magnificent face toward him. "We're starting now," Harry's voice echoed from the stag's mouth, drawing gasps from both girls. "I can't text and fly, but Edward said he'll keep you updated, Jazz. Don't touch anything cursed, and seriously, go outside if you need to reply to a text or make a call. Be safe." "What was that?" Isabella asked breathlessly. Jasper glanced down at the text from his brother, hesitant to reply, trusting Harry's warnings completely. Harry was flying. A small smile crept onto Jasper's lips. If he was stuck here on human protection duty, at least Harry was soaring through the skies, something Hermione had told him was once Harry's greatest passion. "That is magic," Jasper said, a sense of wonder filling his voice. "Pure magic." Chapter 30, Hunting. Wednesday, March 17, 2004. I haven't had this much fun since Rose and I went to Aspen. I wonder if I could be a full-time bad vampire hunter. Just running around and taking out the bad guys all the time, Carlisle wouldn't mind. It's not like I'd be drinking their blood. But then again, Rose wouldn't like it. "Focus," Edward murmured to Emmett as his thoughts drifted off to the many, disgusting, ways Emmett planned on making up with Rosalie. "My head's in the game," Emmett replied with a gleeful smile as they sprinted silently through the forest. "How's the kid?" Edward asked, trying to locate Harry based solely on his thoughts. He smiled when he finally found him. While he couldn't hear Harry's precise thoughts, the general image he received was amusing enough. "He's smug as hell about something. I think he wants to challenge someone to a flying contest," Edward whispered to Rosalie and Emmett. He kept Harry's strange images of fire to himself, not wanting to overshare and irritate the genuine wizard who was helping them track James and Victoria. "I want a turn on the flying broomstick." Emmett called out to the invisible spot where they assumed Harry was hiding. "Beat me in a fight, then," Harry taunted from beneath his invisibility cloak. "And hold on, point me toward Victoria." "Yeah, okay, turn west." Without hesitation, Edward, Emmett, and Rosalie followed his instructions. They had tracked Victoria all the way from the mountain range in Washington to the Voyagers' Forest in Minnesota. Edward was confident that wherever Victoria was, James would be close by. They had a clear advantage. Harry could track their general direction from the air with his magic wand, while the others picked up their scent on the ground. The only thought on their minds was to end this quickly so they could return to their lives. So Edward could return to Bella. "Is Harry eating?" Jasper wondered aloud. Okay, maybe the only thought the hunting party had was to wrap this up quickly. Jasper had been sending a flurry of texts ever since Harry informed him they were on the hunt, all concerned about Harry's health. It would be cute, something Edward could tease Jasper about later, if it weren't driving both Edward and Harry crazy. "Jasper wants to know if you're eating," Edward said quietly, careful to keep his voice low among the treetops. Victoria had a significant head start on them, and it would be foolish to yell and draw her attention. Every now and then, Edward sprinted ahead of his siblings to catch a glimpse of her thoughts. FLE. Kill the wizard. Flee. It was frustrating not being close enough to hear James' mind. "Tell him I'm drinking bunny blood," Harry replied with a hint of sarcasm. and ask if he's eating. Edward quickly typed out the message as he ran, a small smile creeping onto his face at Harry's playful jab at Jasper. It was nice to see Jasper relax a little. He had been so rigid for ages. It was even better that Harry had a take-no-nonsense attitude. Jasper deserved a partner who would keep him on his toes. Edward remembered how Jasper had teased him for years as he struggled to control his bloodlust. He has to eat human food, Edward. I will feel Isabella's blood if you aren't feeding Harry properly. Edward frowned at Jasper's rapid and irate message. He didn't think Jasper would harm Bella, especially with Alice watching over her, but the last thought Jasper sent was quite threatening. Esme had packed Harry enough food to last a year. How is Bella? Edward thought, feeling a mix of concern and annoyance. Annoying. Jasper deserved Harry and all his sarcasm. They continued their chase, pushing themselves to run faster in futile attempts to catch up to the elusive pair. It was infuriating how quick and slippery they were. Edward rarely encountered vampires as fast as he was, except for Irenia from the Denali clan. She's crossing the border, Rosalie thought sharply as they followed the trail Victoria was leaving. So, will we? Edward replied, his voice rising. Harry, you can cross into Canada, right? Pretty sure it's fine, Harry said, though his uncertainty was evident. I don't know much about, oof. Rosalie darted past Edward, reaching the spot where they heard Harry collide with a tree branch, then another, and finally hit the ground. Harry! Rosalie exclaimed, panic flooding her voice. Don't be hurt. Don't be hurt. Please, God, don't let him be hurt. She followed the scent to where he lay. Edward and Emmett were right beside her in an instant, watching as she pulled the cloak off Harry. Ugh. Harry groaned as he rolled onto his back. Edward winced at the sight of the bruises covering his face. His glasses were shattered, and a dark stream of blood was running from his nose, but at least he was breathing easily. Still, Jasper was likely to freak out. Harry, are you okay? Rosalie asked, kneeling beside him. The hunt was forgotten as she dabbed at his nose, showing no concern for the blood. What the hell happened? Emmett inquired. They'd been chasing Victoria for 40 hours without any real issues, at least, nothing like Harry falling out of the sky. Victoria and James were exceptionally skilled at evading them. Every time they got close, Victoria would veer into a populated area, forcing them to pull back to avoid drawing attention from humans and the Volturi. Canadians happened, Harry muttered darkly as he sat up and rubbed his face. Dang. He pulled his broken glasses off and frowned at the cracked lenses. With a flick of his wand, he tapped each side once, and the glass instantly repaired itself. Damn, I wish I had magical powers. Edward smirked at Emmett's unspoken thought before turning his attention back to Harry. Every second they wasted now meant Victoria and James were slipping further away. What happened? Edward pressed again. I can't be sure, but I'm guessing the Canadian government doesn't want foreign wizards. Just flying across the border, Harry said, ignoring Rosalie's outstretched hand as he pushed himself up from the ground. He snatched the cloak from the dirt and draped it over his shoulder. Where the hell is, aha? He took a few steps to retrieve his broomstick, which was hovering obediently a few feet above the ground. So, what do we do now? Emmett growled, frustration evident in his voice. They were all tired of the nomads slipping through their fingers every time they thought they had them cornered. It was almost as if. Evasion, Edward murmured, piecing it together. Victoria, her thoughts were so consumed with fleeing. She has a gift for evasion. A tracker and an escape artist. Rosalie said, handing Harry a pair of clean black socks from her pack to help with his still bleeding nose. Terrific. And if the kid can't fly across the border? Emmett trailed off, leaving an unspoken question hanging in the air. Do we leave him or leave them? Neither, Edward decided quickly. Emmett, you and Rosalie go. Quickly. Chase them back to this side of the border. Harry, get under your cloak. Maybe if they think it's just me here, we can finally end this." To their credit, none of his siblings argued. Rosalie brushed her hand against Harry's shoulder once before sprinting off with Emmett to pursue the nomad pair. Harry straddled his broom, and Edward watched as he hovered about 8 feet in the air before disappearing beneath his cloak. "I can get into Canada no problem," Harry whispered. "I just need to get a message to their government, and they'll let me in." Edward recalled the stories Harry had shared with Jasper, the secrets buried in his brother's mind, and nodded in agreement. Harry Potter didn't seem like the type of wizard who would be denied entry by any magical establishment. How long would that take? Edward asked, aware that if Victoria had a talent for evasion, she'd likely sense that crossing into a new country would delay them. "No idea," Harry replied, then suddenly called out, "Hold up, expecto patronum." Edward watched with appreciation as Harry summoned his Patronus, marveling once again at the power and skill his brother displayed. Harry summoned his Patronus, a large silver stag, which he explained was useful for sending messages and warding off Dementors. Edward wasn't entirely sure what a Dementor was, but Harry said they could suck the soul right out of your body, which didn't sound pleasant at all. "Can you take a message to the Canadian government? Whoever's in charge of the border wards?" Harry asked the stag. Edward would have laughed at the sight of Harry talking to what looked like a ghostly animal, but the stag nodded almost immediately. "Great. Tell them, hello, this is Harry Potter. I want to gain access to your country to kill a vampire who is trying to kill a muggle. Please let me in." Edward couldn't help but snort at that absurd message. Harry really had a way with words. He watched as the stag pranced away and vanished into the trees. "Now we wait," Harry said. "Now we wait," Edward agreed. He stepped closer to the shadow of a large fir tree, listening intently for any sign of Victoria, James, or his siblings returning. Unfortunately, despite Harry's thoughts being clouded and partially blocked, they remained incredibly loud. "What are you thinking about?" Edward asked, scrunching his nose at the mix of amusement and grief that seemed to stem from a memory of Harry's involving someone being caught on fire. "Merlin, you're annoying," Harry replied. "Hold on." Instead of answering Edward's question like a normal person, Harry's thoughts abruptly shifted to what Edward was pretty sure was about Jasper. "I'm not doing it on purpose," Edward hissed, disgusted by the inappropriate ideas Harry was projecting about his brother. He was grateful that the oddity of Harry's mind prevented him from getting clear images, though the mere taste of those thoughts was still repulsive. "That doesn't make it any less annoying," Harry said. "Plus, it's bad luck. The last 2 blokes who dug into my mind are both dead, and I killed one of them myself." Edward made a conscious effort to ignore Harry's thoughts after that, or at least to not engage with them. The two of them waited in silence. Edward strained to hear the first sign of anyone approaching, while Harry breathed as quietly as he could. The initial indication wasn't a twig snapping or the whisper of quick feet on the ground. It was a continuous stream of thought echoing in Edward's mind. "He's alone. I can kill him before the others catch up. Find the wizard. Kill him. Flee. Meet up with James. Kill the wizard. Flee. Find James." Edward suppressed a snarl of anger. James wasn't with her. While Bella was safe in London at Harry's heavily warded house, his parents were still alone in Forks, capable, yes, but unlikely to win a fight against an experienced tracker. He hoped Harry was prepared, especially since he hardly dared twitch a finger in warning as Victoria was being herded directly toward them. He crouched in the shadows, focusing on the direction she would enter the clearing, guided by the images in her mind. Then, in an instant, Edward sprang into action. He landed on the red-haired vampire's back just as she burst through the thicket across from him. Victoria snarled, rolling forward and throwing Edward off her shoulders, sending him crashing into a tree. He quickly sprang to his feet, and they circled each other, both crouched low. Edward concentrated on her thoughts, moving in response to her feints. "Where is he?" Victoria asked, her voice breathless and surprisingly soft, a stark contrast to the feral look in her eyes. "Where is the wizard?" She inhaled deeply, circling Edward as her gaze flicked around the clearing, realizing that Harry's scent was too strong for him not to be nearby. "Where is the wizard?" Edward kept his eyes locked on Victoria, maintaining his focus on her thoughts, shifting in anticipation each time she prepared to attack. Suddenly, a flash of red spellfire streaked past him, narrowly missing Victoria's head. Victoria snarled again, rising from a quick roll, her red eyes blazing with fury. Victoria flickered around anxiously, searching for a threat she couldn't see. "Flee. Flee. Flee. Don't go now," Edward murmured enticingly. "Who knows when you'll get another chance at the wizard?" Victoria hissed as Harry struck again, this time unleashing a magic spell that tore through the fabric across her chest, leaving deep, bloodless gouges in its wake. "Those don't heal either," Harry called out from somewhere to Edward's left. He could hear Harry's footsteps, quick and agile, as he changed positions and sent more spells flying. Edward crept closer to Victoria, hoping to seize the opportunity to strike at her neck while she frantically dodged Harry's attacks. He was nearly there. Victoria rolled to the left, and if he timed it just right, he could jump on her, wrapping his arm around her neck and pulling with all his strength. But just then, an invisible spell hurled Edward backward, and Victoria let out a screech, a sound filled with raw, blinding pain. Edward lunged forward, intent on grabbing her while her mind screamed for escape. He narrowly avoided being struck by another flame, dodging to the right at the last possible moment. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Harry shouted, whipping his cloak off. In that moment, Edward felt a surge of fear. Most of his fears lived in the past or in hypothetical situations, but Harry was terrifying now. His eyes blazed with rage as he watched Victoria flee, her arms still glowing and burning from the spell Harry had cast. Harry's black hair stood on end, and the air was thick with his scent, dark, cold, and powerful, unmistakably Harry. "You burned her," Edward said, shock creeping into his voice. He could smell the distinct scent of burning vampire beneath Harry's own. I don't think her arm can heal." He was happy about that, of course, but everything had unfolded so quickly. Edward narrowly dodged the flames erupting from Harry's wand, realizing just how close he had come to losing a limb. "Maybe next time on trying to burn a vampire, don't get in between us." Harry shouted, his green eyes flashing with anger, though his thoughts betrayed a deeper worry. The air around him crackled with magic. Taking a few steps back, Edward caught a brief glimpse of himself engulfed in flames in Harry's mind, the image laced with concern before it spiraled into chaos. "Maybe warn me next time," Edward suggested coolly, his anger at losing Victoria clashing with guilt for interrupting Harry's perfect attack. "Oh hey, Edward, I'm going to start a fire that could end your existence." "Better move." "Great idea, mate," Harry panted, leaning against a tree trunk, anger etched on his face. "Let me just announce my bloody plan in front of the leech I'm trying to kill." "How could that go wrong?" "It couldn't have gone much worse," Edward spat. They finally had a chance, one chance to kill her and find James, and he had let it slip away. Victoria was quick, and they had wasted too much time bickering. He wasn't sure how they would catch up to her now. "She's not going to be pleased when she sees you again," Edward warned. "PFT," Harry smirked. "I don't suppose I'll be too happy to see her again either." Edward tried to muster a smile for his younger brother. It wasn't Harry's fault she had escaped, that blame lay squarely on his own shoulders. But as he considered their predicament, all he could manage was an annoyed grimace. "I guess we'll wait for M," Edward began, but he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a silver beaver scurrying toward them. Another Patronus, he assumed. The beaver halted in front of Harry, propping its tiny, corporeal paws on his shins. "Mr. Potter," it said, "we would be pleased to have you enter our country. Please feel free to." Exterminate the vampire you're hunting, and then come by our offices in Toronto to receive a citizen card. Thank you for all that you do." The silver beaver bowed slightly before vanishing. Harry let out a soft chuckle, leaning back against the tree as the tension in the air seemed to dissipate. His hair fell limply across his forehead and neck. "Well, it's a little late for that," he said. Edward scoffed, taking the chance to check the flurry of texts that had come in while they dealt with Victoria. In just a couple of minutes, his brother had sent multiple messages and voicemails. "Bella's gone. Edward, she left. We can't find her. Alice sees her in a library. Picture message, that's the room Alice sees her in with James. Edward?" 6 missed calls. Fury and fear surged within him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Gone. She was gone. Alice saw her with James. How could he have let this happen? How could he have put her in danger like this? Harry stepped forward, effortlessly snatching the phone from Edward's hand. He quickly scanned the screen before dialing a number and putting the phone to his ear. "Hey Rose, it's me. We're leaving. Bella's been kidnapped, it seems." "I know, right? I'm leaving my broomstick here, can you find it?" "Thanks. We'll meet you back in Forks. Bye." "Ready then?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at Edward, who was still caught in his panic. "We'll never find her," Edward croaked, haunted by images of Bella, lifeless, drained, broken, cold. How could he have done this to her? He had exposed her to his world and risked her life on his ability to protect her. "Quit being a git," Harry snapped. "Grab my hand." "I am not being a git," Edward shouted, startling several birds out of a nearby tree. "He has her, Harry. And we. Where is she?" Edward shouted, panic creeping into his voice. "Don't scream at me," Harry scowled. "We know where she is, but you're wasting my time. Either grab my hand, or you can explain to Jasper why I went by myself." Edward held his breath, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. "You can find her. Quickly. She's here." Harry shook his phone in Edward's face, revealing the detailed sketch of the room Alice had seen. "I told you before, I can't just apparate to a place because I want to be there. I need either the exact coordinates or a clear picture of it. So, we're either going to pop into this room, or we're going to splinch ourselves. Now grab my hand, you get." Without hesitation, Edward clasped Harry's hand. He had wasted enough time on his pointless self-recriminations. Saving Bella was all that mattered now. He just hoped it wasn't too late. "Hold tight," Harry instructed. He stuffed his cloak into his hoodie pocket, held his wand in one hand, and clutched Edward's hand with the other. Edward steeled himself for the scene they were about to enter, praying they wouldn't splinch, and Harry turned on the spot. Crack. Meanwhile, Rosalie and Emmett were just a few miles away, tracking Harry's scent, when they heard the unmistakable sound of his disappearance. They exchanged uneasy glances, both knowing that Harry and Edward were facing down a rogue vampire alone, and neither of them could follow. "Rock, paper, scissors on who tells Jasper?" Emmett suggested, a hopeful look on his face. "Not a chance." "That's on you," Rosalie replied. "Why me?" Emmett whined. "Babe, please, he'll take it better from you." "Fine." Rosalie jogged over to where Harry's broom was and extended her hand toward Emmett. "Rock, paper, scissors." After a quick 11 rounds, Emmett gave Rosalie one last pleading pout before he pulled out. He glanced at his silver cell phone and muttered, "I hope you're happy when you're a widow." Then he continued, "Hey, Jasper, bro, listen." Chapter 31, James. Harry concentrated on the image of the library, only mildly curious about where he would end up when he apparat. He turned on the spot, pulling Edward alongside him into the darkness. "Don't fall," he reminded himself firmly. The last thing he needed was to land in a room with an angry vampire and a muggle on the verge of being drained of blood, only to trip over his feet like the buffoon Snape always accused him of being. Of course, as soon as they landed, Harry stumbled forward. But it was less about his own clumsiness and more due to the startling roar that erupted from Edward beside him. Before Harry's feet even touched the ground, Edward was slamming James against the wall, sending books and splinters flying across the room. Harry watched the two collide, the booming crack of stone hitting stone echoing in his ears. For a moment, he wavered in his resolve to start casting spells. He was almost certain he'd told Edward he needed a clear shot to avoid getting burned. But Edward seemed to be holding his own, so Harry took a moment to search for Bella. Bella, he called out, stumbling in haste toward the bleeding girl on the floor. She lay close to the door, curled on her side in a pitiful heap surrounded by her own blood. Hey, hey, he crouched beside her, letting out a sharp breath at the sight of the blood pouring from a bite on her arm. Look at me. Not now, Harry muttered to himself. He didn't have time to lose himself in panic. He needed to figure out how to keep her from dying. Harry, he bit my arm, camera, there. Bella's pupils were dilated, the black swallowing her warm brown eyes. She weakly gestured toward a corner where a green light glowed from a camera. Was he going to be this dramatic when he'd been around for hundreds of years? Merlin. Harry felt his entire body recoil as he recognized. The crescent mark on Bella's arm was alarming. The veins were already swelling, distended from the venom coursing through her. Harry knew he could heal a cut or mend broken bones, but removing venom from a bloodstream was beyond his abilities. Help me. Harry shouted, his voice filled with urgency. He turned to see James with Edward in a headlock, both vampires snarling and clawing at each other. Catching Edward's gaze, Harry concentrated with all his might. Duck. In that split second, Edward moved, and Harry silently cast the Sectum Sempra aimed at James' neck. The spell barely missed Edward, but it wasn't a fatal blow either. Trade me. Harry barked, pulling out his wand and slashing it through the air as he repeated the spell over and over. James snarled and lunged at Harry, teeth bared. He knew he couldn't dodge a vampire, but he had a plan. Bombarda. He shouted, and James was thrown back, crashing into the French doors. Glass shattered everywhere, cutting Harry's arm in the process. But James was quick to recover, hissing at Harry like Crookshanks used to hiss at scabbers. They don't care about you, James sneered, a cruel twist on his lips. They're using you, wizard boy. He feinted to the left, and Harry instinctively mirrored the movement with his wand. They're using you for your magic. Suddenly, a flood of memories washed over Harry, Jasper's soft, golden eyes as he took Harry to a mountain peak, Alice's laughter when she made him try on a girl's blouse without telling him, Rosalie's snark after he flung paint at her, Edward spending hours patiently teaching him basic mathematics, believing he was just a muggle, Emmett's booming laughter as he tried to teach Harry how to play Mario Party, Esme handing him a bag full of sandwiches and her best attempt at treacle tart, Carlisle offering him a private medical exam, thinking he was afraid of hospitals. I've been used for worse, Harry shot back defiantly. Harry drawled nonchalantly. He sent a stunning spell at James' left side, then followed up with a Sectum Sempra aimed at his right. He had anticipated James dodging the bright red stunner, but instead, James avoided the Sectum Sempra and fell right into the path of the stunner. Dang, Harry said, stepping closer with a smirk. That was daft, wasn't it, mate? Incendio. As Harry watched the flames engulf James, he felt a flicker of concern about his own detachment. Shouldn't he feel bad? Where was his panic? He shoved his hands into his pockets, observing as James slowly turned to ashes, those crimson eyes still locked on him. Harry figured he might feel guilty later. Maybe he'd think about how he should have offered James a chance to surrender or something equally ridiculous. But for now, he felt fine. Calm. Peaceful. It was all a bit anticlimactic, really. That was until Edward's soothing murmurs pulled his attention to the corner where Bella lay. "Bella," he muttered, berating himself as he rushed to her side. "She's going to turn," Edward said tonelessly, pointing at the bite on Bella's arm, where blue veins were now visibly spreading. He cradled her in his arms, his eyes filled with grief as they watched Bella transform before them. "It's burning," Bella cried weakly. "Please," she gasped, then screamed, "It's burning. How do we stop it?" Harry asked Edward, panic crashing over him like a tidal wave at the sight of Bella's agony. "Edward, how?" "We can't," Edward moaned, pulling Bella closer and resting his face on the top of her head. "There's no way to get the venom out. It'll reach her shoulder soon and then travel straight to her heart. So let's cut off her arm," Harry suggested, desperation creeping into his voice. "Better to lose one arm than her life." "That's it," Edward lifted his head, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. "Not cutting her arm off, that's the craziest thing you've ever suggested, you psychopath. Just get rid of the venom." He blocked out Bella's anguished cries and brought her arm close to his nose, tracing it gently until he reached the crook of her elbow. "It's not spread far yet," he said. "Just pull it out, Harry." Harry was still processing that somehow Edward, the most dramatic prat he'd ever met, perhaps second only to James or Malfoy, had called him crazy. After all, Edward had been stalking Bella for weeks, hadn't he? "Harry, can you summon the venom out?" "What?" Harry struggled to focus on the escalating situation, his mind feeling as sluggish as the venom coursing through Bella's arm. "No." "What use are you then?" Edward snarled. "Just use your magical wand." What use was he? Did Edward really just ask that? Harry had just taken down a vampire, single-handedly. Sure, the stunner had been a lucky shot, but he didn't see Edward catching that dramatic get on fire by chance, did he? "I can't just accio venom," Harry yelled, his temper flaring. "You can suck the venom out yourself, you arrogant blood-sucking arse." Edward shot him a terrified look. Harry knew, rationally, that he wasn't being entirely fair. Edward was scared and panicking, not trying to be an arse on purpose. But there was no time for that. James had bitten Bella, and she deserved more than to have her soul and morality taken away by some dramatic leech with a video camera. "I'll kill her," Edward croaked. "Harry, I won't be able to stop. I'll kill her." "I'll kill you first," Harry promised, pointing his wand at Edward's head. "If you don't stop, I'll kill you." "Swear it." "I solemnly swear." "I'm sorry, love, this is going to hurt," Edward murmured, locking his eyes onto Bella's. Harry pulled Bella's arm up to his mouth, covering James' bite mark with his own. He steadied his wand, knowing he couldn't risk setting Edward on fire while holding Bella. A stunner at this distance would have to do. Bella screamed, a heart-wrenching sound that echoed her excruciating pain as Edward began to draw the blood from the wound. "Kill me," she cried. "Please, God, kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I am not worried, Harry. I am with you. Severus, please." "You're almost there," Harry murmured, unsure if he was speaking to Bella, Edward, or even himself. He noticed Bella's veins diminishing, shrinking back to their normal size as the venom was drawn out. Despite the agony, Bella continued to scream, lost in her torment. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and she went limp in Edward's arms. "That's enough," Harry said, urgency lacing his voice. "Smell her and check." But Edward had closed his eyes, his expression one of blissful detachment. Bella's lips turned pale, her cheeks devoid of color from the screams. "That's enough," Harry yelled, panic surging through him. "You're going to kill her." The stunner was on the tip of his tongue. He would stun Edward, fix Bella, and then deal with Edward later. But just as he was about to speak, Edward pulled his mouth away from Bella's arm, taking deep, shuddering breaths. He cradled her against his chest, his shoulders shaking as he buried his face in her hair. "I thought I would kill you, Bella. Oh, Bella. I love you. I love you. I love you." Harry hesitated, wanting to let Edward have this moment of relief after not draining his girlfriend of blood, but Bella was still in dire straits. There were still a lot of other injuries to address. "Is it all out?" Harry asked, lowering his wand, relieved that he might not need to kill Edward after all. She smells clean," Edward replied tightly. He carefully laid Bella down on the floor in front of him, pressing his nose against her arm near the bite mark. He traced his way up her arm until he reached her shoulder. "There's no venom, but Harry, she's going to bleed to death. We have to get her to a hospital." "Move," Harry ordered. Edward remained tense, his muscles rigid, and Harry could see his shoulders shaking with unshed sobs. Harry understood the pain of watching someone you love suffer. He remembered Sirius falling, the way he had screamed, "Crucio. You have to mean it." But he had. It just wasn't the time or place if there was still a chance to save Bella. He had promised Charlie Swan he would bring his daughter home. He couldn't return Teddy to his parents, but he could do this. These were people he could still help. Harry blasted Edward across the room, putting him in a spot where he could still see Bella, but wouldn't be in Harry's way. Just to be safe, Harry made sure Edward stayed there. If Bella started screaming, he didn't want to get bitten in the process. Edward screamed anyway, cursing Harry's name and demanding to be let go. "We have to get her to a hospital." Edward probably forgot that Harry was a wizard, which was fair, because sometimes Harry forgot he could use real magic to make a difference in his life. Or maybe Edward just didn't expect Harry to know any healing spells. Either way, Harry ignored him as Edward continued to yell and curse. "Episky," he said, setting his wand on the floor beside him. Instead, he ran his bare hand over Bella's broken skin. "Episky. Episky." He watched as her skin slowly began to knit itself together, except for the sluggishly bleeding crescent wound on her arm. He really hoped. Severus Snape was every bit as brilliant as he believed himself to be. If a spell could heal one type of unhealable dark wound, perhaps it could heal another. Grimacing, he picked up his wand, determined to replicate the weaving motion that had once sealed the cursed cuts Harry had inflicted on Draco Malfoy in a girl's bathroom. "Vulnera Sinenter," he intoned, moving his wand over the bite marks that twisted his stomach with unease. "Vulnera Sinenter." Finally, Edward ceased his screaming and fell silent, watching from the spot where Harry had restrained him. They both held their breath as Bella's skin began to knit itself over the open wound. Harry continued the incantation until the injury was fully healed, no blood escaping her body. "This is the part that's going to hurt," Harry warned, directing his voice toward both Edward and Bella, even though she lay unconscious. He took a deep breath and glanced at Bella's clearly broken right kneecap. "Merlin, don't let me vanish the bone." "Brachia memendo." Bella gasped, then let out a scream so sharp that it seemed impossible she hadn't torn her throat. Behind him, Edward was making a heart-wrenching sobbing noise, calling Bella's name, while she began to thrash. Harry could only do so much. Why hadn't he called Hermione? Oh right, because she'd be furious. What were you thinking? You could have been killed. Or worse, expelled. Harry snorted, mimicking the tiny 11-year-old Hermione aloud. He would be lucky to escape with either of those outcomes. "I'm going to stun you if you don't stop moving," Harry warned Bella, although he doubted she could hear him. With a wrist and collarbone still to heal, stunning her now would be far easier than explaining to a Muggle healer why a teenage girl was missing bones. Bella ignored him, just as he had expected, so he went ahead and petrified her. "Brachia memendo." Harry tapped his wand to her collarbone, secretly relieved that he could focus on healing without further interruption. He didn't need to see her warm brown eyes reacting to the sharp pain he knew she must be feeling. Last one now, Harry assured her softly. Brachia. I think she's fixed, he panted, inspecting Bella's body as carefully as he could. Nodding to himself, he added, yeah, I think she's fine. She probably needs some blood, though. Harry, please unfreeze me. I'm not going to hurt either of you. Harry glanced over his shoulder at Edward, who looked surprisingly calm. He waved his hand in Edward's direction, noticing with a detached sort of awareness that it was shaking. Hands weren't supposed to shake that much. Edward was at his side in an instant, gently moving Bella's clothes to check for injuries. One more gash here if you can, he murmured, pointing to a deep cut on Bella's thigh that Harry had missed. Harry placed his hand directly on the cut. Episki. Why is she still so stiff? Edward asked quietly. Did you do that or? I did it, Harry replied. Hold on, he cast the counter jinx, and they both watched as Bella's eyes began to flutter. Edward? She managed, her voice weak, likely a side effect of her pain. I'm here, Bella, I'm here. Bella opened her eyes with a small gasp, tears spilling down her face. It was a trick, she wailed. He said he had my mom. Harry might have called her foolish for thinking a vampire could move her mom from Phoenix, Arizona, to London, England, so quickly, but he remembered how he had once thought Voldemort had kidnapped his godfather and broken into the Ministry of Magic without anyone noticing. Bella threw herself onto Edward's chest, all of them ignoring the smoldering ashes on the opposite side of the room. And Harry. Bella suddenly flung herself at him, disregarding his twitch in favor of sobbing against him. You saved me. Harry patted her gently. Harry shifted awkwardly, his vision swirling as he tried to focus on the muggle who was soaking his shirt with her tears. He opened his mouth to suggest she go cry on Edward instead, but as he did, he caught a whiff of the burning vampire nearby. The sudden scent made him gag, and he immediately threw up a mouthful of stomach acid. Then, as if life couldn't be more unfair, Harry blacked out, drifting into a state of bliss. When he woke for a moment, disoriented and confused, he blinked up and thought he saw Jasper's face. You have a cute face, he murmured before losing consciousness again, leaving Jasper to decide whether to cry or laugh. He's waking up now, came an annoying voice that interrupted his sleep. Harry groaned and turned to shift in his chair, only to feel something off-kilter beneath him. As he opened his eyes, he let out a groan when he recognized the red walls and posters surrounding him. Sirius? Jasper, came the reply. Harry flipped over to see Jasper perched on the edge of his bed, not Sirius's bed, because Sirius was dead, and Harry was alive. Behind Jasper stood Carlisle, his eyes a dark amber as he observed Harry. Good morning, Carlisle said with a small smile. How do you feel? Fine, Harry replied, recalling the fight with James, fixing Bella's injuries, and then nothing. I guess I passed out. You did, Jasper confirmed. And I hope you don't mind, but I had Carlisle break into your house to come break into your other house to treat you and Isabella. I'm pressing charges, Harry deadpanned. How's Bella? Thanks to you. Perfect. All she needed was a bag of blood to replenish her. Carlisle beamed, gently patting Harry's leg. I wish I could heal all my patients with a magic wand. One day, Harry thought, he would get the Cullens to stop prefacing everything he did with the magic. Magic spell. Magic wand. Magic broomstick. I'll leave you boys alone to catch up, Carlisle said. We could go home tonight if you feel up to it, Harry. Isabella is already downstairs enjoying a meal that your lovely house elf made for the two of you, Carlisle said. Lovely? Jasper exclaimed, turning to stare at his father. Creature attacked me with a knife again when I carried Harry inside. Harry grinned as he grabbed his glasses from the table beside the bed. That did sound like something Creature would do. Well, just imagine how it looked for a vampire to be carrying in his unconscious friend, covered in blood and bruises, in the arms of a nasty creature, Carlyle said, his voice calm but a twinkle of laughter dancing in his eyes. And it's not like he was able to hurt you. Not for a lack of trying, Jasper grumbled. Carlyle chuckled, giving his son a reassuring pat on the shoulder before stepping out to give them some privacy. How do you find me? Harry asked, sitting up and propping himself against the headboard. Magic, Jasper replied impassively. Harry held Jasper's gaze with a raised eyebrow until Jasper finally relented. Edward called me after you threw up in Isabella's hair and passed out. Harry blinked, horrified. I threw up in her hair. You did, Jasper said, his lips twitching as he fought off a smile. That's disgusting, Harry breathed. Merlin. She deserved it, Jasper said as he swung his legs up onto the bed, stretching out beside Harry. She shouldn't have run off. Harry shrugged, his eyes wandering around Sirius' room. If she thought her mum was in danger, it makes sense she would go. She walked right into a trap, Jasper replied. She had no reason to think her mother was truly there. Harry scowled at the wall opposite him, his gaze drifting to the poster of a Muggle woman on a motorcycle. This used to be my godfather's room, he said quietly. And it might still be his room, except I walked into a trap, and it got him killed. So, I don't think Bella did anything I wouldn't have done, Jasper said. He fell silent for a moment, while Harry kept his gaze fixed on the poster across the wall. Is that why it's decorated with women in bikinis? Harry snorted, turning to give Jasper a small smirk. Yeah, he was a rebel, Jasper replied with a laugh, reaching for Harry's hand on the bedspread. You did good, he said softly. I saw the video. She would have died if it weren't for you. Harry nodded, keeping his expression neutral, but he felt the weight of Jasper's words. She would have died one way or another if it weren't for him. She was alive because of him. Not dead, not turned, but alive. He thought of all the people he couldn't save: Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, Hedwig, Moody, Dobby, Tonks, Remus, Fred, Colin, Snape, but not Bella Swan. He saved her. Chapter 32, Damn Cullens. Thursday, March 18, 2004. Charlie slumped down on the sofa, the Hoosier basketball game blaring in the background, while his mind wandered far away, about 1,500 miles, to be exact. It had been almost a week since Bella left, and just 2 days since he received her single text from a blocked number: I'm safe. Love you. Charlie glanced up at the photos of his baby girl adorning the mantel. There was baby Bella, cradled between him and Renee on the morning she was born. Bella at 7, with gaps in her teeth and braids in her hair. Bella at 12, a book in hand and a look of surprise on her face, undoubtedly captured by her mom's random photography. And Bella at 15, her last school photo from Phoenix, wearing a white blouse that blended with her pale skin. Her eyes were still as brown as they had been since she was a year old, holding a solemn wisdom in them. Charlie had thought her eyes were brightening with happiness in Forks, but he realized he had been fooling himself. I don't want to be stuck here like Mom. And Charlie didn't want to hold her back like he had held back Renee. So he let her go, a decision that hurt 1,000 times more than it had when Renee yelled at him and left in the dead of night with their daughter. He hadn't known it was possible to feel more pain than he did that night, but he understood better now. With a deep sigh, Charlie pulled the old Afghan his mother had made off the back of the couch. There was no point in moving upstairs when there was no one to care where he slept. He watched as the Hoosiers were thoroughly beaten by Notre Dame, allowing his eyes to drift shut after the final buzzer sounded. At some point later, he jolted awake to the living room cloaked in darkness, the sound of scraping at the door breaking the silence. Charlie sprang to his feet, quickly grabbing his gun from the holster by the door. He held it at his side and threw open the door, ready to confront whatever awaited him. Charlie startled the would-be robber with the shock of their life. Freeze. It's me. Dad, it's me. Don't shoot. It took Charlie a split second to recognize the cowering figure at his door. Bells? He breathed, hardly daring to believe he wasn't still dozing on the couch. Bells. He threw his arms around his daughter, pulling her close. Bella relaxed in his embrace, her own warm arms wrapping around him. I'm so sorry, Dad, she murmured, her voice muffled against the sweater she buried her face in. Hush. You're here now. Charlie didn't need an apology or an explanation, he just needed her home. He wanted to know she was staying for good. That was all he needed. He pressed his face into her hair, searching for that familiar scent that had been uniquely his baby girl since the moment she was born. As Bella began to pull away, he didn't find it beneath the strawberry shampoo she used, so he gave her a crinkly-eyed smile and moved one arm to her shoulder. You staying, then? Can I? Bella asked quietly, her eyes red-rimmed. Charlie thought maybe these last few days hadn't been much easier for her than they had been for him. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and guided her inside. Always, Bells. Always. The next morning, Charlie got a full account of Bella's trip. He hadn't wanted to push her into sharing if she didn't want to, but he was glad he'd nudged her just a little. Let me get this straight, you left because you liked Edward too much and didn't want to feel trapped here. The words felt like a dagger through his heart to even repeat. So you drove off to Phoenix. Then Harry, our neighbor, Harry Potter, showed up at Renee's on Wednesday morning and talked you into coming home? Bella nodded over her bowl of cereal. That's what happened, she said. And I'm sorry, Dad, I'm really sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. I love it here with you, honestly. Charlie waved off her apologies and pulled her into a fierce hug before she left for school. He tried to replace the memory of the night she left with the warmth of her open expression as she assured him she loved it here and had no plans to leave anytime soon. If Bella would be happier in Phoenix, he would let her go, but hearing that she loved Forks and being with him made him incredibly glad. As he slowly drove down the road, his eyes scanning for that familiar red Charger, he felt grateful that Harry had chosen to ignore his earlier request not to worry about finding Bella. Charlie suspected Harry would try to talk to her after their conversation the day after she left. He had told Harry not to stress over it, but something in Harry's eyes suggested he wasn't the kind of guy who took orders lightly. Harry had looked grave, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his self-appointed responsibility as he swore to Charlie on the porch that he would bring Bella home. And damn if he didn't do it. Charlie spotted Harry's car parked right in the middle of his driveway, as if the young man was unbothered by his truancy from school. Pulling his cruiser in behind Harry's car, he felt a spring in his step as he approached the door, enough pep that he smiled to himself when he knocked with what Billy called his cop knock. Chief Swan. Harry opened the door after a moment, clearly having been roused from sleep. His hair was a mess, dark bags hung under his eyes, and his clothes were wrinkled. He also smelled like liquor, but for once, that wasn't Charlie's concern. Did you go to Phoenix on Tuesday and bring Bella back? Charlie demanded. Harry rubbed his eyes beneath his glasses and nodded. I brought her home, he replied slowly. After I specifically told you not to worry about it. Is it? Harry ducked his head, scuffing his shoe on the hardwood floor beneath him. He responded quietly, yes, sir. Charlie Swan wasn't an overly emotional man. He didn't indulge in the sentimental expressions that seemed to come so easily to others. His own father had hugged him maybe 5 times in his entire life and had told him he loved him just as many times. So, it was a surprise when Charlie found himself pulling Harry into a tight hug, startling the young man. You brought her home, Charlie said, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. Harry stiffened in Charlie's embrace, prompting Charlie to quickly let him go and take a step back. Sorry about that, I just... He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward. It's fine, Harry said quickly. I'm glad she's back. Charlie beamed at him and offered a more formal handshake. If you need an excuse for your teachers, just tell them Charlie Swan had you in lockup for the week for underage drinking, all right? Harry ruffled his hair and chuckled as he accepted Charlie's hand. Yeah, all right. Saturday, March 20th, 2004. Got any plans this week? Charlie asked, placing a reassuring hand on his daughter's head at breakfast, reminding himself once more that she was still there. No Panama Beach for me, Dad, Bella quipped. I'll probably just hang out here with Edward, maybe go to Port Angeles with Alice. What? Charlie poured himself a cup of coffee, extra black, and sank heavily into one of the kitchen chairs. You're still hanging out with that Cullen boy? We're dating, Dad. Charlie didn't care for that. He figured either Edward was moving too fast with Bella, wondering if they'd had a fight since he thought she liked him, or, more likely in his opinion, they had some serious argument on what he thought was one of their first dates, which had sent Bella fleeing to Phoenix. Either way, Charlie didn't care much for Edward Cullen. Dating is a strong word, Bells, he said cautiously. He worried about her rushing into something, ending up like he and her mom had, a shotgun wedding when they were barely older than Bella was now. Why not try going out with some other people? Play the field a bit. See if there's someone else you like better. Did you just tell me to play the field? Bella grinned at him, clearly amused. God, Dad, that's terrible advice, she added, and he had to admit, it really was. I don't mean it like that, Charlie sputtered, flustered. I just think there's no need for labels on a new relationship. Maybe you should go on a few dates with someone else, get to know other people. Oh, I know, he pretended to have a sudden idea. What about Harry? He's a nice boy, and anyone who drove all the way to Phoenix for you has to care, right? He watched hopefully, but Bella's giggles quickly dashed that hope. Dad, she said, giving him a pitying look, though her laughter remained. Harry's gay. He's dating Jasper, Edward's brother. Charlie tried to picture which one Jasper was. The big one or the blonde one? The blonde one. Charlie stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Gay, huh? Yes, Dad, I'm sorry. Bella patted his hand reassuringly, a teasing light in her eyes. But if it helps, I guess that means there's a possibility you could be his type. Bella let out a genuine laugh that warmed Charlie's heart before she dashed up the staircase. Of course I could be. He yelled after her. I'm not just a ladies' man, Bells. Wednesday, March 24th, 2004. Charlie wanted to like Edward Cullen, he really did. But Bella looked so utterly in love when she was around him. And try as he might, he couldn't find a single flaw in the kid, which was frustrating. Perfect grades, a flawless record, impeccable manners. Manners. Edward was always at Charlie's house, sitting politely at the kitchen table or on the couch, looking like some kind of spokesperson for cheap furniture. It was driving Charlie crazy. In fact, it pushed him to spend his afternoons cruising around town when he wasn't home. Most of spring break was spent patrolling the streets, keeping his police car visible as a hopeful crime deterrent. It was a trick the old police chief had shared with him, and it seemed to work, considering Forks had one of the lowest crime rates in the state. Of course, it helped that the town only had a population of 3,500. Charlie enjoyed driving around. He waved at the older folks who had known him since he was a kid and flashed his lights for the children playing hopscotch on their sidewalks. He never turned down a chance to pull over and catch up on the latest gossip from the town's more talkative citizens. He dropped Edward's name here and there, hoping to find some evidence that would prove the boy wasn't right for Bella, but no one had a single bad word to say about him. In fact, most didn't even know Edward. Is Edward the one down at the park with the Potter boy? Lonnie Richardson asked after Charlie mentioned him casually. Can't be, Edward's at my house, Charlie grumbled. But if the Potter boy was at the park, maybe Charlie would swing by. He still needed to find a way to thank him for bringing Bella home. A few minutes later, Charlie pulled into Forks' only playground and parked next to Harry's Charger. He got out and scanned the small pavilion where teens often gathered to smoke and drink later at night. It was a giggle that caught his attention, leading him to Harry by the swing set. Charlie smiled at the sweet scene. Harry was pushing a little boy with black curls and a big gummy smile on the only infant swing in the park. Harry was laughing and trying to snap as many photos as he could between pushes. Charlie felt a warmth in his chest at the sight. Charlie was momentarily distracted by the uncharacteristic look of genuine joy on Harry's face, almost missing the tall blonde standing behind him, equally radiant as she smiled at the scene. Damn Cullen kids, he thought to himself. Well, who's this then? Charlie asked, walking up with a grin for the little one. He's got to be a Potter with messy hair like that. Chief Swan, this is Teddy Lupin, my godson, Harry replied, pride shining through his words like a new father. He gently brought the swing to a stop, causing little Teddy to stick out his lower lip in a pout. Hey there, little guy, Charlie said, wiggling his fingers in front of Teddy. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as Teddy giggled and grabbed hold of his finger. I didn't know you had a godson, Harry. He used to live with his grandma, but we have split custody now, Harry explained casually. Charlie let the little one continue tugging on his finger as he processed this surprising news. You're 18, he said, his voice flat. 18 seemed far too young to have any responsibility for a baby, especially when he thought of the typical 18-year-olds he knew, always chasing their shadows away with booze and fast cars. Harry lifted Teddy from the swing and stood tall, looking every bit the man Charlie must have appeared when he told his parents he was going to be a father. Teddy is my godson, my responsibility, Harry stated firmly. Babies are a lot of work, Charlie replied, a mix of disbelief and admiration for the young man standing before him. You've got school, he added. Teddy's only here every other weekend and during school holidays, Harry explained. He glanced over his shoulder at Jasper, the Cullen boy standing behind him. And the Cullens have been helping me get used to having him around more. He playfully poked Teddy in the belly, eliciting a sweet little laugh from the child, who looked more like Harry's own son than his godson. Isn't that right, Teddy? Harry asked. Oh, say. Teddy cried out, his eyes lighting up. Rosalie, my sister, Jasper said, stepping forward and placing a hand on Harry's back while smiling down at the little one. Teddy's rather attached to her already. Well, Charlie thought for a moment. He certainly couldn't complain about any help from Carlisle. He seemed like a good man. Why don't you bring little Teddy over one night this week? I think I've got a box of Bella's baby toys in the garage you can have. Charlie was sure he had a box of Bella's baby toys. He had nearly everything she ever owned. Looking at Harry's car, though, it was clear he didn't need any help buying toys for Teddy. But if it meant Harry would come over for a good home-cooked meal, then all the better. All right then, Harry shrugged. Sounds good, thanks, Chief. Friday, March 26, 2004. Are you cooking? Charlie grunted at the stove. You did it for years before you got here, Bella, he added. No, you didn't, Bella replied, reaching over Charlie's shoulder to turn down the burner that had the green beans on it. You ate out and survived on cereal. Charlie wanted to be indignant, but she had him there. Is that supposed to be spaghetti? Bella sounded horrified. When she pulled out the entire ruined clump of spaghetti noodles from the pan, Charlie could see why. Damn it, he swore. Can you fix it? No, Bella laughed, beginning to shut off the other burners. Why are you cooking? You know I'll make dinner. Charlie huffed and moved out of her way, turning his back to the stove. He spotted Edward in the kitchen doorway, silently watching them with a smile playing on his lips. Edward, Charlie said curtly, don't suppose you can make yourself useful and go pick up a few pizzas before Harry gets here, can you? Of course, sir, Edward agreed politely, just as Charlie knew he would. "I'll be back soon." Edward left too quickly for Charlie to give him any cash. The kid made it hard to dislike him. Charlie Swan was nothing if not stubborn. "You invited Harry over for dinner?" Bella asked, grinning as she dumped the scorched spaghetti sauce down the drain. "Dad, come on. You might as well adopt him if you want him as a son. That's the only way this is going to work." "I'm not trying to set the two of you up," Charlie scowled. Honestly, he wasn't trying anymore. The thought of his daughter dating someone like Harry, who, despite being the first person he wouldn't mind taking Bella out, had all the wrong parts, was just too much. "Harry lives by himself, and did you know he has partial custody of a baby now? That's a big responsibility, Bells. We're his neighbors, we should be acting neighborly." "Oh, you met Teddy?" Bella smiled, her expression brightening. Apparently, the little one had found a place in her heart too. With a cute kid like Teddy, it was no wonder. "Yeah, I saw them down at the park," Charlie said. "I got a few of your old things out for Harry to use." "You don't mind, do you?" "Do I mind if you give away my rattles and bottles?" "I think I'll survive, Dad." Charlie chuckled. Bella certainly didn't get that dry wit from Renee. As Bella began hiding the evidence of Charlie's cooking fiasco, he headed out to the garage to clean up the supplies he'd dug out of the dusty storage area in the back. "Bells, can you grab the door?" he said, lightly kicking the back door while juggling a wooden high chair in one arm and two boxes of toys and clothes in the other. "Oh." It was Edward who opened the door. "I can take that for you," Edward offered, extending an arm toward the high chair. "I'm plenty tough enough to carry it," Charlie replied, perhaps a bit harsher than necessary. Why did Edward always have to be so damn polite? Couldn't he just be a jerk for once? It would make it so much easier for Charlie to tease Bella about being so obviously in love. Of course. Edward held the door open for him, his face. Charlie stormed past Edward, nearly dropping one of the boxes in the process. He managed a begrudging thanks as he glanced at the stack of pizza boxes on the kitchen table, then rearranged the chairs to fit the high chair among the others. "Dad, I don't think Teddy can eat pizza," Bella laughed. "I know that," Charlie replied, "but Harry will want to sit by him while we eat, won't he?" "Probably," Bella conceded. Charlie turned to Edward with a neutral expression. "You staying for dinner?" "I already ate with my family before I came over, but I'd love to join you." "Thank you," Edward said. Of course, Edward wasn't eating with them. Bella had mentioned that his mom, Esme, was a health nut who prepared vegetarian meals for her family. That thought made Charlie grateful he had never been invited over for dinner, and a little worried that their habits might rub off on Bella, ruining the normal meals she prepared for them. Charlie scooted the chairs around to slide one more up at the table for Edward, just in time to respond to the soft knock at the front door. "I'll get it," he said, hurrying to answer. He ignored the quiet laughter from Bella and Edward behind him, especially Bella's joke about it being Charlie's first date. Harry was 18, and Charlie was 36. It wasn't that Harry wasn't decent looking, responsible and fun when he wanted to be, but Charlie could hardly go mooning after high schoolers. He was the chief of police, after all. Bella must have inherited her strange sense of humor from Renee. "Harry. Teddy." Charlie exclaimed as he threw the door open cheerfully, trying hard not to clench his jaw at the unexpected addition. "And Casper, right?" He recognized the name of the uninvited tag-along, but pretending not to know it often threw suspects off balance if he ever needed to interrogate them. Not that this was an interrogation, yet. But Harry was a good young man, and Charlie could easily admit he was quite fond of him, especially since he brought Bella back, and it was this Jasper that Charlie didn't know a thing about, other than the perfectly spotless report he'd run on him at the station, just like he had on his brother. "Jasper," the blonde said, extending his hand to Charlie. "Chief Swan," Charlie replied, emphasizing his title. He gave Jasper a firm handshake, the same subtle warning he'd given Edward. "Come on in, fellas. I've got pizza in the kitchen." "Thanks, Chief," Harry said, pulling off Teddy's little yellow rain jacket and hanging it up. He then handed Charlie a brown sack. "Figured it was the least I could bring you for the baby supplies." Charlie peeked inside the bag and let out a loud laugh at the offering. "You brought the chief of police a six-pack. How'd you even get this?" "Magic," Harry replied with a cheeky grin. "That's the kind you like, right?" That was exactly why Harry was so much more tolerable than Edward Cullen. The smart aleck just showed up and handed over a case of Charlie's favorite beer with a clever remark and a grin. Harry wasn't an overt troublemaker, but he didn't pretend to be perfect either. "Sure is," Charlie said, shaking his head in mock disapproval. "I better not find a fake ID next time I pull you over, Harry." "Pull me over?" Harry carried Teddy toward the kitchen, nodding hello at Bella and Edward as he carefully eased his godson into the high chair. "You must have me confused with some other bloke, Chief. I'm a perfectly respectable driver." "You're a terrible driver and a worse liar," Bella laughed. She sat down across from Harry after pulling a folding chair from the closet and adding it next to her. "Dad tried to cook you dinner. But pizza's better anyway," Charlie said quickly, giving his daughter a pointed look. "Why don't you and Jasper grab a few slices, and I'll..." "Did you get some toys for Teddy?" Bella asked. "We have applesauce for Teddy too," she added. "I'll grab him a bowl." Charlie picked up the box labeled Toys and rummaged through it for a moment. Soon, he emerged with a handful of slightly faded rattles and a little drum set. "Here you go, Teddy," he said, placing the toys on the tray while ignoring Jasper, who was feeding the baby small bites of applesauce that Bella had fetched. "Thanks for this," Harry said. Teddy's a spoiled kid. None of his toys hold his attention for more than a few minutes. He spoke fondly, running his fingers through Teddy's thick curls. The baby smiled up at his godfather with a messy applesauce grin. Charlie couldn't help but shoot a wistful glance at Bella. It seemed like just yesterday she had sat in that same high chair, covered in food, looking up at him as if he were the only star in her sky. And now, just like that, she was smiling over at Edward Cullen, the brightest star in his nearly grown daughter's life. "It's no problem," Charlie said, brushing off Harry's thanks, even though Harry had just driven all the way to Phoenix last week to do him a much bigger favor. "You mentioned he lives with his grandma during the week. Where are his parents?" "Dead," Harry replied bluntly, his shoulders slumping slightly. "His dad, Remus, was friends with my dad in school, and I became his godfather the day Teddy was born." "I'm sorry to hear that," Charlie said, giving the little green-eyed baby a sympathetic look. Poor kid didn't even have all his teeth yet, and he had already lost his parents. "He's got you, though," Jasper said quietly to Harry, keeping his eyes on Teddy as he offered him another spoonful of applesauce. "You can tell him all about them when he's older." "Yeah," Harry said, running a weary hand under his glasses before forcing a smile. "Chief, you would have liked his mom. She was a cop, a really good one, too. She went around kicking arse with pink hair," Charlie said, chuckling at the thought. The others laughed along, but Charlie couldn't quite picture hiring a new patrol sheriff with pink hair. "London sounds like a strange place," he remarked. Positively mad. Harry reached tentatively for the open pizza box in the middle of the table, and Charlie quickly scooted it closer to him. "How's your basketball team doing?" he asked, eager to shift the conversation. Charlie, Harry, and Bella made quick work of one of the pizzas, while the Cullen boys had apparently already eaten dinner with their parents. For someone who didn't know much about sports, Harry had a surprising knack for remembering the different rules and scores Charlie mentioned. "I thought they weren't allowed to swap coaches mid-season." Harry frowned, clearly picking up on Charlie's irritation with the Panthers. "Exactly," Charlie replied. At some point, the six of them migrated to the living room, where they kicked on a game and continued their easy conversation. Harry didn't talk much, but he was an excellent listener. Charlie could see he was a devoted godfather to that little boy. Harry sat on the floor with Teddy the entire time, Jasper beside him, constantly keeping Teddy entertained with the toys from the box Charlie had brought down. He even took Teddy to the bathroom at regular intervals to change his diaper. Charlie couldn't recall much of what he was doing at 18, aside from chasing Renee around and fishing with his friends off the pier, but he knew he would never have been as good a parent to a baby as Harry clearly was. Harry's attention never wavered from Teddy, even when Jasper shot him lovesick glances. Yet, when Harry did look at Jasper, pulling him into the conversation or acknowledging something he said, Charlie could see that Harry's eyes sparkled with the same affection that Bella's did when she looked at Edward. Damn Cullens. They just had a way of making all of Charlie's favorite people fall in love with them. By the time Teddy started yawning, Harry mentioned needing to get him home. Charlie realized he liked Jasper Hale almost as much as he liked Edward Cullen. Jasper was just as polite, quiet, and outwardly respectful as his brother. But what really stood out was how infatuated he was with his British boyfriend. It felt like he was practically filling the room with love. As Harry loaded the sleepy baby into his car seat, Charlie seized the opportunity to pull Jasper aside. Edward and Bella were busy carrying toys and a high chair out to Harry's car, helping to get everything loaded. "How old are you, Jasper?" Charlie asked, recalling that his background check indicated Jasper would turn 19 in the summer. However, he didn't quite look like a typical 19-year-old. He held himself stiffly, his eyes vigilant and wary, much like Harry, to be honest. The difference was that Jasper flinched far less, and his movements were gracefully fluid. 18, sir, Jasper replied. I'll be 19 this summer. Charlie adopted a casual pose, using his best "I'm not just a cop, I'm also your friend" tone, the one that had coaxed a few confessions in the past. Bit young to be playing house with Harry and his godson, aren't you? Jasper mimicked Charlie's relaxed stance, his gaze drifting to Edward, who was laughing quietly at something while pulling Harry over to chat by the driver's door. Carlyle says I have an old soul, Jasper said lightly. I think Harry does too. So I'm perfectly content playing house with him as long as he tolerates me. You're thinking long-term then? Charlie asked, just managing to hold back from bluntly asking Jasper about his intentions. Jasper smiled, a sparkling expression of happiness lighting up his face. I'm thinking forever, Chief Swan. Sunday, March 28, 2004. I'm telling you, Billy, you've got to lock Jake up. Before you know it, he'll be following someone around with puppy dog eyes and saying things like, forever. Charlie cast his line out again, not having much luck with the fish. I don't see the problem with that, as long as he's old enough, Billy said. Just as long as it's not one of those damn Cullens. Charlie usually felt compelled to defend the Cullens, insisting they were a good family at heart. But then he thought of Bella and Harry, their lovesick expressions, and Jasper's innocent declaration of forever. He clinked his beer bottle against Harry's and then against the one he handed to Billy. Damn Cullens, Charlie agreed wholeheartedly. Chapter 33, Prom. Saturday, May 20th, 2004. Wow. Jasper and Edward stepped back hastily from Harry's front door, their jaws dropped in a way that was decidedly unbefitting of polite gentlemen. You look great, Edward said, his tone sincere but tinged with uncharacteristic hesitation. Is Isabella ready? She is, Ginny Weasley replied with a smirk. Come on in, boys. Be prepared to be impressed. Edward exchanged a glance with Jasper, and they both shared a mutual sentiment. They were already impressed. Ginevra Weasley was a knockout, dressed to kill in a full-length, form-fitting, low-cut sequined gown with a daring slit up to mid-thigh. She was the golden counterpart to Alice's black, Rosalie's crimson, and Isabella's silver designer gowns. Ginny's appearance was also a delightful surprise for everyone, except for Alice. Earlier that spring, She had flood over to Harry's place one afternoon, bubbling with joy and excitement. She threw herself into Harry's arms, exclaiming about her signing with the Holy Head Harpies. Harry insisted they celebrate, which led to an unexpected dinner outing with Jasper, Alice, Harry, Ginny, and Teddy. That evening sparked one of the most peculiar friendships Jasper had ever witnessed. At first glance, Alice and Ginny seemed vastly different, almost comical in their contrast. Ginny sported clothes that would look more at home on a football field, while Alice wore elegant pieces straight off the racks in Paris. Alice, a vampire with the ability to see the future, was paired with Ginny, a witch known for her skill with a bat-bogey hex. Yet, beneath the surface, their bubbly, vivacious, independent, and stubborn personalities were strikingly similar. By the end of that first evening, Jasper couldn't help but wonder if Mary Alice Brandon, as they now knew Alice's true name, might just be a long-lost relative of Ginny's. The Weasleys. The second time Ginny came over was the day they were set to return Teddy to his grandmother. She showered the little boy with kisses, her affection evident, as she listened with a hint of jealousy while Alice excitedly described prom to Harry. "It's going to be so much fun, Harry," Alice exclaimed. "Please, please, please. Come with us. We can all go together, a big group." "You should go, Harry," Ginny chimed in, wiggling her eyebrows teasingly. "You wouldn't want Jasper to take someone else, would you?" "It sounds brilliant." That was all it took to convince Harry to attend prom, and for Alice to decide to bring her new best friend as her date. They all let Alice take charge of the preparations, trusting her to find the right outfits, plan the perfect hairstyles, and pick accessories that matched whatever vision she had in mind. The Cullens were more than willing to let her take the lead. Alice was relentless, but her planning was impeccable. All Jasper had to do was wear the suit she picked out for him and be where she instructed him to be at whatever time she demanded. Jasper was a soldier. He lived by the motto, right time, right place, right uniform. And Alice? She was a demanding sergeant, but he had certainly dealt with worse. Harry was equally happy to hand the reins over to Alice. He often joked to Jasper that he would be a terrible dancer, but Jasper could sense Harry's mix of amusement, jealousy, and determination whenever Ginny teased him about the idea of Jasper taking someone else to the 27th human prom he'd attended, all at Alice's command. As if Jasper would attend this without Harry. Harry was adorably oblivious to Jasper's unwavering devotion to him. Isabella needed some convincing to join, but in the end, she relented. Jasper suspected that she only agreed so she wouldn't be the only one left out. Perhaps it was also Alice's thoughtful suggestion that she could stay home with Isabella and let Edward escort Ginny. Isabella had made one simple request. She asked Alice not to buy her an expensive dress and to avoid anything that might make her look trashy. However, among their group for prom 2004, the only one unhappy with Alice's free reign over the outfits was Ginny. She insisted on going shopping with Alice, and the two eagerly discussed a coordinated group look. This is how Jasper ended up in a sleek black Italian-cut tuxedo, Edward donned a navy blue one, Emmett chose an eye-catching white, and Harry was supposedly wearing gray. But since Harry was currently arguing with Alice and Isabella in the bathroom, Jasper couldn't confirm that. He and Edward leaned against the wall, careful not to wrinkle their clothes, while Ginny slipped into the bathroom to join the fray. The two brothers shamelessly eavesdropped as their dates clashed with their sister. "I look like a prat," Harry growled. "And I look like a what?" Ginny interrupted Isabella's wail with a deceptively sweet voice. "Because you, Alice, Rosalie, and I are all wearing identical dresses, Bella. What exactly do you think we look like?" "It's fine for you," Isabella retorted, prompting Jasper to smirk at Edward as they heard a stiletto heel stomp on the floor. "You guys look amazing." "I look beautiful," Alice assured her. "Absolutely stunning." "Eddie's going to go mad," Ginny agreed. "Positively barmy," Alice laughed. "And you," Jasper didn't need to see what was happening behind the closed door to know that Alice was now jabbing a manicured nail into Harry's chest. "You look stunning. And you will get out there, you will have fun. You will be in a million photos with us," Ginny cut in. "You will smile and dance," Isabella added. "And you will be sober. Is that understood, Harry James Potter?" Ginny finished firmly. "What I need is more male friends," Harry replied, and Jasper could practically hear the scowl on his face. "Ron would never put me in some posh suit and make me dance," Harry said, exasperated. Ron wore lace-covered dress robes to the Yule Ball because he was too thick to ask someone for help with transfiguring them, Ginny chimed in. "He also insisted on having the wedding in all Gryffindor colors, which is why he's only allowed to choose the menu unsupervised. I wouldn't recommend him as your role model, Harry." "I don't quite understand all of that, but you do look great, Harry," Isabella said, offering a supportive smile. "And if you trip over your feet, I'll trip over these." Edward let out a tiny groan at the thought, and we'll look like total prats together. "Let's get this over with," Harry huffed, feeling defeated. "Boo, wait. Let us go first so we can get pictures of you guys when you see the boys," Alice said eagerly. She and Ginny carefully slid out the door in their matching dresses and stilettos, making sure to block Jasper and Edward's view of their dates. Not that it mattered much to Edward, he had undoubtedly seen Isabella already through Alice and Ginny's minds. But Jasper was desperate to see how Harry looked in that extravagant tuxedo. "All right, you stand there," Alice instructed, pointing to a spot for Jasper. "And you over there, Eddie." Ginny smirked and gestured to another spot. "Ready?" Alice held up her camera. "Ready," Ginny echoed, raising her own camera. Jasper wondered if Harry realized just how chaotic these two could be together. For someone who claimed to crave peace, Harry had an uncanny talent for creating chaos. "Bella first," Alice called out. "Why me?" Isabella whispered, nervous. "Best for last, of course," Harry laughed quietly, a mix of nerves and excitement in his voice. "Go." The bathroom door opened, and Edward sucked in a sharp breath as Isabella stepped out. Alice and Ginny began clicking their cameras as Isabella slowly, carefully approached Edward, her heart racing with love and affection. "Don't laugh," she warned him seriously. "Why on earth would I laugh?" "I look ridiculous," Harry said, his frustration clear. "Isabella," Edward replied, closing the gap between them. He placed one hand on her hip and cupped her face with the other. "You look utterly perfect." Jasper wasn't sure about utterly perfect, but he had to admit that Isabella looked pretty. The silver sequined gown she wore, identical to Alice and Ginny's, made her fair skin look even more radiant, accentuating the rosy blush in her cheeks, something Alice could only replicate with makeup. Isabella's long dark hair fell in loose curls, and her eyes were framed by dramatically dark lashes. She wasn't Jasper's type, and he held his breath to avoid catching her scent, but he supposed she was pretty enough. "Harry's turn," Alice exclaimed, breaking the moment as it seemed Edward and Isabella were about to spend the entire evening lost in each other's gaze. Jasper couldn't help but smile as he heard Harry mumble to himself, "Never again," before he threw open the bathroom door with determined defiance. One of the perks of being a vampire was the ability to juggle numerous thoughts at once. Jasper took a moment to appreciate the stunning sight that was Harry Potter in a charcoal gray Italian-cut tuxedo, all while mentally scolding Alice for making him witness this first reveal with a mind reader present. His thoughts weren't entirely polite, despite his efforts to rein them in. To his delight, Harry's thoughts weren't exactly kind either. Harry's eyes widened before narrowing thoughtfully as he took in Jasper from head to toe. Jasper couldn't help but preen internally at the waves of shock, admiration, affection, and a healthy dose of lust radiating from Harry. They're cute," Ginny giggled to Alice. "We are," Jasper replied, taking Harry's hand and gently pulling him closer. "Darlin', you look quite posh, not like a Not a prat at all, Jasper whispered sardonically to Harry, eliciting a laugh from him. It completed his look perfectly. And you look like a damn vila, Harry replied with a light-hearted smile. Jasper finally understood, after spending what felt like an eternity locked in Grimmauld Place, that it was meant to be a compliment. Who tamed the untamable? Jasper asked curiously, running his fingers lightly through the back of Harry's hair. The usual messy curls were more styled now, intentionally pushed to the side in a floppy look. It was truly indecent. I did. Ginny stepped closer with her camera, ignoring Harry's scowl as she snapped a few photos. Good practice for the wedding in a couple of weeks. Are we ready then? Alice asked, bouncing on the balls of her feet, even in her intimidatingly high black stilettos. Rosalie's probably getting impatient. Jasper could sense it, even from where they had parked Rosalie's car beside Harry's. Shall we? Jasper asked, his attention solely on the devastatingly attractive wizard beside him. Harry clasped his hand and nodded. Let's go. This could be a horror film, Isabella whispered to the group once they arrived at Forks High School. I think I've seen one that looks just like this. The gymnasium was decorated just like every prom Jasper had ever attended, terribly. Silver and blue streamers and balloons adorned the walls, the lights were dimmed, and the music was dreadful. 5 vampires, 1 witch, 1 wizard, yeah, we could make that happen, Ginny whispered back to her. After we take a group photo. She jabbed Mike Newton in the back and flashed him a charming smile. Can you take a photo of us? Edward couldn't help but smile at the bewildered expression on Newton's face, along with the disturbing waves of shock and desire radiating from him. Jasper turned his attention to Harry. Without drooling on her dress, Harry snapped, his eyes narrowed as he protectively watched Ginny, who was receiving appreciative glances from their classmates. Everyone together. Alice interrupted, breaking Harry's glare as she positioned everyone for a group photo. Jasper stood next to Emmett, laughing as Ginny sauntered over, handing her camera to Newton. She's the worst, Harry groaned. I promised Molly I wouldn't let Ginny get in trouble tonight. You worry too much. Jasper tilted his head down and kissed the top of Harry's head, being careful not to disturb the impressive amount of styling Ginny had put into her hair. Personally, Jasper preferred Harry's hair when it was wild and windswept, but this was a formal occasion. And so was the wedding they would be attending in a couple of weeks, a surprise that had caught Jasper off guard. Do you have a suit, or would you prefer a pair of dress robes? Hermione's family will be in suits, but Ron's will be in dress robes. It doesn't matter to me either way. What on earth are you talking about? The wedding, Jazz. It's on June 15th. I told you that, right? You mentioned you'd be attending Ron and Hermione's wedding on June 15th. Oh. Harry blinked a few times before grinning sheepishly. I meant to ask if you wanted to go with me. Hermione said I can bring a +1, and Andy's keeping Teddy that week, so I can attend the bachelor party. That's how Jasper found himself invited to a magical wedding, an event he was incredibly curious to witness. But first, prom. Harry frowned as Jasper pulled him toward the crowd of dancing students. Jasper sensed that the frown was forced, as Harry seemed both bashful and smug at the same time. What's causing you to feel so smug? Jasper asked softly, wrapping his arms around Harry as they began to sway to the music. The music filled the air, and Harry wasn't exaggerating, he truly had no rhythm at all. Thankfully, Jasper was an excellent leader. People keep staring at you, but you're here with me, Jasper said, catching the quiet chuckles of Rosalie and Emmett as they waltzed around the room. Maybe you've missed it, darling, but there are plenty of girls here who would happily fight me for the chance to be with you, Jasper continued. My looks are part of who I am, yours are just who you are. Harry snorted and rested his head on Jasper's shoulder. They'd have to fight me to get to you. And they would never win, Jasper agreed, and he meant it. It had been both a stroke of luck and a curse to witness the events in the old London bookstore back in March. James had intended the video as a taunt to Edward, forcing him to watch as he killed Isabella. Instead, his theatrics allowed the Cullens to see Harry step in and take action. It was painful to watch Harry face off against a vampire alone, but heartening to see him ultimately defeat James on his own. They had all laughed when Harry casually flung Edward against the wall and healed Isabella, all while Edward complained. Jasper alone had groaned at the puddle of blood where Harry had fainted. That walk back to Grimmauld Place, carrying Harry's body covered in Isabella's blood, had been one of the longest of his life. It was made slightly easier by Harry's brief return to consciousness and his slurred flirtations. But no, a mere human was no match for Harry Potter. The two of them enjoyed dancing for 2 songs before being interrupted by Alice and Ginny. "Mind if I cut in?" Ginny asked brightly, her eyes sparkling with joy and her cheeks flushed from spinning around with Alice. The lively energy of the human teenagers in the gymnasium added to the atmosphere. "Of course," Jasper said, releasing Harry. Jasper was surprised when Ginny stepped in front of him, and Alice twirled away with Harry. "I've got to get to know my future brother-in-law, don't I?" Ginny said, keeping a proper distance between them. "How is he?" "He's better," Jasper replied honestly. "Having Teddy around more has helped." "Good," Ginny beamed, her affection evident. "You're good for him. I think you keep him calm." Jasper smirked, making Ginny laugh as she playfully swatted his arm. Naturally, she corrected herself. "Harry and I were always finding a cause. First, we had Umbridge, then the DA, the battle in the Ministry, and then Quidditch, Snape, and more battles. We had passion and fire, but no peace, you know. Harry needs peace." "He does," Jasper agreed, bending Ginny down in a dramatic dip. "Which one is Snape?" "Potions teacher," Ginny twirled gracefully under Jasper's guiding hand. "He hated Harry and was in love with his mum. Harry hated him, and now that he's dead, Harry worships him. It's a bit of a mess." Jasper chuckled, continuing their easy dance. Ginny had talent, though he believed she was more graceful on a broom. Harry flew again. "Did he tell you?" "Did he?" Ginny raised her sculpted brows in surprise. "How'd you manage that?" "Leech hunting," Jasper quoted Harry. "Perhaps we could come over again this summer, and he would play Quidditch this time." Unknown to him, Ginevra Molly Weasley silently gave Jasper Whitlock Hale her wholehearted approval at that comment. "You're not bad, for a blood-sucking leech," she grinned. Jasper laughed and let his gaze wander over to where Alice was desperately trying to teach Harry how to dance. He spotted Edward and Isabella, their heads bent together, with Isabella's feet on Edward's as he glided her across the floor. Jasper watched as Rosalie and Emmett danced together, blissfully unaware of the humans around them. For a group often labeled as blood-sucking leeches, he thought they were quite a charming bunch. As the song came to an end, Ginny and Jasper made their way toward Alice and Harry, ready to swap partners. Jasper paused when he noticed Alice's expression shift, her eyes momentarily unfocused as a vision interrupted her carefully planned evening. "Oh, this is going to be a mess," she whispered conspiratorially to the others. "Look." They all turned in the direction she pointed, curious about the human standing awkwardly nearby. "Why's Jacob here?" Harry asked, tilting his head at his cousin. As soon as Harry mentioned his name, Jasper recognized the family resemblance in Jacob, tall, with long, sleek black hair pulled back in a ponytail. He stood stiffly, glancing around as if searching for someone. "He's here to talk to Bella," Alice said quietly. "He's going to warn her about us for his dad." Jasper felt a fleeting pang for his brother, who was utterly captivated by his girlfriend in that moment. "And interrupt that?" Ginny said, glancing over at Edward and Isabella, who were gazing at each other, love softening the atmosphere around them. "I don't think so. Harry, come introduce me to Jacob." She winked at Harry, linking her arm with his and confidently leading him across the gym. I need one more brother so Ginny can actually be family soon, too, Alice sighed dramatically. Is Isabella becoming a Cullen soon? Jasper asked, intrigued by her oddly specific wish. He kept one ear tuned to Alice while the other focused on Harry. Jake, this is Ginny Weasley. Jacob interjected, his gaze widening. You are way prettier than the picture Harry showed us. What photo? Ginny asked, a playful smile on her face. I have foreseen the future, Alice chimed in, her voice light. And in the future, there is a ring. I forgot to tell you, Gin. Jake said I won the hottest X contest. Ginny tossed her hair over her shoulder with a laugh, clearly enjoying the banter. Of course you did. You'd probably win the hottest boyfriend contest too, she teased. You've got a boyfriend? Jacob sounded surprised. Who is it? Jasper Hale, she replied. Jasper leaned in, lowering his voice so only Alice could hear. Edward's going to propose to Isabella? Not you too, Jacob groaned. Did you know Billy sent me here to warn Bella to stay away from Edward? Why? Ginny asked. He thinks the Cullens are vampires. I just mentioned that I foresee a ring in the future, Alice grinned. I know our family is growing. And you believe him? Harry scoffed. He's crazy, Harry, you know that, Jacob laughed. But he's giving me money for a new transmission for my rabbit if I come here and warn Bella. How about I make you a deal, handsome? Harry will pass along your dad's message, and you come dance with me? Ginny suggested. Damn, Alice swore. She's going to dance with him the rest of the night. Jasper patted Alice's arm reassuringly. You can take turns with Harry and me. No, I can't, Alice pouted. Because you're leaving soon. Am I? Jasper replied. Yeah, that sounds good. Are you sure I'm not crashing? Jacob looked down at his leather jacket and blue jeans. I'm not really dressed for prom. You're dressed perfectly, Ginny said. Come on, dance with me and tell me more about cliff diving. Harry walked back, his hands fluttering at his sides as he searched for pockets that weren't there, an amused grin on his lips. Ginny's shameless, he laughed as he reached Jasper and Alice's side. I'm supposed to tell Bella that Edward's a vampire. Probably not tonight, wouldn't want to shock her during prom. Not tonight, no, Alice agreed with a laugh. I think I'll go bug Emmett for a dance. Good night. Harry raised his brows at Jasper, surprised by Alice's sudden departure. Did she just say good night? Apparently, we're leaving, Jasper replied. Soon, Jasper told him, wrapping an arm around Harry's waist as he stepped closer, allowing him to feel the warmth of his body and the cold scent of his unique blood. Oh, thank Merlin, Harry replied. I was about to pretend to sprain my ankle or something. No offense, Jazz, because you look brilliant, but I'm just not made for tuxedos. Jasper couldn't help but picture Harry in his usual t-shirts and jeans, his baggy jumpers, messy hair, crooked glasses, and handmade socks. No, you weren't, Jasper smiled. Even if you do look great. Harry bit his lower lip, then stretched up to his full height, placing a soft kiss on Jasper's neck. So we can leave? He whispered against Jasper's skin. Jasper remained calm on the outside, but he noticed how Harry's emotions matched his own perfectly in that moment. Absolutely, he replied, pulling Harry closer and leading him swiftly toward the exit. He paused briefly to inform each of his siblings, along with Isabella and Ginny, that they were leaving. Be safe, Ginny smirked at Harry before turning back to Jacob. To his credit, Jacob didn't seem to share his father's, accurate, beliefs about the Cullens. He shook Jasper's hand with an easy grin and told him to be nice to his cousin. Your house, darlin'? Jasper asked as Harry climbed into his car and started the engine. Just long enough to park, Harry murmured. Unless you've got other plans? Jasper had no plans for the future that didn't include Harry, so he simply let Harry drive them back to his house. When they exited the car and Harry offered his hand with a mischievous smile, Jasper allowed him to twist him through space with his apparition. It took Jasper a fraction of a second to recognize where Harry had brought them, and he instinctively reached out to catch Harry as he stumbled upon landing. Jasper gazed out over the mountaintops from his favorite mountainside, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. "Is this Hurricane Ridge?" Jasper asked, glancing over at Harry with curiosity. "Yeah," Harry replied, stepping closer to the edge. He leaned forward just enough to send a wave of panic through Jasper before he settled down. "Come sit by me." Jasper quickly moved to Harry's side and took a seat next to him. They dangled their legs over the edge, unconcerned that their expensive tuxedos would be stained by the red dust of the mountains. Jasper gazed across the landscape, feeling the view become even more beautiful in the light of Harry's happiness and peace, which in turn lightened his own emotions. They sat in comfortable silence for a long time, enjoying the cool night breeze. Gradually, Harry inched closer until their legs pressed together and their arms naturally intertwined. "Do you remember the last time we came here?" Harry asked. "I do," Jasper replied, recalling how determined he was to learn everything he could about Harry that day. Harry kicked his heel against the mountainside, sending a shower of pebbles cascading onto the treetops below. "Do you remember what you asked me?" Harry continued. "I believe I asked you a great many things that day," Jasper said, a half-smile on his lips. "Which one are you referring to?" "You asked me what I would do if I could live forever," Harry said, his voice steady. "And I said I'd find a way to kill myself." Harry turned to face him, and Jasper couldn't help but notice how much he had changed in the 7 months since that conversation. The restless energy that once surrounded Harry had faded, replaced by a calmer demeanor. While there was still an underlying tension in his muscles, it was much less pronounced now. His face was fuller, and his eyes held a steadiness that hadn't been there before. His emotions were deeper, more grounded. "I remember," Jasper said softly. "Well, I've changed my mind," Harry replied. "Ask me again." Jasper lifted one hand, lightly cupping Harry's face and drawing it closer to his own. He paused when they were just inches apart. Just a breath apart, their green eyes locked onto golden ones. "Harry, if you could live forever, what would you do?" "I'd spend it with you." Much later that night, as Jasper lay beside Harry in bed, he absent-mindedly stroked Harry's hair while he slept. Suddenly, the hints Alice had dropped during prom began to click into place. Jasper smiled down at Harry, feeling a rush of warmth. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to the top of Harry's head. In the future, there was a ring,